foolishly satisfy these barbarians? Mark, I. Helmet lamented. Our Tang Dynasty seeks to govern with virtue, giving rewards and assistance to these barbarians. But look at how they treat us. Treating our Tang subjects as fools. Bang. Leaf almost shattered his desk with anger. How outrageous. At the same time, Leaf felt ashamed. Damn it. I was thinking of giving more gold and silk to show our Tang's wealth. I was careless. Failed to see the lowly intentions of the Japanese. Pooh. Shameful. Mark also understood everything now. The Tang court wasn't filled with useless people back then. Otherwise, how would the Pedruan era of good governance happen? It wasn't just propaganda. Especially scholars were extremely principled. Back then, they had backbone. Unlike later eras, which falsely boasted about Kangxi Qianlong prosperity. Indeed, such shamelessness was unparalleled. But, Mark sighed, even if the court doesn't give the Japanese what they want, the civilians will collect it for them. We can't stop them. Lee felt helpless, looking at Helmet hopefully and asking, Lord Gino, since you understand this, surely you have a solution? Helmet wiped sweat, awkwardly saying, well? Oh dear heavens. The Crown Prince didn't say anything. I don't know either. Hashtag chapter 502. I have a mature idea. At Liangwagong Mansion, Dorian thought for a moment and said to Timothy, Apprentice, get ready first. Come to the Peach Blossom Spring to familiarize yourself. He expressed profound gratitude. Master, I will surely take good care of you from now on. Dorian was very satisfied with this response. This young master spent so much effort, not because you're Helmet's son, but for the sense of achievement in altering the fate of a historically tragic figure and finding a solid support. In the future, the emperor would eventually reach the end of his life. What would he do then? He needed a reliable backing. Regarding the imperial throne, Dorian didn't think he could surpass little Marlin. Eldon was ruined. Finley's efforts seemed futile. Marlin, the accidental successor, was a legitimate heir. As for himself, Dorian, Myriad County Marquis, immortal exile, he was just a bastard-born child. Even if he was the eldest bastard son, being bastard-born inherently placed him below legitimate heirs. Moreover, such thoughts might make the accidental successor Marlin hate him. Dorian wasn't afraid of Marlin, but he wanted a peaceful life. Dorian led Timothy back to the Peach Blossom Spring, then sent Ronnie with Timothy to the back mountain. He also pulled out a small booklet. Ronnie was speechless seeing another small booklet. Whenever the young master pulled out a small booklet, it meant he was up to something. Timothy took the booklet with a serious expression, flipped it open, and froze. A large revolver blueprint? What was this? Curiously, Timothy asked, Master, what is this? Dorian said indifferently, You're going to the Armory Supervision Office. You must bring something impressive. This is what I prepared for you. Timothy. He was actually sending him to the Armory Supervision Office. Dorian smiled. From now on, you will be at the Armory Supervision Office. Choking, Timothy couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. This was too trivial. That was the Armory Supervision Office, a high-ranking department. Even if he wanted to, would the Emperor agree? Would the officials approve? Timothy complained, Master, I'm your apprentice, your top disciple. As the senior disciple, can you show some sincerity? Dorian slapped him on the head. Sending you to the Armory Supervision Office isn't sincere enough? Don't be greedy. Timothy shrugged. Master, stop playing games with me. That's the Armory Supervision Office. Dorian glared. So what about the Armory Supervision Office? Actually, once you're there, we'll propose a new title, Supervisor of Firearm, which I'll suggest to Donnie. Timothy felt utterly defeated. All for nothing. Supervisor of Firearm? More like foreman. You suggested, but will it work? Even if Donnie owes you a lot, he wouldn't act rashly. Just then, Crawford and Helmet arrived, followed by the director of the Ministry of Rights, Mark. Ronnie was about to take Timothy to the back mountain when Dorian waved a hand, saying enigmatically, No rush. My authority with his role/title if previously established. If this is the first introduction of Wang Li Dura, using his full name would be more appropriate. Revised translation considering context. Crawford quickly clarified, Son, Mark is not from the Taiyuan Wang clan. Dorian still asked cautiously, Can he be trusted? Mark's face darkened, and he turned away. Too excessive. Unbecoming. Doubting Mark's character. Is it necessary to question the director of the Ministry of Rights? Suddenly, the admiration for Dorian vanished in an instant. Anyone would find it unbearable. Crawford felt embarrassed. This son spoke too fast without giving him a chance to speak. Of course, I trust Wang Darun. Should be edited to maintain natural fluency and consistency in English. Of course, I trust Darun Wang. A more fluent and natural version would be, Of course, I trust you, Wang. Or, Of course, I trust you, Minister Wang. This maintains respect and clarity while ensuring it reads naturally in English. However, considering the context of the story and the formal setting, a more appropriate translation might be, Of course, I trust you, Minister Wang. This conveys the correct level of formality and respect present in the original Chinese text. Crawford shouted almost angrily. Dorian snapped, Just say it. Why shout? Crawford. Wasn't it for Mark to hear? How else could he face this director in the future? This scene left Mark dumbfounded. Heaven, did he see correctly? He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Dorian was still reprimanding Crawford. You, as the Emperor, shouting like that. It looks bad, understand? Crawford sighed. I understand. Puff. Mark nearly fainted. Stimulating. You're an illegitimate son. Comte, you have no awareness. To reprimand Donnie among many princes, truly unprecedented. This illegitimate son had some substance. Otherwise, why wouldn't the Emperor be angry? Mark formed a single impression during their first meeting. Awesome. Respect. Cannot help but respect. Not just him. Timothy was also stunned. It was the first time he saw Dorian scolding Crawford. Only Ronnie was accustomed to it. Seen too many times, it no longer surprised him. Helmet was similarly unperturbed. Dorian continued, By the way, father, let me tell you about my mature idea. Look at how suitable my apprentice is. pointing to Timothy. Crawford's gaze shifted. Timothy nervously swallowed. Greeting, Your Majesty. Crawford nodded. Beside them, Helmet glanced at Dorian in surprise. Alvin, what are you planning? Translation ends here to maintain coherence. If you have more text or require further translation, please provide additional content. #### chapter 502. I have a mature idea. This mature idea wouldn't involve my son, would it? In that case, I'm getting nervous too. After all, Dorian's ideas are always incredibly novel, and there's no telling what this mature idea might be. At Liangwagong Mansion, Dorian thought for a moment and said to Timothy, Apprentice, get ready first. Come to the Peach Blossom Spring to familiarize yourself. I've already thought of an official position for you. Ah. Timothy was stunned. Really? Master, you've even thought it through for me, but is your idea practical? Timothy had some understanding of this master. Donnie owed Master a lot, plus with all the merits Master had accumulated, among Donnie's princes, he received unparalleled favoritism. Once, Finley, the chubby one, made the other princes envious to the point their eyes turned red. Now, Finley envied the fatherly love Dorian received from the Emperor so much that his eyes were almost popping out. Thinking about it, maybe it really could work. Timothy asked hopefully, Master, is it a position in the transportation department? The transportation department's reputation had spread far and wide across the Tang Dynasty. Among them, Talia became the stepping stone for the transportation department to establish its authority. However, Dorian said, as my apprentice, can you not have any ambition? Upon hearing this, Timothy's eyes sparkled. Oh heavens, that would be something significant. Dorian patted Timothy on the shoulder and encouraged him. This is all I can do for you as your master. You need to work hard from now on. Timothy, overwhelmed with emotion, said, Thank you, master. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Dorian puzzled. Why are you crying? Timothy expressed profound gratitude. Master, I will surely take good care of you from now on. Dorian was very satisfied with this response. This young master spent so much effort, not because you're Helmet's son, but for the sense of achievement in altering the fate of a historically tragic figure and finding a solid support. In the future, the Emperor would eventually reach the end of his life. What would he do then? He needed a reliable backing. Regarding the imperial throne, Dorian didn't think he could surpass little Marlin. Eldon was ruined. Finley's efforts seemed futile. Marlin, the accidental successor, was a legitimate heir. As for himself, Dorian, Myriad County Marquis, immortal exile, he was just a bastard-born child. Even if he was the eldest bastard son, being bastard-born inherently placed him below legitimate heirs. Moreover, such thoughts might make the accidental successor Marlin hate him. Dorian wasn't afraid of Marlin, but he wanted a peaceful life. Dorian led Timothy back to the Peach Blossom Spring, then sent Ronnie with Timothy to the back mountain. He also pulled out a small booklet. Ronnie was speechless seeing another small booklet. Whenever the young master pulled out a small booklet, it meant he was up to something. Timothy took the booklet with a serious expression, flipped it open, and froze. A large revolver blueprint? What was this? Curiously, Timothy asked, Master, what is this? Dorian said indifferently, You're going to the Armory Supervision Office. You must bring something impressive. This is what I prepared for you. Timothy. He was actually sending him to the Armory Supervision Office. Dorian smiled. From now on, you will be at the Armory Supervision Office. Choking, Timothy couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. This was too trivial. That was the Armory Supervision Office, a high-ranking department. Even if he wanted to, would the Emperor agree? Would the officials approve? Timothy complained, Master, I'm your apprentice, your top disciple. As the senior disciple, can you show some sincerity? Dorian slapped him on the head. Sending you to the Armory Supervision Office isn't sincere enough? Don't be greedy. Timothy shrugged. Master, stop playing games with me. That's the Armory Supervision Office. Dorian glared. So what about the Armory Supervision Office? Actually, once you're there, we'll propose a new title, Supervisor of Firearm, which I'll suggest to Donnie. Timothy felt utterly defeated. All for nothing. Supervisor of Firearm? More like foreman. You suggested, but will it work? Even if Donnie owes you a lot, he wouldn't act rashly. Just then, Crawford and Helmet arrived, followed by the director of the Ministry of Rights, Mark. Ronnie was about to take Timothy to the back mountain when Dorian waved a hand, saying enigmatically, No rush. My authority is being questioned, but since Donnie is here, let's discuss this today. Crawford approached his son and asked, Brandon said, Hold on. Dorian interrupted. I know why you're here. Let's talk about this later. Regarding firearms, I have a mature idea. Crawford. A mature idea straight from the mouth. Impressive. Even Helmet was impressed. Only Mark was baffled. Firearms? Mature idea? Certainly, he was the Emperor's illegitimate son who had accomplished much. The Emperor had indeed found a treasure. Dorian glanced at Mark. Who's this official I haven't met before? Mark didn't find Dorian's casual question disrespectful. After all, this was the Emperor's son, who had many unprecedented achievements. Old man appreciates talent. No problem. Mark smiled warmly. I am Mark, Director of the Ministry of Rights. Dorian frowned. Are you from the Taiyuan Wang clan? Mark, I. Dorian waved a hand. Then go. I don't want you to hear what comes next. Mark. Does Mark deserve such disdain? Mark felt awful. Crawford quickly clarified. Son, Mark is not from the Taiyuan Wang clan. Dorian still asked cautiously. Can he be trusted? Mark's face darkened, and he turned away. Too excessive. Unbecoming. Doubting Mark's character. Is it necessary to question the director of the Ministry of Rights? Suddenly, the admiration for Dorian vanished in an instant. Anyone would find it unbearable. Crawford felt embarrassed. This son spoke too fast without giving him a chance to speak. Of course, I trust you, Minister Wang. Crawford shouted almost angrily. Dorian snapped. Just say it. Why shout? Crawford. Wasn't it for Mark to hear? How else could he face this director in the future? This scene left Mark dumbfounded. Heaven, did he see correctly? He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Dorian was still reprimanding Crawford. You, as the Emperor, shouting like that. It looks bad, understand? Crawford sighed. I understand. Puff. Mark nearly fainted. Stimulating. You're an illegitimate son. Comte, you have no awareness. To reprimand Donnie among many princes, truly unprecedented. This illegitimate son had some substance. Otherwise, why wouldn't the Emperor be angry? Mark formed a single impression during their first meeting. Awesome. Respect. Cannot help but respect. Not just him. Timothy was also stunned. It was the first time he saw Dorian scolding Crawford. Only Ronnie was accustomed to it. Seen too many times, it no longer surprised him. Helmet was similarly unperturbed. Dorian continued, by the way, father, let me tell you about my mature idea. Look at how suitable my apprentice is. Pointing to Timothy. Crawford's gaze shifted. Timothy nervously swallowed. Greeting, Your Majesty. Crawford nodded. Beside them, Helmet glanced at Dorian in surprise. Alvin, what are you planning? This mature idea wouldn't involve my son, would it? In that case, I'm getting nervous too. After all, Dorian's ideas are always incredibly novel, and there's no telling what this mature idea might be. Chapter 503. So my son is still a useless fellow. Dorian asked, how is this disciple of mine? Crawford replied without emotion, not bad. This evaluation made Helmet sweat profusely. As the father, he knew his son best. He, as the chief secretary, never imagined having such an incompetent son. On this point, his old partner Bogdan shared his misfortune. Elder brother was mediocre. Second son was a good for nothing. Sometimes, he couldn't help but think, was this the retribution for the incident at Xuanwu Gate? After all, no matter how one looked at it, the coup at Xuanwu Gate was treasonous and the most unfilial act under heaven. Great contributions had brought him to the peak of imperial service. Though his family received titles and privileges, the descendants were a source of concern. Without someone who could uphold the family name, when faced with significant changes, it would be easy to make mistakes. Even in court struggles, it was easy to be manipulated. History proved Helmet's concerns right. During Fin Gaozong's reign, Dev was implicated in a plot against the throne, leading to the downfall of the Liangguogong estate. This was one reason why Eldon was unreliable, and Crawford lavished favor upon Dorian. Helmet was hedging his bets on Dorian. Preparing in advance ensured peace for future generations. At this moment, Dorian said with a smile, the mass production and subsequent development of firearms require a highly trustworthy person. To be honest, my disciple may not be the smartest, but what? He hadn't thought through his follow-up statement yet. If it were anyone else, it would be awkward. But for Dorian, it was nothing. Little things like this were no issue. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, everyone else would be. Sticking to this principle, he boldly stated, because he is my disciple. Everyone. Even Dev blushed. Expecting his master to praise him extravagantly, he braced himself to listen shamelessly, pretending he was excellent. However, such an unreasonable reason almost made him choke. More shockingly, Crawford nodded calmly, saying, all right, everyone. While surprised, Helmet felt even happier. Son, though you're a failure, you have a good teacher. Letting him study under the hawk was indeed the right decision. But what position was this? Dorian continued, the Imperial Arsenal oversees weapons and armor for the court. Since firearms differ from conventional weapons, I suggest forming a separate firearm arsenal. It will have positions of inspector, deputy inspector, director, registrar, clerk, etc. Dev shall be the chief inspector of the firearm arsenal. Another student of mine, Atli, currently serves as the head of the transportation department. Although he's quite talented, being there is a waste. He should be deputy inspector, assisting Dev. As the saying goes, it takes two brothers to slay a tiger, and two brothers in arms for battle, don't you think so? Everyone. You make it sound so simple and effortless. A few words, and everything is settled clearly. Comte, this is the firearm arsenal. Are you kidding? Furthermore, blatantly promoting your own students. 1, 2, panicked, wanting to decline. This cap was too big, too heavy. At his young age, it would break his neck. Better to live a bit longer, isn't it? But Dorian kicked him and said fiercely, silence while your master speaks. Dev swallowed his words. Dorian spoke righteously, old Gino, your concern is valid. But in the firearm arsenal, it's different. You know how powerful firearms are. They must be trusted to the most reliable. As long as they follow my rules, there won't be major issues. Ability doesn't matter. Helmet's face darkened. So his son was still a nobody. Obedience was enough. No need for brains or talent. As a father, hearing this was discomforting. Comte, he couldn't argue. Dorian added, my disciple managed the construction of the rail line. Look at him now. Once a fair-faced beauty, now blackened by coal. Crawford burst out laughing. Helmet's face turned darker. Is this appropriate, your majesty? Lincoln touched his nose. Brandon, I'm just amused. Not mocking your son. Helmet. Enough. I believe your majesty. Believe me. Okay? Glaring at this old man who mocked his disciple, Dorian continued. Managing the firearm arsenal is arduous, even life-threatening. Only those who can endure hardship can take it on. I won't explain how tough road work was. So, do you think my disciple can't handle the firearm arsenal? Helmet replied hesitantly. I know my son well. This half-year's trials have indeed improved him, but the entire court. Dorian declared imperiously, whoever opposes, I'll beat them senseless. Helmet. So aggressive? Dorian insisted firmly. This is the firearm arsenal, not some other place. We can't tolerate criticism. Otherwise, it'll become a battleground for power struggles, risking our lives. Crawford's expression turned serious. Indeed, firearms were terrifying. The firearm arsenal must not fall into the hands of court officials. Crawford decided. Agreed. Dev will be chief inspector, Atli as deputy inspector. As for the rest of the craftsmen, Dorian magnanimously offered. All those involved in firearm research and casting will be moved here. Now it's a hot potato. Crawford didn't want his son becoming a target either. Agreed. Dorian sternly instructed, Anyone entering the firearm arsenal must have clean records for 3 generations. Future recruitment must rigorously vet at least 3 generations back, including their clan members. Moreover, unmarried craftsmen must have marriage proposals approved by the court. The firearm arsenal must be placed in a remote location, ideally within mountains, clearing all surrounding vegetation. Trusted shadow guards will patrol day and night. Anyone approaching without permission, death sentence. However, let me kindly remind you, what you say won't be useful. Mark felt very uncomfortable. Damn, are you provoking me? Are you really provoking me? I haven't offended you. Seeing Mark's unpleasant expression, Dorian asked, didn't you think these barbarians come to our great Tang to steal our culture and technology when they pay tribute? Mark exploded, shouting, Wang never said that. Dorian feigned understanding, you didn't say it, but that's what you thought. Mark was even more upset. Your Majesty, you can't let Alvin slander this minister like this. His words were too venomous. Previously, unaware of the thoughts of those tributary barbarians, they only felt proud of the myriad nations coming to court, because that was a symbol of prosperity. Who knew these people praised the celestial empire and declared themselves vassal states, but had such despicable intentions in their hearts? If this statement was confirmed, how could he, the minister of the Ministry of Rights, continue to work? He would be drowned by the saliva of the common people on the streets. Seeing Mark at a loss, Finleaf coughed and said, Son, don't talk nonsense. I didn't think of this either until I heard Brandon's words, which made me realize. Helmet hurriedly replied, these insights all originated from Alvin, and I am merely relaying them. Dorian smiled and said, Old Gino, your memory is worth praising. Helmet. After so long, today he discovered how infuriating your words could be. This moment, to find an excuse, Mark coldly said, so what if we know? Can it be stopped? Does the court prohibit this group of barbarians from touching our inventions, such as the curved plow? People will seek profits wherever there is gain. As long as they are willing to pay, some people will provide it for them. Our court can fulfill their requests and gain a good reputation. So why not? Dorian contemptuously said, Old Wang, it's not your vision limiting you, but your IQ. Mark protested, Alvin, personal attacks are excessive. Please mind your words. Dorian disdainfully said, if you're not convinced, that's on you. Originally, these issues should be considered and resolved by ministers like you, yet it fell upon me, a child, to strategize. Do you feel ashamed? Mark covered his heart, feeling both ashamed and angry. Now I understand. You and Wang are incompatible. Just provoking me. In front of so many people, just provoking me. You don't dare provoke your father. You could have provoked Helmet. As Chancellor, shouldn't you bear the main responsibility? Helmet's face turned red. He didn't expect Dorian's fire to burn him too. Alvin, if I'm not mistaken, you must have a brilliant plan. Dorian modestly replied, a brilliant plan is too much to say. It's simply better to prevent than cure. Helmet clasped his hands and said, please explain further. Hurry up and speak. Otherwise, if you mock the officials again, I'll be embarrassed as one of them. Dorian chuckled and said, our various technologies can't be stopped, but we can be more enthusiastic, showcasing our care for vassal states. Helmet shivered down his spine. Finished. He's going to trick us. Sure enough. Only to hear. Dorian revealed a cruel smile. Eating and clothing are not everything. Spiritual needs also exist. To satisfy their spiritual needs, we can give them Buddhist scriptures and more craftsmen to help build temples. Buddhist scriptures teach them kindness and vegetarianism, avoiding meat, thus leading to nirvana sooner. Long-term vegetarian monks can't be a match for our punch. In time, the Japanese people would live in monasteries, and their soldiers would be vegetarians, weakening the country, making it vulnerable prey. Sigh. How cunning. Brilliant. Dorian continued, we send not only scriptures but also high-ranking monks. Within the Great Tang, countless monks don't work or serve the military or pay taxes, useless burdens whom the court directs to Japan to spread Buddhism. Isn't that great? Your trickery sounds righteous. Some monks might even fall for this easily. Even if they don't, is the court incompetent? Dorian raised his eyebrows, looked at Mark and asked, Mr. Wang, what do you think? Mark was impressed by Dorian's strategy. What righteousness, Pa? The Zhengguan era wasn't a dogmatic one. Though there were pedants among the officials, most understood that kindness should be reserved for insiders. Showing kindness to outsiders is cruelty to oneself. All surrounding barbarians have ulterior motives. Mark clapped. Brilliant. No wonder you are Alvin. This idea is truly clever. Comp Dorian pressed on. Mr. Wang, did you just say that fulfilling their requests gains us a good reputation? Mark hesitated. It was beneath me. Hearing Alvin's words enlightens me more than 10 years of study. Dorian smirked. You wanted to say, a short conversation is worth a decade of reading? You used only half of the proverb. Go read more books, Mr. Wang. Mark saw stars. Goodness. Provoking again. Vindictive indeed. Seeing his minister ridiculed, Finley felt somewhat sorry and hastily said, there's still the response letter for the Firearms Supervision Bureau to change. I'll leave now. Hold on. Dorian stopped him. I said I have another mature idea. Don't you want to listen, Dad? Finleaf urged. Son, quickly say it. I have memos to approve. Dorian succinctly said, assign Hubert as Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights. The Ministry of Rights sets 1 minister, from 3rd rank, 2 vice ministers, from 4th rank, and 2 undersecretaries, from 6th rank. A 6th rank official isn't a big issue. Given the construction of railways to the Turks holds significant military importance later, it was important to reward Dev and Hubert who supervised this project. Finleaf agreed. Immediately, Finleaf left with his ministers. Dev curiously asked, Master, why send my junior brother to be a vice minister in this wretched Ministry of Rights? Translation note. The translation maintains the original style, tone, and structure of the paragraphs while adapting to English conventions to ensure natural readability. Dorian gave him a withering glance and said irritably, your junior brother doesn't think before he speaks. If you want to build up seniority, the Ministry of Rights is certainly the best place for that. Dev. Build up seniority? I can't believe that. Translation note. The translation adheres to the original style and tone while ensuring natural readability in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as in the original text. After all, can my son trick himself? Draft the edict, Brandon. You will announce it. Helmet accepted the order. Now, his old friend's wastrel second son is also entering government service. Although it's only a 6th-rank Vice Minister of Rights, it's much better than continuing as a good-for-nothing playboy. Besides, this prince must have another plan. Kai State Duke's mansion. Helmet arrived excitedly. Old friend, congratulations. Don asked bewilderedly, what's the cause for celebration? Helmet responded, where's your nephew Hubert? Don asked his steward to summon Hubert. Hubert greeted, greetings, Uncle Gino. Brandon announces the imperial decree. Hubert was taken aback and bowed to receive the decree. I hear Kai State Duke's son Hubert is young and intelligent. Hubert looked up at Helmet, confused. Young and intelligent. How did I not know that? Even though I read little, you can't come to my house and deceive me. Don slapped his son angrily. Miscreant, what are you doing? Hubert pouted, Father, don't get so worked up. Uncle Gino is just teasing me. Don. Helmet stopped reading and asked, Nephew, why do you say that? Hubert pointed to his face. Does it say young and intelligent here? Helmet. This little rascal, at least you know yourself. That's not what I said, it's... Hubert interrupted with a smile. The edict, right? Don't mess around. Why are you playing too? Seeing his father's reaction, Don became suspicious. Regardless of whether Helmet dared joke with an imperial decree, it was odd for such high praise for his son. Helmet laughed bitterly and handed the edict to Hubert, since there were no outsiders present. Furthermore, Finleaf wanted him to announce the decree mainly to show favor towards Don. For unimportant edicts, formal announcements aren't necessary. Hubert unfolded the decree and glanced down, exclaiming, Father, hit me. Don. Has my son gone mad? Miscreant, what nonsense is this? Hubert shouted, Father, quick, hit me. Don almost coughed up blood. Disaster. Not only useless but now mad. Sinful. Hubert saw his father hesitate and urged, Father, quickly, I can't do it myself. Alright then, hit. Hit until you're dead. Don raised his hand and slapped him left and right. Smack, smack, smack. Hubert received 3 slaps. Don showed no sign of stopping. Hubert covered his head and begged, Father, stop. It's enough, really. Don chased after him, smiling viciously. Son, it's not enough. Father hasn't woken you up yet. Father, it's enough. Not enough. Father, please don't chase me. Son, don't run. If you don't chase me, could I run? If you don't run, won't you get beaten? Rascal, didn't you ask me to beat you? Today, I'll satisfy you. Helmet watched the bizarre scene, petrified. I'm just here to announce the decree. What are you two doing? To suspect the edict is fake. Would I dare joke about this? Finally, Don gave up chasing. Hubert breathed heavily. Father, you heard me. I made you hit me because I couldn't do it myself. Those 3 slaps really hurt. But now, I know it wasn't a dream. Don. What? Just for this? You thought it was a dream. Indeed, a useless son. Can't tell dreams from reality. This kid is hopeless. Helmet supported his old friend, laughing and crying simultaneously. The boy went crazy from joy. The Emperor appointed him as Vice Minister of Rights. Don asked astonished, Really? Helmet, speechless, replied, You don't believe it either? Don grimaced, My miscreant. How could he catch the Emperor's eye? Even if they give him a pension job, it shouldn't be in the Ministry of Rights. Helmet revealed, Actually, it wasn't the Emperor's idea but Hawk Eldon's request. Don was more puzzled. Why involve the Crown Prince? Technically, he should be happy for his son. But even in this lazy position, handling foreign delegations could go wrong and damage international relations. Helmet shook his head. I don't know. You need to ask at Taoyuan. Then, he explained the Japanese tribute, Dorian's attitude, and the Emperor's decision. Don sternly replied, These dogs came to steal from our Tang Dynasty. Thank goodness for the Crown Prince. Miscreant, find your teacher immediately. Hubert fled without delay, afraid his father would start chasing him again. Taoyuan. Dorian greeted Hubert with a smile. Why are you here so fast? Kneeling suddenly, Hubert knocked 3 times, teary-eyed. Thank you, master. In this life, I'll respect and honor you. Otherwise, may I be struck by lightning. My goodness. A curse oath. For ancients, vows weren't made lightly. With gods watching over us. Hubert swore, showing his deep gratitude. Dorian chuckled. Enough. A man kneels for gold. Though I'm your master, like a second father, kneeling and knocking so easily makes me seem terrifying. Ronnie stood nearby, silently agreeing. Terrifying indeed. Hubert felt embarrassed. What does another father mean? One day a master, lifetime a father, but hearing it from his master sounded strange. Master, I used to be a wastrel. From now on, I'll change for the better and never dishonor you. Dorian stood abruptly, scolding, Nonsense. I want you to be a playboy. Why else send you to the Ministry of Rights? Hubert was stunned. Chapter 506. You old Tilly. Dorian said with nonchalance. Maintaining your dissolute ways or even becoming more outrageous is perfectly fine. Your master only asks you to do this one thing. Can you manage it? Puff. Hubert doubted his own ears. No way. Master, you're not letting me be a person. Dorian instructed again. When you see the envoys from Japan, you will act as follows. After the instructions were given, Hubert's face turned somewhat pale, and he exclaimed in horror, Master, if I really do this, won't Donnie have me killed? Dorian frowned and asked, Are you afraid? Hubert had a wretched look on his face. It's not just fear. I'm also a coward. The next day, Hubert took up his duties immediately. The Minister of Protocol handed over the responsibility of receiving the Japanese invoice to him. Mark patted him on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, "Dear nephew, I am very optimistic about you. Don't let us down." Hubert's face couldn't be more grim. "You people? Huh. Then, to avoid disappointing you, I must do this dirty work? What the heck? You're all digging a hole for me." If not for fearing Master Dorian so much, Hubert would have quit right then and there. He had finally wanted to reform himself and start afresh, yet they didn't allow it. Being a good person is hard. Hubert felt an immense sense of injustice deep within. Next, Mark sent a clerk from the Ministry of Protocol with him to meet the Japanese invoice. At the inn, just then, two people walked over. The clerk said immediately, "Your Excellency do. These two are the envoys from Japan, one named Guillermo and the other Devon." Hubert's expression turned spectacularly colorful. Damn, are these even people? Short and scruffy, grotesquely ugly. One resembled a squat gourd, and the other looked like a monkey in human clothing. He almost vomited, while rising from last night's dinner. Hubert's face turned green as he waved his hand. "All right, I get it. Let me throw up for a moment." The clerk was speechless. Truly deserving of being the son of Chancellor Du, indeed brave. These were Japanese envoys who could understand Tang language. To express such disdain so blatantly in their presence. Fortunately, this was the Tang Dynasty. Otherwise, they'd have been dismembered instantly anywhere else. Too insulting. Seeing Hubert vomiting thusly, the two Japanese envoys didn't realize what it meant at first. Since arriving in the Tang Dynasty, many had been disgusted by them, not just Hubert alone. However, others didn't dare to openly show their disgust or even vomit. Even when Minister Mark met them for the first time, he barely resisted the urge to vomit but managed to bite through it. "This man is too much. We know we're ugly, but is that our fault? Japan has many enemies. Some are far worse than us. Do we flaunt ourselves? No. Can't you treat us like this? So heartbreaking." Guillermo and Devon exchanged glances, deciding to give this official a taste of their power. The Tang Dynasty cherished its reputation and treated tributary missions from barbarians very kindly, especially officials from the Ministry of Protocol, who meticulously arranged everything and showed warm hospitality. Therefore, the attitude of the Japanese delegation had changed. Initially, they were timid and fearful. Now, they began to become arrogant and domineering. Other officials couldn't say anything. After all, tributary missions from barbarians symbolized vassal states paying homage. Offending the tributary mission might lead to losing their official hats, and worse still, the court could accuse them of damaging diplomatic relations between two countries, something no one could bear. At that moment, Guillermo coldly said, "Sir, by insulting us like this, I shall report you to your superior." Devon shouted louder, "We want to see Donnie. We are Japanese envoys. You cannot humiliate us like this. We demand punishment for you from Donnie." Hubert looked at the two ugly men in shock. What the heck? Master was right. You've gotten so full of yourselves because we've been nice to you? The clerk was equally disgusted by the sudden change in attitude from the envoys, deliberately speaking slowly. "Japanese envoys, Official Du is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Protocol. All matters concerning your mission fall under his responsibility. I'm here to introduce you to Official Du." Snap. Jaws dropped. This got intense. Whatever arrogance they had moments ago vanished into apprehension. "Sir, puny servant." Thud. Both Guillermo and Devon knelt down. Slap, slap, slap. They slapped their own faces fiercely. Within moments, both faces were swollen. Humble as ants when they needed to be, arrogantly overbearing otherwise. Hubert watched the scene unfold, deeply impressed by Master Dorian's insight into the Japanese. Indeed, not for nothing is he my master. Such profound understanding of Japan. After finishing his vomiting, Hubert cleared his throat and said calmly, "Oh, what are you two doing? A few words aren't that bad, right?" "Oh boy." Guillermo quickly stood up. Devon hesitated. This official doesn't seem like someone easy to deal with. Why is he so kind now? Wasn't he just throwing up? Is it necessary to slap oneself so publicly? Without further thought, soon enough, Guillermo's face was swollen. Sweating profusely, Hubert spat. "Damn it. Listen up, your so-called gifts are cheap buys from some store, and you claim they're treasures from Japan. Treasure my grandmother." Guillermo was utterly shocked. Chapter 507. Master's words ring true once again. Little Justice was also so frightened that he slumped to the ground. Simultaneously, his heart was filled with curses for Chief Envoy Willis. Originally, the Japanese envoy had come to the Tang Dynasty to gather some treasures as tributes to the court. After all, how could the Tang Dynasty look favorably upon Japan's dilapidated offerings? Only in the Tang Dynasty were there valuable things. Japan, prone to volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, had nothing good from its small land. However, this bastard said it would be fine to prepare a few random things. Now, are we doomed? At this moment, Hubert kicked Willis twice more, saying, "You disgraced my dynasty like this, yet our dynasty has been benevolent towards you. What have you done? I heard that you've been living extravagantly here." Willis lay prostrate on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "Sir, our country is very poor compared to the vast Tang Dynasty, and our resources are scarce, so we don't have anything good. I wish to present something good, but alas, we don't have any." Hubert coldly asked, "So, you sold some of our broken trinkets, calling them your treasures?" Willis shuddered all over, crawled over, hugged Hubert's leg, and cried out, "Sir, our country is poor. We have no money to buy good things." Hubert widened his eyes. "Nonsense. If not for Master's instructions with such pitiful looks, I might have fallen for it. Thinking about it infuriates me." Hubert raised his foot and kicked Willis in the mouth. Ah! A blood-curdling scream. Willis's mouth was full of blood. 2 front teeth fell out. Seeing the blood on his shoes, Hubert flew into a rage. "To hell with you. Ugh. Phew. I messed up. Too disgusting. To hell with you. My shoes." Spit. Little Justice couldn't help but laugh. Frankly, He thought he'd be next to receive a beating. Unexpectedly, it was all Willis silently enduring. He had actually escaped unscathed. Right then, seeing Willis's miserable state, Hubert, who had kicked out his front teeth, was still worrying about his shoe. He couldn't stop laughing. Hubert looked over at the laughter. Quick-witted, Little Justice raised his hand high and cheered. Well kicked, sir. Satisfied, Hubert nodded, then said angrily, my shoe. My new official boots, they're defiled. The registrar sighed inwardly. Even hearing this made him want to run if he hadn't known what was coming. Beating envoys, unprecedented. Very satisfying indeed. These ugly creatures have been insolent these past few days. I've wanted to teach them a lesson. Little Justice tried to comply again, but found himself speechless. Listening to this, it seemed unbelievable. Willis was also bewildered. Shoes? The great lord cares about his shoes? What about my teeth? Oh. In the eyes of this superior kingdom's official, my teeth mean nothing. Willis struggled to get up, intending to continue his protest, cough, or justification. Hubert spat. Fortunately for you, my father. Do you know who he is? Looking like a fool, Willis sought help from the registrar. Without being servile, the registrar replied, our prime minister, demon. Both Willis and Little Justice trembled. The Tang Dynasty's power players were studied extensively by the Japanese delegation to avoid any mishaps during tribute. They never expected it to go so smoothly. It turns out this Lord Du is the son of Chancellor Du. His arrogance, entirely justified. This man is genuine. They had already prepared an excuse for Hubert. Hubert sighed. The court wanted to punish you, but my father advised Donnie, strongly opposing others to give you another chance. Willis and Little Justice were endlessly grateful. Chancellor Du, what a good man, Hubert said hatefully. But those people in the court accused my father of accepting bribes from your Japanese delegation? Isn't my father wronged? Because of you two idiots, my father suffered unjust accusations. Isn't it right for me, as his son, to beat you? Respectfully, Willis said, Lord Du, this is filial piety. Bang. Another kick to the mouth. Blood flowed profusely. Another tooth fell out. Hubert spat. Of the two of you, you're the ugliest. Don't talk to me. Pointing at Little Justice, he ordered. You speak. Little Justice felt honored. Lord Du favors me. To earn the attention of Chancellor Du's son, being ugly must mean something. Little Justice's mind worked faster than ever before. Licking his face, he said, when Lord Du beats us, it relaxes our muscles. After the long journey from Japan to Tang, we were all exhausted, but after Lord Du's beating, we feel refreshed. Hubert was still astonished. Your Japanese really are lowly. Little Justice grinned. Your servant. I mean, this low person thanks Lord Du for the praise. Hubert. Good grief. Still underestimated you guys, even lower than I imagined. Master said, when people like you are inferior, they are as humble as dogs. But once they gain power, they turn and bite like rabid dogs. My stupidity didn't let me see it before. That moment, Little Justice bent over, saying, Lord Du, making your father suffer this way, this unworthy one truly can't sleep at night, feeling deeply guilty. Ignoring him, Little Justice continued, Lord Du, please follow this unworthy one. Hubert, are you addicted to calling yourself unworthy now? The registrar's face turned red as he excused himself. Lord Du, I have matters to attend to. Ha ha ha. Excuse me. And ran off quickly. Really couldn't hold back. Hubert followed Little Justice into their room. Willis dared not follow, fearing another surprise kick from this official. There were only a few teeth left in his mouth. Better to keep a distance. Damn. What the hell? You're trying to bribe me, Hubert exclaimed. And, Master's words rang true again. These little thieves must have carried countless gold and silver with them. Truthfully, Hubert initially didn't believe it. After all, how much wealth could a small country with a sparse population have? 3 full chests of silver, gleaming white, blinding the eyes. Little Justice humbly responded, Lord Du, how could this be considered bribery? Compensation. This is compensation. This unworthy one caused Chancellor Du to suffer unjustly for our sake, which is our fault. This is compensation for Chancellor Du. To call it bribery. Doesn't the unworthy one dare to say more to offend you? Little Justice's heart bled. This was originally meant to be pocketed privately, divided 7-3 between Willis and himself. Now he was giving up his share. Unbelievably, Hubert asked, is this silver fake? Without speaking, Little Justice took a piece and bit down, leaving clear tooth marks. Genuine silver, no doubt. Hubert asked sternly, wasn't it stolen? Panicking, Little Justice blurted out, Sir, this is absolutely real. Our Japanese silver mines are abundant. Ahem? Slipped the tongue. Hubert's eyes lit up. Master's words rang true again. Chapter 508. Why did the Japanese want to see the hawk? Hubert coughed and said slowly, the deputy envoy from Japan. I'll be honest with you. Your actions were indeed extremely improper. Even if you couldn't bring any treasures, you shouldn't have presented our Tang Dynasty's worn-out items as gifts. Now the Finn is enraged, and I'm risking my position to speak for you. Kneeling in gratitude, Miles said, Thank you, Your Excellency. Hubert put on a stern face and replied, Don't immediately refer to yourself as a lowly person. It makes me seem discriminatory. As an envoy, you risk damaging my reputation by speaking this way. Miles hurriedly corrected himself. I will take note of this, sir. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Hubert slapped him again. Miles opened his mouth but didn't dare to speak. What was happening? Why did he hit me again? Hubert huffed coldly. You Japanese don't even understand human speech. Now, since only you and I are here, why do you call yourself lowly? You should say lowly when others are present. Here, it's appropriate. Miles was bewildered. In the end, am I still lowly? But, how can we survive without being lowly? Moreover, to steal the culture and technology of the Tang Dynasty, we must feign humility so that the Tang would underestimate us and fulfill our modest requests. thus concealing Japan's true intentions. Lowly has understood. Thank you for your teachings, Your Excellency. Hubert found Miles's reaction satisfactory and said lightly, I'm only responsible for receiving envoys and will not accept your bribes. Remember to send 2 people to deliver them to my residence. Miles quickly knelt down again and bowed to show his gratitude. Hubert was even more satisfied with his response and added as he left, I'll enter the palace now and say a few good words for you. Tang instead? We brought so much silver anyway, and we aren't short of it in Japan. It's surprising that the Tang treats silver as rare. If we need anything, we can just buy it with silver. Disappointed, Miles sighed, Kosaka, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Finsuko has already met Amaterasu. Now, the Fin wants us to represent Japan in obtaining not only Tang's technology, but also their imperial recognition, which symbolizes Tang's support and acknowledgement. Holding the flag of the Tang, we can achieve anything easily. Only then did Kieran recall the real purpose of their mission. But because this dude disliked him, all credit went to Miles. He couldn't bear it. When Miles left the embassy, Kieran also brought a chest of silver to the Eastern Palace. However, he learned from the palace guards that Hawk Jamar was not in the Eastern Palace, but had recently been staying at Peach's Spring. So, Kieran found his way to Peach's Spring after asking about its location. Hubert reported to Elliot with joy. Elliot responded with a mere, and asked, where's the silver? Hubert replied, Master, to avoid suspicion, I had Miles deliver it directly to my house. Elliot shook his head repeatedly. Hubert, feeling uneasy, asked, Master, did I do something wrong? Honestly, previously he had been a playboy. Being tasked with dealing with the Japanese envoy was quite Elliot. Seeing him dazed, Elliot reprimanded. What are you standing there for? Go quickly. Hubert then bid farewell. Ronnie, who watched the entire scene, felt profound sympathy for the slow-witted Hubert. How can one be so clueless? Calling him silly. He wasn't dumb. He simply trusted his master too much. Alvin, what trouble you've caused? Suddenly, Elliot asked casually, Aishwan, do you have some thoughts? Startled, Ronnie hurriedly denied, Young master, not at all. How could I? Chuckling, Young master, trust me. Chuckling, cough. Young master, I have something urgent to attend to. Excuse me. Ronnie couldn't withstand the psychological pressure and fled hastily. Outside, he saw several people enter Hawk Jamar's courtyard. Recognizing their attire as Japanese, Ronnie wondered, why do the Japanese want to see the hawk? Chapter 509. My son is coming. Alan kowtowed fervently to Jamar, banging his head 3 times on the ground with a loud thud. Thud thud thud. His forehead turned red. Jamar felt an intense wave of nausea just looking at Alan's plain appearance. He almost threw up like Hubert did. However, remembering his duty as the crown prince, he swallowed back the vomit that had risen to his throat. The feeling was truly unbearable. Life was worse than death. Seeing Alan's self-abusive way of kowtowing made him even more disgusted. A small country and its lowly subjects were so repulsive. Who would kowtow like this? If you want to commit suicide, do it somewhere else. Don't drag me down with you. Fortunately, Jamar had been paying attention to the movements of the Japanese delegation, considering how he could make a big show of things. At the very least, he wanted to outshine his elder brother. He was supremely confident about this. No matter how smart his elder brother was, having grown up among commoners, he might know many strange and peculiar things. But when it came to diplomacy between 2 countries, he would surely be at a loss. Ha ha ha. I'm going to rise. Alan was the chief envoy from Japan, visiting with a specific request. Indeed, without another word, Alan had someone bring over a chest and opened it directly. Whoosh. White, shiny silver coins glinted blindingly. Clap. Jamar's jaw nearly dropped. So much silver. It looked like there was 5,000 taels at first glance. As the crown prince, it was his first time seeing so much silver. Driven by the mindset of a superior nation's prince, he couldn't afford to lose face. Alan thought Jamar hadn't stirred any waves internally. For his own standing back in Japan, he had to bite the bullet and said, Your Highness, our humble envoys have nowhere else to turn. We beseech your Highness for help. Jamar shivered upon hearing this. So, all this silver, no matter how much, it can't be accepted. It seemed this group had angered the Fin. Then they should die. I dare not get involved. Alan complained pitifully, Your Highness, our country has always admired Tang Dynasty culture. This time, we've come to pay tribute, hoping to learn the advanced knowledge and culture of the Tang Dynasty, so our humble people can witness the glory of the Tang. These words sounded soothing. But, Alan changed his tone. There are people within the Tang Dynasty who don't wish for the Tang's glory to spread to our country. They interfered and caused Donnie to revoke our request. I've heard that the Hawk of the Tang Dynasty is benevolent. I hope your Highness can put in a good word for us Japanese, granting us the opportunity to learn and admire the glory of the Tang. Once I return home, I will certainly spread the praises of your Highness among our humble people. You will be considered the savior of the Japanese people. Hearing such flattering words, Jamar felt extremely pleased inside, basking in the flattery. However, go back first, wait for my reply. Jamar dismissed him. Alan didn't dare say more, getting up and leaving. The box of silver. Well, consider it a test of the waters. Jamar called in an Eastern Palace official and instructed, Go find out what's happening with the Japanese delegation. Inwardly, he sneered. A mere messenger wants to use me as a pawn? Bah, do you really think I'm stupid? An hour later, the Eastern Palace official returned and reported. Jamar's thoughts became active. His elder brother had meddled in this matter, and the promised gift list suddenly changed. Not knowing the specifics of what happened, but doing this in Jamar's view compromised the dignity of the empire. The Japanese opening tributes. What does that mean? This is a sign of universal tribute. Shouldn't they be treated better to prevent alienation? No way. This elder brother, causing trouble where there was none. How reckless. Jamar must warn the Fin not to believe his elder brother's words. Growing up among commoners, he is truly unsuitable for serious matters. When it comes to important affairs, he is too naive. Immediately, Jamar rushed into the palace. Unbeknownst to him, all his actions were observed by Ronnie. Who would have thought, coming out to avoid young master would bring unexpected benefits? Hawk, you wouldn't actually harm young master, would you? Regarding the intentions of the Japanese envoy, Ronnie could easily guess them. Because of young master's involvement, the court's gift list for Japan had significant variables. The Japanese delegation certainly wouldn't sit idle. The hawk was a perfect opportunity. Young, naive. Furthermore, everyone in the Tang Dynasty believed the tributes from barbarians were out of admiration for Tang's prosperity. But little did they know, these were robbers, brazen ones. Unfortunately, the officials in court either misunderstood the true intentions of the barbarians or dared not speak up, thanks to young master's enlightenment. But concerning the hawk, Ronnie immediately found Dorian and reported, "Young master, the Japanese envoy has sought out the hawk." Dorian nodded. Then there was nothing more. Ronnie had to add, "Young master, the Japanese haven't given up their wicked intentions and are seeking a breakthrough through the hawk." Dorian waved it off carelessly. "Let them try. As for my third brother, he grew up pampered, not knowing hardships. Letting him face a bit of adversity isn't bad. As for young master's plan, providing a bit more to the Japanese delegation isn't rejecting their requests." Ganlu Palace. Bowen spent half a day at home, inviting imperial doctors to ensure Fred wasn't seriously injured before returning to report to the Finn. After completing the formalities, Bowen then went to the Ministry of Personnel to file his report. At this moment, the Shadow Guards appeared, reporting, "Your Majesty, the chief envoy of the Japanese delegation, Alan, visited Teowyuan and met the hawk." Finleaf asked, "How about the Ministry of Rights?" Shadow Guard replied, "Minister Hubert met the Japanese delegation, while the deputy envoy, Little Justice, delivered 3 chests to the residence of Duke Kai Guagong. Hubert first went to Teowyuan, then brought 3 chests to meet the first Alvin." Finleaf remarked meaningfully, "Seems one of my sons is coming." The Shadow Guard didn't dare ask which son. Within less than 2 hours, an eunuch reported, Hawk Jamar requested an audience with the Finn. Finleaf maintained a neutral expression, saying, "Let him in." Jamar walked into Ganlu Palace. "Your humble son greets your majesty." "Cao Ming, come in. How have you been?" "Reporting to your majesty, with elder brother taking care of things at Teowyuan. I have been well recently." "Ooh." Then, Finleaf didn't say anything, nor did he inquire why Jamar had come, starting to review memorials. After waiting for a short moment, Jamar said, "Father, I heard that the Japanese envoy's tribute marks the gathering of myriad nations." Finleaf laughed, "Cao Ming, you are my son. There's no need to hide anything from me." "Colmes." Jamar bowed, raising his head, "Father, I heard that the Ministry of Rights changed the gift list for the Japanese delegation." This statement was too subtle. Chapter 510. The Hawk and the Lowly Silver. Finleaf asked, "What is your view on the tribute missions from Japan? Not just Japan, but all tributes we have received." Upon hearing this, Jamar immediately grew excited. He could finish. Finleaf abruptly asked, "Did the Japanese envoy seek you for assistance?" Jamar froze in shock. Thud. He knelt down. "I dare not." Finleaf frowned. "Speak properly. Why kneel?" Jamar sweated nervously. "I'm afraid. After all, your thoughts are all on my eldest brother. It seems precarious for me as the crown prince. Regarding the Japanese tribute, my eldest brother involved himself, leaving me unable to clearly explain what happened. But father, please don't be mistaken." Of course, he dared not say this aloud. A sigh echoed through the hall, vanishing instantly. Jamar thought he imagined it. He sighed inwardly. Was it father? Looking up, Finleaf appeared composed, asking again, "You say the Tang vassal states will admire us, but what if their strength surpasses Tang?" Jamar shrugged nonchalantly. "Father, Tang's vast lands, talented people, and abundant resources make it impossible for these small barbarian nations to ever surpass us. Even 1,000 years won't change that." Finleaf queried with interest, "So tell me, how do you view today's Tubo?" Jamar dismissed it as, "barbarians." For words, too simplistic. Finleaf's face turned cold, saying mildly, "Misguided. You completely misunderstand Tubo. Today, under Caleb, they have reformed and created their own script, established harsh laws. This didn't happen overnight. Learning from our central plains and following our practices, they've become a threat to our western borders." Jamar panicked. Goodness, a mistake. Tubo, this poor place, has become so formidable? Weren't only the Turks threats to Tang? To me, it seemed I appeared ignorant after listening to father. Finleaf's expression became increasingly serious and angry. However, being an emperor, he controlled his emotions well, keeping them hidden. Our Central Plains dynasty has gone through centuries, perhaps millennia, taking numerous detours, paying countless costs, and exhausting endless efforts to achieve today's culture and technology. You say we should give away Tang's treasures freely just because some barbarian state presents a few worn-out items and calls them precious, all for the sake of tribute from myriad states. Misguided. Can you tell me what sense that makes? Jamar's heart raced. The more he listened, the more alarmed he became. By the time Finleaf finished questioning him, Jamar felt chilled to the bone. And confused. What's going on? Why does father say this? Could elder brother have... He felt deeply frustrated. Clearly, my final arguments were valid. Why no reaction from father? So infuriating. Elder brother, you're harming the nation. Back at Peach Blossom Spring. There, the Japanese chief envoy Guillermo was squatting outside his courtyard. Seeing Jamar, Koizumi rushed over, kneeling quickly, and asked, "Your Highness, the hawk, may I inquire?" Jamar snorted coldly, entering without a word, instructing the Eastern Palace guards, "No disturbances, no unauthorized personnel allowed inside." "Colmes, your Highness." The guard immediately obeyed. Koizumi stared blankly. "Wait, my silver coins." Being the hawk of a powerful country, you aren't very useful. Gathering courage, Koizumi shouted. Hawk, my silver coins. Jamar nearly stumbled. Oh heck, you have the audacity to ask for it back? Once given, can it be returned? If anyone else, I'd understand. But I am the hawk. Hashtag chapter 511. Andrew was manipulated. Get him out of here. What an ugly thing. Jamar waved his sleeves, fuming as he walked away. Pooh. Dodge almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ugly? Colmes, I know I am. But, as the hawk of the great nation, you dare to speak the truth so openly. Phew. To say such things in front of me, can I bear it? Dodge's face turned dark, and he stormed off. Acton reported everything to Dorian. After listening, Dorian said helplessly, go tell this third brother of mine to return the silver. Otherwise, ensure that Dodge doesn't cause any trouble. Otherwise, he's asking for trouble. Master, I'm here. Hubert pulled a cart with 3 chests on top of it, entering the scene. Acton didn't expect this young master to extort money from his student like that. Enough said. He had to find the hawk. Acton immediately found Jamar. Jamar asked, Ministerly, why have you come? Acton repeated Dorian's words verbatim. However, Jamar responded in surprise, no, this palace did not. Tell my elder brother that he is my own elder brother. Don't wrong me. Without saying another word, Acton gave a bow and left. Behind him, Jamar's face turned red with anger. All right, you spy on me. I will spy on you too. Someone. Imperial Censorate Office. Andrew was on duty. At that moment, the clerk reported, Minister Emmanuel, there's someone who claims to be the official envoy of the Wa country delegation requesting to see you. Andrew replied unhappily, a small Wa country envoy? Why should I meet him? I won't. As an Imperial Censorate chief, would I meet you, some envoy, if I'm not bored? The clerk added, this person says he has evidence of bribery within our Tang Dynasty. Bang. Andrew slammed the table and stood up angrily. Let him come in. If this little envoy dares to slander our Tang, watch me beat him to death. The clerk wiped his sweat and went out. Andrew snorted coldly. Crawford had already informed Helmet about the court's attitude towards the Wa country delegates and its reasons. The key ministers must be forewarned. Especially Andrew, who could erupt into rage at the slightest provocation. Crawford genuinely had a headache over it, which was why he let Helmet relay it to him. Shortly after, the clerk led Dodge in. Dodge had carefully thought about coming to see Andrew. The Tang Fin was in his prime, and the hawk was still young, holding no influence over state affairs. Besides, he wouldn't visit the Tang again once he returned home. Whoever wants to come can do so. He'd offend them if he needed to. As the envoy of Wa, even the hawk couldn't harm him. But he had to find a way to get back that chest of silver. On the way back, he could buy many good things like silk, porcelain. Tang's treasures were countless. Bringing them back to Wa would make him rich. Wa country official envoy. Before Dodge finished speaking, bang, a paperweight flew at him. Ah. Dodge's head took a heavy hit, covering his head and screaming, falling to the ground. Andrew exclaimed, what an ugly thing. How dare you threaten me in broad daylight? How unreasonable. Do you want to die? Dodge, gentleman of the great nation, this lowly one is the envoy of Wa country. Not some cough, I didn't mean to scare you. The clerk also coughed, Minister Emmanuel, this man is indeed the envoy of Wa country. Andrew showed no embarrassment, acting as if nothing happened, calmly asking, why did you come to see this minister? Dodge pleaded, sir, please seek justice for me. Then he accused Hawk Jamar of accepting bribes and blackmailing him. Though he was the one who sought out the hawk, he twisted the story to make himself the victim. But if confronted, he'd expose himself. Dodge didn't mind being exposed. If not, he'd buy what he wanted. After all, he could always get what he desired. The Tang Dynasty was always generous to neighboring smaller countries, and he wasn't afraid of being beheaded by the emperor. Central Plains emperors value their reputation most. Dodge wanted to exploit this kindness shamelessly, while people excelled at such manipulation. Sure enough, Andrew nearly overturned the table, his face cold. What country envoy? Don't deceive me. Dodge bowed obediently. Sir, I dare not. Humph. Andrew waved his sleeves and left. An open scheme. Damn it. R approached Dorian's courtyard, looking dejected but secretly happy. Elder brother, father summoned me because of the Wa delegation. What should I do? The guard sensed something odd. Bolivar seemed smug, thinking this was good news. Gods, you've gone mad. Dorian advised earnestly. Third brother, think thrice before acting or speaking. That's all I can say. Elder brother can't help much. Fine, I'll go. Father is waiting. Jamar left like a waddling duck. Dorian. What's wrong with third brother? Did he lose his mind? Am I too excellent in stressing him out? But that's not my fault either. If you can't secure the position of hawk, it won't fall to me. If I'm not excellent, how will I protect myself in the future? Surviving by cowering is nonsense. If you're not competent, others won't hesitate to eliminate you. Third brother, blame not elder brother. When you're in trouble, elder brother will keep you safe. Dorian recalled Patty and turned to Acton. Where's Maeve? Chapter 512. Does Benny know? He has been gone for a long time. Miss Braden went to the Marquis of Jew's residence. But that's not Perry's place. Why did she go there? Miss Braden said she would pay a visit. It was a pure relationship, watching the bustling citizens and the prosperity of Chang'an. Remembering Li Bai's timeless works, Dorian squinted and recited softly, Ode to a guest of Zhao with loose tartar belt, and a dagger glitters in frost and snow. On his silver saddle shines the white horse, galloping like a meteor across the sky. 10 steps away he slays a man. Over 1,000 miles he leaves no trail. When his work is done, he disappears, deeply concealing himself and his name. Ronnie was lost in confusion. What's wrong with the young master today? This poem does suit his taste. Dorian smiled and said, Essien, I gift you this ballad of the Shakurshing, the way of the night. Note, The term shakushing is a poem title that doesn't translate directly. A more natural rendering would be, I gift you this poem, The Way of the Night. Revised. Dorian smiled and said, Essien, I gift you this poem, The Way of the Night. Ronnie shuddered and exclaimed excitedly, Young master, are you serious? Dorian smiled lightly. When has my word ever failed? Ronnie felt this was true. Although the young master can be quite deceitful, he speaks and acts decisively. Gifting this poem to Ronnie meant that he too would leave a mark in history. Given Dorian's royal identity, he was destined not to fade into obscurity. Whether it's contributions like sweet potatoes and potatoes that nourished millions, or previous masterpieces, they all made their mark in history. If Dorian were to gift him a poem, it would certainly mention Ronnie's name in the history books. Even if only as a supporting note, it would still be an enviable matter for the entire court. Moreover, the title of this poem is The Way of the Night. Future generations might assume Ronnie possessed knightly righteousness. That's right. Ronnie is that kind of person. Young master, are you tired? Would you like to rest? Dorian looked at him with a peculiar expression. Essien, you're different now than before. Ronnie, confused, asked, Young master, what do you mean? Dorian chuckled. Your expressions when you talk, it's like you're licking me. Ronnie, licking? You actually used the word lick? Ronnie, righteous and dignified. Forget licking. Unexpectedly, Dorian suddenly changed his tone and asked seriously, Essien, have you ever thought about walking in the light after so many years in the dark? Ronnie was stunned. Walking in the light? It was only a luxury. What shadow guards did determine that no one in the shadows would have such a day. Dorian sighed again. Do you think shadow guards can retire peacefully? Ronnie's heart froze. What does the young master mean? This topic was overly sensitive, especially discussing it on a busy street in broad daylight. But why does it seem awkward? Dorian continued, Essien, throughout history, none of those who walk in darkness have had a peaceful end. Without talking about my dad, do you think the next emperor will allow you to exist? Ronnie was speechless. The next emperor? Could it be you, young master? If so, would you kill these old shadow guards? Dorian spat twice. You should know my character. Born among the common folk, I don't fully understand imperial politics. But some things don't need imagining. When new replaces the old becomes meaningless. Isn't that right? Ronnie's pupils contracted. Dorian didn't expect Ronnie to answer, saying with a smile, Would you like an opportunity for shadow guards to walk in the light? Colmes. Ronnie answered almost without hesitation. Dorian asked mysteriously, Do you know Benny? Ronnie remained silent. He has been gone for a long time. Upon hearing this, Ronnie felt a chill run down his spine. Gone? He died. With the retired emperor no longer fighting the current emperor, the secret guards were no longer necessary. Therefore, Benny died. When the hare is caught, the dog is cooked. Historical fact. But thinking of this former adversary, Ronnie still felt sorry for him. Dorian asked, Do you want to be like him? Ronnie will die. One day, sooner or later. Dorian pursued. Should I help you? Ronnie was disoriented. Young master, are you going to kill me? If young master wants Lee to die, Lee won't blink, but please ensure the continuity of the shadow guards. The retired shadow guards had gathered in a village near Teoyuan. Now, several had married and had children. Ronnie wasn't afraid of death. He only wanted the innocent children to live. Dorian scratched his head in confusion. Why would I kill you? What's wrong with you? Ronnie couldn't describe his feelings, looking both baffled and hopeful at Dorian. Dorian knew what was going on, unkindly remarking, Shadow guards have been in the dark too long. Their brains aren't functioning properly. You even think I want you dead? That's nonsense. At this moment, the two passed through a narrow alley. Almost no one was around. They had already left the bustling area. Suddenly, Dorian paused mid-sentence, glancing into the alleyway where he saw two men each carrying a burlap sack. The sacks seemed to be moving, indicating they contained people. Their attire was no different from ordinary Tang citizens. For some reason, Dorian felt something wasn't right. Essien, leave the horse here and follow me. Jumping off the horse, Dorian followed the two men. Ronnie followed closely behind, deciding to ask about what the young master meant earlier later. Hashtag chapter 513. The Heaven Sent Butchers. Patty and Selena were shopping at a store. This was their first visit to the Marquis of Jew's residence, and Patty was contemplating what kind of gift to prepare. Moreover, it couldn't be something shabby. She had grown up in the Fanyang Braden family, and well understood the complexities within powerful clans. As they say, once you enter a noble door, it's like entering an ocean deep and vast. Unexpectedly, they were intercepted en route. Even though Patty's intellect rivaled any man's, she lacked experience, having rarely left the Fanyang Braden estate. Her understanding of the world's dangers was still limited. When Patty and Selena finally regained consciousness, they found themselves in a dimly lit room with their hands and feet bound. There were other women inside as well, all similarly tied up. Selena cried out, "Miss, we?" But almost instantly, Patty grasped the situation. They had been kidnapped by traffickers. Based on the circumstances, this wasn't about robbing them for money. These women, all beautiful, would likely be sold to brothels. Dorian stayed outside while Ronnie followed, arriving at an isolated courtyard where he saw two people being locked away. Seeing familiar clothes, his brows furrowed anxiously. Fortunately, these people hadn't done anything else yet. The two men were named Bennett and Yuri, who had just brought back their captives. Elroy, dressed in expensive attire, approached. Bennett licked his lips and said, "Boss, today we've captured two unusually attractive women. Want to keep them?" The Elroy became interested and replied, "Let's go see." The guard opened the door immediately. The Elroy entered, and Bennett pointed to Patty and Selena. The Elroy examined them with interest and said, "They're not bad. Let's keep them." Patty remained calm and asked, "These two are your subordinates. Do you know who I am?" The Elroy frowned. This woman wasn't ordinary. Her clothing alone indicated she wasn't from an average family. Slap. He slapped Bennett, who was momentarily stunned. "What's going on?" Slap. Another slap landed on Yuri's face. Yuri was equally bewildered. Why were they being hit? But neither dared utter a word. The Elroy's status far surpassed that of common thugs. His teeth clenched in frustration. He had warned them repeatedly to only target ordinary families. How could these idiots forget and try to please him by kidnapping someone from a higher background? Damn it. Patty spoke calmly. I'm not asking for much. Release us too, and leave the others. We'll part ways peacefully from now on. Selena nervously clutched Patty's sleeve. Wasn't this too bold? How could these criminals agree? Unbeknownst to her, Patty was trying every possible solution. They had originally planned to have protection, but she had refused. She underestimated the audacity of the kidnappers. Who would think that under the Tang Dynasty's laws, where such acts were capital offenses, someone would dare take the risk? The Elroy narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, Miss, you indeed show wisdom, and I don't want to offend you either. Almost considered letting you go, but from your demeanor, you're clearly no ordinary woman. I'm caught in a bind. If I release you, you'll surely come after me. Patty maintained a calm demeanor. Why would I? I'm just a woman who doesn't want to get involved in your affairs. Release us, and I promise there will be no further trouble. The Elroy laughed sardonically. Miss, do you think I, Li Mao, am that foolish? Patty shook her head. If you're smart, you'll release me. The Elroy asked curiously, why are you so confident? Patty explained composedly, firstly, we've never met before. You've abducted numerous women here without gagging them, meaning this place is extremely secluded. Even if we screamed, no one would hear us. Release us and move quickly. We wouldn't be able to find this place again. Secondly, even if you didn't say it, you can tell I'm no ordinary woman. If my family finds out someone has harmed me, you can imagine the consequences. Not releasing me means certain death for you. Gushed from Bennett's forehead as he fell. Bang. Another thunderclap. Yuri also fell. Others were almost frozen in terror. Good heavens. Broad daylight and thunder from the ground. It must be divine retribution for their misdeeds. Aishin, I don't want any witnesses. Linger, close your eyes, don't look. Patty felt a pang of sadness in her heart. What about her? Did they forget about her? Selena hastily covered her eyes. Flash. A flash of white light. Ronnie moved like a ghost, swiftly returning the sword to its sheath. The guards lay dead in pools of blood. Dorian complained, Aishin, why so bloody? Ronnie, young master, using immortal artifacts to turn them into Swiss cheese would be even bloodier. Be thankful. Thud. The Elroy collapsed like a dead dog. Butchers. All butchers. And now, heaven sent butchers? Hashtag end of chapter. Chapter 514. The Sterility Kick. Jerry received an order from the Tranquil Ruler and led the Qian Yo Guard to secure the area, prohibiting any entry or exit. The women captured by those henchmen were temporarily sent back to the Peach Blossom source. They would be registered individually and then escorted home. Selena was so frightened that her little face turned deathly pale. She refused to leave and insisted on staying by Elliot's side. Elliot smiled. This young man knows his place. Otherwise, things will get messy. He wriggled free of Ronnie's grip, straightened his clothes, and spoke arrogantly. Fine. Tell this Lee something about yourself. This favor will be remembered, and there will be rewards. At these words, Patty's face changed. She angrily snapped at Elliot. You dare! Elliot, Patty wouldn't let him speak, raging. Aren't you very powerful? How could you let him go? Don't let my Ling look down on you. Selena weakly interjected. Miss, young master isn't like that. Patty scolded. Ling, look what he's doing. Why do you still defend him? Selena firmly replied. I believe in young master. Patty went mad. Ling, why are you so foolish? She glared viciously at Elliot, saying, if you let him go, I'll report you to Donnie for collusion. Elliot was speechless. How did I collude? Let me finish my sentence. Forget it. Suddenly, Elliot burst into action, landing a punch on the Elroy's face. Thud. He flew back. PFF. He spat blood. And a few teeth. The man was dazed. What's going on? Why did he resort to violence without warning? Sir. This Lee. K off. Elliot rushed over, beating and kicking him relentlessly. I'll teach you this Lee. I won't let you keep your last name. You're not worthy. I'll beat you to death. The man was beaten mercilessly, becoming a bloody mess instantly. Bones snapped under the assault. The man cried out in agony, but soon became almost lifeless, barely able to breathe. Selena clapped in approval. Good hit, young master. Keep it up. Beat him to death. Patty, did I misunderstand him? It seemed he only said, oh, while the man kept talking nonstop. This is embarrassing. Seeing Selena suddenly turn so violent, was she influenced by bad company? Patty covered Selena's eyes. Ling, don't watch this. It's not suitable. Selena protested. No, it feels great to vent anger. Such people deserve it. Patty, you really hate evil clearly. Elliot stopped, stretched, and gave Selena a thumbs up. Great job, Ling. You have the spirit of a heroine. Selena blushed shyly. Young master. I'm not violent at all. Quite gentle actually. Patty rolled her eyes. So you finally realized it? What were you thinking earlier? Elliot didn't mind. Ling, being a heroine and being gentle aren't mutually exclusive. Want to teach him a lesson? Selena nodded vigorously. Then, she walked up to the Elroy, kicked him under Elliot's encouraging gaze. One kick stirred something inside her, and she started kicking non-stop. Elliot's face turned green. Holy crap. This girl is ruthless. Each kick aimed precisely at the man's vital parts. The man, initially half-conscious, woke up in pain. But another swift kick left him in unbearable agony, nearly losing consciousness again. Phew. Selena's power was formidable. Elliot felt a chill down below. This girl is fierce. Each kick was designed to end his lineage. It must be the legendary move, Sterility Kick. Admirable indeed. I admit defeat. Ronnie shuddered. This is brutal. Usually, one can't tell how fierce Ling is. This is definitely influenced by the young master. A good girl, alas. Elliot pulled Selena away, sweating nervously. Ling, leave him some breath. We need information. Selena hesitated. Just a few more hits. I haven't had enough yet. On the ground, the Elroy felt despair. More hits? Then I'm done for. Little girl, your kicks are too harsh. Who can bear this? Elliot, fearing the man might die under Selena's sterility kicks, signaled Ronnie urgently. Without hesitation, Ronnie grabbed the man and ran into a room, locking the door behind him. After a short while, Ronnie came out, looking grim, whispering something in Elliot's ear, too low for anyone else to hear. Elliot's face turned icy cold. Have Jerry sinned for Harris, Perry, old Gino, Ismail and my uncle? Ronnie immediately killed by Dorian and Ronnie. Braddock, upon hearing that his beloved daughter nearly suffered a terrible fate, was filled with an overwhelming desire to kill. Seething with rage, he grabbed Jerry by the collar and asked, who was the mastermind behind this? Jerry shook his head. Minister Tang, I was only responsible for security. The interrogation results from Ronnie and Marquis Ho are known only to them. I truly have no knowledge of anything else. Upon hearing this, Braddock felt a sudden unease in his heart. Among the five, he had the most interaction with Dorian, and thus the deepest understanding of him. Having been let down many times before, he knew Dorian's style well. Leaving with Wesley, Dorian and Ronnie must have gone to find the mastermind. This person's identity was surely extraordinary. Otherwise, Dorian wouldn't have acted personally, nor would it require all five of them to be present. The stakes were significant. With a heavy sigh, Braddock stomped his foot and said, Harris, you go to the palace and inform Donnie. I'll find the first Alvin. Andrew didn't ask why and left without delay. Nathan asked, what about the three of us? He wasn't familiar with Dorian. The whole situation involving the kidnapping seemed confusing to him. While he agreed the kidnappers deserved death, he couldn't understand why the first Alvin had made such a big scene. All he could vaguely sense was that his nephew might be up to something significant. Braddock sighed, Yona's old Gino, Ismail, if the first Alvin stirs up too much trouble and can't clean it up, you guys will need to step in. Helmet replied instantly, rest assured, I won't stand idly by. Bogdan also chimed in, regardless of who's involved, they deserve to die. I support the first Alvin's actions. Even if he tears the sky apart, I'll cover for him. Then they all turned their gaze toward Nathan. Anxious, Nathan protested, why are you looking at me? Let me tell you, that boy has to call me uncle. Bogdan calmly remarked, not blood-related. Nathan retorted angrily, that still makes me closer than you. Bogdan countered sharply, that's not certain. My second son is a student of the first Alvin. As they say, one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father, making the first Alvin also my son's father. Considering this relationship, am I not closer? Nathan sputtered in shock. It was the first time Bogdan had said something so shameless publicly, claiming your son's teacher as your son's father. If this spread, would you have any dignity left? Even if you wanted it, others might not grant it to you. Unafraid of tarnishing his reputation, Bogdan pressed on. Nathan coldly scoffed, Duke Kimming, stop jabbing at me indirectly. Let me speak plainly. I'm laying everything out. I support the first Alvin. And, being the highest-ranking official, face these risks every day. One misstep, and things could change drastically. The incident at Xuanwu Gate was a stark example. Such incidents weren't rare. Crawford's increasing suppression of the aristocratic clans could drive some to desperate measures. Just look at the previous dynasty's Josh for a clear warning. Braddock bowed to Nathan. With your assurance, I'm reassured. I'll go find the first Alvin. Nathan asked in surprise, do you know where he went? Braddock smiled faintly. Are the shadow guards here? This matter is serious. You should be following the first Alvin. Take me to him quickly. We can't let anything go wrong. Nathan was speechless. Never did he expect this move from Braddock. Suddenly, someone jumped down from the roof, saluting. Minister Tang, our people have been tracking the prince and left markers. I'll lead you there. Without another word, Braddock followed the shadow guard. Nathan pondered thoughtfully. Clearly, the protection of his nephew was all-encompassing. And what were the shadow guards? They were the Emperor's ace in the hole. Using them to protect this nephew showed just how much the Emperor cared. Immediately, Nathan and the other two decided. Helmet would return to the Ministry of Personnel to observe the court dynamics. Helmet would also prepare at the Tang Daily News, ready to publish articles supporting Dorian if necessary. Meanwhile, Bogdan stayed behind to protect the crime scene. Should questions arise, Bogdan would be the most authoritative and convincing voice in the court. Right then, at Han Wang's mansion, bang, a loud noise erupted. The mansion's main door was slammed open. Guards lay scattered on the ground. Han Wang Amadiakang, drinking wine, rushed over and pointed at the two standing figures, roaring, Dorian, I am your royal uncle. How dare you barge into my mansion, attacking my guards? Even the Emperor won't protect you. You'd better apologize now. I might forgive you. Dorian spat. Big foolish skin. Amadiakang. WEF. Am I the foolish skin? You barged into my mansion, yet you call me the fool? Dorian sneered. Big foolish skin. Just look who's here. Chapter 516. The sharpshooter is you. Alvin Amadiakang glanced at the barely alive Wesley, his brows twitching, and immediately denied. This prince does not know him. Who knew that Wesley would cry out, Your Highness, please save me. Amadiakang's face turned cold as he spat. You fool. If you didn't speak, no one would think you were a dead man. Trembling, Wesley wept and wailed. Your Highness, if I don't speak now, I may not die, but I will be worse than dead. Your Highness, quickly save me and get rid of these two scoundrels. Amadiakang bellowed in fury. Can you shut up even as you're dying? Play dead for this prince. Beside them, Dorian was speechless. This Han King truly lacked brains. No wonder, in history, he rebelled against Finleaf only to end up a prisoner within the blink of an eye. Some people are just born lacking intelligence. Can't he dared to dream of the imperial throne? Even if he sat on it, he'd be dead within days. Dorian stepped on Wesley's head and asked, I'll ask you once. If you know him, I'll let him go. If you say you don't, I'll kill him. Amadea King immediately said, don't know. Wesley's body went icy cold. Enraged, he shouted, Amadea King, you son of a bitch. I won't rest until I haunt you from beyond the grave. Seeing such insults, Amadea King's face contorted with anger. He coldly replied, this prince said I don't know him. Kill him then. But Dorian remained unperturbed. Wesley howled, you bastard. It was you who conspired with the Japanese, instructing me to kidnap women from Chang'an and hand them over to the Japanese. Amadea King picked up a knife from the ground and shouted, you dog, how dare you defame this prince? Well, dear nephew, since you hesitate, let me help kill him. Dorian warned, I advise you not to come near. Besides accidentally killing you, I also fear hitting your teeth all over the ground. Don't regret it later. Amadea King laughed haughtily. This prince is highly skilled. What can you do? Bang. Dorian raised his hand, and a thunderous sound echoed. Ah. Amadea King screamed in agony, kneeling down. His left knee had been shot through, blood gushing out. He rolled around on the ground, unable to bear the pain. Dorian. Damn it. What a surprise. Originally thought you were useless. Didn't expect you to be this pathetic. Though lacking in brain power, he was still supposed to be a fierce rebel leader in the future, right? At least he should show some brutality. Is that it? Dorian curled her lips, saying, I'm very disappointed in you. Amadea King moaned in agony upon hearing this, almost fainting, not knowing what hit his leg like a broken bone, and yet she's disappointed. What nonsense. At this moment, guards from other parts of the mansion ran over. As Amadea King continued his cries, he angrily ordered, beat him, but leave him alive. Ultimately, Dorian was still the child of Fin Leaf. Though Amadea King might be arrogant and foolish, he wasn't stupid enough to provoke her so openly. Asian, what a good opportunity. Try out the immortal weapon I gave you, Dorian suggested calmly. Ronnie was eager to try. Target practice every day, but it's no use because targets don't move like living people. If you're going to shoot a living person. Excitedly pulling out the weapon, Ronnie smiled and said, young master, Leah's been preparing for a long time. Just watch. Bang. A guard clutched his leg and fell. Bang bang. Two more guards cried out holding their bellies. Bang bang bang. Ronnie unleashed his barrage wildly. Guards were injured everywhere, but none mortally wounded. Within moments, the Han mansion was filled with thunderous noises and endless cries of pain. Amadea King was dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting his own pain. Holy heavens! What kind of weapon was that in his hands? It sounded like thunder when fired. It was unlike any terrifying hidden weapon known before. He claimed it to be an immortal weapon? Could it really be a divine weapon? If so, obtaining this weapon could grant him the empire effortlessly. Amadea King's mind danced with visions of grandeur, his mouth watering. By the time he regained his senses, the guards lay sprawled on the ground, not one standing. Except for moans, there were only more moans. Dorian complimented, Essien, you did well. Not killing anyone, merely incapacitating them. Your marksmanship has improved greatly. The sharpshooter is you. Embarrassed, Ronnie chuckled. Well, haha. Immortal weapons are also weapons. When one understands one understands all. Haha. How embarrassing. Lee aimed for fatal shots, but failed miserably. Thankfully, the young master misunderstood, or his face would have been thoroughly disgraced. Suddenly, someone rushed in. Seeing the scene, he stammered. It was Bradonk, who arrived late by several steps. Dorian looked back and sighed. Perry, you're a bit late. Bradonk. Did you plan my arrival precisely? Seeing Bradonk, Amadea King pretended to be lifeless, shouting, Sir Tang, you saw it. This bastard stormed my mansion and hurt me and countless guards. Bear witness before the Emperor. Bradonk stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, mumbling, oh, getting old, poor eyesight, deaf ears, and lost my way too. Amadea King. What bullshit. How shameless. Amadea King roared, Bradonk, you old dog, stop pretending. Bradonk bent to pick up a knife and said to Dorian, First Alvin, a mad dog wants to bite this old man. Any defensive action is understandable, right? With great effort, Dorian suppressed her laughter and responded formally, even killing him is understandable. Bradonk's face darkened. Would he dare? Amadea King's face turned green as he stuttered, Thernang, don't be reckless. This prince. Bang. Bradonk walked over, reversed the knife, and was an important government office in ancient China, responsible for foreign affairs and ceremonial functions. It is translated here as the Office of the Grand Reception, or sometimes referred to as Honglu Temple. For a more fluent and natural reading in English, I have opted for the Office of the Grand Reception. If you need the entire passage translated and edited, please provide the full text. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### studied by all neighboring barbarian tribes that came to pay tribute. In a nutshell, they would endure hardship just to save face. Bang! Several officials dressed in official attire, carrying Tang sabers, barged into the room. Who is the head envoy from Japan? Guillermo's heart skipped a beat. Finally, the silver is here. Sir, I am Guillermo, the head envoy from Japan. The leading official waved his hand coldly. Take him away. Two men immediately apprehended Guillermo. Koizumi, stunned, asked, Sir, are you not here to deliver the silver? The official spat. Deliver your mother's silver. You insignificant Japanese envoy dares to commit atrocities in our great Tang Empire. If not for the Fence Order, I would have chopped off your dog head right now. Koizumi's vision went black. If not for being restrained, he would have collapsed on the spot. What prince? How unreliable. Hashtag Peach Blossom Land. In a secluded courtyard, Amadeo, dressed in simple clothing and wearing a straw hat, was weeding the fields he personally tended to. This tranquil rural life brought him peace and comfort. After the incident at Xuanwu Gate, Amadeo thought he would be imprisoned in the palace until his death. But everything changed with Dorian's sudden appearance. He was very pleased with this eldest grandson. He had even secretly encouraged Dorian to seek the position of hawk. This wasn't to disrupt Crawford's family harmony. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, Amadeo understood one fundamental truth. Virtue unaligned with position will inevitably lead to disaster. He did not want his grandson Eldon to suffer the same fate as his eldest son, Unkit. Back then, he hated his second son for killing his elder and younger brothers, sparing only the women. But now, after calming down, Amadeo also understood the plight of his second son. Whether or not he sought the throne, the people from Qin Wangfu would push him to that position to avoid being slaughtered by his eldest brother. Such was the tragedy of royal blood. Dorian approached, standing silently beside the field, watching the old man work without uttering a word. Amadeo, sensing someone, turned back and smiled. Eldest grandson, why have you come? Thud. Dorian knelt down and kowtowed deeply. Amadeo was taken aback. He had never seen his eldest grandson behave like this. Dorian felt a twinge of guilt. This old man had always been kind to him. Fate had twisted their paths. He himself had uncovered the treachery of his father-in-law. Moreover, this plot involved the Japanese envoy. Crawford could not ignore it. Furthermore, Lincoln was a man who cherished pride. While he might do nothing about the Japanese envoy, Alvin Han Amadiakang was doomed. Indirectly, Dorian had condemned Amadiakang to death. A parent's love is unconditional. What would Amadeo think? How would he react? Dorian had no idea. This was an elderly man who had already lost one son, and might soon lose another. It was cruel but necessary. Amadiakang deserved death. Moreover, Dorian wanted him dead. Eventually, Amadiakang would fail in rebellion and be executed by Crawford. Why not end it now? Seeing the confession in Dorian's hand, Amadeo asked, eldest grandson, what is it? Dorian nodded gravely. Amadeo sighed, could it be one of my disobedient sons is involved? Dorian said nothing but handed over the confession. Amadeo read it, his hands trembling. Monster. His face twitched in fury. Beast. Beast. You sought power for yourself, and I stayed out of it. But you harmed. Power is hard, but maintaining it is harder. Dorian replied dryly, old sir, what you're doing? Amadeo chuckled sadly. They are all my descendants. It pains me. Rather than face our family's curse, let's choose a worthy successor for your second uncle. Dorian touched his nose. You must be mistaken. I'm worthless. My biggest dream is to lay flat. Amadeo said calmly, your second uncle didn't intend to rebel either initially. Dorian was speechless. After so long, he was still pushing him forward? Most infuriatingly, it was Amadeo urging him to ascend. Amadeo sternly said, a ruler must make decisive decisions. For the sake of the great Tang Empire, anyone can die. This is my advice. Then, ignoring Dorian, he resumed weeding. Dorian, do you need to be so tough, old sir? That was real blood, not saliva. You're in excellent health. And now you offer advice, which translates to deadly words. Dorian left with mixed feelings. Hanwang, you lying scoundrel. Old sir wants you dead. I'll lend a hand. Since you've plotted for so long, evidence must abound. No need to trouble old sir. I'll find it myself. Translation provided aims to maintain the original tone, structure, and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 5:18. This is the evidence of Alvin Han's treason. The Grand Council Court. Guillermo was tied to a pillar, his eyes covered. Beside him sat a wooden bucket of rice and a funnel filled with water. Koizumi shouted, what are you going to do? You can't treat me like this. I am an envoy from Japan. You have a saying in your great country, in war, envoys must not be killed. Besides, my country is a vassal of your Tang Dynasty, and we haven't even declared war yet. As he spoke, Koizumi began to urinate uncontrollably. The jailer recoiled in disgust. Ira had intended to try out Dorian's new interrogation methods himself, but quickly realized that it wouldn't come to that. Just then, Koizumi cried, Your Excellency, spare my life. I confess, please let me see the fin. Ira's expression darkened. This dog was taking responsibility for crimes committed. Begin. Ira ordered. A guard slashed at Koizumi's wrist. What are you doing? Koizumi panicked. No one responded as blood dripped into the bucket. After a moment, Koizumi's face turned pale like a dead man's, pleading, Your Excellency, I confess, it's all true. These are orders from our fin. Please stop the bleeding, save me. The confession was duly recorded and confirmed with a signature. Ira then drew a knife. The guards protested, Your Excellency, don't. Ira replied coldly, This is enough. He can die now. Koizumi screamed, Your Excellency, I've confessed everything. Have mercy. Go to hell. Ira's eyes were bloodshot as he swung the knife down. With 2 strikes, he severed Koizumi's arm and ear. Ghostly screams filled the prison. Finally, silence prevailed. Furious and grim-faced, Ira left the dungeon, holding the confession. Outside, Ethan Sherman awaited, alongside Nathan and others. The Emperor's face was cold and menacing, gripping his teacup until it nearly shattered. You don't trust me, the Emperor muttered, visibly upset. He sighed and handed over the confession, saying, Go interrogate Alvin Han. Ira proceeded to Alvin Han Amadiakang's cell. Amadiakang looked haggard, his leg wound bandaged but the bullet still inside. Ira addressed him, Alvin Han, to avoid further pain, confess now. Amadiakang roared, Ira, you dare torture me? Do you know who I am? Don't blame me for what comes next, Ira warned. Amadiakang was bound and blindfolded just like Koizumi. Within minutes, he too confessed. Ira removed the blindfold and revealed that the dripping sound was only water from the funnel. Son of a bitch. Amadiakang cursed. You tricked me. You'll regret this. Doesn't matter. I'm the son of the former Finn, the brother of the current Finn. What can you do to me? Ira sighed. He wasn't afraid of Amadiakang's threats. Understanding Ethan Sherman's character, he knew that Alvin Han might face imprisonment rather than execution, which seemed too lenient given the crime. Taking a deep breath, Ira spat on Amadiakang before rushing off to report to the Emperor. Upon arrival, he fell to his knees, a gesture reserved for grave situations. Ethan Sherman interrupted him. Ira, don't push me. Ira, removing his official hat, insisted, Your Majesty, how many times has Alvin Han conspired with the Japanese to harm Tang women? If we don't execute him, the people will demand justice. Nathan stepped forward. Kill him. Helmet and Bogdan echoed. He must die. Braydonk gritted his teeth. He deserves death. Andrew added, Your Majesty, we're watching. Ethan Sherman, not angry, simply replied, Do you think I don't want to? But this alone isn't enough reason to kill him. Just then, a guard rushed in. Your Majesty, officials request an audience. Let them in, the Emperor ordered. It turned out that Dorian brought in an iron box. Put it down, Dorian instructed. Rolling up his sleeves, he gestured towards the box. Here comes the divine artifact. Everyone knew Dorian could summon lightning to strike anyone he pointed at. They backed away cautiously. Dorian prepared to unveil the contents, signaling the gravity of the situation. Bang! A thunderclap startled Ira, who was kneeling on the ground. The lock on the iron box had fallen off. Without even looking inside, Dorian stated confidently, Father, this is the evidence of Alvin Han's treason. It contains all his correspondences with those involved in the plot. Everyone. Is this real or not? Could this just be a show, to give the Emperor a way out? The crowd exchanged skeptical glances, uncertain whether to believe what they were witnessing. Chapter 519. Finn Leaf makes a vow. The Grand Court of Justice. The prison. A guard brought in a wooden tub prepared for bathing and a set of imperial robes. Alvin Jesus boasted, Call Storm over. I warned him long ago, but he wouldn't listen. At that moment, Storm walked into the prison, carrying a jug of wine. Then, he placed the wine on the old desk in the cell. Alvin Jesus barked, Storm, kneel before me. Storm's eyes looked at him as if he were a fool. After a moment's thought, Why bother? I can't be bothered to stoop to your level. Storm calmly said, Alvin Han, please get ready for your bath and change clothes. Alvin Jesus snorted. Kneel down and beg me? If you don't beg me, I'll just sit here and won't leave. Storm. You want to leave? Alvin Jesus raved. Storm, kneel and give me 10 or 8 kowtows, and I promise I will overlook your past actions. Storm didn't want to deal with this buffoon and turned to the guards behind him. Bring out the items. A guard brought an iron box and placed it on the desk. In an instant, Alvin Jesus' eyes almost popped out, and his breathing became labored, like a chick being choked. He was more familiar with this iron box than anyone else. It belonged to him. Evidence. Letters from officials within the court and local officials, including one from the former emperor, explicitly mentioning his refusal to support Alvin Jesus' rebellion attempts, even advising against such actions. Initially, these pieces of evidence were intended to threaten others, but unexpectedly, they turned into a double-edged sword, hurting the enemy by 1,000, while injuring himself by 800. He, Alvin Han, Amadeo Chong, was done for. Though still alive, death was imminent. The bathing and changing clothes were mere formalities before death. As for the wine, it was only the last semblance of dignity. Poison wine. Finn Leaf wanted to poison him. No, to make him poison himself. I refuse to accept this. Alvin Jesus broke down, collapsing into a heap of despair. Leaf, by killing me, do you plan to kill our father next? Ha ha ha. How will the people of the world view you? Thud. Alvin Jesus fell to his knees, grabbing Storm's legs. Sir Dwight, please tell the Finn what I just said, and then I'll die, okay? Storm expressionlessly replied, Alvin Han, you're wasting your efforts. Who says the Finn plans to kill the former Finn? A dying man shouldn't speak rashly. Alvin Jesus shook his head. I don't believe it. He is not that kind of person. He is not. Suddenly, a cold and authoritative voice came. Jesus, do you know how I found out about your intentions to rebel? It was Finn Leaf entering. Storm ordered the guards, leave us. Then, he too withdrew. What followed should be witnessed in private. Alvin Jesus' face paled in shock. Finn Leaf calmly stated, how you thought and acted has been clear to me all along. But, I wasn't aware of this evidence. Alvin Jesus asked in disbelief, who gave you the evidence? Was it him? Before he could finish, his face turned pale, muttering under his breath. No wonder. Father refused me. You, favoritism. Alvin Jesus angrily roared. Why does father never see me? Always the eldest brother. Always you, but never me. Finn Leaf rebuked. Because you are nothing but a failure. Look at what you've become now. Could you possibly rule this empire? Alvin Jesus retorted. If you can do it, why can't I? Finn Leaf opened his mouth, then closed it without a word, turning to leave the prison. If Alvin Han doesn't wish to, help him. Suddenly, 2 shadow guards appeared in the prison. Alvin Jesus looked grim. He had lost even before starting, and it was the former Finn who betrayed him. His purpose was to provide a reason for his certain death, offering Tang women in exchange for favors with the Japanese. This alone demanded his death. However, this reason wasn't enough for Finn Leaf. The former Finn provided another reason. Son. Hatred. Alvin Jesus laughed bitterly, pouring a cup of wine shakily, then dropped it in fear. The shadow guard stepped forward. Alvin Han, if you do not want this dignity, we shall have to assist you. Don't come closer. Go away. Get lost, go far away. Walk off. Leave me. Outside the prison, the shadow guard reported, Your Majesty, Alvin Han is gone. Finn Leaf nodded emotionlessly, turning to Nathan and others, announced to the world that Alvin Han died suddenly. Nathan asked, shocked, Your Majesty, did Alvin Han attempt to rebel? Finn Leaf sternly replied, Alvin Han died suddenly. Nathan remained silent. Others didn't dare utter a word. Finleaf had made up his mind. Ultimately, he considered the feelings of the former Fin. But the sudden death of Alvin Han would bring much slander upon Finleaf, intolerable for someone striving to be a great emperor. Khan. Despite knowing the consequences, he arranged it thus. Later, Finleaf went to Peach Blossom Land and met Amadeo. Without a word, he knelt on both knees and vowed with clenched teeth, I swear, I will make the Tang Dynasty's name immortal in history. If I break this vow, may I be struck down by heaven and earth. Bang. Finleaf firmly knocked his head on the ground and stood up, leaving. Amadeo sat still, tears streaming down his face. Royal family. This is the royal family. Immediately after, Finleaf summoned Minister of Works Hamlin to commence the construction of the Great Ming Palace. Hamlin understood Finleaf's motives but still had to say, Your Majesty, the treasury may not be sufficient to fund the construction of the Great Ming Palace. Finleaf declared decisively, revenue from the Supermall and Peach Blossom Land's glass industry will be used entirely for this project. Hamlin bowed, as you command. Meanwhile, Nathan and others were summoned again to Ganlu Palace. Dared to harm Tang Dynasty women. We must annihilate their country. Crawford was touched. No wonder he was the emperor's son. His thoughts aligned with the emperor's. However, personal opinions were far from enough when it came to national affairs. Ronnie continued, Young Master said there are 2 reasons for attacking Japan. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall perked up their ears. However, Ronnie remained silent. Andrew urged, Minister Lee, continue speaking. Ronnie replied awkwardly, Young Master only said this much. He didn't tell me anything further. Everyone. You said there were 2 reasons, then paused dramatically? Do you want to be strangled to death? In an instant, a chill ran down Ronnie's spine. Oh my god. I knew saying this would make these people want to kill someone. Young Master, you're too mischievous. Crawford, understanding what was going on, said, Let's go to the Peach Blossom Spring. Everyone. Why is this crown prince so fond of creating suspense? Peach Blossom Spring. Dorian was playing with a model of a sea ship. When Crawford and Nathan arrived, they found Bowden already there. Dorian had long asked Ronnie to invite Minister of Works Bowden earlier. At this moment, Dorian was explaining the details of the sea ship. Bowden listened intently. Meanwhile, Dorian brought out the blueprints for building the sea ship. Bowden became Crawford. Everyone. They sort of understood. Compte. They felt like they hadn't quite grasped it. Bowden excitedly added, Once completed, it will be 44 zhang long and 18 zhang wide. Nathan couldn't help but interrupt. Minister Yin, do you really think such a massive sea ship is feasible? Bowden stared, retorting, Why wouldn't it be? Do you think it's impossible because you're the Minister of Works? Or one of the craftsmen? Let me tell you, since you're not part of the Ministry of Works, don't speak without knowledge. Nathan choked, coughing. What insolence, old man. Bowden continued enthusiastically. For the ship structure, Hawk has invented new fasteners like iron staples, clamps, and nails that allow the ship to be easily assembled using various types of nails and reinforced clamps. More importantly, this ship uses hard sails combined with rotating oars as its power source. The ship primarily relies on wind-powered sails and oarsmen. The sails use a rigid structure with reinforcing strips, which, although heavier and more difficult to raise, offer exceptionally high wind efficiency, increasing speed. The mast doesn't have fixed crossbeams, allowing for flexible adjustments to wind changes and efficient use of wind from multiple directions. Different from regular oars, the treasure ship has long oars installed on both sides and the stern. These long oars penetrate deeper into the water, requiring multiple crew members to operate. They rotate halfway submerged, maintaining significant speed even in windless conditions, and have less water exposure outside the hull, making them suitable. Asked, Gentlemen, how do you plan to deal with Guillermo, that beast? Everyone remained silent. Crawford pondered aloud. Guillermo must die. Dorian shook his head. No, not just him. Those orchestrating behind the scenes must also die. Crawford questioned, Son, what do you mean? Dorian spoke with lethal conviction. The Japanese intend to kidnap our Tang Dynasty women to change their inferior race. Treating our citizens as mere tools requires that they pay the ultimate price, their nation's annihilation. Crawford candidly replied, I understand your sentiments, but this matter isn't so simple. Dorian chuckled. War, ultimately, is about interests. Today, let me show you something. Warfare doesn't mean losing money. Only fools lose money in war. Crawford was stunned. Others looked baffled. Waging war, and still expecting to make a profit? Is this some fantasy? The chapter effectively maintains the tone and style of the original text, ensuring fluency and coherence in English while preserving the structural elements. Chapter 521. The White-Bearded Old Man. Dorian asked out of the blue. Are the envoys from what country to our Tang Dynasty generous in their dealings? Are all the people who come here very open-handed? The court officials looked bewildered. Holmes, they are quite generous. This is just a small nation, trying to keep up appearances despite its meager resources. Dorian asked again. Do the what people habitually use silver as currency? The court officials were speechless. Who would know this? What strange questions these are. Dorian smiled mysteriously and said, What country may be barren, but that's only relatively speaking. What has many volcanoes and earthquakes, but it's rich in minerals. Not counting iron ore, it's practically a treasure for the what people. However, they have a significant amount of silver. As he spoke, he pulled out a small booklet. Everyone's eyes lit up. Whenever Dorian took out such a booklet, the contents were invariably invaluable. Dorian continued calmly. Inside is the map marking silver mine locations within what country, already annotated by me. Now, with Ascari as the head of the what country delegation, how does the court plan to handle it? Andrew pondered and said, Your Highness, regarding these silver mines. Dorian laughed. I can guarantee that even the what people themselves do not fully understand the exact distribution of the silver mines. This was quite an exaggeration. Could he know more about their island than they do? Impossible. Dorian intoned profoundly. It's time for me to reveal everything. Since all of you are trustworthy, I believe you won't spread this around. The crowd. Reveal what? What on earth? What are you going to do? Dorian leisurely said. Tell me. Why do I have so many extraordinary ideas in my head? Crawford proudly replied. Isn't it obvious? You're of royal blood. It can't be wrong. Everyone looked disdainful. Dorian smirked too. Crawford, Dorian said lightly, when I was young, I had a dream about Adrian who told me many inexplicable things. But most of it sounded too far-fetched, and much of it was incomprehensible. Later, as I grew older, I came to realize the wonders of those things. At this point, he touched his nose and demonstrated godlike acting skills. Before I knew my father was the Fin of Tang, I dared not experiment with these things, lest the court deemed me a freak and opened my head to see what was inside. This comment made everyone uncomfortable. They represented the court. Crawford snorted coldly. I know your nature, revengeful to the last. Regardless of how much you detest the people's actions, this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Warfare is a dangerous tool. It can't be decided rashly, not even by me, as the ruler. Crawford took a deep breath and said, I hate the donghua to the core, yet I still hesitate to take military action against them. Dorian shook his head disappointedly. Father, I didn't expect you wouldn't trust me. Well, let's look at this then. Without myself. Besides, the Firelock's manufacturing techniques, along with the treasure ship designs, were taught by the Adrian. The crowd. Silence fell. Speechless. They had nothing to say. This couldn't be processed. Slap. Frederick's face was slapped. Immediately, Frederick shouted angrily, Good one, Andrew. Daring to hit me, daring to slap me. Andrew grabbed his hand and exclaimed, We're not dreaming. Old schemer. Cough, Brother Fooey. We are not dreaming. Frederick. Why dreaming suddenly? Why did I feel like you hit me intentionally, purposely taking revenge, and calling me an old schemer? You're pretty cunning yourself. Bowden looked excitedly at Dorian and asked, Alvin, do you have any other amazing things? Dorian steeled himself and replied, Sure. But inside, he felt confident. Even if I don't, the system does, right? Though the system rarely surfaces, it can produce some good stuff every now and then. With it, I'm unbeatable. The Adrian, the system, in a way. Believe it or not. Thud. Bowden knelt down. Smack. Jaws dropped. What are you doing, old yen? Scared silly by the Adrian? Quite intimidating indeed. For centuries, people have spoken of divine beings, but no one has ever seen one. Except Dorian himself, no one else has seen the Adrian. Comte, Dorian's numerous inventions have proven beneficial. Whistle. The more I think, the more possible it seems. Crawford, as the Tang Emperor, composed himself and asked, Those sweet potatoes and potatoes? Dorian immediately replied, Given to me by the Adrian. Crawford. Crowd. No doubt it's a divine being. Dorian must be a disciple of a divine being. Must be. Otherwise, while things like water wheels and curved plows might be understandable, who has ever seen sweet potatoes and potatoes for so long? Comte Dorian brought them out effortlessly. Confirmed divinity. Suddenly, Crawford sternly ordered, Today's event is strictly confidential. Even a word mentioned outside will cause trouble. Everyone tensed up. This matter is serious. Bowden was particularly speechless. Wait, I'm still kneeling here. Don't interrupt me. At his age, a distinguished minister kneels before the prince. It feels very awkward. Dorian finally asked, Secretary Yin, what are you doing? Bowden almost burst into tears. Finally noticing me. It's been a hard day. Highness, I wish to be your disciple. Isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Great learners come first. Moreover, as the disciple of a divine being, you shouldn't worry about my qualification. How could he, cough, how could he learn his teacher's divine knowledge? It's worth it. Dorian counted on his fingers. Dev is the eldest, Hubert is second, Price is third, and Atlee is fourth. So, Minister Yin, you'll be fifth. Mac respectfully said, Your disciple, Mac, greets master. Dorian commanded, Rise, disciple. Ha ha ha. Feels great. Even the mighty Minister of Works is now my disciple. What do you think about that? With such a disciple, finding artisans to bring my creative ideas to life will be much easier. That's the main reason Dorian took Mac as a disciple. The secondary reason was naturally for future considerations. Having the Minister of Works as his disciple would ensure no one dared touch him. Using cross-era technology, the Ministry of Works would shine brilliantly in the future. This is the foundation for survival. Dorian had already started laying plans for a peaceful and prosperous future. After all, he was a wild card in this history. He knew the fates of others who had left their mark on history. But for himself, everything was uncertain. That was nerve-wracking. Knowing the power struggles within the royal family over the throne. It never stopped. Damn, this made him slightly anxious. Thus, only significant achievements would make others hesitate before harming him. However, he forgot whether Crawford would choose him for the crown prince position. Ethan G belonged to a different timeline without Dorian. Just an illusion, definitely. At that moment, Crawford asked gravely, Can you guarantee this silver mine exists? Dorian responded, I don't know. Not only Crawford but everyone else felt like throttling Dorian. Listen to this. Clearly, he hadn't been severely punished enough. Moments ago, he spoke with confidence. Now he says he doesn't know. How fitting. Dorian deflected. The bearded old man told me this. Everyone choked. The bearded old man should be reliable. Crawford asked, What do you think, ministers? Andrew sternly stated, This Koisaburo must face justice. Helmet also sneered, He plotted against our people. He deserves death. Bogdan agreed, Indeed. Bradonk nodded, I believe the Alvin isn't making baseless claims. At least, the immortal can be trusted. Dorian. Perry, give you another chance to rephrase that. Immortal can be trusted? Shouldn't it be the young master? Forget it. I dug my own grave. Mac said, With master's treasure ship design, I can build 2 medium-sized ships within a month. Others gaped. 2 ships in a month? Amazing. If they didn't know Mac well, they'd think he was boasting. Nathan simplified. If the silver mine is real, why not attack? Others nodded in agreement. But Dorian sighed. Disgusting. Crawford snapped. What nonsense are you spouting? The next day, the Dali Temple publicized Koisaburo's crimes and executed several Japanese servants serving Koisaburo. Meanwhile, ### chapter 523. The Tang Dynasty declares war. Koisaburo, the deputy envoy of the Japanese mission, was at the Office of Protocol, hoping to meet with the head of the office, Wang Lied, in order to request an audience with Fin Kyle. This time, things had blown up big. One misstep, and his position as deputy envoy would be jeopardized. At that moment, Hubert, holding an imperial edict, arrived at the Office of Protocol. He kicked Koisaburo down with a single foot and tossed the edict at him. Koisaburo shakily opened the edict, only to feel dizzy and almost faint upon reading it. What kind of imperial edict was this? It was a declaration of war. The Tang Dynasty was condemning Japan's despicable actions and officially declaring its intention to attack Japan to uphold justice for its people. The Tang Dynasty had declared war. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Koisaburo was overwhelmed with remorseful tears. He had not been unaware of what Guillermo had done. Moreover, these actions were on the orders of the Fin. This was another secret objective of their mission to the Tang Dynasty. He should have advised the Fin. The Tang Dynasty couldn't be provoked. Please note that I maintained the same paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text, ensuring continuity with the previous content. ### chapter 523. Hubert, are you afraid of death? Unexpectedly, Hubert did not leave just yet. Instead, he waved his hand and ordered, go in and search. Archer despaired and was filled with dread. Search? Why more searching? It's endless. No, even I can't return alive now. Damn the heavens. Moments later, a few boxes were brought out. Archer's heart pounded as he struggled to rise, wailing bitterly, Your Excellency, what is this about? These things inside are perfectly clean. We brought them from Wugwa, absolutely spotless. Hubert smiled coldly and asked, You say they're clean? Archer nodded repeatedly. Phew. Hubert spat in his face and angrily said, You people from Wugwa have eaten dog bile, daring to harm women of our Tang Dynasty. This silver is for your dirty dealings, isn't it? Tears and snot streaming down his face, Archer prostrated on the ground and kept kowtowing. Your Excellency, this lowly one is wronged. This lowly one did not know. At that moment, he was so terrified that he did not forget to call himself a lowly one. Otherwise, if the Tang official was displeased, they might kill him without any place to appeal. Besides, he knew about the vile deeds done by Scott. Hubert said with a smile, Archer, since you don't know, then let me tell you. This money is black, used for unlawful purposes. As for what, there's no need for me to elaborate further, right? Archer nearly choked to death, lying on the ground wishing to cry until he died. What nonsense. Such foul-mouthed talk. I truly am a despicable person. What rotten reasons aren't I giving them a handle to attack us? Let me die. No, 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 I must live. Money is an external matter. I cannot die. Hubert asked calmly, Archer, are you still certain that these boxes contain nothing but clean items? Archer's laugh was uglier than crying, saying, Your Excellency, this lowly one didn't know, completely unaware. Hubert nodded, walked over to the boxes with hands behind his back, opened a wooden chest, and revealed piles of white silver. Picking up a few pieces casually, he threw them at Archer. Vice Envoy, I am also kind-hearted. Given our acquaintance, these few pieces of silver will serve as your travel expenses. Archer picked up the pieces, feeling both pained and grateful, saying, This lowly one thanks Your Excellency. How kind of you. The people of Tang are too kind. They even provide travel expenses. I am ashamed. Hubert then turned sternly. I merely asked, shouldn't you have replied thank you, Your Majesty? You directly agreed when I asked if you agree. Fortunately, you're Armando's son and a student of my son. Otherwise, you'd better go back to farming, damn it. You won't even be good at farming, just a wastrel. Finleaf held back his anger and added, I will transfer you to the Ministry of Rights and elevate you to Vice Minister. Puff. Hubert held back. Proper court etiquette be damned. Vice Minister of Rights, that's a 4th-rank position. How old is he even? It's like a pie falling from the sky. On the spot, Hubert gasped aloud, Your Majesty, are you playing with me? Finleaf rubbed his forehead. You little brat, besides my sons, only you dare speak mindlessly before me. Finleaf felt utterly powerless. Armando, how did you raise such a son? Useless. To prevent Hubert from making another mess, Finleaf hurriedly explained, Listen carefully. Although you are elevated to Vice Minister of Rights, you needn't manage the affairs of the ministry. Hubert was dumbfounded, asking, Your Majesty, what does this mean? Finleaf patiently explained, This is also your master's intention. He mentioned it concerns our war against Wugwa. The specifics, ask your master. Afterwards, if you wish to retract your agreement, I'll give you one chance. Hubert was even more dumbfounded. Dorian snapped, Shut up. Master was taught by a bearded old man in dreams. Your father knows this. But remember, keep this secret, or else, official Do will kill you. Hubert promised quickly, Master, my tongue isn't nimble, but regarding this, I'll be extremely tight-lipped. Speaking, he seemed to recall something, staring at Dorian with shining eyes and drooling slightly. Dorian. Does this kid think of Meihong Hollison Xiaotsue? Chapter 524, 2 Iron Balls. Cough, cough, cough. Dorian cleared his throat and spoke seriously, Hubert, if you wish to become a marquis or a chancellor in this life, forget about becoming a chancellor, but becoming a marquis might still be possible. So, your master has arranged for you to become a deputy minister of rights. However, this is just a title. There's more work ahead for you. Perhaps you won't die, perhaps. Thud. Hubert immediately knelt down fearlessly and said, Master, whatever instructions you have, just say it directly. I will complete the task even if it costs me my life. Dorian didn't expect this child to be so simple-minded yet decisive. He replied lightly, A month from now. our great Tang army will launch an attack on Japan to uphold justice for our oppressed citizens. At that time, you will serve as our envoy and, when necessary, condemn the Japanese. Are you willing? Hubert answered loudly, I will not fail my mission. Go home and tell your father and see if he agrees. I understand. I take my leave. Hubert shivered all the way home. Just as Lloyd had returned from court, he saw this disobedient son acting like this and walked over, kicking him in the buttocks without hesitation. Hubert was kicked onto the ground. He was just about to get up, shouting, Who dares kick me, father? Lloyd, furious with a red face, began slapping him. Slaps came from both sides. The force was full-bodied. Smack, smack, smack. While slapping, he cursed. You little rabbit brat, are you trying to defy me? Smack, smack, smack. Hubert couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Do you think who's your father? Smack, smack, smack. Hubert. Father, wait, give me a chance to speak. Do you want to be your father's father? You rebellious son. I will beat you to death. Smack, smack, smack. Hubert was in tears. This foul mouth finally suffered a loss, beaten by none other than his own father. Speaking unclearly made it too easy to get beaten. Only after Lloyd caught his breath did he stop, for he wasn't in the best health and was panting heavily. Hubert's face was visibly swollen. Pain? No. Impossible. Numb. How could it hurt? Sniffing and arguing. Ah, spit. And neither can your master. You need to take care of yourself. Hubert knelt down and bowed deeply, saying, Father, though I may lack the ability to be a chancellor, I have the ambition to be a marquis. Elder brother became head of the firearms bureau. As master's disciple, I don't want to disgrace him. That master thought of me means he trusts me. I want to be the deputy minister of rights. Lloyd nodded, realizing his son had grown up. Maybe they wouldn't have to worry so much in the future. Peach Blossom Land. Dorian muttered to himself, giving this task to anyone else would make me nervous. Only someone as clueless as Hubert can unexpectedly play a significant role. At the same time, Hubert sneezed and immediately came to Peach Blossom Land to report his decision to Dorian. Dorian only advised, there aren't any specific plans right now, but remember, don't learn the bureaucratic ways, keep your roguish nature. Hubert. What does that mean? Can I grow up a bit? Seeing Hubert hesitate, Dorian sternly said, if you lose your roguish nature, I'll break your dog legs. Hubert. It's so hard. For some time afterward, Minister of Works Enoch frequently traveled between the Ministry of Works and Peach Blossom Land to consult Dorian on shipbuilding. After discussion, Dorian agreed the design of the treasure ships was too large. Not only would it be costly in terms of time, labor, and money, but it would also be wasteful for the naval battle against Japan. Thus, he had the size of the treasure ship designs. Meanwhile, Crawford denounced Japan's despicable actions at court. All the officials were outraged. Though this wasn't the moment to address the Emmanuel River Alliance humiliation, subduing Japan seemed like nothing more than a drop of water. The only difficulty was the ships. Enoch stepped forward, holding a model of the treasure ship, explaining its advanced technology in the Taiji Palace. With the naval issue resolved, all the officials were eager to fight. Japan must be defeated. Eliminate them. The Tang Daily detailed Japan's wicked actions and published Crawford's declaration of war. The common folk were equally outraged by Japan's actions and supported the military action. This time, the Tang Academy of Natural Sciences opened. Most of the students were from Peach Blossom Land. Dorian had his selfish reasons and felt forced. Firstly, for the Academy's future development, the first batch of students must be trustworthy. Only the children of Peach Blossom Land could be trusted, and they consistently followed Dorian's arrangements. These children were the most precious seeds for the Tang Academy of Natural Sciences. Secondly, Dorian knew some people might try to infiltrate the Academy to gather intelligence, like the aristocratic clans. Now, the aristocratic clans couldn't ignore Dorian's existence. This 15-year-old youth had become a thorn in their side. If left untouched, they'd never be at ease. But to remove him, Dorian's contributions with sweet potatoes and potatoes saved countless lives in Tang. Such immense credit made no one dare act rashly. One misstep, and they risked drowning in public outcry. At the opening ceremony of the Tang Academy of Natural Sciences, Dorian didn't invite anyone, but Nathan and others attended on their own. Donald, as deputy dean, gave a speech. With this leader of scholars supporting the academy, those planning to criticize it had no choice but to remain silent. If even the National College's chief supervisor supports it, what could they do? From this day onward, the Tang Academy of Natural Sciences officially opened. At the opening ceremony, Dorian announced an interesting experiment. Gentlemen, the Tang Academy of Natural Sciences focuses on natural principles. So, I thought of something intriguing. If we drop 2 iron balls of different sizes from the same height, which one do you think will hit the ground first? Someone was about to speak. Dorian smiled and said, ladies and gentlemen, don't speak yet. Regarding this question, I plan to conduct an experiment on the city walls of the Imperial Palace. The court has already agreed to this. Everyone is welcome to come and watch. Everyone. Apart from which ball would land first, conducting an elder brother often plays such games. I could follow suit. If it goes well, it might also solve my financial woes. Last time when my elder brother opened a gambling ring, I lost terribly. Summon someone to set up a gambling ring. The Donghua commandant had no choice but to follow Jamar's order. However, he knew they must act covertly, not making a big deal out of it. Alvin Dorian can openly start a gambling ring since he's just a secondary son. But who is Jamar? The illustrious hawk of the Tang Dynasty. If word gets out, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the world? The Donghua commandant wore a tragic face, looking as if he had lost his own parents. As the head of the Donghua commandants and serving the hawk, Blake's heart was conflicted. Although, once the hawk ascends to the throne, he would naturally become the general of the Qianyo Guard. But Blake didn't feel confident at all. With a troubled heart, Blake, the Donghua commandant, came to a tavern belonging to the hawk. At this moment, Hawk Jamar realized how important money was. Without money, even as a prince, Crawford was still in his prime. Who would play along with him? And there was Dorian watching from the sidelines. He was isolated and vulnerable. How pitiful. When Blake established the gambling ring and made it public, a servant rushed back in panic. Master, something's wrong? Confused, Blake asked, what happened? The servant replied, many people in the city have started their own gambling rings, and even the 3 clans and 5 aristocratic families are involved. Blake's heart sank. If the 3 great clans, Bowling Chui, Qing He Chui, Zhao Junli, Pedro Xiao Pedro, and Long Elevenly, were involved, even if the gambling ring won, would the Hawk get any profit? These families operated their rings openly. The Hawk had to do it secretly. The influence difference was vast. Water Army. Right. Water Army. Blake remembered the Water Army method mentioned by the Hawk, originating from Dorian. Immediately, Blake gathered the servants and had them find idle people in Chang'an to mobilize the Water Army per the Hawk's instructions. Meanwhile, the heads of the 3 clans and 5 aristocratic families were in despair. They had been too hasty in setting up the gambling ring. Betting on the larger ball landing first, the odds were 10-1. Betting on the smaller ball landing first, the odds were even. After the last time Dorian ran a gambling ring, many lost heavily and learned their lesson. But this doesn't mean the people lacked intelligence. 2 iron balls of different sizes dropping from the same height. The bigger one would land first. Con. No one placed bets. Betting means risking money. Without bets, the gambling ring became pointless. The 3 clans and 5 aristocratic families' ring went untouched, humiliatingly. Furthermore, they discovered the Hawk had set up a gambling ring too. Just as they planned to take advantage of Dorian, the opportunity vanished before it began. So frustrating. In Peach Blossom Spring, several iron balls of varying sizes were prepared and placed together. Price looked worried. So miserable. Originally, it was supposed to be Dorian's father, Crawford, conducting the experiment. However, perhaps Dorian didn't want his father to lose face. After all, he is the Fin of the Tang Dynasty. To do something so frivolous, was it appropriate? Therefore, Dorian targeted this disciple. Dorian earnestly instructed, good disciple, your master already gave you a chance to go down in history last time. But after some thought, those historians may not value such events. So, I found another excellent opportunity, guaranteed to make you a name in history. While it's not unprecedented, it will be epic-making. Price was almost in tears. Truly, being manipulated. Again, Dorian patted the iron balls enviously. Your master wishes to stand out too, but considering my status, I prefer to keep a low profile. Weakly, Price said, Master, I think you're overthinking this. Only Master deserves such historical recognition. Dorian shook his head. My poems alone can secure historical fame. Let's give you this chance. Tears flowed down Price's cheeks as he gritted his teeth. Your disciple wants to dismantle you. Really? Wanted to tear you apart. Isn't this just a way to freeload? The price is too high. Which iron ball lands first? It's obvious. I'm just being used as a scapegoat. Uncertain of my master's intentions, he must be scheming again. Oh right. Price got an idea. Master, I'm not strong enough to lift these iron balls. Dorian smiled. My foolish disciple, weren't you smart before? Price sneered inwardly. Stupid? Not at all. I'm still clever. Only heard. Dorian nonchalantly continued. I've arranged help. You just need to stand there as the experimenter. Price. So, I'm just a poor soul destined to fail. I wish I could cry. Elder brother, you called for me? Jamar nervously walked in. Dorian put an arm around his shoulders. Little brother, I have a plan. Or should I say, a get-rich-quick scheme. I'll bring you along. Jamar hesitated, wary. Elder brother, what scheme? Dorian smiled calmly. Let's start a gambling ring. Jamar's heart trembled. There's meaning behind those words? Indeed. Dorian asked with a laugh. You started a gambling ring? Embarrassed, Jamar explained. Lately, I've been quite poor. Dorian waved a hand. Enough talk. This gambling ring must go on. It must happen. Jamar. Irony, right? Definitely. Hashtag chapter 526. The verdict of who wins and loses is about to be revealed. Dorian continued, in your betting game, you bet on the larger ball landing first with odds of 10-1, and on the smaller ball with even money. That's too simple. Alvin Jamar felt a chill. This is like being constantly monitored, and he was going to settle the accounts right there. Dorian went on. Why don't we change the rules? Betting on the larger ball landing first will give odds of 100-1. On the smaller ball landing first, 20-1. And if both balls land at the same time, the odds are 50-1. Now many people were wary of betting games associated with Dorian. One can't catch a wolf without bait. Dorian had fully grasped the gambler's mentality. At worst, wasn't there still a group of online supporters that had been long forgotten and recently idle? They've been eating grass without giving milk. Dorian tossed out another tempting idea. Also, if this betting game results in losses, it's on me. We'll sign a contract as proof. Jamar was dumbfounded by this statement. It seemed real after hearing for so long. But not losing any money either way. Wasn't this too good? Before Jamar could ask, Dorian added, Big Brother's last betting game made many people lose badly. I reckon no one would dare bet on mine. So I need your help. After it's done, we split the profits 70-30. Tears welled up in Jamar's eyes as he said emotionally, Big Brother. He felt ashamed. Big Brother still treats him so well, yet he always thinks about betraying him. He's not fit to live. He should die. Dorian clarified, 30 for you, 70 for me. Don't misunderstand, labor costs count towards you. Jamar. He rushed it. Should have listened to the end. Being overly grateful so quickly. What nonsense. After some thought, there's nothing to lose. Jamar happily agreed. Back in his courtyard, Jamar suddenly had an idea. Why not collaborate with someone else? Immediately, Jamar wrote a letter and handed it to Chief of the Eastern Palace Guard, Blake. Go, take a trip. Chief Ching looked at the address on the envelope and turned green. Fie. Your Highness. Are you mad? He couldn't bear to watch and tried reasoning, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely out of the question. The aristocratic clans are what Donnie fears most. If your highness has ties with them, it will be extremely disadvantageous." Jamar frowned unhappily. "What do you mean? Am I so stupid that I must let father know everything?" Chief Cheng's heart skipped a beat. The words didn't seem problematic at first. But who dares say they'd keep anything from Donnie? Jamar asked irritably. "Or are you going to report to father?" With a thud, Chief Cheng knelt on one knee and bowed. "I am loyal to your highness above all else." His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Thump thump, almost able to hear his own heartbeat. "Your highness has grown. Once grown, people inevitably change." For some reason, Chief Cheng couldn't help but sigh. As the head of the Eastern Palace Guard, he shared Jamar's glory and humiliation, and even life and death. Even if he died, Jamar might not die. Jamar snorted coldly. "Hurry up. As you command, your highness." Chief Cheng had no choice but to follow Jamar's orders. When the main person in charge of the Bawel Chui clan received the letter, he hesitated initially, but after some thought, he realized the Alvin was desperate. Once, the Taiyuan Wang clan offered allegiance to the Alvin. Back then, the Alvin refused naively. Thankfully, he did refuse. Later, the leader of the Taiyuan Wang clan, Cullen, was executed for treason, and the second branch became the new leader. Now, the Taiyuan Wang clan had cooled down. Who would be next? The remaining 3 families and 5 prominent clans were uncertain. Establishing the Tang Dynasty meant rebellion was suicide. The best strategy now, Mar demanded 50% of the revenue. The 3 families and 5 prominent clans agreed. Money wasn't the issue. It was about pulling the hawk onto their side. For their first collaboration, they decided to give the hawk some sweeteners, avoiding making him feel threatened and viewing them as fierce beasts. Otherwise, their plans would be foiled. Both parties agreed. In Chang'an City, betting games resurfaced. Jamar deployed online supporters, causing the city to erupt. First, these betting games weren't set up by Dorian. Second, the odds were astonishing. Large ball first, 100 to 1. Small ball first, 20 to 1. Both balls at the same time, 50 to 1. The high odds attracted gamblers. Additionally, Dorian added odds for both balls landing simultaneously. Many believed this was just to confuse people. In the Ganlu Palace, Crawford invited Jijo Donald and asked, "Jijo Kong, a while ago I promised my son that on the Zhuke gate wall." Donald unexpectedly nodded. "Your Majesty, no need to ask me. I approve." Crawford was astonished, nearly dropping his jaw. Donald, despite having little power, was the leader of scholars nationwide. If he opposed something, the emperor had no recourse. Zhuke gate was sacred territory. Any activity there would be inappropriate. How could Donald not have reservations? Etiquette was paramount in Confucianism. But, just that, something Fin Leaf could never have imagined. How important scholars were to Donald, and how meticulously Dorian had approached him, effectively winning Donald over. The next day, at Zhuke Gate, a vast crowd gathered, blackening the scene. The court had specially permitted citizens to watch from nearby. However, the presence of the imperial guards around the area doubled to prevent any unrest. On the city wall, Hyder's little face was deathly pale. "It's over. It's over. This poor little one, will surely lose all my dignity today. In the future, Chang'an City will have another fool, the second greatest fool after my master, the first great fool of the Great Tang." He wept bitterly inside, cursing his master for bringing this fate upon him. Beside him, Ronnie reminded him, "Little fourth young master, you should start now." Hearing this, Hyder's face darkened. Ronnie respectfully addressed Dorian as young master. For Dorian's disciples, from the eldest to the youngest, Ronnie used corresponding respectful titles like Little First Young Master, Little Second Young Master, Little Third Young Master, and Little Fourth Young Master. Only when it came to Dayton, because of his advanced age, Ronnie addressed him by his official title. Thinking of this differential treatment made Hyder feel heartbroken. It was infuriating. Especially that little prefix. Who was little? Was he little? He'd grow up eventually and astonish everyone. Ronnie urged again, "Little fourth young master, don't daydream. Don't forget young master's instructions." Finally, Hyder shakily walked to the edge of the wall, cleared his throat, placed a large iron megaphone to his mouth, and loudly announced, "I am a disciple of Zexian Ren. Today, I will be demonstrating on behalf of my esteemed master." Below the city wall, everyone fell silent. Strangely, many people felt tense. Most of them had placed bets, and now the outcome of who wins and who loses was about to be revealed. Chapter 527. Is this the taste of despair? To conduct the iron ball experiment, Dorian had craftsmen construct a platform to hold the iron balls. This platform had a detachable template that could be quickly removed, ensuring both iron balls would start falling at the same time. The platform was placed at the edge of the city wall. Although the Zhuke gate was less than 30 zhang tall, given the diameter of the iron balls and the height involved, air resistance during descent was negligible. It was imperceptible to the naked eye. Among the crowd, the leaders of the 3 surnames and 5 noble families were disguised and hidden within. They unanimously believed that the larger iron ball would land first. They were certain about this outcome. The bets also aligned with their expectations. Many people chose the most unlikely result, that both iron balls would land simultaneously, due to the odds. Ha ha ha, how foolish these commoners were. Shock, they were utterly dumbfounded. Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Absolutely terrifying. Why did this happen? Why? Ha ha ha. I won. Wah wah wah. Heaven above, I bet too little. Me too. I didn't dare place a big bet. So regretful. Some rejoiced while others despaired. This isn't rigged, is it? There must be something wrong. Of course, the bigger ball should land first. You're fooling us. Not just them. The leaders of the 3 surnames and 5 noble families were almost driven mad. More than 80% of the bets on their table were on both balls landing at the same time. With odds of 1 to 50, how could they live with this? A few immediately rushed to the front of the crowd. It's impossible. You must have tampered with it. One iron ball must be hollow, making it the same weight as the smaller ball, hence landing together. The crowd's eyes lit up. Who was this guy? It made sense. You are forging results. This is Zhuke Gate. Under the fence nose. How dare you? On the city wall, Price's face turned pale. Good heavens. What kind of master? You've done me in. No wonder Master didn't come himself, foreseeing their reaction. If this weren't Zhuke Gate with Imperial guards, wouldn't they tear me apart? Price nervously said, Rider, you must protect me. A Master's favorite disciple. If a hair on my head is harmed, do you believe Master won't eat you? Ronnie, I'm here to protect you today. Why are you threatening me like this? Are you sick? And Rider, me, Ronnie, as the former leader of the Shadow Guards, how dare you address me so disrespectfully? Annoying. Comp Ronnie dared not retaliate against him. These teacher and student seemed like they were cut from the same cloth. Well, the young master aside, normally he wouldn't stay close. Spit. Slip of the tongue. It's staying close to him. You, cough. Don't think I can expose your identity. This moment, the commotion below grew worse. Ronnie took a deep breath. It was time for him to appear. Ha ha ha. First came the boastful laughter, sounding insane. Upon hearing this strange laughter, the crowd fell silent all at once. Ronnie inwardly smirked. Indeed, though the laugh was embarrassing, it worked just as intended. Perfect. Ronnie seized the opportunity, pointing at the loudest individuals coldly. If I recall correctly, aren't you the leaders of the Bo Ling Chui clan, Qinghe Chui clan, et al.? The leaders of the 3 surnames and 5 noble families. The leaders of the Bo Ling Chui clan and Qinghe Chui clan remained composed, but the others couldn't remain calm. What do you mean, et al.? Come down and explain to us. We might not stand a chance fighting you, but our words will bury you. Isn't there a Zhao Junli clan? Isn't the Ying Yang Pedro clan significant? Is the Long Shili clan invisible to you? One word, et al., sums them all up. So disrespectful. Sure enough, influenced by Dorian, his underlings also became disrespectful. Ignoring their hateful gazes, Ronnie coolly stated, Since you don't believe it, come up and check the iron balls yourselves. The leaders went up immediately. What could he possibly do to them? Once on the wall and holding the iron balls, their faces turned green. The difference in weight between the 2 balls was obvious. Anyone could tell by lifting them. Ronnie smiled and gestured for them to speak. The representative of the Bo Ling Chui clan, unable to say a word despite trying, focused on the betting stakes. They lost big. They'd even lost their underpants. Thump. He fainted on the spot. Ronnie, ignoring him, looked at the Qinghe Chui clan's leader. Tell them. Through tears, the Qinghe Chui clan's leader said, both iron balls weigh the same. What? Speak louder. Can't hear? Ronnie demanded. The leader then shouted loudly, both iron balls are of equal size. This time everyone heard, but some still didn't believe. They had placed different bets. How could 2 differently sized iron balls land at the same time? They colluded. Must be. Taking us for fools. Ronnie calmly replied, Gentlemen, you mustn't know the identities of these elders. They're leaders of the 3 surnames and 5 noble families in Chang'an. Not only that, the gambling table in Chang'an was set up by them. With odds of 1 to 50, they'd rather lose money than cheat you. Upon hearing this, it made sense. As for whether these were indeed the leaders of the 3 surnames and 5 noble families, it was easy to verify. Whoever was speaking wouldn't risk lying about it. Thump, the representative of the Qinghe Chui clan also fainted. The other leaders were also on the verge of collapsing. Truly, they were crying over their losses. Was this the taste of despair? Chapter 528, You're a woman. Slurp. Jamar took a sip of wine. Never before had he felt so at ease. Today, the results of the 2 iron balls would be revealed. No matter what, this time he was certain of winning. He had made quite the profit on this one. Even if his eldest brother found out now, so what? It wouldn't matter. Not even iron balls would help him. Anyway, Jamar already had control over the share that belonged to the 3 surnames and 5 aristocratic families. From now on, money in hand, people would follow him. As the hawk, if he spread the word, would anyone not show loyalty? He didn't dare imagine recreating the former Qin Wangfu of Crawford, but making small moves. Isn't this ruining his reputation? One must learn to cherish their reputation. Donggong Rate Edsel couldn't listen anymore and interrupted Jamar loudly. Your Highness! Both iron balls landed at the same time. Jamar laughed. Of course, the larger ball would land first. What did you say? Swoosh. Jamar almost jumped up. What's going on here? Are you joking? That's not right. Jamar, being self-clever, said, This palace understands. There must be some trickery involved. No trickery. Donggong Rate Edsel immediately destroyed his illusion. The heads of the 3 surnames and 5 aristocratic families were afraid of tricks, so they specifically inspected the iron balls. There was nothing wrong with them. Jamar. So amazing. Learn something new every day. This elder brother of his certainly acted unexpectedly. Donggong Rate Edsel weakly reminded him, Your Highness, both balls landing at the same time, 50 to 1 odds. Jamar froze. He understood. He fully understood. Elder brother is sacrificing 1,000, losing 800 as well. It seems that his various actions have displeased elder brother, so this time he dug a pit for him to jump into. And this palace fell for it like a fool. What a damn idiot. However, Jamar's eyes turned red. So what? Costs were shared by this palace. So what cost are we talking about? A 30-70 split. Sure. If we lose, it's still a 30-70 split. This palace loses 30. You lose 70. Very good indeed. To trick me, you've really invested heavily. Admiring, truly admiring. This palace admires you completely. At the same time, Jamar began pondering how to come up with the 30% compensation. Judging by this, the treasures of the Eastern Palace would need to be pawned again. But with the 3 surnames and 5 aristocratic families, this partnership is done for. Find the head of the Bo Ling Chui family and tell him this palace fell for it. However, we can continue long-term cooperation. Donggong Rate Edsel sighed inwardly and went off immediately. Upon seeing the head of the bowling Chui family, he hadn't expected the person to actually be lying on the couch. Donggong Rate Edsel. What kind of rage is this? They fainted on the spot. Not caring, he calmly said, the hawk says. Swoosh. The figure moved. The head of the bowling Chui family sat up suddenly, face flushed and energetic, saying, say what? Screw it. Stop bluffing. Get lost. Go away. Without a word, Donggong Rate Edsel turned around and left. Damn it. Never been so humiliated. You nobles may be powerful, but remember things are not what they used to be. Wait until the elder brother deals with more of you. Then let's see how arrogant you'll be. Elder brother is clever and deep. Adding to that Donnie's attitude towards you all, wait for each of you to be dealt with one by one. Not collaborating with the hawk might not be bad after all. So, he left without hesitation. At that moment, someone brushed past him and entered the room. Seeing the head of the bowling Chui family, this person coldly said, the clan leader said you can return. Upon hearing this, the head of the bowling Chui family spat out a mouthful of blood, fell backward on the bed, legs twitching. The same scene unfolded with other key figures. Originally, they intended to show Dorian some color. Who knew the hawk's cooperation request would end up hurting them so deeply? Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Meanwhile, Jamar also took out the contract and went to find Dorian. Lost. Take the money. Bankrupt you. This palace bleeding. Make you bleed too. Who's afraid of who? Maybe this palace lost, but you didn't win either. This palace is the hawk. Does this palace lack toughness? Big brother. You underestimated me. Arriving at Dorian's courtyard, Jacques was back, standing like a pillar, stopping Jamar when he saw him approach. Jamar coldly said, step aside. I want to see my elder brother. This bet lost. It was painful to admit, but this palace endured. Jacques shook his head and said, Your Highness, Master gave orders. I've been waiting here for a long time. Jamar scolded. Quickly take this palace to see my elder brother. As his subordinate, aren't you unfit for duty? Aren't you failing elder brother's expectations? Jacques. Chuckling. Expectations? How did I know Master had any expectations for me? Immediately, he calmly replied, Your Highness, Master asked me to tell you, before entering to see him, look at the contract once. Jamar frowned. What's worth looking at? But feeling uneasy, he wondered if his elder brother had set a trap in the contract. No way. Every word, triple-checked, this palace signed with confidence. It can't be wrong. Still, his uneasiness drove him to unfold the contract. Jamar. Blank paper? Again. Blank paper. Look again. Just blank paper. How could it be blank paper? This palace personally kept it close. How did it turn into blank paper? Me. Jamar's vision darkened, and he fainted. But tears of pain flowed down his cheeks. Really got fooled. Clearly black ink on white paper. How did it turn into just blank paper? Magic. Damn magic. Inside, Hyder exclaimed, Master, squid ink really disappears? Dorian laughed. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. The kitchen should have a squid. Hyder. Well played. Absolutely well played. Master, fool the hawk? Does this mean Master intends to compete for the position of heir? Biting his lip, Hyder decided to confront it. Though this Master was a bit of a swindler, he was not essentially bad. Absolutely not let himself affect Master's competition for the position of hawk. Master, I'll tell you a secret. Actually Dorian smiled calmly and said, You're a woman. Hyder couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of saliva, and it sprayed all over Dorian's face. Dorian. Note, the last line Dorian is an expression showing Dorian's stunned reaction, akin to an ellipsis in English to indicate speechlessness or shock. Hashtag chapter 529, the poorest hawk in history. The construction of the seagoing ships was underway, but Finn Leaf had already begun pondering other matters. Thus, he made his way to the peach blossom source. Coincidentally, he encountered Alvin Jamar spitting blood at that moment. Jamar decided to report this incident immediately, thinking, Big brother, how could it be abnormal for me to report you after you've treated me like this? Finn Leaf picked him? Straightforward and clear. Dorian nodded. Colmes. Equally straightforward and clear. Jamar. Is he so audacious? He isn't even trying to defend himself. Big brother, you've touched upon father's sore point. Don't think this will end easily. Dream on. Look at father's face. It hasn't changed since he arrived. That shows extreme anger. An emperor's wrath doesn't discriminate between sons or anyone else once it burns. Then came, oh. Finn Leaf spoke, just one expressionless word. Smack. Jamar's jaw dropped without warning. Next, Dorian's gaze fell on Jamar, who replied calmly, Third brother, I'm saving you. Jamar retorted with a cold smile, Father, he's lying. Feeling wronged, Finn Leaf said nothing. Jamar continued his lament, Big brother, you're my elder brother. How can you treat me like this? Won't you fear hurting father? Dorian scratched his head. Older people would praise me, right? Jamar. Good heavens. Has your brain malfunctioned? Could there be some hidden ailment? Maybe I should work a bit harder to understand. But then, Finn Leaf coldly remarked, Shut up. Do you think I don't know what you've done? Jamar. These words seemed directed at me? Sure enough, Finn Leaf's face finally showed change as he expressed disappointment. Justino, you've let me down greatly. Panicked, Jamar pleaded, Father, this is wrong. Why is it like this? Did my sudden insight go off track? With a wave of his hand, Finn Leaf ordered, Move out of Peach Blossom Source and return to your Eastern Palace. Jamar. Once, he longed to return to the Eastern Palace. Living under Big Brother's watchful eye here was uncomfortable. But, the Eastern Palace is now barren after all the expenses. How can I live there? Initially, I hoped Father would scold Big Brother and make him pay for everything. Now, I realize I have to pay it all myself. I'm doomed. As the Tang Dynasty's hawk, I may be the poorest prince in history. Truly pitiful. Heaven knows. Finn Leaf grumbled. Within a month, You're not allowed to leave the Eastern Palace. Remember to repay your debts. Jamar's mind spun wildly. If everything in the Eastern Palace is pledged, how can I stay there? The prestigious Tang Dynasty's hawk living in poverty? Who would believe it? Get lost. Suddenly, Fin Leaf roared. Jamar ran away immediately. It's over. A miscalculation. I need to think of ways to repay the debts. I also need to reconsider my enlightenment. Moreover, father found out about my cooperation with 3 clans. This step was a mistake. I'll reflect carefully. To defeat Big Brother, I cannot expose all my moves to father. Fin Leaf will favor him otherwise. Surely I'll lose. Just then, Dorian laughed. Dad, did you come to find me for something? Presently, Fin Leaf struggled to accept the scale and embryonic form outlined in the booklet. How much would this cost? For sea battles? Is it worth it? One tactic caught his attention, the red coat cannon installed on warships. Astonishing. After a while, Fin Leaf cleared his throat. The naval concept is good, but, Dorian smiled, I know Tang doesn't need such a navy now, but no worries. Let's build the foundation first and crush Japan. Only I can foresee the boundless wealth from the sea within Tang's territory. A thought struck Fin Leaf. The sea? Wealth? What exactly? My curiosity can't be controlled. Hashtag chapter 530. I have something to discuss with you. After Dorian gave an overview of the Navy, the initial basic structure of the Navy was determined. Crawford enthusiastically said, this Grand Admiral of the Navy? Dorian's face darkened as he said helplessly, Dad, I'm only 15. I'm still a child. Crawford nearly spat all over him. 15 years old, and you're still a child. That's quite a big child indeed. Other people's children are already married and established by the age of 15. During the end of the Sui Dynasty and the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, wars were frequent. Looking further back to the Three Kingdoms period, there were endless battles, and countless civilians died in war. The nation hasn't even had time to recover yet. Girls got married at 13, and boys at 15. Not only was this a custom, it was the law of the Tang Dynasty. However, Crawford dismissed this unrealistic thought. If he really made Dorian the Grand Admiral, the court would explode. Even Andrew, who often boasted about being the household manager of the Wan Yin County Marquis, would criticize Crawford relentlessly. Cough. It was just a casual thought, not serious. But since you're 15 now, do you want your aunt to find someone for you? Dorian felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly interrupted. Stop. Don't say another word. Shut up. Crawford. How polite you are to your father. Hearing this tone, one might not know who is the father and who is the son. Pooh pooh pooh. Dorian turned serious. Dad, I know what you're thinking. The Turks are truly our greatest enemy. However, if you want to destroy the Turks, first defeating the Japanese won't be wrong. The Japanese islands have many gold and silver mines, which can solve our financial problems. Additionally, this campaign against Japan will help establish the foundation of the Navy, which will be greatly beneficial for the Tang Dynasty in the future. As for the wealth at sea, we'll discuss that later. Too much at once will be overwhelming. Let's focus on taking over Japan first. As an emperor, how could Lincoln not understand Dorian's thoughts? He laughed. All right, I won't ask about the wealth at sea anymore. Even if I believed it, the whole court wouldn't dare to believe it. But Lincoln hesitated again and asked, 1 month from now, will there be any major issues when the Navy attacks Japan? Dorian rolled his eyes. How would I know? I'm just giving advice. Do you want me to guarantee it with my life? Lincoln. Surprisingly, he did. After all, wasn't there Adrian? Crawford spoke gently. Son, next time you see the Adrian, ask him about the situation regarding our battle against Japan. Dorian understood. His dad's real intention wasn't the naval plans, but rather this Adrian. But Dorian shook his head more firmly. Forget it. No chance. Completely impossible. Lincoln responded. Where there's a will, there's a way. How can it be impossible? Besides, since the immortal considers you his heir, why would he refuse if you ask him? Dorian. It's so hard. What Adrian? It's just the system. Don't say I don't want to ask. The system can't predict the future. Dorian said regretfully. Dad, I didn't explain clearly before. The Adrian taught me knowledge in my dreams when I was young, but later. Crawford asked anxiously. What happened later? Dorian sighed. The last time. He told me that our destiny was fulfilled and we would never meet again. Crawford was struck speechless. Just like that. It's over. So sudden. And very disappointing. Before the plan even started, it shattered. Son, if in the future. Don't think about it. I said it's impossible. What if? Haha. I'm serious. Be serious. Haha. Enough. Crawford flicked his sleeves and stormed off angrily, holding the blueprint of the naval construction. Sigh. There's no hope for that plan anymore. Eternal life. Elixir. All gone. As they say, no expectations, no disappointment. I shouldn't have entertained these thoughts. Behind them, Dorian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Wow. Finally over. Why do emperors always yearn for immortality? Not to mention, even if they existed, isn't being the top person in the world already like being an immortal? Can't they still desire eternal life? Isn't that like having too much greed? Greed is wrong. I can't let this go, Dorian muttered restlessly. What if Dad doesn't give up? Essien, call Harris here. Outside. Ronnie sighed inwardly. Young master, you really lack self-awareness. Andrew, who is feared by Donnie, yet you treat him like a common servant. Andrew coming here seems degrading compared to when he's summoned by Donnie. Comte. Andrew willingly complies without complaint. There's nothing he can do. After returning to the palace, Crawford suddenly wanted to visit Hawk Chingon at the Eastern Palace. However, the entire court would teach the prince to be responsible or even petition to remove him as Hawk. Seeing this scene, Crawford was shocked. All the officers in the Eastern Palace had transformed into laborers, almost moving all valuables. Crawford couldn't believe it. Wait, the Eastern Palace houses numerous treasures. Why so few? Unbeknownst to him, Chingon had already sold most of the Eastern Palace's belongings once before. A dignified hawk actually pawning off the Eastern Palace's assets. Meanwhile, Dorian, just 15, not only contributed significantly but earned his own money. Both are his sons, yet why is the gap so huge? Crawford's temples throbbed as he roared, Justino, what are you doing? Bang, plank, crash. Everyone in the Eastern Palace was startled, dropping what they were handling. The Finn is here? Father. Chungan was also startled, assuming he could hide this longer. Why did father come so suddenly? This is a matter of life and death. Hearing the sound of breaking items, Chungan felt his heart breaking along with them. Ah, be careful. This is all money. These are my treasures. Crawford felt like vomiting blood upon hearing these words. Listen to this. Are these the words of a proper person? You are the hawk of the Tang Dynasty, and you're talking about money as if you've never seen it in 8 lifetimes with such heartache. How shameful. In the end, Crawford didn't say anything and didn't stop Jamar from selling off the assets. Anyway, if the Eastern Palace wanted to add anything, his fatherly pocket wouldn't cough up even half a Kayuan Tong Bao. In the main hall, after entering, Crawford sat down sullenly. Celeste asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Crawford gritted his teeth and said, Lexi and I, let's discuss something. How about we just give up on this child Justino? Celeste was shocked. His second son, ill, delirious from sickness? Chapter 531. Why are the best always other people's children? The Donghua Palace. Nathan and others were once again summoned by Finn Leaf. The naval construction master plan was reviewed by several people in turns. After reviewing it, Nathan handed it over to Helmet and commented nonchalantly, Your Majesty, the Navy can play a significant role at crucial moments. However, following the eldest prince's naval construction guidelines seems somewhat excessive, doesn't it? Indeed, during this era, people had yet to fully comprehend the significance of the ocean. Finn Leaf did not express an opinion but said, We can discuss this matter later. However, my son mentioned the Redcoat Cannon, which, when installed on warships, changes naval combat from close quarters fighting to long-range attacks. It also enables. Before Finn Leaf could finish, Nathan interrupted, unable to hold back his curiosity, Your Majesty, what exactly is a Redcoat Cannon? Finn Leaf. He chuckled awkwardly. I jumped the gun. Not only Nathan but also Helmet and others were unfamiliar with the Redcoat Cannon. They hadn't seen it before. Finn Leaf pondered for a moment and said, Let me show you what a Redcoat Cannon is. Thus, Finn Leaf and his entourage proceeded to the Fire Weapon Supervision Office. En route, Andrew furrowed his brow, recalling what Dorian had told him. He decided to bide his time and observe. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Fire Weapon Supervision Office. Jake, learning about their visit, guided them to the shooting range in the backyard where the weapons would be tested for quality. A shooting range was essential for testing and improving fire weapons. Upon arrival, Jake had the Redcoat Cannon rolled out for everyone to see. Everyone finally understood what a Redcoat Cannon was. The name, so misleading. It was a black, cylindrical iron tube, not a hint of red anywhere. Nathan couldn't help but comment, Your Majesty, isn't the name Redcoat Cannon rather misleading? Finn Leaf nodded in agreement. In that moment, it felt like they were back in the Qin Wangfu, Qin Palace. Edit. It felt like they were back in the old days at Qin Palace. Finn Leaf replied calmly, Jonas, if the Redcoat Cannon works as you describe, I'll give Chung a position in the Navy. Nathan's eyes lit up. Excellent. After the ships were built, Tang would launch an attack on Japan. Victory was guaranteed. Participating in the war to destroy Japan would be an honor. Lately, Nathan had been trying to secure an easy post for Dexter. Frontline battle was out of the question. A civilian post would do. Thus, Nathan agreed, All right, then I accept your challenge. Bradonk noticed Finn Leaf plugging his ears but didn't alert the others. Andrew watched in astonishment but said nothing. Several pigs were tied to posts on the range. Finn Leaf was surprised. Initially, Dorian used only one pig to demonstrate the cannon. Now, 5 pigs were lined up. Jake approached the cannon with excitement. He knew its operation well and personally tested every new weapon produced in the supervision office. Besides Dorian and Yanni, Jake was among the few who mastered both muskets and cannons. This intimidated the subordinates. Otherwise, as a young official, he wouldn't have their respect. Finn Leaf plugged his ears without warning the others. Bradonk mimicked him, while others missed this subtle cue. Jake accidentally forgot to remind them too. The torch was lit. SSH. Without a word, Jake threw the torch and covered his ears. Everyone from the fire weapon office did likewise. Nathan was stunned, Helmet dazed, Bogdan intrigued, and Andrew realized something was wrong. Boom. The cannon roared. Immediately, the squealing pigs fell silent. Long-term scholars struggled to find suitable words to describe their feelings. Eventually, they all exclaimed, Awe-inspiring. Finn Leaf was very satisfied with their reactions. Haha, my son, this incredible Redcoat Cannon is his invention. However, why hasn't someone spoken up yet? He glanced at Bradonk. Cough cough. Bradonk cleared his throat and gave a thumbs up. The eldest prince is really awe-inspiring. Finn Leaf nodded. Well said. Then, Finn Leaf looked at Nathan. Jonas, you lost. But Nathan retorted, Your Majesty, the cannon is indeed noisy, scaring these pigs dumb. But will it scare anyone the second time? Look, the iron balls didn't hit the pigs either. Finn Leaf remained calm. Jonas, let's see closer. Walking over, Nathan reluctantly followed. Upon closer inspection, they were stunned. At first, they were too far away to clearly see the pigs' conditions. Upon closer inspection, the pigs were found to be riddled with injuries. Some were even disemboweled. This was far more than just a matter of loud noise. Finn Leaf chuckled and explained, Jonas, let me explain to you. Inside the iron ball are iron nails and sand. After it explodes, any contact causes injury, and direct hits result in death. Swallowing hard, Nathan felt a wave of regret wash over him as he recalled the bet. He was kicking himself for being so careless. How could I have been so negligent? Though it was merely a jest between ruler and minister, he was still one of the most respected figures present. How could he now shamelessly play along, worrying about his nephew Dexter joining the Navy for advancement? Bradonk finally realized what had happened. Sure enough, Donnie had pulled a fast one. Finleaf said proudly, "Your honors, this is the Redcoat cannon." The few senior ministers heard this and inwardly scoffed. "Your Majesty, don't get too cocky. You didn't invent it. But, you have a wonderful son." Suddenly, they felt a twinge of envy. Why are the best always other people's children? Looking at the horrific damage done by the Redcoat cannon, the onlookers couldn't help but feel awe and admiration for Dorian's ingenuity, mixed with a touch of envy and competitiveness. Chapter 532. Do you know what kind of dream I have? Peach Blossom Spring. Ronnie was sweating, feeling extremely uneasy. It had been a full incense stick's time, and young master had been staring at him all along. He would glance up to look, then lower his head to write with the goose feather pin for a while. Then, he would look up again, then lower his head. This cycle repeated itself. Very tense, hair-raising. Is young master trying to get me into trouble? Scary, terrifying. Really? I'll kneel to you, Lee. Thud. Ronnie kneeled down on one knee. Just as Dorian finished the last word and looked up, he saw Ronnie's actions and asked in surprise, "Acien, have you already figured out my plan?" Upon hearing this, Ronnie felt utterly hopeless. Sure enough, he was planning something. "Lately, I've been faithfully following young master's orders without doing anything else besides occasionally reporting your movements to the former emperor." Ahem. This is for your own good. The emperor welcomes you. I've said what needs to be said and not a word more than necessary. Of course, there isn't much that young master has done that shouldn't be spoken about. At this moment, Dorian smiled and said, "Since that's the case, let it be." Ronnie put on a brave expression, closed his eyes and said, "Young master, please show mercy." Dorian, who was thirsty, took a sip of tea, only to spit it all over Ronnie's face. "Ronnie, forget it. I'm muted self-compose. My name is Lee Composed." Embarrassed, Dorian explained, "That young master didn't do it on purpose." Ronnie replied, "Excuse you. You are destined to be the heir. What should we be afraid of?" Suddenly, Dorian sighed. "In the future, young master may find it hard to even protect myself, let alone protect you all." Ronnie froze. Protecting oneself? Difficult? From his tone, young master doesn't seem too interested in the position of heir. How annoying. Dorian continued, "Young master has many merits, which serve as survival capital, but it's just enough for self-preservation. Therefore, sending you to the military isn't a trap, but an opportunity to earn credits. Not to the point of overshadowing the master, but to establish yourself as a war hero, which will act as protection in the future. Ideally, you'd become a commander, return to young master, and when I promote you on the Tang Daily, no one would dare touch you." Clack. Ronnie's jaw dropped. "So, you want me to join the military and participate in the war against Japan?" Almost lost my composure there. Dorian asked, "Don't you want to join the army?" Ronnie bowed. "Thank you, young master. I'll follow your orders." Dorian retorted, "Weren't you just thinking I was trapping you?" Embarrassed, Ronnie scratched his nose. "Was I joking?" Dorian rolled his eyes. "A shadow guard leader jokes?" "Baloney." Then, Dorian handed Ronnie the document he had written. Seeing the large title Introduction to Naval Warfare, Ronnie was immediately caught off guard. As he continued reading, phew. Despite being the leader of the Shadow Guards, Ronnie wasn't inexperienced in military matters. The novel combat methods described here were indeed enlightening. Dorian, hands behind his back, said, "For the war against Japan, I hope to find someone trustworthy to experiment with artillery." Ronnie exclaimed in shock, "Young master, this isn't right." Then, he noticed the basic requirement for artillery operators listed afterward. Scholars. Oh dear. Soldiers die honorably in battle. But making scholars fight enemies on the battlefield? Is that feasible? Dorian shrugged. Don't be surprised. Not every scholar can pass exams. Having read so much, it's a waste not to use their knowledge. Cough. Young master gives them a chance to shine. Shine? Are you sure you're not sending them to their deaths? Scholars aren't exactly built for heavy lifting or fighting. Just then, Dorian pulled out another small book. Its large title read, Essentials of Training Soldiers. Ronnie. Calmly, Dorian said, "Acien. No one knows how weak scholars look until they are tempered, and then take to the battlefield with astonishing results. This couldn't be explained in detail. Future wars prove this wide." His voice deep yet powerful. "All within the reach of cannonballs belongs to Han soil. The borders extend wherever the eye can see. Wherever the sword points, none shall disobey. Our Tang Dynasty's culture shines brilliantly. This brilliant culture cannot be ours alone. It must radiate out, allowing barbarians far and wide to understand the essence of our Tang culture, guiding more people toward a brighter tomorrow under our lead." His words weren't many, but each one was stirring and resonant. Even Dorian seemed emotionally charged. Thinking of the future, a fragmented nation, rivers of blood, the nation was lost. Without even mentioning the more distant past, just the Inbraidenshan rebellion alone devastated the golden age of the Tang Dynasty. After that, it wasn't long before the Tang Dynasty collapsed. From then on, the prosperity of the Han and Tang dynasties became merely a page in history books. This page, yearned for by countless people, could never be returned to. Dorian, why can't I change all this? Ronnie was moved by the intense aura Dorian exuded, as if he was truly seeing his young master for the first time. This is the true young master. This is what the future heir of the Tang Dynasty should be like. Gustavus indeed did not misjudge this person. Neither did Donnie. This empire can only be inherited by young master. At that moment, Dorian gave an eerie smile and suddenly said, "Bring Che and the others over. I have something to ask them." Ronnie. The change was too fast. He almost thought everything just now was an illusion. From being filled with passion one moment to revealing a scheming smile in the next. Ronnie couldn't help but suspect if there were two souls residing in this body. To put it simply, it was like having schizophrenia. Unfortunately, the Tang Dynasty had no term for such a condition. Ronnie immediately called over Che and the others. Dorian took out the contracts they had signed and said calmly, "I'm giving you a chance. I hope you won't disappoint me." Che and the others felt their hearts pounding. Was this a mortal who had turned their lives upside down and made them bleed from frustration, finally feeling remorse and planning to set them free? Excitement. Trembling. And yet, anxiety. Hashtag chapter 533, Extraordinary Disciples. The 7 infrastructure masters were summoned. The completion of the railway from Chang'an to Turkic territory not only showcased their engineering prowess but also spread the names of 7 prominent families involved in the project. Che, Chui clan of Bowling, Clem, Chui clan of Qinghe, Herb, Pedro clan of Xingyang, Woody, Li clan of Zhaojun, Thompson, Wang clan of Taiyuan, Galen, Li clan of Longxi, and Amias, Braden clan of Fanyang. However, despite the fame and recognition gained through their infrastructure achievements, these individuals felt little joy. Instead, they harbored a deep-seated sense of worry. In the eyes of many, building railways was merely an engineer's job, far less prestigious than achieving scholarly accolades on the imperial examination list. Craftsmen still held a lowly status in society. During this period, Dorian had been preoccupied and hadn't paid them much attention. Their minds had already wandered countless times over what might happen next. Standing before Dorian now, the 7 men felt uneasy. Wouldn't it be too good for someone like me to suddenly remember you all? One thought to himself. Perhaps, he wants us to build another railway? Frightening. Horrible. Mercy. With an unusually solemn expression, Dorian announced, "Today, I am prepared to set you free." The 7 men exchanged glances. A fake gesture. It must be a trick. Let's wait and see. Sure enough, Dorian continued. Alternatively, there is a second choice. I wish to take on more disciples. However, these disciples will be considered extraordinary, outside the official ranks. Spit. Oh my god. Do you think this extraordinary disciple thing is valuable? Where do you get such nerve? Is your face as thick as city walls? Then, thud. One man fell to his knees unexpectedly. Seeing this, the others weren't too surprised. It was Thompson of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He had been obsessed with the idea of becoming Dorian's disciple lately. Now, faced with such a rare opportunity, how could he let it slip away? Che sneered. The Wang clan of Taiyuan is finished. Thompson probably feels he has no choice. Maybe by becoming Dorian's disciple, he can secure his future. Otherwise, he would have no hope. Dorian was somewhat taken aback by Thompson's response and warned him seriously, "Thompson, I advise you to consider carefully. Once you enter our sect, even as an extraordinary disciple, leaving will mean losing all ties to our sect, unless human extinction occurs." Everyone froze. Isn't that a bit too severe? Human extinction? You're just scaring us. But, Thompson declared resolutely, extraordinary disciple Thompson pays homage to master. After saying this, he bowed deeply. As a member of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, this bow was incredibly significant. No pride left. Che, Clem, Herb, and Woody looked down upon him disdainfully. Galen had a complex expression, deep in thought. Suddenly Dorian asked, "Hold on. Before you proceed, why do you want to be my disciple?" Thompson replied respectfully, "I seek master's teachings on the science of investigation." Dorian's eyes lit up. Wow, I didn't expect Thompson to be interested in science. You're a scholar from the National Academy. Shouldn't you be conservative and bookish? This surprises me greatly. Dorian nodded. Very well. You shall be the eldest extraordinary disciple. If you perform well, I may formally accept you. Thompson bowed again happily. Thank you, master. All right, rise, Dorian said. As you command. Thompson responded. Che, Clem, Herb, Woody were dumbstruck. What madness? An eldest extraordinary disciple? Isn't this just a ruse? How could anyone feel blessed by this? Indeed. Thud. Another kneeled down. Amias. Others were unsurprised by this action. Who didn't know that while the Braden clan of Fanyang pretended to ally with Thin Leaf, they truly aligned with Dorian. Such shame. The Braden clan of Fanyang was decimated by Dorian. Deep enmity aside, they care nothing. Sigh. Lack of backbone. The Braden clan of Fanyang has lost all dignity. Additionally, the matriarch Patty had become akin to Dorian's housekeeper. Given her high status, Amias's fear of her suggested this move had been anticipated. Pay homage to master. Amias also bowed. Dorian nodded. Fine. Stand up and join your elder brother. As you command. Thud. Compt another kneeled. This time, Che and the others were genuinely surprised. Galen, of the Li clan of Longxi. Finleaf also hailed from the Li clan of Longxi. To strengthen his power, he had suppressed the nobility, including the Li clan of Longxi, causing lingering resentment within the clan. Even secret alliances with other noble families existed. By choosing to become Dorian's disciple, Galen was essentially betraying his clan. Bold. Impressive. Was this wise? A death wish. Bow to master. Since you've made the decision, rise and stand with your senior brothers. As you command. Next, Dorian glanced at the remaining 4, saying, "It seems you are in agreement. As per our arrangement, you have contributed significantly to the railway construction. Hence, I grant you freedom." Thud. Compt another kneeled. Instantly, Dorian was startled. Why did you kneel? I didn't expect this. Che's eyes bulged wide. The irascible Herb of the Pedro clan of Xingyang was also bowing? Hiss. Had they all gone mad? Che urgently said, "Pedro brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" Clem pulled him up. "Pedro brother, perhaps you're unwell? Must have. Tripped?" Woody joined in trying to help, but Herb pushed them off and declared, "Herb pays homage to master." Bang. He bowed decisively. Che, Clem, Woody were speechless. Finished. Herb was truly insane. They wanted to pry open his skull to understand his thoughts. Their curiosity piqued. Despite the shock, Dorian nodded. "Very well. Join your fellow disciples. As you command." Herb stood beside Thompson, Amias, and Galen. Thompson stared at him curiously. Herb touched his face. "What are you looking at?" They shook their heads. "Are you planning to go mad again?" Suddenly, tear. Dorian tore 3 indenture contracts into pieces. Che and the others pinched themselves, unsure if this was real. Painful. It wasn't a dream. Go on, don't just stand there. From now on, Taoist Haven won't be responsible for your sustenance. Pack your belongings and return home. The trio looked at each other. So simple? No tricks? But the indenture contracts were indeed torn. They could re-register with the Ministry of Households. Immediately, they departed. Dorian turned to his new extraordinary disciples. To truly remain here, you must meet one final requirement. Otherwise, your status as extraordinary disciples will be revoked. Rest assured, since you're not yet formal disciples, you won't face human extinction. All 4 hesitated. Would this requirement be manageable? Chapter 534. Becoming a disciple can also be deadly. Dorian didn't say a word, picking up the goose feather pin to write on the paper. After that, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Before leaving, Dorian added, "Come find me once you've thought it over, and I'll make arrangements for you." The 4 probationary disciples were left speechless. Immediately after, as the eldest brother among the probationary disciples, Thompson approached the desk, picked up the sheet of paper Dorian had left, and began to read aloud. Joining the army? Beacon fires illuminate the western capital, stirring unrest within. The army departs from the Phoenix Gate. Iron cavalry encircles the Dragon City. Snow dims the banner's designs. The wind blends with the drum's beat. Rather be a company leader than a mere scholar. Another immortal poem. Cough. From now on, we must call him master. This is the new work of our master. The group kept mulling over the poem in their hearts. Rather be a company leader than a mere scholar. Thompson looked at his 3 junior brothers and declared sternly, "Regardless of what you think, I will strive to become an indoor disciple from now on." Galen also said, "Elder brother, count me in too." Amias wasn't willing to be outdone and added, "Count me in as well." Honestly, he still harbored resentment towards Thompson. As a member of the Fanyang Braden family, he came here with a mission. Previously, he had only been forced to serve Dorian. Now that Dorian wanted to take disciples, it was a good opportunity for him. However, he never expected Thompson of the Tai Hollis and Wong family to get ahead of him. From now on, he would have to address Thompson as elder brother. Even if he's just the senior among probationary disciples, it's a significant loss for me. Thinking about this, Amias looked at Thompson and said pointedly, "Elder brother, since we're part of the same sect, please do not do anything to betray master. If I ever find out, I won't let you off." Thompson chuckled. "I've long wished to become a disciple. Who knew master thought I was too much of a waste and refused to accept me before?" Amias asked incredulously, "Really?" Thompson replied frankly, "Time reveals true character. Whether it's real or not, you'll see in time. As a scholar, Wong has my pride. Betrayal of one's master leads to doom. I could never commit such an act." Afterward, he gave a half smile and added, "If I'm not mistaken, you are unhappy because I became elder brother before you by joining first, right?" Amias sighed helplessly. "What can I say? I was late, so there's nothing I can do as a younger brother." At this moment, Galen bowed. "Greetings, elder brother." "Second brother?" Thompson asked. "Third brother." "Why do you want to become a disciple?" Galen smiled bitterly. "We are now fellow disciples and probationary ones at that. I heard master has several indoor disciples. Even Minister of Works Hamlin became a disciple. We need to support each other." Thompson and Amias nodded. Meanwhile, Pedro remained completely ignored. Galen confessed further. "Speaking of which, the Long Shili clan is like muddy water. When I was sent here to make things difficult for master, I was already a discarded piece. But I refuse to give up. Why should someone like me be cast aside? Master is a talented and extraordinary person. From now on, I, Galen, will follow master and carve out a future for myself. What does Long Shili mean to me anymore?" Amias also confessed. "My aunt is here, and our chief sent me for reasons you understand, elder brother and third brother. But I don't want to be used. Now that I've joined as a disciple, master's interests come first. My aunt told me not to get involved with the nobility again. It's too dark inside." He shook his head as he finished speaking. Clearly, he too was someone not favored within the Fanyang Braden clan. Thompson expressed his gratitude. "Our Tai Hollis and Wong clans suffered great misfortune, reducing me to a disrespected position. Master spoke up for me when others wouldn't. Let's leave the rest unsaid." At that moment, I decided to repay master. Nearby, Pedro's face turned dark. Initially, he was alongside Thompson but hadn't spoken a word then. Embarrassing. Now, Thompson's words sounded especially piercing. The 3 disciples clasped hands together. "Second and third brothers. Elder brother, third brother, first and second brothers. From now on, we will faithfully follow master and not bring shame to him." Agreed. So it shall be. The trio started forming an alliance. After all, they were just probationary disciples, quite marginalized. To rise above, they needed to stick together. Regarding their future prospects, seeing master achieve so much at a young age, so long as they weren't all worthless, they could look forward to bright futures. However, Pedro was once again excluded. Pedro, grinding his teeth. "They keep ignoring me. It's one thing to ignore me repeatedly, but speaking like this in front of everyone, it's clearly meant for me to hear." Pedro sneered. "One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. I, Pedro, will never betray my master, nor be despised by the world." Bah! He spat and stomped off angrily. The 3 brothers exchanged amused glances. Thompson remarked, "Second and third brothers, Pedro and Che, are full of mischief. They plotted to harm master. I suspect Pedro's motive for becoming a disciple isn't pure either. We need to watch him closely." "Certainly. Elder brother, rest assured." Pedro was the first to find Dorian, bowing respectfully, abandoning the pin for arms. "I am committed." Dorian shook his head with a smile. "Pedro, if you're not genuinely sincere in becoming my disciple, I advise you to reconsider. If you betray the sect someday, not only will I obliterate you, but the entire world will not tolerate you. To risk everything for your Pedro clan, what's the point?" Dorian couldn't believe Pedro was sincere in his intentions. Pedro never concealed his fiery temper and inner thoughts around Dorian. Considering Pedro was a pawn of the Pedro clan, Dorian felt pity for him. However, Pedro shook his head. Since I've chosen to be your disciple, it's after much deliberation. Some of your actions confuse me. But how did you single-handedly destroy the Fanyang Braden clan and devastate the Tai Hollis and Wang clan? To oppose the entire noble clans alone, it's utterly mad. I can't fathom how you, a mere youth, accomplish feats no one else can. Dorian understood. Such insatiable curiosity. Curiosity really does kill the cat. There's wisdom in that saying. Who would have thought the hot-headed Pedro had such a keen mind? Was his hot temper just a facade? How terrifying. He's practically a hidden manipulator. This young master admires. Underneath him, such talent is sorely needed. Concerning Pedro manipulating him, but that poem of mine is going to be published in the newspaper soon. If you pull out, I'll mention it in the paper. Herb was now in despair. Nonsense. He's clearly setting me up. If all the scholars find out, they would definitely think I, Herb, am a coward who doesn't dare join the army and refuse to take Dorian as my master. Without satisfying my damn curiosity, I'd only end up ruining my reputation. That would be a huge loss. Master. Herb gritted his teeth. You, transcendent immortal, truly not acting like a human being at all. That night, Dorian brought the probationary disciples to the back mountain to meet Duncan. In recent days, Duncan had barely left this place, busy training the musket squad here. Seeing Dorian, he grinned broadly and gave him a bear hug. Brother, why are you here? Then he noticed the people standing beside Dorian. What are they doing here? Speaking, Duncan leaned close to Dorian's ear and whispered in a low voice. Brother, I saw from the start these few didn't have good intentions when they first came to Peach Blossom Spring. This place is highly classified. Did you bring them here to use as live targets? Duncan inherited his loud voice from Hendrix. Thus, it was easy to imagine how different his whispering into someone's ear might sound compared to an average person. Instantly, the faces of the 4 probationary disciples turned green. Live targets? This sounds like he wants us dead. We haven't even wronged you. Speechless, Dorian replied, Second brother, please don't speak nonsense. These 4 have already taken me as their master, although they're still probationary disciples, not yet indoor ones. I brought them here for an experiment. Puff. Shocked. It must be a live target experiment. The legs of the 4 almost gave way beneath them. Nonsense. Becoming a disciple can also be deadly? Please note, the tone, style, and paragraph structure are maintained as requested. However, some sentences were adjusted slightly for natural flow in English while preserving the original meaning. Chapter 535. I want literati to join the military too. Helmet, the chief editor of the Tang Daily, received a poem from Ronnie. Upon seeing the poem on paper, he couldn't help but read it aloud. Joining the military, the beacon fires light up Xijing, and my heart cannot rest. Seals leave the Phoenix Gate. Iron cavalry surrounds Dragon City. Snow dimming flags paintings, wind mingles with drum beats. Better to be a captain of 100 than just a scholar. After reciting, Helmet asked Ronnie, does your young master plan to take action against literati? This hawk truly doesn't rest a moment. But could literati be so easily handled? No way, take me to see your young master. Helmet, after some thought, felt unable to remain seated any longer. At present, the enforcers of the Transportation Bureau were still scholars tricked by Dorian. But things had reached this point for the musket team in Peach Blossom Land. Though Farrell and others went to the Firearms Supervision Bureau, and a separate firearms camp was established with Duncan as its commander, the firearms camp wasn't yet organized, so Duncan stayed in Peach Blossom Land to train the musket team. This musket team was left by Finleaf to protect his precious son. However, Pedro Chung was unimpressed. How difficult can it be for anyone to just stand like this? Such an unreliable teacher. Trying to scare who? We literati aren't so easily fooled. Then, Dorian started explaining the key points of standing at attention to these 4 new disciples. Only then did they realize that standing at attention shouldn't be taken lightly. Even exiled fairies created complex things. Helmet curiously asked, Hawk, are you punishing them for doing something wrong? Dorian denied. How could that be? Helmet shook his head. Regardless, they are still National College students. You can't. Upon hearing this, the 4 felt moved. Grand Duke Liang. Such a good person. Being a fellow literatus, he truly empathized. However, Helmet continued, punishing them like this, how will they learn? Blood spurted out. Did the Prime Minister have to speak so dramatically? Annoying. Dorian was speechless. These feudal lords sure had malicious intentions. Dorian curiously asked, Old Gino, how do you punish your servant? Helmet was petrified. Really sending literati to war? Isn't this a joke? Literati were skilled at writing, but carrying weapons, who could lift them? Helmet advised, Hawk, this is too reckless. Dorian smiled and asked the 4 outsiders, is Master being reckless? Not. Impossible. Master isn't like that. Even Pedro Chung, though harboring resentment towards Dorian, bit his teeth and replied, not at all. Dorian looked at Helmet triumphantly, see? Helmet. He pulled Dorian aside and earnestly said, Hawk, literati form the foundation of our great Tang. Dorian countered, your statement is incorrect. My father once said, the ruler is a boat, the people are water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. As we can see, the foundation of Great Tang lies with its people, not just the literati. Old Gino, while you are a literatus, you shouldn't glorify your peers. Helmet. This mess. Bringing the Emperor into this. If you don't want to listen, there's no need to twist my words. Helmet seriously asked, Hawk, tell me what you're planning. Dorian frankly replied, in the past, soldiers came from peasants. Today, I want literati to join the military too. Helmet asked again, why? Dorian said solemnly, a good army should obey orders without question. Isn't that too low a standard? After reviewing historical records, I found an interesting issue. Whenever an army suffers more than 30% casualties, it crumbles rapidly. Why is that? Helmet, baffled, responded. For such questions, who would know better than military officers? Not an official like me. Chapter 536. Are you not human? Dorian said solemnly. Throughout history, most who have joined the military did so either for a meal or due to conscription by the imperial court. Of course, in our Tang Dynasty, we have the phubbing system, but there was little choice. If it were up to you, old Gino, would you prefer your descendants to be scholars entering government service, or serve as soldiers generation after generation? Helmet was speechless. Dorian shook his head and said, I believe it's time for a change. The purpose of an army is to protect home and country. However, when people are struggling just to survive, unless it's a dire national emergency, how can we realistically ask them to protect their homeland? So, I want to form a professional army, with volunteers joining willingly, either driven by a desire to fight on battlefields or to achieve glory, not forced into military service. Snap. As the current chancellor, Helmet was taken aback by Dorian's unconventional idea, his jaw dropping in surprise. Naive, immature, stupid, Alvin E. Old Gino, dare I challenge you to a bet? Why a bet? Old Gino, don't worry about the details. Help me present my ideas to the court and secure a military rank for me. Then let me build an extraordinary army that will astonish the world during the war with Japan. Helmet understood. Dorian was like a fisherman. The poem, joining the military, was his bait, and Helmet was the fish caught on the hook. Furthermore, to scholars, that poem was like a fishing net, and many more would fall for it. Just like Heim fishing, waiting for willing prey. Indeed. Surprisingly, he felt somewhat excited. As for Dorian's supposedly mature thoughts, Helmet saw them merely as a means for the prince to reach into the military without causing public outcry. So, he should discuss this with Ismail. Helmet hurried away. Behind him, Dorian called out, Old Gino, what about the stakes of our bet? Without turning back, Helmet waved his hand without a word. At the Duke of Kai's residence, Bogdan listened and remarked, Old Gino, I think the hawk doesn't necessarily aim to interfere with the military. Helmet asked, then why? Bogdan pondered, perhaps the hawk truly wishes to reform our Tang military system. Helmet spat out his tea. Reform the military system? That's less likely than laying the groundwork for future claims to the throne. How did Crawford triumph at the Xuanwu Gate incident? Wasn't it because of his prestige in the military? Without military support, how could he have secured the Tang throne so smoothly? Helmet worried, military reform is a sensitive matter. Unlike national debt, they are not the same kind of issues. Bogdan smiled faintly, Old Gino, has the hawk ever failed in anything he set out to do? Besides, have you forgotten the old white-bearded man? Hearing this, Helmet thought deeply, Armando, let's be frank, that white-bearded man seems quite unbelievable to me. Bogdan stated bluntly, do you think the hawk is lying? Helmet shook his head and firmly said, regardless, I never believed in immortals. A wise man does not speak of prodigies, spirits, or chaos. I cannot believe in such things. Bogdan laughed, whether we believe it or not doesn't matter. What's important is that we know the hawk's knowledge comes from an immortal. Helmet paused, then understood. This is the hawk's self-preservation tactic. Their belief or disbelief is irrelevant. Many others do believe in the supernatural. Moreover, Dorian's exceptional wisdom makes him stand out even more. His astonishing actions only draw admiration as a talented youth. Suddenly, Andrew pressed on, Your Majesty, do you wish for eternal life? With a darkened face, Crawford retorted, Am I a deluded emperor? Isn't that what your Majesty wants? Do I? Colmes. No. Crawford stood up abruptly. Andrew, are you here to pick a fight? Seeing this, Andrew concluded, If your Majesty doesn't seek eternal life, why the outrage? Crawford slammed the table. I don't. Andrew calmly said, Only if you shatter the table, will I believe you. Crawford. This seems like I'm really furious. Not because of me, but because of you. Suddenly, Andrew bowed humbly, Your Majesty, you've reigned only 2 years. The Emmanuel River Alliance remains unavenged. The Turks still threaten us, and other barbarians plunder our resources. To become a legendary emperor, you must conquer all territories and subdue all enemies. But your Majesty has yet to accomplish any of this. Crawford inhaled deeply, nearly losing breath. Andrew, can you just say things normally? Wasn't I just asking a few questions about the old white-bearded man, showing concern for the empire, only for you to report it? My son, well done. Same thing, different person. To Crawford, his son acted out of care while Andrew, though caring, was also extremely annoying. Coughing, Crawford said, Xin Sheng. I just wanted to ask the old white even showed Crawford the poem, Marching to War. Crawford pondered briefly and said, In that case. Andrew interjected hastily, saying, I believe it is feasible. Crawford. Ah, well done, Andrew. You even interrupt me before I finish speaking. Are you not human? Are you not human? Not at all surprising. Immediately, the two mentioned Eliot's idea of encouraging scholars to join the military, and Helmet even took out the poem Enlistment for Ethan to review. Ethan thought for a moment and said, In that case. Andrew interrupted. I believe it is feasible. Ethan. Ah, well done, Andrew. You even interrupt my lines. Are you not human? Correction. Well done, Andrew. You even interrupt my lines. Chapter 537. Greeting the Finn wrongly? The latest issue of the Tang Dynasty Daily featured a military-themed poem. In an instant, many literati in Chang'an were enraged to the point their eyes turned red. When has any scholar been so provoked? They pride themselves on high moral integrity and eloquence. This kind of provocation was unprecedented. Many roared, volunteering to join the military to prove their worth to the exiled immortal. At this moment, the court also conferred Dorian the title of cavalry general, granting him the authority to recruit soldiers with a quota of 3,000. This decision sent shockwaves throughout the imperial court. What does this signify? A change in the heir presumptive. Finleaf once rose from a military background and established the Jericho Fu, which became a key asset in his competition with Hawk Jianqing later on. However, besides the initial shock, the officials did not comment further. They were all shrewd men aware that even if Crawford favors Dorian, it doesn't guarantee he'll become the next emperor of Tang. Trees that stand out are always first to be felled by the wind. But this also represents an opportunity. If Dorian can seize it, who would dare challenge him for the position of crown prince? Of course, there were those with ulterior motives. For example, Bowen, his son, Fred, had been tricked by Dorian and almost killed in an unfortunate accident. This matter was far from resolved. Before now, due to Dorian's royal status, Bowen couldn't openly target him. Now, an opportunity presented itself. In Taiji Palace, Bowen stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, since the Marquis of Wanyan intends to train troops, these efforts should be inspected. Why not entrust this task to me?" Finleaf didn't suspect anything and nodded, "Very well." Handing the inspection over to Hendricks or others might result in favoritism. Bowen added, "Your Majesty, training troops should have a deadline. When will you inspect the results of the Marquis of Wanyan? Cavalry General? Perhaps set a date?" Finleaf pondered and said, 3 months then. Upon hearing this, Bowen's face darkened. "SK, Your Majesty, you're being too protective. Why not 3 years? Andrew suddenly stepped forward and declared loudly, "Your Majesty, 3 months is too long. 1 month would be better. If feasible, let General Dorian's troops participate in the campaign against Japan." The court officials were stunned. Everyone knew Andrew was closely aligned with Dorian. Why would he set such a challenging task for him? Could they have fallen out? However, it didn't seem like that. Andrew was helpless. To fulfill the first Alvin's order, Andrew went all out. Even at the cost of being misunderstood. Just don't disappoint in the end. Everything the first Alvin envisioned came true in the past. Agreed. Finleaf glanced at Andrew, understanding his motive, and approved. After the court session, Finleaf hurried to Peaches and Plum's retreat. He didn't find Dorian. He asked around. Dorian was training troops at the back mountain. Surprised, Finleaf thought, "I just named you cavalry general and gave you permission to recruit soldiers, and the edict hasn't even arrived yet. Where did you get these troops?" Arriving at the back mountain, at the parade ground, Finleaf nearly dropped his jaw. For individuals no longer served as wooden posts, but were running laps around the field carrying heavy weights. Dorian wasn't idle either, following behind them with a wooden stick, striking anyone who lagged. His strikes weren't severe, but they hurt. About the red-barreled cannons. Artillery must also be established. But have you considered who will lead the firearm battalion as it expands? Finleaf smirked, "Son, I have plenty of valiant generals. Do you think I lack commanders for the firearm battalion?" Dorian scoffed, "Father, you're overly confident. Ignorance often comes with confidence." Finleaf. Dorian continued, "The firearm battalion is a new type of unit. Can any of our current generals truly manage it?" Finleaf hesitated, realizing he lacked confidence. At the same time, he felt a wave of emotion. His son truly thought ahead regarding the firearm battalion, taking a step back and planning 3 steps ahead. Truly worthy of being my son. However, 1 month later, "You'll see, father." Suddenly, Ronnie rushed over, greeting Finleaf before addressing Dorian, "Young master, many scholars have come to Peaches and Plum's retreat, volunteering to enlist." Finleaf proudly raised his hand. "I spread the news about the imperial edict, so everyone in Chang'an knows you're cavalry general and can recruit soldiers." Dorian merely replied, "That's great." Finleaf was taken aback. Great? Could not act on their own. If you went to the army, and tens of thousands of soldiers acted on their own to greet you, wouldn't it become like a marketplace? Can such an army win battles? Finleaf rubbed his nose, speechless. Soon after, Zion arrived outside the Peach Blossom Spring. Facing the scholars who wanted to join the military, he calmly said, "The court has given this general 3,000 troops, but I do not accept just anyone. Run back to Chang'an. The first 1,000 who arrive will be accepted. The rest can go home and write or paint." Everyone was indignant, almost losing control and wanting to beat him up. Listen to this. Us noble scholars coming to enlist, and he's being so picky. What does he mean by go home and write or paint? Does he think we're worthless? Do you think all we can do is write and paint? Pa, who is he looking down upon? At this moment, Zion casually added, "Only fools shout loudly to prove they're not worthless. Capable people prove themselves through actions." Everyone choked to death. There's nothing else to say. Run. Head for Chang'an. But that wasn't all. Zion suddenly had another idea. If these scholars weren't properly disciplined now, they would definitely cause trouble in the future. So, he assigned the task to Ronnie. Ronnie's face immediately darkened. Still, he carried out the order strictly. But one wonders how Donnie would feel about it. Thereupon, Ronnie followed the group of scholars and shouted, "General Zion offers a monthly salary of 10 guan for those who pass the selection." Boom. This statement exploded among the scholars. Currently, the compensation for Tang soldiers killed in battle was only 5 guan. Comp Zion offered a monthly salary of 10 guan. Who could resist? Throughout history, why were scholars often poor? Because they were impoverished. Especially in ancient times, pen, ink, paper, and inkstone were expensive. Add to that traveling for education and examinations, which cost a fortune. Ordinary families found it hard for their scholars not to be poor. However, high investment also brought high returns. Once successful, they could rise from obscurity. Today, the scholars who came to challenge Zion and join the military mostly came from humble backgrounds. Upon hearing the salary, their eyes turned red with excitement. Not to mention anything else, even the salary alone made it worth it. Having slapped the immortal scholar in the face and earned money in the process, a huge deal. But there was more. Ronnie continued shouting, "Those who serve for a year can be recommended for non-official rank." Spit. Finleaf's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his son had done this. His son was always full of surprises, making jaws drop effortlessly. Let the humble scholars join the military and enter the government. Starting as non-official ranks wasn't much, but talent always shines through. As long as they were capable, they would eventually rise. Promoting these humble scholars wouldn't let the gentry clans criticize. Furthermore, it won the hearts of scholars nationwide. Some humble children had no choice but to rely on the gentry clans. Some might resort to any means, while others still had pride. And who wants to be someone else's subordinate? His son provided an alternative path for this group. They would surely serve him well in the future. Excellent. Thinking this, Finleaf nodded and said, truly worthy of being my son. This is agreed. It will be announced in the imperial court tomorrow. No one will oppose it. Probably, none of them know my true intentions. Ultimately, there was another point. By attracting scholars to join the military, it would gain the recognition of the scholarly community. Finleaf patted Zion's shoulder and said seriously, 1 month later, you must defeat Ho Junji. Zion nonchalantly replied, Father, don't worry. I'll surely crush him. Colmes, crush him. Otherwise, the scholars joining the military would just be a laughingstock among officials. Finleaf left happily, leaving everything to his son. Failure was acceptable. What if he succeeded? An hour later, only a third of the scholars, eyes bloodshot and legs trembling, reached the gates of Chang'an. Along the way, the local residents saw a group of scholars sprinting and were amazed. At the city gates, Zion had already sent people to distribute numbers to the arriving scholars. In the end, those who received numbers gained the qualifications to join the military. At this moment, these scholars were stunned. To join the military, did they really have to push themselves like this? But thinking about becoming non-official ranks after a year made them excited again. Next, Zion arranged many carts to transport the 1,000 scholars to the rear of the Peach Blossom Spring. In the training field, accommodating a mere 1,000 people was no problem. These 1,000 people wondered what Zion had planned next. Standing on a platform, Zion held a megaphone and loudly said, Gentlemen, today, I will skip the formalities. But let me tell you, my soldiers are the new army of the Great Tang. What is the new army of the Great Tang? Watch. Immediately, the ground shook. A formation of 300 soldiers marched into the field under Fernando's command. Perfectly aligned. Uniform movements. However, after the initial shock, the scholars only showed disdain. Just this? Fake stuff, that's all. Suddenly, Fernando ordered. The 300 split into several columns, facing the targets 30 paces away in the field. First column, advance. Brush. The first column stepped forward. Ready. Aim. The first column aimed their flintlock muskets at the targets. At this moment, the scholars noticed the unfamiliar items in the soldiers' hands. Not spears, not tang sabers. More like fireplace poles. Ha ha ha. Fireplace poles? This is General Lee playing a joke? Suddenly, Fernando shouted fiercely, Fire! Bang! After countless drills, the soldiers moved uniformly, numerous muskets firing simultaneously, creating a deafening roar. The targets in front were enveloped in a cloud of white smoke and riddled with holes. First column, retreat. Second column, advance. Aim. Fire. Duncan gave orders without pause, continuing to command the musket team to fire. Bang, bang, bang. In the training field, the thunderous sound was incessant. And at this moment, these scholars were utterly stunned. This, mastering the art of thunder. Is this the new army of the Great Tang? Hashtag chapter 539, Lee Demonic. 121. At the back mountain of Peach Blossom Spring, training ground, the new Tang army was conducting physical training around the training ground. The formation and movements were orderly and uniform. This was already 5 days later. The 1,000 soldiers of the new army were divided into 4 battalions, named after the surnames of Dorian's 4 non-formal disciples, sequentially as Wang Battalion, Braden Battalion, Lee Battalion, and Pedro Battalion. At this, Thompson and the others were almost overwhelmed with excitement. What a great honor. It turned out that being forcibly conscripted by their master had such benefits. After all, these 4 were students at the Imperial Academy, and what they cared about most was their reputation. Indeed, their master had given them a big gift personally. Moreover, the advanced weaponry of the Tang new army truly intimidated these scholars. Therefore, they did not have much resistance to joining the new army. And, Dorian provided abundant food, 3 meat-rich meals a day. For these cash-strapped scholars, it was almost unimaginable. Usually, all their money went to pins, ink, paper, and inkstones. Forget about eating well. Even their scholarly robes were often washed until white from repeated use. The poverty of scholars from humble backgrounds was easily understood. From this, one could see the appeal of the Tang new army's food and military pay to these poor scholars. Furthermore, Dorian promised that in 1 month, the new army would demonstrate its training results. Competition in a month. The new army was filled with pride. Initially, everyone was exhausted to the point of collapse. Now, they were mostly adapted. Meanwhile, the 4 non-formal disciples, who were now centurions in the new army, had undergone Chang Chu's training beforehand and understood Dorian's extraordinary training methods. Comfortable? Leisurely? Not likely. Sure enough, Dorian smiled and said, It seems you've mastered basic training, so let's move on to the next step. Emmanuel training. The 4 non-formal disciples showed no surprise. The rest were taken aback. What? Emmanuel training? When they were told to carry their bedding, their faces fell. Physical fitness cannot be improved in just a few days, and the bedding wasn't heavy, but running while carrying it was indeed impactful. Before Dorian, the new army didn't wimp out. They gritted their teeth and ran. A person lives for dignity, and even a Buddha strives for respect. The purpose of these new soldiers enlisting was to slap the face of those immortals. Note, Durashan literally means exiled immortal, or immortal who has been sent down to earth as a punishment. It's often used to refer to someone with extraordinary talent or a person of high moral integrity. Without further context, immortals is a more natural translation in English. No matter what, they had to endure. After all, the military pay was substantial, and the food was decent. Becoming a centurion later? Cough, cough. An infantryman who doesn't dream of becoming a general isn't a good soldier. Absolutely not for some measly centurion position. Would we scholars settle for something as trivial as a centurion role? No way. The next day, 1,000 backpacks were placed on the training ground. Dorian grinned and said, "Brothers, today, we won't carry our bedding for weight training. That would be an insult." The hearts of the new army sank. Is the exiled immortal person planning another mischief? For better fluency and context alignment in English, it could be rephrased as, is the exiled immortal up to some new mischief? Come on, listen up. First row forward. Halt. At ease. Load your backpacks. Wang Centurion, come forward and give a demonstration. Thompson and his team had already used the weighted backpacks before, so they did a demo effortlessly. Others quickly followed suit. Immediately, seeing what was inside the backpacks made their faces green. Stones. Damn stones. Isn't this too harsh? As the new army slung the packs over their shoulders, Dorian smiled again. The new army's hearts skipped a beat. They had already grasped Dorian's cruel nature. When the exiled immortal smiled, trouble was brewing. Only to hear Dorian say with a laugh, each battalion of the new army must run 10 laps around the training ground. The last one standing will have no dinner tonight. Everyone. Is this not heartless? Such good food, suddenly not given? No, it's only the last one who won't get food. Let's go. Instantly, the training ground was chaos. The originally neat formation was gone, resembling a bustling market. Thompson and the Centurions rushed ahead for fear of falling behind. At this moment, Pedro Chong, who had always been subtly excluded as a younger disciple, caught up with Thompson, panting, "Isn't this a bit too chaotic?" Thompson asked, "What's wrong?" Pedro Chong, uneasy, replied, "This is too chaotic." Galen waved it off. "Just make sure not to be last." Amias also nodded in agreement. At this moment, Dorian stood on a high platform, smiling as he watched the new army. Hee. Indeed. Can't blame me now. Upon finishing the 10 laps, the last person to reach the finish line was from Pedro Battalion, and he crawled there. People in Pedro Battalion, except for Centurion Pedro Chong, were ready to bash the last one for it. Lost. No dinner tonight. Cruel. Heartless. Soldiers from the other 3 battalions laughed happily. The exiled immortal didn't lie about withholding dinner. He actually did it. Dorian smiled coolly and said, "Very nice. No dinner for anyone tonight?" Thud. Shocked. Breaking promises. For us, he can break his word? How shameless. Dorian's face turned cold, and he barked fiercely, "You useless lot. On the battlefield, you die for sure. How did you run during the weight training?" To the uninformed, it looked like a panicked retreat. And you all forgot about each other besides yourselves. On the battlefield, your comrades are the ones you trust and rely on. But you bunch of trash, if I gave you muskets, you just hand over heads to the enemy. Dinner is ready. If you have the face to eat, I won't punish you. But ask yourselves, do you have any shame left? With that, Dorian turned and walked away. An army without unity, even with muskets, can't defeat enemies with cold weapons. Next, steaming hot meals were brought out. Having trained all afternoon, the new army was starving and could hardly resist drooling over the smell of the food. But none dared to take a step forward. Not eating? Fine then. I'm a scholar. My principles cannot be lost. What kind of immortal descendant is this? He's a demon. Note, Durashan literally means exiled immortal, but is often used to refer to someone extraordinary or supernatural in literature. Here it seems to be used as a title or nickname for someone who thought of something. His son's new troops only numbered 1,000. Would a 1,000-man firearms battalion be enough for the war against the Woku, Japanese pirates? Immediately, he ran from the palace to Peach Blossom Source, reaching the parade ground behind the hill. Upon arrival, he saw chaos everywhere. Today, the new troops were suffering another tormented day, and Dorian changed tactics once again. Comster you should have understood what unity means. So, today I have devised a relaxing game to help you unwind. Everyone was curious upon hearing this. No more training? Even Ethan nodded in approval when he heard this. Though the new troops looked dirtier and darker in complexion, it was still good that his son knew how to balance work and rest, rather than just torturing these people. Just then, 4 extra students were called out. Thompson went up on the platform. The other 3 junior disciples remained below. Thompson walked to the edge of the platform, faced the crowd with his back, extended his arms, and fell backward straight off the platform. The 3 junior disciples caught him steadily. Then, the other 3 demonstrated in turn. They were familiar with this game. Duncan had trained them before. Other new recruits were dumbstruck. What kind of game was this? Just playing around? Beside, Ethan stopped Ronnie, who was about to report to Dorian, and began watching with interest, nodding thoughtfully. The soldier was nervous and bit his lip, saying, "Centurion, you wouldn't." Only a cry was heard. Thompson pushed him down. Splash. He hit the ground. Thompson was stunned. He imagined the first part, but didn't anticipate the second. How did they not catch him? The soldier lying on the ground felt like his body was falling apart. The few new recruits waiting below were also shocked. This, too sudden. They never expected their Centurion to push someone down. Dorian observed everything and coolly asked, "Centurion Wong, do you know what to do?" Thompson had a pained expression. He knew exactly what to do. He himself had undergone Duncan's torture before these people experienced it. Coldly, he declared, "Since you failed to cooperate, no lunch for you today." Those few recruits malignly didn't speak, but their own Centurion did. Bad luck. After experiencing such torment recently, the new recruits understood basic principles. Punishments were common in training. You have the right to refuse, but double punishment follows. So, they accepted the punishment. Thompson ordered, "Try again." The new recruit lying on the ground felt like dying. What? These bastards didn't catch me and almost killed me. Now they want another round. So miserable. Subsequently, new recruits queued up to go on the platform. Among them, some failed and were announced by their Centurions to lose their lunch. Ethan watched with interest. Slap. A hand tapped his shoulder. "Father, What are you peeping at? Ethan replied darkly. Who's peeping? As Emperor, is there anything I can't see? Continuing, he asked, are 1,000 new troops too few? Dorian retorted, not few at all. Each gets Tingguan monthly pay, plus daily rations. It's a significant sum. Ethan shook his head. Not enough. At least 3,000. Although firearms are powerful, 1,000 is still too few for the war against the Wokou. Dorian exclaimed, Father, you're too harsh. Ethan's face turned even darker. Isn't it you who trains these scholars most harshly? Dorian said, they're all scholars, my seeds for the new military. Putting them all together in one battle might result in massive losses. Ethan snorted. You still remember that? Dorian nodded. Of course, I'll train these seeds, while others can be trained by the court. Oh, 3 to 5,000 seems small. Train more, and select the best before deploying against the Wokou. Ethan. So your purpose in training just 1,000 was this? Dorian continued, anyway, I'll train the new troops for up to 2 months, paying all expenses. Afterward, their salary and provisions will be provided by the court. They belong to the court. One last thing, I suggest maintaining current salaries and rations to keep morale high. Poof. Ethan clutched his chest, feeling pain inside. These were originally my private soldiers, and I bet you noticed it. Great job. If you won't take them, giving them such great conditions and handing them back to me without reducing their pay or rations, how much would that cost? Translation note. Names like Dorian, Thompson, Duncan, etc. have been kept in pinyin form as instructed. The tone and style of the original text have been maintained. Paragraph structure and line breaks closely match the original. I feel heartache. Throughout the entire Tang Dynasty, where can you find troops treated like this? Is this joining the military? It's like they're here to enjoy a life of luxury. Note. The ellipsis and exclamations are used to convey the Finn's frustration and emphasis, maintaining the tone and style of the original text. Chapter 541. The young master sacrifices a great deal. Finleaf stormed off in anger. Summon the Minister of War, Arrigo. When Arrigo arrived at the palace, he was visibly uneasy. His heart ached deeply. Back then, when Finleaf and Alvin Unkit were fighting for the throne, he had chosen to stand aside, thinking that it would keep him out of trouble. Who knew that in this world, choosing sides is critical? Arrigo's military prowess was unmatched in the entire Tang Dynasty, and this was one of the main reasons he was still alive. But what if one day he lost his value? Finleaf might just take his head. Ever since Finleaf ascended the throne 2 years ago, Arrigo had never felt secure, especially with recent indications of a potential war against the Turks. Engaging Japan was merely to test new weapons. He understood this well. He sensed vaguely that the Finn would entrust him with a significant responsibility in the war against the Turks. However, this was like dancing on the edge of a sword, and also represented his greatest value. Finleaf coughed and said, Minister Li, I wish you to train soldiers. What do you think? Without hesitation, Arrigo refused. Your Majesty, as Minister of War, handling daily affairs has already stretched me thin. Training soldiers, I fear I will disappoint your Majesty. Finleaf replied, no problem. I trust you, so it's decided. Train 10,000 men. I'll allocate troops from other armies. Also, let me give you a hint. These are new army units. Their importance in the battle against the Turks will be clear after our campaign against Japan ends. Arrigo. New army? How exactly are they new? Your arrangement confuses me, your Majesty. Finleaf continued, for the training methods of the new army, find Fabian County and tell him I sent you. Did not know that the so-called Fabian County was actually the Finn's son. This way, Arrigo would be safe. Thank you, Lord. Arrigo expressed his gratitude and promptly left without further words. Dorian watched him disappear and mumbled, this Arrigo indeed treads cautiously, but it shows he's smart. Dorian turned to Jacques with a half smile. Are you happy, Ryder? Jacques was delighted internally but couldn't show it or admit it, replying sadly, young master, I don't want to leave you. Dorian rolled his eyes. Hypocritical. Really, young master? Is it really true? Absolutely. Huh. Jacques. You already know my thoughts, why ask? Just to tease me. You're still that cunning young master. Dorian explained, I sent you because my father wanted to involve Arrigo in training the new army. By doing so, he forces Arrigo to come to me for advice, thereby linking the new army to me. Jacques was bewildered. What did this mean? Dorian elaborated. Father wants to ensure that any future troubles related to the new army fall on me, thus relieving Arrigo of responsibility. Also, given Arrigo's past neutrality during the power struggle, he lives in constant fear as the Minister of War. Letting him train the new army could stress him out. Engaging in military matters often invites suspicion. By involving me, Father allows Arrigo to shift. Jacques. Wait, you're not seriously planning to eradicate bandits, are you? The new army consists mostly of scholars. Though they've improved much, they need practical experience. We'll start with the bandit village. Jacques. Goodness gracious. Isn't this too simple? This translation retains the structure and style of the original text while ensuring readability and coherence in English. The characters' names are preserved using their pinyin forms, and the narrative tone and logical flow remain intact. Chapter 542. This is where things go awry. Finleaf received Dorian's petition. Eradicating bandits. Regarding this, Finleaf also understood that this was the time to let the new army get a taste of bloodshed. However, recalling that these soldiers were previously scholars, he couldn't help but feel uncertain. He still harbored great expectations for his son's modern military training methods. After all, this was about military training. His son would definitely not act recklessly and must have everything planned out. From the past 2 years' situation, the bandits normally only robbed caravans using brutal methods. However, they never touched powerful teams from noble families or aristocratic heirs. Capturing Hyder was a knowing violation, aimed at him, the Gaylord County. Interesting indeed. Dorian laughed, saying, it's only 10 million cash coins. Give it. Ronnie tried to persuade him. Nonsense. How to advise? These bandits were dangerous. Over time, the court forgot about them. Forgotten? Dorian smirked sarcastically. Knowing bureaucrats, they probably abandoned the effort after failed attempts. Such matters naturally wouldn't reach Finleaf. Dorian rubbed his chin, saying, "Give them the ransom." As Ronnie stepped forward, several bandits came out to check the money on the carriage before moving it. True to their word, they released Hyder. Upon seeing Dorian, Hyder hugged him and cried uncontrollably. Trembling, she sobbed, "That's it?" Dorian looked at the bandit village without a word. Frustrated, Hyder stamped her foot, thinking, "Why am I so unlucky?" Shopping turned into being kidnapped. "Let's go home first. We'll return tomorrow." Dorian climbed onto the ox cart. Excitedly, Hyder jumped up, holding onto Dorian's arm and asked, "Master, are you going to seek revenge for me?" Dorian smirked. "Revenge? Not really. I just feel bad about losing that 10 million. Sulking, Hyder let go of Dorian's arm. Since her identity was revealed, she acted more like a young lady in front of him. Dorian continued, "By the way, I have a task for you. You must complete it." Looking miserable, Hyder protested. Hated a buzz in the city. Hate as he might, for this exiled immortal to want to deal with the bandit village seems a bit exaggerated. This is where things are bound to go awry. Chapter 543. Where's the Red Coat Cannon? The Eastern Palace. A scene of desolation. But Jamar had grown accustomed to it. Having sold off everything in the Eastern Palace, he had to get used to this situation, even if he had to kneel. He was the most miserable crown prince in history, a title no one else could match. This moment, Commander Blake returned from outside and reported, "Your Highness Hawk, the first Alvin has paid the ransom." Jamar exclaimed excitedly, "Finally, brother got his wallet opened." Indeed, how coincidental could it be that Hyder was kidnapped? Because behind this, there was involvement by the Hawk himself. Suffering such significant losses at the hands of his elder brother, almost everything in the Eastern Palace besides the buildings was gone. Even the Wangwali bed where Jamar slept had been sold, while others went to bed. What did he do? He spread out bedding on the floor. Ask anyone under heaven. Even in ordinary affluent households, who would sleep on the floor? This indignity gnawed at him. Therefore, Jamar instructed Commander Blake to contact Bandit Village to kidnap Hyder and demand 10,000 strings of cash as ransom from Elliot. Additionally, to have Bandit Village assist, he had to spend 250 strings of cash. This expense made Commander Blake nearly choke with frustration. What was there to be happy about? 250 strings of cash were a considerable sum for the impoverished Eastern Palace. Spending this money further plunged the Eastern Palace's finances into dire straits. The first Alvin paying 10,000 strings of cash? For the first Alvin, whose wealth was immeasurable, this amount was nothing more than a minor annoyance. This hawk had an overly simplistic way of calculating. Continuing, Commander Blake added, the first Alvin immediately declared in front of the common people upon his return that he would eradicate bandits. Jamar felt even more pleased, smiling broadly. Brother boasting in front of everyone. Does he not fear losing face? Bandit Village has been raided countless times, but remains intact. Commander Blake warned, Your Highness, while others might bluff, the first Alvin. Whatever boasts the first Alvin makes come true. Jamar's mood sank. Why bring up something painful now? Can't you let me enjoy this moment? You go supervise personally. I want to see how my brother eradicates the bandits. Next day, the training ground. The new army assembled. However, the morale of the new army was not high but rather somewhat apprehensive. Last night, Elliot issued orders to eliminate the bandits. Many soldiers in the new army were nervous. After all, this was going to be real combat, absolutely proven wrong. They shouted angrily. Elliot nodded approvingly. All the investment wasn't in vain. At least they had spirit. Even cowards can be brave when necessary. Soft and spineless. What kind of men were they? Advance. Elliot gave the command. The new army equipped themselves and set out. In an instant, Chang'an buzzed with excitement. The new army marched in neat rows, their footsteps powerful and resolute. To the untrained eye, this didn't look like a force trained for only a month. Compared to battle-hardened veterans, the only difference was in killing intent. Commoners couldn't discern this nuance. Riding on horseback, Elliot announced loudly, Fellow countrymen, today we march to level Bandit Village on Hardhead Mountain. Henceforth, traveling through Hardhead Mountain will no longer be fraught with fear. Everyone is welcome to witness the operation. Jaws dropped among the crowd. Witness the operation? No way. If eradicating bandits fails, wouldn't the spectators be caught in the crossfire? Can't. Curiosity piqued, many followed the new army. Suddenly, the apprehension in the new army transformed. They couldn't afford to lose face before the public. This wasn't just the honor of Tang soldiers, but also that of literati. An hour later, the new army reached Hardhead Mountain. Rest here. Elliot ordered. They stopped on a narrow path. Volunteers. Lee Battalion too. Elliot glared and kicked each of them. Idiots. Why didn't you speak earlier? As soldiers, facing war, you hesitate and waste the rations prepared for you. Shameful. Disgraceful. Nearby spectators murmured among themselves. Not good. These new army officers look better suited for display. One captain isn't bad, but the others are useless. These scholars might struggle with bandit eradication. Reddening with shame, they realized the audience. This time, their humiliation knew no bounds. Meanwhile, Pedro organized Pedro Battalion. Artillery, prepare the red coat cannons. Then, 5 cannons were wheeled out. The spectators were baffled. These long, black tubes with wheels. This is a red coat cannon? The name was misleading. There wasn't a hint of red. Where's the red coat cannon? The long, black cannon barrels, with a few wheels for mobility, did not live up to its grand name. Chapter 544. Such anti-bandit campaign. Bitterhead Mountain. Bandit Village. Ian was standing respectfully, bowing his head to a person before him. Ian was the leader of Bandit Village. The person who could command such respect from Ian undoubtedly had a formidable identity. This person was none other than Jagger of Zhao Junli clan. Just then, Jagger said coolly, I heard that Hawk sought you out? Ian replied respectfully, Holmes, he, for the court. even linked to the downfall of the Fanyang Braden clan and Taiwan Wang clan. Surprised, Ian exclaimed, "Really? I didn't know." Speechless, Jagger sighed. "It seems you can't just pretend to be bandits without knowing what's happening in Tang Dynasty. So, how many have we recruited now?" Ian replied with a bow. "Under the support of our family head, we now have ample funds and grain. All the bandit groups around us have come under our wing. The number is roughly 50,000. Jagger said coldly, "Just 50,000? That's like ants trying to shake a tree. You need to expand to 200,000 quickly." Startled, Ian expressed difficulty. "This might not be easy. Many groups have been wiped out by the court. Only a few smart bandits are hiding. I'll try my best to recruit them. There aren't many bandits left in Longxi, probably only 20,000 unrecruited. 200,000 will be hard to reach." Cursing, Jagger said, "Stupid. Who told you to only recruit bandits? There are many ruffians around Chang'an. Find a way to lure them to the mountains. No need to worry about supplies. I'll arrange it. Don't limit yourself to Chang'an. Recruit all the bandits from Longxi. We'll have great use for them soon." Hearing this, Ian got excited. "Has the family head made any decision?" Clenching his teeth, Jagger replied, "Li Flang's measures against noble families are getting harsher. The longer it goes, the worse it gets for us." Panic and screams. The ground shook, and several cannonballs hit right where Ian and company stood. Instantly, houses exploded, turning Bandit Village into a blazing wasteland under relentless bombardment from the red-coated cannons. Meanwhile, witnesses collapsed in shock. Holy cow! Could this new army be heavenly soldiers? Regardless of whether the term red-coated cannon was exaggerated, their power was unmatched, possibly a technique wielded only by celestial beings. To the new army, however, this was routine. Dorian had already conducted live ammunition drills daily, ensuring unlimited supply of bullets. Though they hadn't seen combat yet, in terms of fire weapon proficiency, the new army ranked top in Tang. Unlike them, Origo's vast army was still undergoing drill and physical training. Live ammunition was costly. How could Fin Leaf afford such lavish spending? One 10,000-strong new army, if trained like Dorian's, would bankrupt the imperial treasury. Besides, the Fire Weapon Bureau might not meet the demand either. Con. Dorian's new army wasn't part of this limitation, since the bureau was state-owned, and the weapons belonged to the court. Though the Peach Blossom source had limited production, Dorian's primary tactic should be firepower suppression. The current situation went far beyond just suppression. Suppressing to death, it seemed there would hardly be any survivors. Were these red-coated cannons firing without cease deliberately trying to undermine me? Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. However, in English, it is more natural to use em-dashes, instead of ellipses for dramatic pauses or breaks in thought. Hashtag Chapter 545, Heaven's Army. The Pedro Battalion was responsible for eliminating the bandits. After a barrage from the red-coated cannons, the task of clearing the battlefield naturally fell to them. However, the Pedro Battalion hesitated, unwilling to cross the only path leading to the bandit village. Dorian sneered and said, "What? Not hungry tonight? How about 50 rounds of weighted training?" Upon hearing this, the new soldiers of the Pedro Battalion shivered. Demon Lee always kept his word. If he said 50 rounds, not a single step less would be allowed. And they wouldn't get any food either. Herb clenched his teeth and took the lead towards the bandit village. The other new soldiers of the Pedro Battalion followed closely behind. Dorian watched, speechless. They had already killed. Granted, it wasn't bloody due to the red-coated cannons. But why resist clearing the battlefield? Shouldn't they be looting the enemy's spoils of war? Isn't that what happens after a battle? These bookish ideals must be shattered. Dorian added, "Remember, we are the new army of the Tang Dynasty. We should hold ourselves to the highest standards of Tang soldiers. Every soldier in the Pedro Battalion will receive an equal share of military credits based on the number of heads in the bandit village. 1 head equals 5 guan." Russell. A roar erupted. Good heavens. Bandit elimination also comes with military credits? And 5 guan per head? Based on the size of the bandit village, there must be at least 500 people, maybe even more. Seeing this, the other 3 battalions felt envious, their eyes almost bleeding red. Military credits. Money. The other battalions were now bitterly regretful. The battalion commanders also felt extremely guilty for letting the credits slip away. Coming from aristocratic families, Thompson, Amias, and Galen only understood the suffering of commoners superficially. However, a month with the new army made them realize the hardships faced by commoners. In the Tang Dynasty, not everyone had clothes, food, or education, especially poor scholars who might never see hope despite exhausting their family's resources. After this event, their credibility among the new army would likely plummet rapidly. Just then, ugh, gag. These, ugh. The Pedro Battalion reached the bandit village and saw the aftermath, especially the debris left by the red-coated cannons. Everyone turned green and started vomiting. Originally, with the cannons, the Pedro for him. Eventually, the new soldiers finished vomiting. Ronnie commanded, "New army, clear the battlefield." No one dared disobey. Ronnie was now their deputy commander and had taught them hand-to-hand combat skills. He was like a half-teacher to them. Next, the Pedro Battalion searched for supplies while others cleared the battlefield. They dug pits and buried the dead. An incense stick later, Deputy Commander Lee. Suddenly, Herb found Ronnie. Seeing Pedro's strange expression, Ronnie followed him to a cellar in the bandit village. Inside was a chest surrounded by Kaiyuan Tongbao coins. Ronnie didn't focus on the coins, but on the chest. Herb ordered others to leave. When opened, it revealed letters. Reading too, Ronnie's expression changed. At the bottom of the chest was a ledger filled with names. Whistle. Ronnie inhaled sharply. "Does anyone else know?" Herb saluted. "Only I opened it. I felt it was unusual, so I called you." "Calm down," Ronnie instructed. "Mix this chest with the money when moving it out. Keep it hidden." "Colmes." Then, Ronnie informed Dorian about the chest and showed him the ledger. Dorian glanced at it, Heaven's army. Someone started the chant, and others quickly joined in. In an instant, cheers erupted. The crowd surged forward. Dorian maintained his usual expression. However, Ronnie's face was ashen. Certain individuals were already eager to build up the young master to unsustainable heights. Note: the last line implies that some people are already trying to excessively praise or idolize the young master, which could be harmful in the long run. ##### Chapter 546. Old in age but young at heart, a master of boasting. The Li family of Zhao County. Head of the family, something has happened. The newly appointed head of the Li family's affairs in Chang'an rushed back to report on the shocking incident that occurred at Bitterhead Mountain. At this moment, the Li family's head was enjoying some ice. He had to thank Dorian for introducing niter as a way to make ice. Otherwise, the Tang people wouldn't have known this method. The Tang Dynasty still used the old custom of storing ice in ice cellars and retrieving it during summer to avoid the heat. This method was extremely costly, so only the imperial palace and aristocratic families could afford to build ice cellars. Others could only dream of it. The Li family head had just been informed by his servants about the return of the head of affairs from Chang'an. Curious about what happened in Chang'an, he calmly smiled and said, "You must have returned personally because something urgent occurred. However, you are still the head of our family's affairs in Chang'an. How can you be so flustered? Our 1,000-year-old clan has faced countless storms. Whatever happens, remember one thing: effort gathering this information." However, the Li family head chuckled, his eyes revealing wisdom. He slowly replied, "As a bastard son of second Master Li, he was likely set up from the start for recognition. While his ideas are unusual, he is simply cleverer and more imaginative than ordinary people. A teenager, what can he really do?" But the head of affairs weakly interjected, "Head of the family. He invented a hot air balloon and actually ascended into the sky in public." The Li family head paused. "Is this child not listening? Trying to undermine my authority? Humph. Just tricks, nothing surprising." In the Three Kingdoms period, Trent's lanterns also ascended into the sky. This boy merely made a larger lantern and renamed it a hot air balloon. Why are you all amazed? True, it sounds plausible. It's just a large version of Trent's lantern. The head of affairs nodded. Understood. The patriarch simply doesn't believe a teenager can be so extraordinary, especially as the head of a 1,000-year-old clan and at his age. Elderly people can be stubborn. My own grandfather is like that too. They can't be contradicted. Time is running out, and the key points haven't even been addressed yet. So the head of affairs firmly responded, "Colmes, head of the family." The Li family head nodded approvingly. "Continue." Obediently, the head of affairs continued, "Dorian chose the bandit village at Bitterhead Mountain for his campaign?" Ha ha ha. The Li family head laughed heartily. The head of affairs' face twitched. Nasty. This laughter is unbearable. Soon, the patriarch will explode, and I'll be in trouble. But, the Li family head happily said, "Surely Dorian failed miserably? We know Bitterhead Mountain well. It's treacherous, impossible for anyone. Even with warnings from our people, its terrain made it invincible. Youngsters don't know their limits. This will teach him a lesson. I appreciate his wit. Life would be boring without challenges." The head of affairs wanted to scream. Damn it. The patriarch kept talking incessantly, leaving no room for interruption. Cunning and articulate, the patriarch, head of the family, he succeeded. Unable to hold back any longer. Without stopping him, my fate will be heartbreaking just thinking about it. The Li family head smiled. He was bound to fail. Not the first time. The head of affairs. Nasty. Yeah, I said he succeeded. Firmly, he stated, head of the family. The bandit village at Bitterhead Mountain is gone, completely wiped out. The Li family head froze, disbelief evident. Don't joke. How did it vanish? The head of affairs swallowed. Dorian conducted the raid. He raided, and it vanished? Colmes, plus there were red cannons, seemingly more powerful magical artifacts. Impossible. Really? Many citizens of Chang'an witnessed it. The bandit village was obliterated. The earth turned upside down. The Li family head sipped his tea calmly, waving his hand nonchalantly. Enough, I know. Go back and focus on this bastard son of Leaf. The head of affairs admired the patriarch's calm, true composure under pressure. Much to learn here. Respectfully he bowed. Colmes. Leaving outside. Suddenly, the sound of marmots echoed behind. Unfamiliar with marmots, the head of affairs couldn't identify the sound. But then, bang, crash, clatter. The patriarch must be smashing things. Clearly furious. Thank goodness his anger didn't fall on him. Composure under pressure, my foot. Bah. Old in age but young at heart. A master of boasting. Indeed. In Peach Blossom Land, Finleaf inspected the contents of the box. Letters proving connections between the bandit village leaders and other mountain chiefs. Ian intended to use these as leverage if they betrayed their promises. Dorian suddenly declared, "Father, I request to join the fight." Finleaf frowned. "Request what fight? We cannot move now." The letters pointed towards the Li family of Zhao County. Desperate to destroy them instantly, Finleaf held back, realizing, without solid evidence, attempting to move against a 1,000-year-old aristocratic clan is nothing short of wishful thinking. And even if there were evidence, what then? It still wouldn't be possible to act. The imperial court does not yet have enough power, and Finleaf himself lacks sufficient prestige. Unless the Tang Dynasty completely subjugates the barbarians and Finleaf's reputation reaches its peak, only then could he slowly take action against the aristocratic clans. Dorian saw that his father was about to argue and explained, "I'm talking about eliminating bandits." Finleaf was taken aback. "What bandits?" Dorian tapped the dossier, coldly saying, "The court is about to launch an attack on the Woku, Japanese pirates. It's uncertain whether these people might take advantage of the situation to cause chaos. So, before we wipe out the Woku, it would be better to eliminate these bandits first to serve as a warning and prevent a rebellion in our rear. Simultaneously, this will provide excellent military training." Unbeknownst to him, The Zhao County Li family truly intended to incite unrest at the rear when the court attacked the Wokou. Once, during the Tang's campaign to destroy the Tujue and pacify the northern steppes, the aristocratic clans did not seize the opportunity to revolt. However, due to Dorian's appearance and the inadvertent removal of the Fanyang Braden family and Taiyuan Wang family from the 5 surnames and 7 clans, the Zhao County Li family felt threatened and decided to act. History had already subtly diverged onto another path. Fin Li frowned. This may not be impossible, but your new army is too small. Let's send out the new army trained by Arrigo to assist you in suppressing the bandits. Dorian rolled his eyes. Dad, my goal is to train the new army in the use of firearms. If you give me that 10,000 strong new army, the supply of firearm ammunition, Finleaf's expression turned serious. Forget it. I trust you. You can do it. They won't get in your way anymore. Dorian, truly worthy of being the Fin of Tang, clearly hesitating, yet speaking so beautifully. In Peach Blossom Land, Finleaf examined the contents of the box. Letters proving connections between the bandit village leaders and other mountain chiefs. Ian intended to use these as leverage if they betrayed their promises. Dorian suddenly declared, Father, I request to join the fight. Finleaf frowned. Request what fight? We cannot move now. The letters pointed towards the Zhao County Li family. Desperate to destroy them instantly, Finleaf held back, realizing, translation complete with maintained paragraph structure and line breaks. The original tone and style are preserved, ensuring the storyline and logic are coherent with previous content. Chapter 547, Bowen's Small Idea. At the residence of Duke of Braden, Bowen's expression was far from pleasant. In recent days, the new army had been gaining prominence. The bandit village at Kuta Mountain had been reduced to rubble by the relentless bombardment of the new army. The words Red Coat Cannon had become a household name among the citizens of the Tang Dynasty. Soon, it would be his turn to face off against the new army, and their red coat cannons were practically weapons not meant for ordinary people. Fighting like this, Bowen knew he would certainly lose. If things went badly, he might even be blown to pieces. Additionally, the new army had now officially caught the attention of the imperial court. Previously, everyone thought Dorian was just playing around. How could a teenager possibly train troops to such excellence? Can't. Everyone was now left amazed. Not only did they possess the formidable red coat cannons, but also consisted entirely of literati. This was something unheard of. The crowd already understood Dorian's intent. Why he insisted on recruiting literati into the military, even risking enmity with all scholars. These 1,000-strong new army troops were the seeds of change. Bowen clenched his teeth. One must risk losing something precious if one wants something extraordinary. He was prepared to take the gamble. Brighty. Bowen spoke in the tender manner of an elderly father. Fred shivered. He had a bad feeling about what was coming next. Bowen said sternly, I have a task for you, which is crucial for your future. What? Fred was taken aback. So serious? Bowen patted his son's shoulder, saying, Go and find, no, General of the new army cavalry, Dorian. Instantly, Fred couldn't help but shiver. His psychological shadow cast by Dorian was too great. Last time, simply beating Kian and Hubert almost got him killed. This Dorian wasn't someone to provoke. After all, he was the Emperor's illegitimate son. Recently, Fred had found out more about Dorian's contributions to the Tang Dynasty and, more importantly, the Emperor's attitude toward him. Being a son of a military general, Fred could keenly sense the Emperor's intentions. Provoking Dorian again felt akin to courting death. If Dorian ascended to power, where would the whole family stand in the Empire? Shaking his head vigorously, Fred refused. Not going. Would rather die than go. I'll stay as far away as possible from him. Bowen. Such cowardice. Was this man really his son? Bowen snorted, You will go, whether you want to or not. With solemn seriousness, Fred responded, Father, that statement makes no sense. If I'm going, I am going. How can I not go if I'm going? Bowen. Finding faults, Bowen glared at him. Immediately, Fred fell silent. Snorting, Bowen remarked, Stop trying to joke your way out of this. You're my son. Every move you make is transparent to me. Gag. Fred's face contorted. Father, you are a noble duke. Can't you speak without being so repulsive? Smack. Brat, you dare lecture your father now. I'll beat you to death. You ungrateful child. Tang Dynasty generals usually preferred physical action over words, especially with their children. Corporal punishment bred filial piety, a maxim adhered to by martial figures. Hendrix was a prime example. Bowen, despite considering himself a scholarly general, didn't hold back at home. Releasing his true self felt liberating. A person suppressed too long needed an outlet, after all. Father, stop. I'll go, okay? Ah, father, any harder and I'll pass out? Bowen spat. Nonsense, hitting your bottom can't kill anyone. Finally, Fred emerged from the house, clutching his sore bottom. Ride a horse? Spit. His bottom felt like it was split into several pieces. Sitting in a carriage was out of the question, let alone riding a horse. Any more bumps on the road would finish him. On the way, he passed by a luxurious carriage. The curtain was lifted, revealing a weathered face. Nicholas. With the Ouyangli clan preparing to stir up the storm in Chang'an, Nicholas deemed it essential to personally oversee matters. Especially after Dorian and his new army crushed the bandit stronghold at Kuta Mountain, raising concerns within the clan. There might be critical items involved. Who knew what contingency plans others might have? The aristocratic clans often employed such tactics with ease, making them wary of trusting anyone else. This time, the Ouyangli clan aimed to change the sky of the Tang Dynasty. Meanwhile, Fred arrived at Peach Blossom Spring and met Dorian. Dorian was genuinely surprised, not expecting the boy who signed an agreement and was beaten by him to show up here. Thump. Fred knelt on the ground, loudly calling out, Master, please accept me as your disciple. Thud. He even bowed deeply. Before coming, Bowen not only thrashed him, but also narrated the success of the new army. Fred had heard rumors about it. He wanted to join the military, but with Bowen having only one son, How could he let his precious child risk his life on the battlefield? Inheriting the title of Duke of Braden awaited Fred. However, Bowen, known for his opportunistic nature, felt it wise to align himself strategically. For instance, during the incident at Xuanwu Gate. Now, Dorian was rising rapidly. Despite some friction with him, involving his son in the new army could secure additional loyalty. Moreover, the red coat cannons provided future capital. Unbeknownst to Fred, he sought to become a disciple. Elsewhere, Bowen sneezed violently. Here, Dorian was stunned. What was this? Kneeling down upon arrival and offering to be a disciple right away. Wasn't this rash? Dorian coughed. Fred, why do you wish to become my disciple out of the blue? Fred declared loudly, I want to join the military. Dorian replied calmly, joining the military is straightforward. How does becoming my disciple relate? Fred emphatically stated, if I'm joining the military, I want to join the strongest, the new army. Dorian couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, learning to flatter so quickly. As sons of nobles, weren't they usually on the receiving end of flattery? Dorian shook his head. I want the truth. Scratching his head, Fred admitted, my father wants me to join the army. Choked. Dorian spurted tea into Fred's face. Fred. Too much. Even if he disagreed, did he need to embarrass him like this? Chapter 548. Impeaching Finn Leaf. On the side, Ronnie was dumbfounded. This is the son of Bowen? Isn't he a fool? Could you really say something like that? With this attitude, you still want to become his disciple and join the new army? The young master would never agree. Then they heard. Dorian seriously said, I agree. Continue bowing, more formally. Ronnie. Did I hear wrong? You actually accept him? Fred scratched his head and asked in disbelief. You really agree? I agreed. Aren't you playing with me? I said I agreed. Why would I play with you? Fred. Misjudgment. Originally, he intentionally said those things hoping to be refused. After all, no matter how powerful the new army was or how much he wanted to join, from his perspective, Dorian wouldn't take him. Rather than humiliating himself, it was better to have Dorian firmly reject him. At least, he wouldn't get into trouble. Bowen. You dare. Dorian rolled his eyes and calmly smiled. Playing the family card? Fine, I'll indulge you. My father is the Finn of the Tang Dynasty. What were you going to say? Fred's face turned green. How shameless can you get? Dragging the emperor into this. Against you, who could win in the whole Tang Dynasty? Speaking of breaking his 3 legs, not mentioning the other 2, the 3rd leg might not even survive. Dorian's actions were shameless, unruly, and rule-breaking. Thump. Fred, having just stood up, knelt again with a mournful look. I will become your disciple. Let me introduce you to your senior brothers. Fred. Shortly after, arriving at the back mountain of Peach Blossom Spring, on the training ground, the new army was sweating profusely. Things are different now. Since the successful suppression of the bandits at Mount Kutu, the citizens of Chang'an had praised the new army highly. Though the Pedro camp took the top honor, praises for the new army weren't divided among the different battalions. Thus, a sense of pride emerged in the new army. This was something Dorian never mentioned but cultivated through actions, continuing the influence and allowing the new army to subconsciously feel it. Especially since the new army originally consisted of scholars. As scholars, beyond knowing principles, they could deduce reasonable truths. At this moment, the new army felt empowered and endured Li Demon's inhumane training without complaint. Of course, rewards after suppressing bandits served as motivation. They never imagined enlisting would be like this. Good food, decent pay, and genuine praise from the people. The reputation they once chased had finally arrived. When Dorian entered the training ground, Hollisil gathered everyone. Seeing Li Demon, everyone's thoughts were complex. Dorian stood on the platform, overlooking the new army, and loudly asked, do you feel something inside, yet find it hard to articulate? Many in the new army nodded involuntarily. Dorian's expression became solemn. I recall words spoken to some scholars before, now members of the Transportation Bureau. Today, I gift these words to you. The new army held their breath. What words? Endless anticipation. After all, being praised by Li Demon was unattainable. Then they heard. Dorian passionately proclaimed, what is a scholar? To establish a conscience for the world. To secure the welfare of the people. To carry forward ancient teachings. To bring peace to future generations. Boom. These words resonated. Back in Chang'an, many were astounded by these words. Some considered them lifelong aspirations. Now, Dorian reiterated these words. Who wouldn't be moved? Dorian changed tone. Aside from this, our Tang borders are under threat. The nomadic tribes and Turkic raiders regularly invade our lands. Do you know what raiding means? The new army fell silent. Fred beside him also held his breath. Dorian's eyes reddened with fury. Our Tang citizens are viewed as cattle by the Turks. They lack farming and suffer from hunger. They come to plunder, killing our people and dishonoring our women. The humiliation of the Emmanuel Shui alliance still lingers. As scholars, could you make the barbarians submit? No. Dorian roared angrily. Why did the Han Dynasty make the Xiongnu dare not raid? Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Beat them till they hurt, till they fear us. Let them pay for the bloodshed and atrocities against our people. Every soldier's eyes turned red with rage. The Emmanuel Shui alliance was Finn Leaf's humiliation. For scholars, the concept of a minister dies when his lord is disgraced wasn't just words. Dorian roared fiercely. Tang stands ready to cleanse this humiliation. But look, in Longxi, bandits reign supreme. In our empire, capital city included, bandits still raid and plunder. What do you think should be done? In the new army, someone shouted loudly, fight. The rest responded immediately. Fight, fight, fight. Fred almost couldn't believe his eyes at this scene. Are these people really scholars? Ronnie watched Dorian's back and was also deeply impressed. He never thought that these scholars could be trained like this. From now on, they would not just be scholars. They would soon become the most dazzling new army of the Tang Dynasty. Ignoring the equipment of the new army, Ronnie knew from their recent transformation alone that even if they fought with cold weapons, their combat power wouldn't be inferior to those from the Fubing militia. Dorian's training methods initially seemed simple, merely marching in formation. But through this rigorous training, the new army could achieve absolute discipline. Those who could reach this level already possessed the demeanor of a seasoned army. At this moment, Dorian shouted again, I have already submitted a petition to fight against bandits and thoroughly eliminate all bandits in Longxi. Eliminating the bandits in Longxi is for the sake of training our new army. Soon, the Tang Dynasty will take action against the Japanese pirates, and we of the new army will request to join the battle. The Turks, Tubo, Tuyuhan, all enemies who have sinister designs on our Tang must fall beneath our new army's feet. Who wishes to ride with me to the Wolf Dwell Mountain and establish military glory? The new army shouted. The new army is willing to ride with the general to the Wolf Dwell Mountain. Establish military glory. Establish military glory. Fred swallowed hard. Wasn't it supposed to be introducing him to other senior brothers? Why is he talking about military glory at Wolf Dwell Mountain? At the same time, in the Ganlu Hall, Finleaf was discussing matters with several senior ministers. Suddenly, Andrew rushed forward and handed over a memorial. Your Majesty, Wanyin County's Ho has submitted a petition. The eunuch took the memorial and passed it to Finleaf. Before Finleaf had a chance to read it, Andrew passionately declared, Minister Andrew requests to impeach your Majesty. We should indeed suppress bandits, but the vast territory of Tang makes it impractical to clear out every bandit. Furthermore, the consumption of supplies will be enormous. The suppression of bandits must be handled gradually. Currently, fighting the Japanese is of utmost importance. There are also the Turks in the northern steppes. At this moment, Andrew stared at Braydonk, eyes wide open, not saying a word. However, everyone could see Andrew brewing rage in his chest. Braydonk licked his lips and continued, Therefore, this minister suggests starting the bandit suppression in Longxi and then order all provincial governments to suppress bandits forcefully. Andrew finally shifted his gaze from Braydonk. Ethan thought for a while before asking, What do you all think? As soon as he finished speaking, Andrew started scanning everyone. Everyone. What can we say? Look at Andrew's wolf-like gaze. No one wanted to argue with him. I agree. I support. This minister supports too. We all support. Next, Ethan looked at Braydonk again. So, Secretary Tang, your Ministry of Revenue. Hold it. Andrew stepped forward once more. Everyone. Has Andrew gone mad today? The Emperor has already agreed on suppressing bandits and is about to ask for funds. You're stepping up again? What do you want? They heard Andrew solemnly say, Definitely not. But it sounded eerie. Whoever saw Andrew behave like this? Andrew continued calmly. They are the seeds of our Tang Dynasty, the new army's foundation. We cannot let them die on the battlefield. But in battle, life and death are unpredictable. Assigning the entire Longxi region's bandit suppression to them would definitely give them some valuable experience. Thus, more people can return alive from the battlefield. Silence enveloped the Ganf Palace. Scholar soldiers, this was astonishing. Almost no one approved of Dorian's crazy move. Scholars were supposed to take exams, become officials, and be pillars of the country. Who would have thought Dorian's enlistment ode would stir such enthusiasm among the scholars, making them vie to join the new army? Dorian even restricted recruitment to just 1,000 men. Quite infuriating. Later, most people treated Dorian's training of the new army as a joke, never paying it any serious attention. More surprisingly, within just a month, the new army actually went to suppress bandits at Katushan and completely destroyed the bandit village. Soon after, the red-coated cannon became well known. Few believed the new army's combat capabilities were anything special. They simply relied on the cannons. At this point, many found Andrew's suggestion logical. Helmet was the first to stand up. Your Majesty. Spoken words couldn't be retracted. No one dared to question their decision. It would embarrass everyone. Nathan wore a smug smile, thinking to himself, Old fox. I'm wise. At this moment, Braydonk felt a sense of defeat, saying helplessly, This old minister agrees as well. TSK. Such a half-hearted response. Hashtag chapter 550, the Firearm Battalion. Peach Blossom Source. Thompson and the others stood solemnly. Dorian slowly said, This bandit suppression is limited to Longxi only. Additionally, your master has already gathered intelligence on which mountains have what bandits. The 4 supernumerary disciples were taken aback. Is master this powerful? Wait, what does it mean to gather intelligence for us? They felt something was off but couldn't quite put their finger on it. Dorian continued, Suppressing bandits is merely an appetizer for the new army. After this training is successful, you will be ready for real battle. At that time, achieving a triumph like Finglangjutsu will be nothing more than trivial. The 4 people were stirred with excitement. Even Pedro Chong, upon hearing those words, could not suppress his excitement. Scholars aspire to hold office in the court. However, in the era of the Tang Dynasty, the nation is still young, and the barbarians from all quarters have yet to submit. The humiliation of the Treaty of Emmanuel Shui hangs over every Tang citizen. At this moment, their martial spirit has not been lost. Finglangjutsu is the highest aspiration for Tang scholars. Only then can they bring eternal peace. Dorian added, This time, Minister of War Rigo's new army will assist you. The 4 disciples were astonished beyond words. What situation? Dorian smiled. Though I am the cavalry general of the new army, my role is merely to train troops. War is dangerous. Even when suppressing bandits, treat it as a true battlefield. Never underestimate them. Otherwise, even with redcoat cannons and flintlock muskets, getting into trouble unexpectedly isn't unheard of. So, for safety's sake, I'll stay behind. Don't be careless just because you have firearms. If anyone fails or gets into trouble, I'll expel you from the sect and end your lives humanely. The 4 people. How can he say such things without feeling ashamed? Can one be so bold in fearing death? Indeed, being the Emperor's beloved illegitimate son, even if he wants to take risks, Donnie wouldn't agree. So, why can't he act more hypocritical, pretending to regret missing the bandit suppression. Such sincerity hurts deeply. It seemed this master wasn't very reliable. Dorian sternly stated, "Let's start with Finglangjutsu from the bandit suppression in Longxi." The four people replied in unison, "We will do our utmost." The next day, the new army assembled at the parade ground. Dorian walked onto the platform and only said one sentence. "Just bandits, no more than insignificant pests. With firearms in hand, if you fail, don't come back to me. End your own life." Turning around, he left. New army. Indeed, this is truly Lee Demon style. Just play around. Listen or not, up to you. Inspiring morale? Entirely mood-driven. Holosul became the commander of the new army and shouted, "Set out and meet up with Minister Lee outside Chang'an City." Arrigo's 5,000 new soldiers lined up neatly. After all, these troops were also trained using Dorian's methods. But this batch of the new army didn't have access to firearms. Crawford had not allocated firearms, only allowing them to practice live fire during training. For one, the Firearm Bureau couldn't produce enough. Secondly, Crawford regarded firearms as the Tang Army's secret weapon and wouldn't easily let them go. The aristocratic families were not settled and coveted the firearms. Crawford did not want firearms to fall into their hands. For now, maintaining the mystery of firearms could also intimidate disloyal clans. At this moment, Holosul led 1,000 new soldiers to join Arrigo's forces. Immediately, Arrigo held up the imperial decree. The new army saluted. After reading the decree, Holosul's new soldiers were thrilled. These 1,000 soldiers were formed under the court's promise but lacked any specific designation besides new army. Today, on their expedition to suppress bandits, Crawford designated them as the Firearm Army. Firearms are formidable weapons. Through the destruction of the Kuchuishan bandit village, the new army understood the power of firearms. As the first firearm army of the Tang Dynasty, its members had limitless potential. Moreover, Thompson's 4 camps were designated as Wong Camp, Braden Camp, Lee Camp, and Pedro Camp, each named after their surnames. Previously, Dorian had named them based on their courtesy names. But this was Dorian's personal decision. Now, with the imperial decree, these camps would exist eternally. Even if they left the camp, the name would carry on. For them, this was an honor unparalleled. What comparison can the imperial examination hold to this? Subtly, the 4 men seemed to realize something, their faces blushing and contorted with emotion. Even Holosul was inwardly excited. This new army was trained by his good elder brother and now recognized as the Firearm Army by the Emperor. He didn't believe there was no deeper meaning. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the people, the newly established Firearm Army set out. Not far from Chang'an, hatred, grinding their teeth in resentment. Envy? We are broad-minded. It doesn't exist. Jealousy? We don't covet. Spit. No more pretense. I admit it. I'm envious, jealous, and hateful. Before separating, the 4 met. Little junior brother Pedro Chung spoke first. Brothers, we're now part of the Firearm Army, while the others remain the new army. They seem rather discontented. Galen worriedly said, "If the bandit suppression goes poorly, losing face is one thing, but disgracing Master Lee?" Thinking of Lee Demon made him shudder. Amias scratched his head. "The new army assists us under their generals. We're still low-ranking officers. Let's focus on the strategy. One defeat and the new army might openly defy orders." Thompson rubbed his chin and fiercely said, "Did you forget how we usually talk? And how the Kuchuishan bandit village was flattened? We know where the bandit strongholds are. Advance directly, cover with firepower, just like in Kuchuishan. We have plenty of firearms, no need to be stingy. With redcoat cannons, no bandits can get near us." SSS. The other 3 jumped in shock. What a move. Cover with firepower? ##### chapter continuation. Don't mind what kind of bandits they are. They will all crumble instantly. But considering the consumption of firearms, it might amount to a staggering figure. Just then, Jacques emerged from the shadows and praised, "Young Master thought the same. Just unleash the firepower without restraint. There's no need for tricks." Young Master once said, "In the face of absolute strength, strategy cannot alter the outcome." Don't worry, Young Master still has concerns for you. So he instructed me and the retired brothers of the Shadow Guards to provide you escort and protection. Upon hearing this, the 4 men's apprehension vanished instantly. Chang'an, at a certain courtyard, the Lee steward from the Zhao Commandery Lee clan was reporting on the movements of the new army. The head of the Lee family laughed. Has Leaf been kicked in the head by a donkey? Using bandit suppression to train troops, this is nothing but a daydream. There are so many bandits in Longxi. Could he possibly know where their strongholds are? Thud. The head of the Lee family felt an inexplicable unease. If the bandit village was razed to the ground and the new army cleared the battlefield, did they discover something? Translation note. This continuation maintains the narrative style and tone of the original text while ensuring that character names like Jacques are accurately transliterated using pinyin. The story continues coherently from the previous content, with logical flow and consistency. Plan of Zhao Commandery, the Falcons were a secret. Immediately, Troy handed over a token to Gustavus and told him the password. Taking no chances, Gustavus went out carefully to find the Falcons. Unimaginably, it turned out to be an old dilapidated temple, serving as the hideout for a group of beggars who had roamed Chang'an for years. No one would ever think these beggars were actually the Falcon Corps cultivated by the Lee clan of Zhao Commandery. Following Troy's instructions, Gustavus successfully made contact with the Falcons. That day, some beggars trickled out of Chang'an City. Unknown to them, the Shadow Guards had everything under surveillance. Ronnie received the report and sneered. How arrogant were the Lee clan of Zhao Commandery? Did they really think the Emperor knew nothing? The Shadow Guards far surpassed a mere Falcon Corps. Selected from the elite of the army and having made significant contributions during the Xuanwu Gate incident, they were the ones who informed the Emperor about Alvin Jian's intentions to accuse him of treason, leading to the complete elimination of Jericho Palace. These Shadow Guards infiltrated every corner, including the Eastern Palace. Such Shadow Guards were a step ahead of even the Secret Guards. The Falcons? A joke. Ronnie ordered, send people to follow them. Do not attack them. Keep any falcons going to the initial target areas alive for the Firearm Corps' first campaign. Any falcons attempting to warn bandits before the arrival of the Firearm Corps should be eliminated. At this crucial moment, the former leader of the Shadow Guards returned in glory after retirement. Retirement? It was merely an excuse, a cover to stay close to Dorian. As the Emperor's confidant, no one understood the Emperor better than Ronnie or enjoyed more of his trust. He had saved Leaf countless times, operating in the shadows without seeking any recognition. Only Leaf knew Ronnie's past, which is why the Emperor trusted him so deeply. Other Shadow Guards followed the falcons like shadows, undetected. This was the gap, this was the difference. In a mountain stronghold, the falcons arrived early to alert the bandits. Without hesitation, the bandit leader ordered everyone to scatter and hide in the mountains upon seeing the messenger from the Li clan of Zhao Commandery. Ian had never concealed his association with the Li clan of Zhao Commandery when recruiting the bandits. Otherwise, how would the bandits have quickly become affiliated with him? These bandits longed to join the Li clan of Zhao Commandery for their benefits, but never realized Ian kept no evidence of their cooperation. Everything was word of mouth, supported by continuous supplies of money and grain. For years, even ordinary clans would struggle with such expenditures. The longer the Li clan of Zhao Commandery maintained them, the more the bandits trusted them. Additionally, to catch the court off guard, the Li clan prohibited raiding villages, keeping only one hard-to-reach bandit village where occasional small merchant convoys were attacked. Unexpectedly, the bandits led idle lives funded by the Li clan of Zhao Commandery, living comfortably. Raiding? Impossible. There was too much risk involved. Some bandits initially doubted, but breaking the rules meant losing support, so none dared disobey. The recent destruction of the Bitter Hill bandit village served as a warning. It vanished almost instantly, leaving the bandits on edge. Hence, they were well aware of the power of red-coated cannons. With the new army using firearms now, staying to confront them was suicidal. Given the Li clan of Zhao Commandery had already sent warnings, they decided to flee as far as possible. However, Thompson's Wang Brigade had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Though unfamiliar with military tactics, the 1,000-seasoned veterans among the new recruits knew exactly how to deal with bandits. Instantly, the new troops surrounded the mountain stronghold. Before the bandits could leave, they were encircled. Sensing the danger, the Falcon left hurriedly. Seeing the Imperial soldiers surrounding the stronghold, the Falcon chose to escape rather than notify the bandits, adhering strictly to the safety-first rule. Meanwhile, Thompson's troops identified the location of the stronghold. Thompson readied the red-coated cannons. The Falcon, curious about the cannons, hid in the bush. Previously, some people had doubts about the artillery used to eliminate the bandits of Kuta Mountain. Now, no one doubted anymore. Beside the artillery unit, Corey was frightened out of his wits, scrambling to flee. Damn it, who cares what these red-coated cannons are? The scene is too terrifying. I should run away as fast as possible. If discovered, I might be blown to bits. Just as Corey got up and ran 2 steps, suddenly, he tripped over something. Thud. Corey fell face-first into the ground. But being professionally trained, he quickly rolled to his feet. Bang! His head hit something. Looking up, a person stood before him. That person slashed with a hand knife, striking Corey's neck. Corey instantly collapsed. The man spat. Corey? More like a fly. You're nothing but trash, not even fit to carry our shoes. With that, he carried Corey away. Meanwhile, after the artillery bombardment from Wang's battalion, Thompson ordered a halt. Then, it was handed over to the new army. The new soldiers were grateful. Thompson's actions made sense to the veterans. After all, everyone came here to suppress bandits, and many were originally part of the new army. Though the anti-bandit mission was given to the new army, just outside Chang'an, Dorian's 1,000-strong new army became the artillery unit. Arrigo's new army still held the title of new army, implying they weren't qualified enough for promotion to the artillery unit. Given this disparity among new army recruits, especially those considered elite, frustration naturally arose. Following military orders, they cooperated with the artillery units against the bandits. Thompson wasn't stupid. He knew how to share the spoils. Otherwise, if the new army just watched while Wang's battalion eliminated the bandits with artillery, leaving the new army idle, it would be demoralizing. So when the new army attacked the bandit stronghold, each soldier roared, proving themselves on a real battlefield. Why? To show the artillery units that they were elites picked from the camps, who could lose in anti-bandit operations. However, they were stunned. The stronghold was already in ruins. Charge! A company commander led the charge with his saber drawn. Others followed, ready to cut down a few bandits. But, good heavens, the red-coated cannons were merciless. Most bandits were dead, and those left were either missing limbs or dying from severe injuries. A few lucky ones were unharmed but terrified by the devastating firepower, even wetting their pants. Seeing the new army charge in, the bandits knelt and begged for mercy, surrendering without resistance. No mercy? The leading officer commanded, executing the order given by Crawford, who decreed all bandits should die, even if they surrendered. With cold precision, the survivors were swiftly executed. Within an hour, the mountain stronghold was pacified. The new soldiers gasped at the efficiency, then rejoiced. Ha ha ha, this anti-bandit operation was exhilarating. Even without firearms, being new army troops meant they would eventually get equipped. In future battles, they wouldn't need close combat. Artillery would decimate the enemy. What a thrilling prospect. Meanwhile, Amia surrounded another bandit stronghold using different tactics. Shield bearers formed the front line. Flintlock muskets were in the middle. Red-coated cannons were in the back. Amia shouted, "Prepare the red-coated cannons." Fire. Boom, boom, boom. 3 cannon shots obliterated the center of the stronghold. Buildings collapsed, and many bandits were killed. Inside, chaos reigned as the bandits scrambled in panic, some running straight into the waiting soldiers. Shield bearers crouch. The shield bearers kneeled, clearing space for the flintlock musket squadrons. Amias called out, "Take aim." The muskets fired. Boom, boom, rat-a-tat-tat. Iron projectiles flew, felling the bandits instantly. Despite their poor accuracy, The flintlock muskets proved deadly against close-range bandits. At Lee's camp, Galen used the same strategy as Thompson, bombarding relentlessly. Red-coated cannons rained destruction on the stronghold surrounded by dense forests where ambushes could hide. Galen knew the artillery unit's weakness and wouldn't risk getting too close. Let the bandits try to charge through the barrage. If they did, they'd be blown apart. As expected, a few charging bandits were swiftly cut down by the new army with their Tang swords. Any fleeing bandits were chased and slain by surrounding new army units. At Pedro's camp, the bandit stronghold was surrounded tightly by the new army, leaving no escape route. Pedro Chung, the centurion, carefully planned his attack instead of rushing in. No red-coated cannons this time. The upcoming war against the Woku pirates required more tactical training. Real battlefields weren't as simple as suppressing bandits. Thus, Pedro intended to sharpen his troop skills by engaging the bandits directly. Pedro's battalion advanced in 10-man squads, each with 5 swordsmen and 5 shield bearers. Shield bearers led to protect against arrows. 5 musketeers formed another small team, providing staggered fire. The remaining swordsmen guarded the rear, ensuring no bandit escaped and finished off the wounded. Darkness loomed nearby. Shadow guards meticulously observed every artillery unit's tactics, following Dorian's instructions. Although Dorian wasn't present, he provided strategic guidance and monitored the operations closely. Thus, in future battles, each artillery unit's full potential could be maximized. The era of firearms was slowly dawning. Meanwhile, Duncan, seeing how smoothly the bandit suppression was going, also led a squad to choose a stronghold and set out immediately. At the same time, he brought along a new type of firearm invented by Yanni under Dorian's guidance. Duncan treated the bandits as guinea pigs for experimentation. What was this anti-bandit operation? Just a game. The translation adheres to the provided instructions, maintaining the original tone and style, ensuring natural fluency, and preserving paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Chapter 553, Dad, hand it over. The shadow guards had brought back the flying hawk captured by Emmanuel. Jacques gave a single-word order, interrogate. The method of interrogation was Dorian's invention. Within an hour, the hawk had revealed all it knew. Upon seeing the confession, Jacques coolly said, kill him. He was useless now. They just needed to confirm the accuracy of what the shadow guards currently knew about the Zhao County Li family through this hawk. And that was all. The Zhao County Li family couldn't be touched for now. Jacques then dispatched more shadow guards back to Chang'an to report everything to Fin Leaf. In the Ganlu Palace, upon hearing the news, Fin Leaf merely nodded indifferently. Afterward, Fin Leaf left the palace and came to the Peach Blossom Land. Inside Peach Blossom Land, Dorian was relaxing, enjoying his icicles without a care in the world. Arriving on horseback, Fin Leaf, drenched in sweat from the blazing sun, saw how comfortable his son was and couldn't help but feel irked. You shouldn't act like this. The artillery regiment is still fighting bandits. Even if they are scholars, their success in clearing out the bandit village at Kuta Mountain was solely due to the advantage of firepower. There were countless bandit hideouts in Longxi. Casualties could not be avoided even with redcoat cannons. Do you not cherish the seed of the future artillery corps? Don't you care for your students? This regiment of 1,000 men, regardless of Dorian's recognition or not, was indelibly marked by him. To see their commander so at ease, without any concern for the artillery regiment, irked Fin Leaf. Son, aren't you too carefree? Cough cough. Dorian looked up to see his father. Since Jacques wasn't around, no one reported to him. Dad, you're here. Please have some hot pot. In this heat? Eat what? Who says hot weather means no hot pot? If you want to eat, go ahead. I'm not eating. Dorian chuckled, saying, fine, don't say I didn't warn you. Before shouting, Linger, is it ready? Selena pouted, replying, Colmes, yes? Why so anxious, young master? Fin Leaf glanced at his son disapprovingly, saying, you really have, son, talk properly, or I'll show you discipline. Dorian retorted, it's clearly your mind that's impure. You're looking for an excuse to hit me because you feel incomplete in our relationship and want to beat me again. Eyes gleaming, Fin Leaf smiled wickedly, not bad. Oh dear, that reminds me. A king who doesn't discipline his son isn't a good father. Agreed. Dorian smirked, fathers disciplining sons is natural. If you want to hit me, can I run? Uffed. Fin Leaf shook his head. Just as expected. His son wouldn't accept punishment calmly. Meanwhile, Selena hid behind the door, her hands tangled, nearly tearing her dress apart. And Fin, oh, rubbish talk. No one would dare hit him. Too embarrassing. Dorian glanced at Selena and angrily told Fin Leaf, look at you. Sinful behavior. Fin Leaf. So it's my fault? Dorian snorted. Living here in Peach Blossom Land. What's wrong with that? How did you interpret that? I live here with Miss Braden from Peach Blossom Land. Do you have something to say? Fin Leaf. Sputter. You make it difficult for me. If you lived with others, I'd have peace of mind. Father's heart. Why can't you understand? Fin Leaf coughed. Actually, I think we're not young. Dorian interrupted. Shouldn't we prepare a home? Fin Leaf. What did he mean? What home? Your current estate is indeed lacking. Being a marquis doesn't warrant much. Also, as my eldest son and the Lee family's first prince, known throughout the court, your estate should be grander. Serious. Fin Leaf agreed. Exactly. Happy, Dorian exclaimed. Great. Hearing this, Fin Leaf also felt relieved. Seeing his son happy eased his guilt. Such contributions deserve rewards. Sweet potatoes and potatoes have saved lives. Rewarding you is justified. A mere residence is nothing. Dorian rubbed his hands. Dad, give me money, and I'll build myself. I have a bold idea for construction. Oops. Wait. Not possible. Seeing his son hesitate, Fin Leaf asked, what idea? Halfway retracted. Dorian grinned. I want to build a tall building, but Tang law forbids it, fearing rebellion claims. Curiously, Fin Leaf asked, what kind of building? Regretfully, Dorian explained, the tallest building in Tang, surpassing imperial structures. Unfortunately, it's against Tang law. Let's forget it. Interested, Finleaf asked, how tall? Thinking conservatively, Dorian replied, 12 stories, about 30 zhang. Finleaf. Wow, 30 zhang? Unbelievable. Without Xuanzang's journey or the Wild Goose Pagoda, building this would make it Tang's tallest. Even the Wild Goose Pagoda falls short. Finleaf asked, can it be built? Dorian spread his hands. My Imperial College uses steel-reinforced concrete. The height limit is beyond imagination. 30 zhang. That feels too time-consuming. Damn, can it be taller? Just a sprinkle. Fascinated, Finleaf nodded. I agree. No one will bother you. Build it. I want to see a 30 zhang building. Dorian held out his hand. Dad, hand it over. Hand over what? Money. Me, provide the money? Dorian babbled on, persuading. Dad, weren't you thinking of rewarding me with an estate? Just give me the money, and I'll build it myself. And besides, such a tall building will become a landmark of the Tang Dynasty. Built under your approval, others will speak of your great renown far and wide. Finleaf. Why do I feel like you're just trying to trick me? Cough, cough, cough. Let's put the landmark thing aside for now. Today, I came to see you because I want to take a look at the treasure ships of the Tang Dynasty together. Dorian sighed deeply. So, you're planning to wriggle out of it, huh? Followed along. Upon arriving at the shipyard beside the Ministry of Works wharf, the miniaturized treasure ship stood on an open ground. Despite this, the miniaturized treasure ship was still approximately 60 feet long and 30 feet wide, displacing roughly 10,000 tons of water. The two sides of the ship hull featured rows of windows as per Dorian's design requirements, which could be operated and opened or closed at will, serving as the formal gun ports for the red-coated cannons. At this moment, several red-coated cannons were already installed. Minister of Works Bowden accompanied them throughout the visit. Especially towards Dorian, he adhered to disciple etiquette. This scene did not shock the people of the shipyard too much. The news of Minister Bowden bowing to Dorian as his teacher spread across Tang, and through the efforts of certain individuals, it turned into a story of admiration rather than criticism. For this, Finleaf spent considerable effort and Shadow Warriors. Shadow Warriors had never been involved in such affairs before. It set a new precedent. As for Dorian, although he thought that the esteemed Minister of Works bowing to him as a teacher might invite criticism, and he himself would be an easy target, after a month passed without anyone coming to Teoyuan to berate him, the matter had gradually faded away. After all, despite appearing idle, cough, 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 he truly only. Can we gather enough manpower? Besides, the red-coated cannons need testing at sea and require skilled operation. We promised to attack within a month, and now the time has passed. Is it still feasible? Bowden. My responsibility is merely to construct the treasure ship. Why bring up these concerns? Meanwhile, Finleaf's face also darkened. The declaration of war was made too hastily, not realizing that a month would pass so quickly while the treasure ships were still under construction. Additionally, the artillery corps had just been established, comprising merely 1,000 men. Adding the new cannon operators aboard the ships, the Tang Navy simply didn't have enough personnel. Thus, wouldn't this make me appear unreliable? Too dishonorable to the Japanese pirates. How can I let you live 2 more days? At this moment, Dorian smiled faintly and said, I have a well-matured idea. Would Minister Yin like to hear it? Bowden. With those words, how could I refuse? Moreover, your emperor father stands nearby. Who dares to decline? Bowden bowed and replied, I wish to hear it. Dorian laughed and explained, you know how Tang swords and battle axes are produced, including firearms, using assembly line operations. So, why not do the same for the treasure ship? Finleaf and Bowden were utterly astonished. On the first line, it read, Naval Training Guidelines. This meant reforms for the Navy, and it had a new name. Dorian pondered and said, due to the existence of the red-coated cannons, naval combat methods need adjustment. However, the gunners need specialized training. The waves significantly affect firing, making it hard to hit targets accurately, which would be embarrassing. Time is tight, but luckily I have another trick up my sleeve. A batch of divine fire flying crows for experiments with bandits by my brother. Then, if we have enough archers, it might just work. Finleaf couldn't help asking, what are divine fire flying crows? Dorian explained, it's a type of firearm attached to arrows. Igniting the fuse allows the archer to shoot it. It's suitable for mountainous and jungle swamp warfare and easy to carry. Bowden didn't understand a word. However, Finleaf, having seen various firearms, could imagine what the divine fire flying crows looked like. Instantly, he was filled with anticipation. Thus, our Tang military would undergo a complete transformation. Even the nomadic Turks on the steppes would be nothing to fear. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Duncan led the artillery corps, lightly equipped. A group of bandits had received news and rushed out from their stronghold. Unfortunately, as soon as they emerged, they encountered Duncan. Fortunately, Duncan was well prepared. The first squad came from Teoyuan. They were unfazed by such a situation. Back then, they easily defeated the assassins who stormed Teoyuan, intending to destroy the greenhouses and assassinate Dorian. A group of bandits was nothing but a small fry. Duncan ordered, form up. Everyone drew their bows and aimed the divine fire flying crows. Ignite. Fire. The bandits noticed something unusual on the arrows, glowing with fire, and felt puzzled. What in the world? Then they saw the divine fire flying crows trace arcs of fire through the sky, landing among them. Boom. The divine fire flying crows exploded. Flames erupted. Smoke billowed. Several groups of bandits were thrown into chaos. The bandits. Are they even human? They were promised no red-coated cannons, so why did an even fiercer weapon appear? Hashtag chapter 555. Clashing fates and the nemesis of the elite families. 10 days later, Chang'an, a secluded residence. Nicholas was trembling violently, his anger boiling over as he flipped the table. Damn it all. Li Flang. Yushwan, you illegitimate child. You're a bane to our lineage. You clash with us in every way. After all my painstaking efforts to win over those bandits, they were wiped out by you. Thus, my plan is utterly ruined. Even if a few manage to escape, they won't amount to anything. Those few fugitives will probably never dare return to Longxi for the rest of their lives. The firearms corps are terrifyingly efficient. I've never seen such effective anti-bandit operations before. Once the firearms are deployed, no stronghold stands a chance. Moreover, less than 1/3 of the eagles sent out returned. It's clear that some were trapped and eliminated along with the bandits in their strongholds. Compared to the bandits, these eagles were even more precious to the Zhao Junli clan. At this moment, Nicholas burned not only with rage but also with pain, nearly incapacitated by it. According to the reports, the Ministry of Works has completed the treasure ships and has already begun transporting them to the coastal docks. Now, during the Tang's campaign against the Japanese pirates, what can the Zhao Junli clan use to stir up trouble behind the scenes? Alex said bitterly, Master, what should we do next? Nicholas's eyes were bloodshot, his expression grotesque as he snarled, We mustn't let Li Flang have it so easy. The Tang intends to destroy the Japanese pirates. With the current advantages of firearms, who can stand against Li Flang under heaven? To crush a nation in battle, that would be unmatched glory. By then, Li Flang's authority would be unparalleled. He'd easily thinking he gained an advantage, he was scared off. Li Flang aims to eliminate the Turks, it's just a matter of time. By then, our elite families might be reduced to nothing. Rather than sit and wait for death, we should make a final stand. When Li Flang attacks the Japanese pirates, we'll have facts and attack Chang'an. Now, with lush grass and water, the Turks aren't focused on raiding. The court will be less vigilant. Even if they don't conquer Chang'an, it will terrify Li Flang. Let Zhao Junli work among the people, who will still believe that Li Flang can protect everyone. I, Zhao Junli, will make Li Flang another Josh. Boom. Thunder rolled overhead incessantly, and Alec felt as though he'd been struck dumb. This, impossible. Thump. Alec immediately knelt down. Nicholas asked curiously, What's wrong? Do you not want to go? Alec trembled. Nicholas solemnly stated, This matter is crucial. Aside from you, I trust no one else. The younger generation lacks the capability. Only you are suitable. I tell you, this is a backup plan. If things go wrong, we will bring the Turks into the border passes. Alec was dumbstruck. This time, truly stunned. Not just a mere disturbance, bringing the Turks through the passes? Isn't this too extreme? Nicholas's face flushed, as if rejuvenated. For years, I've cultivated influence in the border regions. It's finally put to use. This chess piece, I did not wish to move, but the court's victory against the Japanese pirates is inevitable. Might as well decisively invite the Turks inside, stirring chaos across the empire. With the naval victory upon return, everything will fall into disarray. We recruit the firearms corps, and the empire will henceforth belong to the Zhao family. The more he spoke, the more deranged Nicholas became. Ha ha ha, flawless. At my age, I could become a founding emperor. Suddenly, Alec clung to him, crying out, Master, absolutely not, absolutely not. Nicholas angrily demanded, What do you mean? Alec's sweat poured down. Master, the Turks harbor ambitions. Once inside the border passes, how will the people fare? Our Zhao Junli will become a sinner for generations to come. This edit ensures the phrase reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. The term Chenggu Zuiran is interpreted as sinner for generations to come to better fit the context and maintain fluency in English. Nicholas sneered. What do you understand? When Zhao Junli rules the world, who will criticize us? Besides, would I be foolish enough to let anyone know this was Zhao Junli's doing? And lifeless. Chapter 556. Teacher, your student doesn't know how to dance. Today, the artillery camp returned victorious. In Longxi, some bandits might have survived, but all the bandit strongholds were completely eradicated. Through this battle, the artillery camp underwent a massive transformation. Killing intent. This was precisely what the artillery camp lacked. After the bandit suppression ended, the artillery camp chose to rest and handed over their weapons to other new armies to suppress the remaining bandits. This was Dorian's specific instruction, to train Arrigo's new army in the use of firearms. For the red-coated cannons, the new army was not as proficient as the artillery camp. However, they quickly became adept at using flintlock muskets. Initially, Arrigo's new army only lacked sufficient firearms to train with, which was why they couldn't match the artillery camp's proficiency. However, these were the essence of the military. No one could compare to them in combat effectiveness. Initially, the new army reacted slowly and engaged the bandits up close by drawing their swords and slashing wildly. Later on, it became almost impossible for the bandits to get close. The artillery camp led the charge. The new army followed behind. They marched into the city in formation. The crowds cheered loudly. On the city gate, Finleaf welcomed them with his officials, delivering several words of encouragement before rewarding them according to their contributions. Especially for the artillery camp, Commander Thompson and the other 4 centurions finally understood that centurion wasn't an actual rank in the Tang Dynasty army. It was purely a whimsical creation by Dorian. At this moment, they were officially bestowed the title of Commander. After the imperial edict was read, the 4 brothers were dumbfounded. Damn, we treated being centurions as such a treasure. This was the price of our ignorance. Suppressing bandits got us promoted. Who do we appeal to? In Peach Blossom Spring, Rear Mountain, training ground, Dorian stood on the platform, watching the transformed artillery camp with satisfaction. He spoke loudly, Excellent. I didn't expect all of you to return. I thought there would be casualties. Being alive to honor your ancestors or achieve eternal glory is better than being a hero. At the very least, getting promoted and wealthy is preferable. Everyone. What's wrong with being a hero? Since joining the military, one should aim to be a great hero. Dorian sighed. Don't think about becoming heroes unless you've given up. Heroes are dead people. Spit. Why do heroes have to be dead? Compt. Why does it sound so reasonable? Dorian continued, live and witness completing the mission. The specifics, I won't elaborate on. You all understand. Everyone. Why did he seem different after suppressing the bandits? Became even less serious. Speaking, you even used ellipses, making others fill in the blanks themselves. Can you be any lazier? Suddenly, Dorian turned serious. Soon, you will set out and become the main force on the battlefield against the Japanese pirates. After suppressing bandits, you become more proficient with firearms. Then, you will become squad leaders, platoon commanders, battalion commanders. Upon returning victorious from Japan, you will become the backbone of the Tang Dynasty's artillery camp. The artillery camp listened with excitement. Dorian continued, now, the artillery camp only has 1,000 men. You are the seeds of the artillery camp. On the battlefield in Japan, don't disappoint me. Remember, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself, especially with the Japanese, who are ruthless and cunning despite appearing humble in Chang'an. Some were dismissive. Dorian saw this but didn't say more. Believe or not, once on the battlefield, you'll see for yourselves. But remember, the power of firearms is unmatched. However, arrogance leads to defeat. Historically, both sides rely on weaponry, but humans are even more crucial. A group of useless people holding firearms remains useless. Are you useless? Everyone shouted in unison. Not. 3 consecutive refutations. Finally, Dorian said another sentence. I'll give you one phrase. In strategy, despise the enemy. In tactics, respect them. Thus, the artillery camp shall remain undefeated forever. Don't disgrace the artillery camp. Take 3 days off, then come back ready to depart for Japan. Dorian left without waiting for reactions. Enough said. As for the rest, Dorian, with broad horizons, couldn't be fully comprehended by people of this era. But only after experiencing it oneself can one truly understand. Said no matter how much, it's useless. Back in the courtyard, Dorian retreated to solitude again. Ronnie reported everything to Finn Leaf and returned. Seeing Dorian, he looked puzzled. Dorian munched on ice cubes, asking, Ishian, what's wrong? Could it be, you also want to fight the Japanese pirates? Ronnie shook his head, trying not to laugh. Young master, I heard the artillery camp had a banner embroidered. Dorian laughed. All these artillery camp members are educated. Did they start learning embroidery? Ronnie replied, young master, they hired outside seamstresses. Dorian suddenly realized, did a brother and a seamstress fall in love? Spit. Ronnie fell over. Still unreliable. What are you thinking? Love story? Dream on. Ronnie chuckled, young master, they embroidered your words onto the banner. Dorian was stunned. Didn't you all used to be scholars? Can't you be lying? I clearly said despise strategically, respect tactically. Isn't that the core message? Why did you only remember invincible? Did studying make you idiots? Dorian held his forehead and said bitterly, I deny founding the artillery camp. This is too embarrassing. They don't even listen properly and bring shame everywhere. Ronnie. Young master, haven't you noticed yet? Regardless of what words the artillery camp embroidered on the banner, your name will be engraved in their bloodline forever. The Emperor's move was brilliant indeed. Dorian suddenly said, call Hubert to me. As a lesser minister of the Ministry of Rights, he holds no actual power within the ministry and only shows up to mark attendance daily. He must be extremely bored. Jacques was speechless. Wasn't this your request to Donnie? The position of lesser minister of the Ministry of Rights comes with the title, but not the corresponding authority, a first in history. How ridiculous. Yet the Emperor actually agreed to it. TSK. Immediately, Jacques called Hubert over. Hubert first performed the disciple salute before asking, Master, what do you need from me? Dorian gave a cryptic smile and said mildly, I'm giving you a stage to showcase yourself. Hubert scratched his head and said, Master, I don't know how to dance. Dorian. Fine. It's still that dim-witted apprentice with occasional lapses in intelligence. Sigh. If I don't look, Donnie actually agreed to it. TSK. Immediately, Ronnie summoned Hubert. Hubert first performed the disciple salute before asking, Master, what do you need from me? Dorian gave an enigmatic smile and said softly, I'll give you a stage to showcase yourself fully. Hubert scratched his head and replied, Master, I don't know how to dance. Dorian. Fine. Still that same dim-witted student with occasional bouts of absent-mindedness. Sigh. Without my support, you will never amount to much in life. Chapter 557. The Fall of Wa Country. Wa Country. By the seaside. Miles was dispatched to defend against the Tang Dynasty's attack. After all, no one doubted that the Tang Dynasty would honor its declaration of war. However, not everyone believed that the Tang Dynasty was invincible. Over many years, the Wa slave system had undergone terrifying changes, enabling them to enter the feudal era without much effort or cost. Apart from those like Miles who had witnessed the might of the Tang Dynasty, the other Wa slaves were starting to grow overconfident. Furthermore, the Finn was plotting with his ministers to invade Goguryeo, Beach, and Silla. If they could seize this land, they might even challenge the Tang Dynasty in the future. Thinking of the wealth of the Tang Dynasty made the eyes of the Wa slaves glow red with greed and saliva dribble down their chins. This treasure trove was something everyone wanted a share of. Today, Miles was conducting his regular patrol. However, his adjutant Virgil remarked, General, it's been so long since the Tang Dynasty declared they'd attack us within a month. It's been over 2 months now, and we haven't seen a single shadow. Miles glared at him, saying, what do you know? What if the Tang is only delaying and then we relax our guard? Won't we be doomed? Virgil mumbled, but can we really stop them anyway? Miles's face darkened. Virgil was his confidant, sharing the same viewpoint. Should the Tang Dynasty truly aim to destroy Wa, as long as their ships aren't destroyed by divine wind in the sea, Wa would have no resistance. The empire across the sea had long realized that for all these years, Wa was merely picking up scraps from others. If it came to an actual fight, There was almost no possibility of victory for Hua. Still, Miles scolded, Hashimoto, don't talk nonsense. That's demoralizing the troops. If anyone hears about this, I can't protect you. Virgil's expression dimmed, and he didn't say another word. Meanwhile, Miles gnashed his teeth secretly. General? Who would want to be a general, knowing that once the Tang Dynasty attacks, I'd be the first to die? Pale. Floating on the sea for so long was absolutely miserable. Hendrix, after all, wasn't good at sea travel. However, Bowen insisted on being the naval commander to invade Hua country, thus enhancing his position in the Tang Dynasty. Though Hua country was small, it was still a country. Eradicating a nation was more significant than its size. After all, since the founding of the Tang Dynasty, there hadn't been any annihilation wars. The first such war would be inscribed in history books. Hendrix, this living bandit, initially recommended his son Hollisil for this mission. Instead, Crawford gave him the naval commander position. Bowen became the deputy commander, second to Hendrix. Damn, all the glory went to this living bandit. Just because he's Dorian's godfather? Bowen felt aggrieved. Climbing social ladders through family connections? Shameless. Even getting ahead in the Tang Dynasty was tough. Despite being proficient in naval warfare, he was overlooked in favor of this dumb old bandit. Ridiculous. Truthfully, Bowen wasn't foolish. Why did the Finn do this? Because of the firearm corps. Firearms were divine weapons. Compared to Bowen, Crawford trusted Hendrix more. At this moment, two of the Tang Dynasty's treasure ships lined up side by side, opening gun ports on both sides and revealing black cannons. Boom boom boom. Coated cannon? Tang Dynasty spies had previously reported about the red-coated cannons, but no one believed it. A bunch of fools. You idiots. Did you think raiding women from Tang Dynasty wouldn't provoke their wrath? Now, what country is on the verge of destruction? On the main ship of the Tang Navy, Hendrix ordered, signal to fire until these dog things perish. Before leaving, Hendrix asked Dorian about naval warfare strategies. Dorian's response, suppressive fire. The firearm corps applied this tactic in suppressing bandits. Absolute suppression rendered courage useless. Hashtag chapter 558, Hubert's mission. The coastal waters were constantly lit by gunfire, and with the oil floating on the sea catching fire, it turned into an ocean of flames. After initial calibration, the firing parameters were adjusted, and precise strikes began. The cannons relentlessly bombarded the beach, turning the sand dunes into a wasteland. The Japanese pirates screamed in agony. Little Merrill was utterly terrified. Fortunately, Julius's legs weren't as weak. He supported Lin and ran to the rear, saving him from certain death. The other Japanese soldiers were not as fortunate. The firepower paralyzed them with fear. Some kneeled and kowtowed, shouting, heavenly punishment. There was no resistance, none at all. The Japanese navy was shattered into splinters, its sailors dead or injured. In moments, the Japanese positions became a hellish scene. Bowen stood on the auxiliary ship, his heart bleeding. Not for the enemy, but for himself. This victorious war that would destroy a nation was slipping away from him. What did it matter if he came? He was still just a deputy commander. A single character, deputy, had made everything futile. Frustrated, Bowen raged, cursing aloud. Boom. Blow them to pieces. Keep firing. The redcoat cannons roared for an hour before ceasing. At this moment, Bowen signaled Hendrix to lead the Tang Navy ashore through flag signals. Why not? If he didn't do something, wasn't his trip here in vain? Hendrix, the chief commander, understood the nuances and agreed, signaling back via flag to approve Bowen's request. Immediately, Bowen leaped onto a speedboat. The Tang Navy began their landing. Initially, the Japanese pirates planned to ignite the sea with oil to prevent the Tang Navy from landing. However, they were stunned by the barrage of cannon fire even before they could complete their plan. At this point, only part of the sea was burning, which did not significantly affect the landing operation. As the Navy successfully landed, the artillery unit was shocked by the scene before them. They had only witnessed the bombardment from the treasure ships. Now, up close. What the heavens? Amidst the carnage of severed limbs and scattered flesh, Japanese soldiers sat frozen with fear, rendered useless. Surviving soldiers continuously prostrated themselves on the ground, crying out, "Spare us, heavenly soldiers! Please spare us, heaven's warriors!" Thud. Drawing his sword, Bowen barked, "What are you standing around for? Kill them!" A national duke leading from the front. A very awkward position. Bowen regretted it almost immediately. What a humiliation. A duke leading a charge felt beneath his station. However, there was no turning back now. Holding cold weapons, Bowen fought fiercely. Worthless men. All because of you my reputation is tarnished. You must die. The artillery unit had nowhere to unleash their power. Though they were trained for firepower suppression, most of the Japanese soldiers were either dead, paralyzed by fear, or begging for mercy. Using heavy artillery seemed excessive now. Cannon fire equaled vast wealth, and the matchlock muskets were also valuable. Charge. The remaining shield and archery units advanced eagerly, roaring with excitement. The artillery units were too glamorous and feared. The others felt envious watching them protected like little kids. Now, with the artillery having no use, it was time for these units to shine. One group remained and had appointed Hubert to the Honglu Temple, making him a junior minister. Enraged, Hendrix felt Hubert had stolen what should have been his son's opportunity. Now, seeing Hubert again, his frustration boiled over. "Why don't you speak?" Hendrix growled. Hubert hesitated, fearing another strike. "Chung uncle really has it in for me." Barred from speaking further, Hubert felt immense pressure. Wasn't this supposed to be a glorious mission? Did Master send me here to die? Before he could react, Hendrix slapped him again. "Say what you need to say." Hubert, feeling miserable, mumbled, "I'll speak." Hendrix and the others stared speechlessly. Laughter erupted around them. Finally, amidst the red-faced, barely suppressed laughter, Hubert spoke his mind. "Master once said, the highest level of warfare is without bloodshed. Since the Japanese are so easily frightened by our firearms, why not exploit this belief? What do you mean? Hendrix asked. Hubert grinned wickedly, earning another slap from Hendrix. Feeling increasingly inadequate, Hubert continued, even though Japan is small, fighting in the mountain forests will be troublesome. Note, please maintain the paragraph structure and line breaks as originally written. Before we came, Master said that we must achieve a swift and decisive victory. I just heard the cries of agony from the Japanese pirates. Why not let all the Japanese pirates know that our Tang Dynasty's redcoat cannons are divine thunder punishments from the heavens? Thus, the morale of the Japanese pirates will collapse, and they will surely retreat with a single blow. Additionally, my teacher entrusted me with another task. Hendrix was extremely curious. Entrusted you with a task? Don't joke around. Can you handle it? At this moment, Hubert pulled out a small booklet from his chest. Hendrix was taken aback. Another booklet. Goodness. With this booklet for adopted sons in hand, as long as one isn't utterly useless, with the Tang Dynasty's navy and artillery camp here, what task could possibly not be accomplished? This way, their morale will crumble, and they will surely retreat at the first blow. Additionally, Master gave me another mission. Hendrix was incredibly curious. Another mission given to you? Don't joke around. Can you handle it? At this moment, Hubert pulled out a small booklet from his robe. Hendrix was startled. Another booklet. Goodness gracious. With this kind of booklet in hand, as long as you're not completely useless, with the Tang Navy and Artillery Division here, what task can't be accomplished? Before I arrived, my teacher emphasized that we must achieve a swift victory. I just heard the cries of the enemy. Wouldn't it be better to let all the enemies know that our Tang Dynasty's red-coated cannons are like the lives of these tribes were thriving? Whether it was iron pots, tea bricks, or even fine salt from the Tang Dynasty, all could be exchanged for wool. With frequent wool trade, thanks to Shangya's deliberate efforts, the Tang currency Kaiping Tongbao began circulating on the steppe. The trade war was quietly changing everything. Although it wasn't enough yet, the small tribes oppressed by Ron Khan were now tied to Shangya's trade war. Now, Shangya had successfully developed some of the Turks into his eyes on the Turkic steppe. Back then, Beni had come to the Turkic steppe with a copy of Daik Ji, and Shangya provided him with reliable Turkic assistance. Among them were many secret guards. During the months Beni had been missing, he traveled deep within the steppe, verifying each description in Daik under the guise of trade. He also corrected and completed the errors and omissions in the text, especially for Deifichuan, which Eliot had instructed should be treated with utmost importance. At that moment, in the distance, a horseman was rapidly approaching. Upon seeing the flag of the caravan, which bore a special emblem, he spurred his horse forward. Benny's eyes widened instantly. Thud. The rider's horse stumbled and collapsed. However, the rider rolled on the grass and scrambled to his feet, rushing toward the caravan. The caravan immediately stopped once he reached the Tang Dynasty. At the Emmanuel Shui alliance, Crawford, Kyle, and his ministers signed a treaty with Faxon. At the time, Faxon had been misled. He did not expect the Tang internal turmoil to subside so quickly, nor for Crawford to ascend the throne smoothly. Moreover, Crawford negotiated alone with Faxon. Faxon ultimately fell short against Crawford and was tricked. By the time he realized he had been deceived, half of his troops were already withdrawn. By then, the morale of the Turkic forces had waned, and the Tang Dynasty's militia was ready for defense. Faxon could only suffer the humiliation silently. Faxon didn't publicly announce this incident, fearing it would damage his reputation as a mighty Khan. After 2 years of frustration, who knew? The Tang Dynasty would wage war against Japan. Moreover, the Zhao Commandery Li clan sought cooperation with the Turks. No matter what, Faxon wouldn't lose. He had received a letter from the patriarch of the Zhao Commandery Li clan. Regardless of its authenticity, this siege would surely break through the pass. Another raid would follow. The Turkic army usually raided Tang borders in winter, while smaller tribal groups attacked during other seasons. Such a large Turkic army was unimaginable for the Tang. Additionally, Tang traders had been buying wool, cattle, and horses on the steppe, enriching many tribes. These tribes, previously weak and insignificant, had fled. The second branch had been appointed by Crawford as the patriarch. How could they proceed? When had the court ever decided the patriarchs of noble families? In the distance, smoke signals rose. However, everyone on the battlements was Vince's men. They had secretly plotted and ignored the smoke signals. The Turkic cavalry, led by Ivar, approached. The ground shook. Boom, boom. The truth could no longer be hidden. Vince smiled coldly and shouted, "Quickly! The Turks are besieging the pass." Simultaneously, inside Yamin Pass, ambushers rushed into the streets, screaming in panic. "The Turks are besieging the pass. The Turks are here. Run for your lives." Immediately, chaos erupted in the city. Chapter 560. The eternal sky is enraged. Vince laughed with delight. Standing on the city wall, he watched as the civilians within the inner city rushed about, spreading the news of the Turkic attack as quickly as possible. Immediately, chaos erupted within the city. A great feat. This was indeed a monumental deed. Vince imagined the future and was almost too excited to contain himself. This act would be unpardonable by the Tang Dynasty, but for the Zhao Commandery Li clan, it would be a tremendous contribution. The Zhao Commandery Li clan. The first step towards supreme power is taken by me, Vince. Afterwards, this affair must not come to light. After all, the Zhao Commandery Li clan would not want to take the blame. Otherwise, who among the people would still side with the Zhao Commandery Li clan? However, personally speaking, Vince would receive the highest rewards within the Zhao Commandery Li clan. Perhaps even being conferred the title of Duke was not out of the question. Just like Duke Bowen, who obtained his title after controlling Finn Jameson Amadeo by entering the Tay pool, Crawford had not treated him unfairly either. This matter was not a secret among the aristocracy. Even within the imperial palace, there were arrangements made by the aristocratic clans. However, many of them have been weeded out in recent years by Crawford. Open the city gates. Vince, indulging in these thoughts, issued a shocking order. The guards beside him did not show any surprise. Everyone understood clearly. On the contrary, they were extremely agitated. Upon success, everyone would receive immeasurable benefits. However, there was no movement below the city gate. Vince's face changed abruptly, and he became furious. What the hell? Didn't you hear my order? At this point, your misplaced mercy won't get you anywhere. He thought the soldiers guarding the city gate were merely troubled by their misguided conscience and therefore didn't carry out his orders. After all, not everyone could betray their country without any reservations or guilt. But there was still no response with the Turks. Their crimes warrant execution. The black-faced man spat on Vince's face. In the courtyard, none of Vince's personal guards dared to move. This black-faced man was terrifyingly strong, intimidating them instantly. As everyone was shocked, the black-faced man shouted, "Firearms Corps, charge!" With a flick of his hand, an arrow whistled into the sky. Boom. Suddenly, the people inside the shops on both sides of the street burst out. At the same moment, a few city guard soldiers by the city gate drew their knives. Thud. Holding a saber, the black-faced man cut down each of the soldiers Vince brought down. The other city guard soldiers had already had their families secretly detained and needed to cooperate with the black-faced man's firearms corps. This black-faced man was none other than Duncan. During this Tang expedition against the Japanese pirates, Crawford decided not to let Duncan lead the firearms corps to achieve glory in Japan so he could rush overnight to Yemen Pass to eliminate those under the Zhao Commandery clan's influence. Duncan, by nature, would capture and execute anyone involved. However, Dorian had given instructions early on for the shadow guards to assist Duncan, capturing some while killing others on the spot. When Commander Vince ordered the city gates to open, he was to be captured alive. Others who resisted were to be slain on the spot. And those who surrendered were to be apprehended for later use. In an instant, Vince and his men were taken. The city gates now manned by Duncan's men. The shadow guards directly apprehended Vince and his accomplices. At this moment, 3,000 elite Turkic cavalry approached Yemen Pass, riding furiously, stirring the earth like dragons awakening. Duncan gave the order, "Quick, bring up the supplies." Then he climbed onto the city wall. Looking at the approaching Turkic cavalry, Duncan felt unusually grateful to Dorian, thinking back to the battlefield in Japan. Brother truly cares for me. A minor battle like the one in Japan would not suit me. But fighting the Turks is worthwhile. Today, since the Turks attempted to attack from inside and outside, I will teach them a lesson. The firearms corps was methodically preparing the defenses on the city wall. Duncan looked at the approaching Turks and called out loudly, "Stay calm. Wait for my command." A firearms corps soldier swallowed hard. Among the troops this time, only a few were part of Dorian's new military forces. Most of them were trained by Arrigo. How could Dorian's troops withstand such pressure? Under such overwhelming momentum, they couldn't help but feel a bit shaky. They paled compared to the seasoned soldiers. However, nobody ridiculed them. Turkish cavalry were fearsome enough. Boom boom, boom boom boom. In an instant, numerous iron objects detonated with deafening explosions. Ah, my eyes. These are thunderbolts. They are really thunderbolts. The eternal sky is enraged. In an instant, the 3,000 iron cavalry, who had been charging with such momentum, were suddenly thrown into chaos. Horses neighed in pain, men screamed, and limbs flew everywhere. Chapter 561. The Power of Fire Weapons. Ivar became the fortunate one chosen by Tengayer. Kalma. Literally. The Imperial guards beside him were blown over by half, yet he remained unscathed. To avoid the celestial thunder attacks, they started to pull back from the city walls. And he roared angrily, "It's not the wrath of Longxing Tian. These are fire weapons. Fire weapons." Since the new army began its anti-bandit operations, it was impossible to keep the secret of fire weapons hidden. Neither Finleaf nor his son Dorian had ever thought of concealing such maturely developed fire weapons. Now, mass-producing these weapons wasn't a big problem, but training troops in their use required immense resources and time, a significant issue. For various reasons, fire weapons couldn't be equipped across the entire military. Only specialized fire weapon battalions could be formed while other troop types remained essential. The Zhao, in the future, they would be slaughtered under those very weapons. That day was not far off. Faxon's reinforcements did not set up camp but followed close behind Ivar's forces as they broke into the city. Still, Ron kept some cards up his sleeve. He didn't entirely trust the Zhao County Li family. Tang aristocrats valued only their interests, not national loyalty. Who knew what plots they might have? Hence, he let Ivar lead the vanguard. Below Yemen Pass, the massive sound of celestial thunder echoed clearly to the distant Turkic army, causing Faxon's expression to darken. Was this celestial thunder? The Zhao County Li family hadn't lied about that, but why wasn't the gate opened? In that moment, Ron believed the Tang Fin had dug a trap for him. The Tang was fighting the Japanese pirates and feared a sudden Turkish invasion. Currently, the Tang lacked the capability for a two-front war, especially with Tubo watching from the western borderlands. Ron sneered coldly, "Leaf and Zhao County Li family, you've underestimated me, Ron. This time, breaking through this pass is a must for our people." Just then, Ivar's 3,000 cavalry reassembled. Counting casualties made Ivar grimace. Initially, he worried if the internal collaborator inside Yemen Pass would open the gate as planned. Also, he aimed to showcase the Turks' superb horsemanship and overwhelm the defenders with sheer force. Subsequent mounts. The observing Turkic generals gaped in shock. Is this really fire weapons? Cold sweat poured down Ron's face. Longxing Tian, this is it. I've underestimated the power of fire weapons. But so what? Even if Zhao County Li had not relayed news, the Turks had spies who gathered intelligence suggesting Tang fire weapons needed ammunition. Once depleted, they'd be useless iron blocks. Second charge. Ivar failed again. He immediately regrouped, ceasing further assaults. No way. These were his tribe's bravest warriors. 1,000 died under the Tang's cannons, which cost him standing within the Turkish army. Without that, why would Ron name him as Kolm Hu? Retreat. With a grim face, Ivar issued orders. Blood trickled from a cut on his cheek. Turkish troops withdrew. On the Yinmen Pass Tower, the fire weapon battalion remained calm, but local officers were dumbstruck. Celestial soldiers? This must be celestial soldiers. There was no prior mention of fire weapons in Yinmen Pass, but with these celestial soldiers, facing Turkic incursions posed no challenge. Thunderous explosions killed swaths of enemies. The Turkish army dared not charge anymore. Outside, they were in disarray. Someone shouted, "Victory to Tang." Others joined in excitement. "Victory to Tang! Victory to Tang!" Simultaneously, Duncan listened to the elated shouts, looking at the raging Ivar. He regretted inwardly. Nima, what huge luck this dog has. Angrily, he asked, "How's our treasured preparation coming along?" Chapter 562, Dorian's Prediction. The report from the Yinmen Pass was sent back to Chang'an. Inside the Ganyu Palace, the atmosphere was more tense than ever before. Now, General Ignacio and Yuan were prepared to lead a force of 20,000 soldiers in support of Yinmen Pass. Janushi and Fraser had already taken 10,000 troops westward toward the frontiers, which invited an invasion by Tubo. Just as Chieftain Ron had predicted, the Tang Dynasty indeed lacked the capacity for a two-front war at present. Especially the main expedition against the Wokou, Japanese pirates. The subsequent forces were still on treasure ships en route. This battle must ensure complete control over the Wokou. The gold and silver mines on Wokou Island were crucial for the Tang Dynasty's future efforts to stabilize the surrounding regions. Helmet stepped forward, his expression serious. "Your Majesty, this old minister believes that regardless of how the Turks and Tubo act, we only need to keep them out. The most critical task is ensuring success in our campaign against the Wokou." Nathan also stepped forward, saying, "This old minister agrees." Crawford changed into civilian clothes and left the palace again. Needless to say, his destination was Peach Blossom Land. At this moment, Dorian was fishing. When Crawford arrived, seeing his son enjoying such a leisurely life stirred a mix of emotions in him. Thinking about the current situation in the Tang Dynasty, which kept him awake every night, and then seeing this carefree son who didn't seem to care much about his father's worries, Crawford stood silently behind Dorian without uttering a word. Currently, General Ronnie was not present, but had gone to the Wokou battlefield. Beside Dorian was only Selena. Selena wanted to remind her young master, but saw Crawford shaking his head, stopping her from speaking. Who dared to ignore the Finn besides this young master? Ha ha ha. He bit. Dorian happily reeled in a foot-long fish and placed it in the basket. "Linger, today your young master will personally show you how to grill fish." Selena only replied with a single word. "Oh. Why just oh? You're usually unstoppable, yet when I told you not to speak earlier, you kept talking. Otherwise, your young master would have caught 16 fish already." "Young master, you're boasting." Selena wanted to tease Dorian but stopped mid-sentence because Crawford was there. Suddenly, Dorian turned around, exclaiming with a look of knowing, "Sure enough, father," almost blurted it out. Dorian's eyes lit up, eagerly asking, "Father, continue." "No, don't interrupt me." "Ha ha ha, got one." Instantly, a fish was hooked, even larger than the one Dorian caught earlier. Dorian remarked meaningfully, "Father, you've got a fish, but isn't the bait too large?" Crawford skillfully placed the fish in the basket and smiled calmly. "Son, you've already destroyed 2 noble clans, and I am the Finn of Tang. We don't need to fear a mere Zhao County clan." At this moment, Crawford was exceptionally confident. He radiated an inexplicable aura. Dorian initially worried. After all, his father was walking on a razor's edge. Any misstep could be fatal. Now, Dorian had no doubts about his father's ability to control the overall situation. That was the demeanor of a ruler, capable of influencing those around him. Crawford casually asked, "Do you think? What are the chances Tubo will align with the Turks?" Dorian understood. As the Finn of Tang, his father had to maintain composure despite any uncertainties. Given the pressure, it was understandable. The campaign against the Wokou had barely begun, with Turkic tribes already attacking. This was a 2-front war. If Tubo joined in, it would become a 3-front war. Such a scenario was unbearable for the Tang. Dorian stretched lazily and said, "Next year will be the 3rd year of the Zhongguan era, when Sansan Gampo will be poisoned." Chapter 563, Come out and fight. "If you want a battle, let's have one." Finleaf widened his eyes and asked, "Did your master tell you this?" This master was the Adrian Dorian had once mentioned. Dorian scratched his head and said, "The Adrian told me many things, but I've forgotten some." Finleaf's expression showed how deeply frustrated he was, nearly wanting to beat his son for not being as strong as iron. Shouldn't every word spoken by an immortal be etched in one's mind? Then, Dorian confidently continued, "However, I did not forget the death of Fisher. Clearly, Tubo is not a monolithic entity today. How can such a fragmented Tubo cooperate with the Turks?" Finleaf said nothing and left Peach Spring immediately. He returned to Ganf Palace. On his desk lay a report about Tubo. Finleaf had made extensive preparations to destroy the Turks, especially concerning the situations around various neighboring countries. This report clearly described the current situation in Tubo. Fisher ruled Tubo but failed to win the allegiance of all factions. Tubo today was far from united. Finleaf's face grew resolute as he murmured, "Son, I trust you. You didn't speak so definitively because you feared I might be deluded into seeking immortality, right? Don't worry. If I aim to be an emperor unparalleled through the ages, why would I obsess over immortality?" Royal Minister was someone whom Finleaf could tolerate immensely. However, Finleaf was essentially an autocratic ruler. But an able ruler, an autocrat was not necessarily a flaw. Bogdan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, we need to recalculate." That night, the lights in Ganf Palace remained bright until dawn. Yinmen Pass. The Turkish army completed their encampment. Ivar reassembled more than 2,000 cavalry. Though they had lost nearly 1,000 brave warriors, the responsibility of attacking Yinmen Pass could not be handed over to anyone else. Otherwise, after this war, his status in the Turks would surely be jeopardized, and his title of Kalmu would be taken away. This time, the Turkish army changed tactics. Siege weapons were prepared and slowly advanced toward Yemen Pass. However, boom, red-robed cannons sounded, turning the siege weapons to rubble. The attack failed. Ivar was driven nearly mad. Such powerful firearms, how could this stronghold be breached? Damn it. Furious, Ivar rushed to Yemen Pass, outside the range of red-robed cannons, waving his sword and shouting, cowering like turtles inside the city. What kind of heroes are you? If you dare, come out. If you have any courage, come out and fight. Come out and fight. Fight already. Duncan didn't understand Turkic and asked a local soldier from Yemen Pass, what's this guy babbling about? The soldier translated, he's calling us cowards and dares us to come out and fight. Duncan glared and spat at Ivar. Simultaneously, an idea struck him, learned from his brother Dorian. Duncan said to the soldier, wait, I have something to say to this fool. Translate for me as I say it. This fool won't understand our language. The soldier nodded. Duncan grinned, his white teeth stark against his dark face. Immediately, he roared, Pa. The soldier was taken aback. Start with Pa? These two words don't need translating into Turkic, do they? Turks usually have good eyesight. They should see Duncan spitting. They can understand the meaning. Sure enough, Ivar raged. Who dares insult me? The soldier translated back. Duncan laughed. Hell, don't you know who I am? Duncan smirked and fetched an iron horn, shouting, I'm your grandpa. Feeling it wasn't quite right, he handed the horn to the soldier. The soldier took the horn and fluently began translating. It was familiar territory. Duncan continued, you brainless Turk, isn't your head half water, half flour, turning into mush with every shake? I defend the city, you attack it. Why should I give up my advantage and run out to fight you? What behavior is that? Idiotic behavior. Brainless like you. Why are you so stupid, coward of the Turks? Ivar roared furiously, come on, I, Kalmu, await you. The translating soldier was bewildered, asking, General, are you really going out there? Duncan smirked, not only will I go, but also, soldier. So reckless? General, absolutely not. This isn't heroism. True to rumors, a noble from Chang'an, known as a small bandit around Yemen Pass, wanted to go out. Just like he said, what behavior is that? That's idiotic behavior. Translation ends here. Chapter 564, the proper use of hot air balloons. The hot air balloon ascended. After modifications, the hot air balloon could change direction while in high altitudes. In an instant, the local defenders of Yemen Pass were dumbfounded. Only the brothers from the artillery camp found nothing unusual about it. Using balloons was also part of the new army's training program. Duncan rode the hot air balloon and flew out from the city tower of Yemen Pass, and he was heading towards Ivar. Miracle. Absolutely heavenly soldiers. Why is the eternal sky on the side of Tang? The response of the Turkic army was unexpected. Many dismounted from their horses and prostrated on the ground. Some looked up at the hot air balloon with outstretched arms and lost eyes. Even Faxon was astonished. Hot air balloons, after spreading in Chang'an, had their information relayed to Faxon by Turkic spies. However, Faxon and the chieftains knew that the hot air balloon wasn't a miracle or an endorsement by the eternal sky, but merely a larger version of the Kongming lantern that could carry people aloft. Just that and nothing more. But the other Turkic soldiers did not know about the existence of hot air balloons. Most of them were illiterate and had never heard of Kongming lanterns, let alone hot air balloons. The impact of the ascending hot air balloon on the Turkic people was even more shocking than the sensation it caused in Chang'an. This moment, on the hot air balloon, Duncan felt vexed. Did I miscalculate? From the current reaction of the Turkic people, I could have played a bigger game. I missed the chance. However, Duncan glanced down at Ivar, and his heart moved. Tricking this fool should be doable. Ivar raged on horseback. You idiots, it's just a large Kongming lantern from Tang. No miracle. Get up. Stop worshipping. Faxon also ordered the tribal leaders to spread explanations about the hot air balloons. Some Turkic people got up hesitantly. Comped. Others remained unconvinced. Not a miracle? You must be joking. How come our Turkic people can't ascend to heaven? If mortals can reach heaven, what else could it be if not a miracle? That moment, the reactions of the Turkic people made Duncan want to spit blood from regret. Meanwhile, Faxon and the Khans were stunned. This has gone wrong. Never would they have thought the troops' reaction would be so intense. They should not have kept such news under wraps. Now, they were suffering from their own mistake. The morale of the Turkic army was already cut in half. Faxon almost spat out blood as bile rose in his throat. The arrogant Faxon always treated Tang like his backyard, occasionally raiding for pleasure, killing, looting, and returning to the steppes with treasures. He harbored an uncontainable ambition to replace the flourishing Central Plains. The arrival of the hot air balloon unsettled Faxon deeply. This time, the hot air balloon Duncan was riding had drifted directly above Ivar. Looking up, Ivar roared, "You coward, show yourself, hiding in the sky doesn't count." His face darkened with rage. Too humiliating. Tang artisans were truly remarkable, creating a huge Kongming lantern that could carry people aloft. Using superior technology to intimidate, what can you do? No solution at all. Just anger. Duncan didn't understand what the Turkic man was shouting, but through introductions from the militia earlier, he knew this was a significant figure. Why be polite then? Immediately, Duncan took out a thunderbolt bomb, lit its fuse using the flame from the balloon's burner, and threw it down. At this point, a chill ran down Faxon's spine, realizing something terrifying, yelling to the enraged Ivar to retaliate. The threat from the wind guards was insurmountable. However, retreating was not easy with so many troops. Faxon gritted his teeth. No retreat. Chasing others on galloping horses won't work when you're pursued from the sky. And being in the sky allowed wind guards to easily observe Turkic movements. Better to take a gamble rather than retreat. With ambitions on Tang's rich lands, encountering hot air balloons was inevitable sooner or later. Bowman, ready? Shoot the hot air balloon down. However, many arrows shot at the first arriving hot air balloon hit only the wicker basket below, clanging uselessly. All arrows fell. When Dorian ordered improvements to the hot air balloons, he anticipated this scenario. Thus, the baskets were reinforced with iron plates. Arrows couldn't penetrate. Occasional arrows hitting the balloon hung there harmlessly, causing minimal gas leakage. Negligible impact. Duncan increased the burner's intensity, which further minimized any effect from the small gas loss. The real nightmare was only beginning. Behind Duncan, 20 more hot air balloons filled with wind guards flew over, showering thunderbolt bombs nonstop. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted continuously within the Turkic ranks. Shrieks filled the air. The heightened hot air balloons were out of range even for Turkic elite archers. The Turkic army was in heart. Is this your way of supporting my invasion? Is this a trap you set for me? I shouldn't have believed your tricks. Translation notes. The text maintains the original tone and style, preserving the sarcasm and frustration expressed by the characters. Names like Zhao County Li family and Ron Khan are accurately transliterated. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept as in the original text to ensure the translation flows naturally. Chapter 565. The Invincible Spinning Wheel. After a bout of intense bombardment that lasted an hour, the Turkic army was in disarray, fleeing madly. Finally, the sky thunders were all spent. The Fengwei did not leave. They just hovered above the Turkic army. Faxon was fuming with anger. Withdraw? Or continue the assault on the pass? This was the question. On their way to Yinmen Pass, the Turkic army had plundered many strongholds and forced various Turkic tribes along the route to contribute supplies for their provisions. Therefore, this siege caused no real losses for the Turkic army. However, for Faxon, who usually gained substantial benefits from each campaign, insufficient returns meant losing out. How could this be acceptable? Besides, the Tang army's sky thunders were all used up. Those Kongming lanterns no longer posed any threat. Could they possibly throw stones from the sky? It wouldn't kill many people. The Turkic army had plenty of soldiers. Attack the pass. Continue attacking the pass. The army regrouped once more. Ivor's corpse was also brought back. Ivor's troops were utterly devastated. Losing one Kalmu, prince, was a significant blow. Immediately, Faxon ordered the remaining 2,000-plus cavalry of Ivor's troops to serve as the vanguard. At this moment, with Ivar dead, the rest of the cavalry, now leaderless, had become lambs awaiting slaughter, easily manipulated by others. Turkic tribes have always followed the rule of the strong devouring the weak. What could they do? The 2,000 cavalry could only resign themselves to being cannon fodder for the attack. The invention of redcoat cannons also brought about the existence of cannon fodder. Holossel stopped flying around and quickly returned to the city wall. The other Fengweis, fully fueled, continued to hover annoyingly over the Turkic heads. That wasn't all. Throughout history, especially in siege warfare, which general didn't send their best orators to provoke the defenders, using the most provocative words to enrage them into a battle? Insulting from overhead was unheard of until now. But without the sky thunders, it made little difference. No big deal. After experiencing the initial shock and panic, the Turkic army reassembled. This time, even with the Ivar cavalry leading the charge, others were too scared to take the lead. After all, Ivar's warm corpse served as a grim reminder to other tribal leaders never to underestimate the Tang army's weapons, which could decimate large groups in a single use. This kind of battle had never been fought before. It felt humiliating and powerless. Aurelio. Faxon could only call upon him. He, the Khan of the Turks, would never lead such a charge. He was the commander-in-chief. Aurelio, as a Kalmu, reluctantly stepped forward, accepting Faxon's military orders and rallying his troops. Fortunately, with Ivar as a cautionary tale, he understood the Tang army's tactics. With Ivar's troops as cannon fodder, he might actually succeed in breaching the pass. This time, Aurelio played it smart. He spread out the army, using the superior archery skills of the Turks to effectively target the defenders at Yemen Pass. With such a long passage, how could they defend adequately? Additionally, firearms weren't fully equipped throughout the Tang army. This new unit with firearms was limited. Deplete the Tang army's ammunition. Victory belonged to the Turkic people under the protection of Tungri. Charge. Kill. Into the pass. Plunder the Tang. Plunder their women. The Khan decrees 3 days of unchecked plunder. Boom. The Turkic army stirred. Especially the Ivar and Aurelio units tasked with the assault were even more riled. Scholar spirit. Charge. 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 Holossel shouted loudly, prepare the weapons. The fire weapon corps lined up the assembled weapons along the city wall. The auxiliary troops of Yinmen Pass looked curiously at the iron contraption with a disc. This thing is so strange. A long barrel, much thinner than a redcoat cannon, but thicker than the flintlock musket barrels held by the fire weapon corps. And that giant disc, after much fussing, still left everyone guessing what this powerful weapon was. Seeing as General Holossel regarded it as a formidable weapon, its capabilities must be evident. At that moment, the Turks were already charging towards the city. Their expert archery wounded some auxiliary troops who were exposed. Prepare. Holding a shield on the city wall, Holossel commanded sharply, fire. 7 soldiers formed a group, 2 holding shields against incoming arrows, 1 operating a handle making the disc spin. Another triggered the mechanism. 2 more managed the upper structure of the rotating disc. Turns out, the base rotated. This design was Dorian's spontaneous idea. The blacksmith had remarkable talent. Using the materials given by Dorian, he devised this complex mechanism. It resembled an oversized revolver. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew out. The deafening continuous firing sound stunned the Yinmen Pass defenders. What was this? Meanwhile, outside the city, charging Turkic troops fell in droves. Any Turkic rider within range was riddled with bullets. Blood spattered everywhere. Horses neighed in pain. The fire weapon corps operating the spinning wheel laughed uncontrollably. Hell yes. The invincible spinning wheel, truly awesome. Redcoat cannons were loud and destructive, but reloading took time. Nothing like this satisfaction. Previously, thinking battle meant life or death. Who knew they wouldn't even get scratched? If told before, who would have believed it? One set of ammo fired, swap it out. Meanwhile, someone yelled, "Water! Bring water. The barrels are too hot, cool them down." Auxiliary troops were even more bewildered. Such a powerful device, why did it need water? At this point, over 500 of Ivor's cavalry were already killed. Of the original 3,000 Iron Riders, fewer than 2,000 remained, counting previous losses. Plus those killed by the Fengwei dropping Sky Thunders earlier. In this short time, the Turkic army hadn't hurt many Tang soldiers yet lost nearly 3,000 men. And they had no effective counter to the firearms. How could they continue to come? The power of firearms was terrifying. If not for dealing with the Turkic invasion and the unexpected discovery of the Li clan of Zhao County's treachery, the Tang Dynasty wouldn't have sent the firearm regiment here. The Tang Dynasty was currently campaigning against the Hua people, Japan. Fighting on two fronts would strain the Tang immensely. Sending the firearm regiment was merely to thwart the Turkic siege. In comparison, for Faxon, besides losing the best opportunity when tricked by Kyle at the Treaty of Emmanuel Shuai, this was perhaps the best moment ever. No second chances. All or nothing. The Turkic army regrouped. However, on the walls of Yinmen Pass, riders of the firearm regiment were signaling with flags. The Turkic army had no idea about these signals. Who could blame them? It was a new invention by Dorian, specifically designed for the firearm regiment to communicate on a battlefield filled with artillery fire. Silently, wind guards, who had been spectators for a while, began to assemble over Faxon's location. Faxon's personal guards immediately noticed. Instantly, all marksmen were summoned to draw their bows, protecting Faxon. Previously, the wind guards had recklessly dropped bombs. They had run out of bombs. That was what the Turkic army believed. So long as the wind guards didn't descend to drop things from above, randomly killing people, they posed no significant threat. Moreover, if they descended to a certain height, even specialized balloons couldn't withstand a volley of arrows. Unexpectedly, the wind guards raised their hot air balloons higher. This made them even less of a threat to the Turkic army. At such a height, it would be difficult to aim and hit anyone. However, inside Yinmen Pass, behind the city gates, a line of war chariots formed. These war chariots hadn't been seen since the unification under Qin. However, these were different, equipped with large revolving cannons. Dorian hadn't decided on a name yet. Anyway, calling them large revolvers was fine. The firearm regiment had completed the inventory of all ammunition. Hollisel said nervously and excitedly, "Brothers, the court only wants us to hold off the Turkic army, but my brother-in-arms has given us a chance to make our names legendary. Do we want to take it? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it." The soldiers shouted. Hollisel, after swallowing hard, climbed onto a war chariot, his face grim. "My father told me before heading to campaign against the Hua people that soldiers should be ready to die in battle. My brother-in-arms also said, live as a hero, die as a valiant spirit. I've kept these words in my heart forever. You are scholars, better at writing and rhetoric than I am. But today, on the battlefield, we are brothers in arms. I will inherit the title of Duke of Braden, but I wish to earn my own title and be remembered in history. Life is short, merely several decades. After meeting my brother-in-arms, I no longer wish to just get by. Be remembered in history. Why not me?" Hollisel roared, "And why not you all?" The soldiers of the firearm regiment became flushed with excitement and roared in response. "Let our names live in history. Let our names live in history. Let our names live in history." Hollisel commanded fiercely, "Excellent. I will personally lead the war chariots out of the city. Brothers on the walls, bombard the enemy without mercy to support our sortie. This time, if we don't succeed, there's no coming back." The soldiers on the chariots shouted fearlessly, "No success, no return." Beside them, the garrison troops at Yinmen Pass stared in shock. Holy cow. Outside the city, the Turkic army numbered at least 30,000. The firearm regiment had only 10 chariots, 6 men per chariot, totaling 60 men. Even with powerful firearms, going out was suicide. However, as the son of Duke of Braden, Hollisel took the lead. What the garrison troops didn't know was that Dorian had only suggested this plan without insisting Hollisel carry it out or risk his life. After all, doing this was almost certain death. Unless heaven abandoned the Turks. Possible? Boom, boom, boom. Red-coated cannons fired again. The Turkic army was stunned. "We're retreating. Why are your guns still firing? Are you trying to irritate us?" Indeed, many Turkic soldiers yelled in frustration. Never felt so aggrieved. Next, a shocking scene unfolded. The gates of Yinmen Pass slowly opened. Faxon nearly fell off his seat. The Li clan spy opening the gate now? But how did they manage it under the watchful eyes of the reinforcements? "Our army suffered so much from your firearms, and you're opening the gates hesitantly?" More astonishing events followed. A formation of war chariots broke through the city walls. What spies? Nonsense. Definitely doomed. The charging war chariots changed formation, advancing straight toward the Turkic army. Seeing this perfect opportunity, the Turkic leaders ordered an immediate charge towards Yinmen Pass, attempting to reach the city before the gates closed. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. The massive revolvers on the chariots unleashed fury. Turkic cavalry fell in swaths. Faxon was momentarily stunned, then terrified. Heaven save us. Have the Tang gone mad? You think you can capture the leader first? You actually believe you can capture me? Capture them. A reward of 10 gold for each Tang soldier killed. Faxon was uncertain. Firearms were too powerful and rage that stars danced before his eyes. He roared, "Don't believe them, this Khan." But before he could finish, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. "Tang soldiers, you are despicable." This Khan actually suffered a setback in the most unexpected way. Chapter 567. You want to smash me with this thing? In front of the Yinmen Pass, the battlefield was in disarray. The Tujue army had long vanished without a trace. Faxon was dead, and the other tribal leaders had no strategy to counteract the firearms. They could only watch helplessly as their men were killed, utterly powerless to do anything. Especially since Ron was dead, a new Khan must be chosen. Attacking the pass was secondary. Thus, the Tujue commanders each harbored treacherous intentions as they led their cavalry under the assault of the fire weapon carts, each retreating hastily from the battlefield on horseback. As for Ron Khan's body, no one had the time to deal with it. Moreover, in the chaos, who knew which corpse was Ron's? Not to mention the faint hopes in some tribal leaders' hearts. So, whether Ron Khan lived or died didn't matter much. Invading the Central Plains was not as urgent as becoming the leader of the grasslands first. Just as the last wave of Tujue cavalry was about to completely withdraw from the battlefield, Ron Khan actually sprang up from the ground, waving his hand and shouting that he wasn't dead. But seeing the scene, unverified even, "You're trying to kill my people and claim my throne. Damn it. The Zhao family has betrayed me." Ron Khan's heart bled with pain. Facing this scenario, he dared not speak up, lacking the courage to rally his forces, instead controlling his horse to escape the chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, Duncan's war carts ran out of ammunition, preparing to retreat as the Tujue army continued its chaotic retreat. However, the Fengwei, wind guards, in the sky were still monitoring the Tujue forces. After all, no one thought the Tujue would leave so easily. But suddenly, the wind guards signaled from the sky. Duncan and his men, well versed in flag signals, were stunned upon seeing it. Thus, he stealthily followed, and was left dumbfounded. Unbelievable. The Tujue army was fighting among themselves. Damn, was everyone losing their minds? What was that? Ron Khan stripped off his Han attire, desperately urging his horse forward. Duncan was stunned. This guy's reaction is way off. Though he couldn't understand why the Tujue were fighting amongst themselves, staying here with just a few men was extremely dangerous. If the Tujue surrounded them, one charge would result in their demise. Duncan felt something was off about the fleeing man. He gritted his teeth and led his men in pursuit. At that moment, on the Tujue steppe, far from Yimin Pass, Benny was utterly exhausted. One of his 2 horses had already perished. As a competent shadow guard leader, Benny determined the Tujue would definitely head for Yimin Pass. If they broke through, they could leverage the city's defenses to hold off Tang forces, creating a stalemate at Yimin Pass. The situation would then worsen. So Benny chose to rush straight to Yimin Pass. His water and rations were depleted. Tired, thirsty, and hungry, his life seemed to hang by a thread. But dressed in Tujue garb, he avoided conflict with passing Tujue civilians. As he approached Yimin Pass, thunderous sounds echoed continuously, shaking the earth. Benny hadn't returned to Chang'an in a long time and didn't know what the firearm sounds were like. He only knew Dorian had developed deadly weapons. From now on, the Tang Dynasty would grow even stronger. But beyond that, he knew nothing. Benny assumed the Tujue were attacking the city, fearing the imminent breach. His heart sank. Had he arrived too late? Suddenly, a figure rapidly rode toward him, shouting in Tujue language, "Save me!" Benny, fluent in Tujue, wondered if this was a deserter. Behind him, several war carts were pursuing the Tujue rider, heart giving an inexplicable jolt, but he still obeyed and threw the thunderbolt. However, he carelessly tossed it onto one of the war chariots. The faces of those on the chariot turned pale as they dove off, crouching on the ground in fear, too scared to stand up. Benny said speechlessly, "You?" Bang! It exploded just like that. One war chariot was now ruined. None could have predicted it would be ruined under such circumstances. Duncan felt aggrieved as he looked at Benny. Hiss! What a lucky bastard! A shard from the explosion grazed his cheek, cutting a few strands of hair but leaving no injury on his skin. This luck is unreal. However, Benny was also stunned. His ears were ringing. What? Firearms? Thunderbolt? Is this guy trying to kill me? You little bandit, throwing a thunderbolt at me. I came all the way here with great effort, almost killed myself to deliver news, and you nearly finished me off. I need to curse your entire family. At that moment, the soldiers from other war chariots raised their flintlock guns, aiming at Benny, ready to shoot without a word. Duncan swallowed hard and hurriedly said, "Don't get excited, he's one of us." The soldiers looked bewildered at him. He spoke some Chinese, pretty fluently, called someone a bandit, and there's suddenly, one of us? Duncan continued to explain nervously. Reported in the Turkish language, "You'd better not lie. You might fool others, but not Benny." Faxon shivered. Ultimately, when Duncan and the others realized this was indeed Faxon, they were all dumbfounded. What a situation. Was this incredible luck? Though something felt off, they had taken the risk to pursue and ended up catching the biggest fish. Duncan hastily said, "Tie him up. Let's leave quickly while the Turks fight amongst themselves." Benny, are the Turks crazy, or is Duncan delusional? They left the area quickly, avoiding the large Turkish army. On the way, Benny asked Duncan what had happened and then laughed wryly at the sight of the bound Faxon, understanding why the Turkish army fought each other. Later, he quietly returned to the chaotic Turkish camp, watching them slaughter Faxon's generals, divide the spoils, and retreat, leaving chaos behind. Benny was astounded. Poor Faxon. Nobody could match this misfortune. Phew. False alarm. The massive Turkish invasion ended absurdly and abruptly. Everyone went back home, each finding their own mother. Seems like the Turkic plains will soon turn into a bloodbath again. Moreover, Faxon was captured alive, and Benny meticulously cross-referenced and revised the Daikji. All the hardship, all the suffering. Wouldn't this Daikji become useless now? In Chang'an, in the Sweet Dew Hall, secret council meeting, Duncan's helmet absent-mindedly said, "Why wasn't my son there?" Bogdan also lamented, "Neither was mine." Andrew glared angrily, "That live bandit has too much luck." Bradonk regretfully said, "I should have gone to supervise. Remember the humiliation of the Emmanuel Shui alliance by Faxon, tarnishing the glory of the Tang Dynasty. Even Crawford's white horse was slain. This dishonor, the ministers never forgot. But Faxon was captured. When Dorian and the others arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall, learning this from Crawford, they were all numb. Simply, could this unlucky child be the legendary misfortune bearer? Destiny favored Duncan met misfortune bearer Faxon, resulting in this? Otherwise, it couldn't be explained. Amazing. Faxon was exceptionally unfortunate. Furthermore, this credit was so strangely claimed by Duncan. Heaven isn't fair. Such a historic achievement shouldn't be treated like this. Too much. Crawford then added coldly, the Zhao Commandery clan colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. The Imperial Guards have already controlled the clan members. Once Faxon is brought to Chang'an, a confrontation can happen. The crowd felt enraged. What the hell? The Zhao Commandery clan was despicable. Struggle for power, even for control of the empire. Fine. Let it play out openly. Winners and losers. But treason. Inviting the Turks into China, seeking to trigger another 5 barbarians invasion? Spit. Trash. Comrades would eventually grow old. Then what would happen to Dorian? The Dark Guards represented a significant force, and Dorian needed them. Otherwise, in this unseen battlefield of the Li royal family, one could easily be wiped out if not careful. Arriving at Peach Blossom Spring, Crawford cheerfully said, "Son, you should have heard by now, Duncan has captured Faxon alive." Dorian was not surprised at all, and instead spat. "This second brother of mine just got lucky. It was clearly Benny who captured him." "Really?" The Turkish army thought Faxon was dead, and started clearing out his troops. Ron, whether stunned from the explosion or not, did not dare to make a sound when he woke up and fled, only to be found by Benny. Crawford. Dorian continued, saying my second brother captured him. It's because Benny didn't want the Imperial reward. Don't misunderstand, Dad. Benny felt that in the darkness, this merit is dispensable, so he might as well give it as a favor to Duncan. Crawford inwardly chuckled. My foolish son, are you really naive, or pretending to be? Is this about giving Duncan credit? Clearly, it's about handing this immense credit to the firearms unit. And that unit was your creation, son. Crawford didn't point this out, but said happily, I never expected heaven to help the Tang Dynasty this much. I will soon launch an expedition against the Turks. Unexpectedly, Dorian said, Dad, why don't we wait a bit longer? Crawford opened his eyes wide and asked, with such a heaven-sent opportunity, why delay? If we wait until someone in the Turks becomes the new Khan, won't we miss our chance? Dorian smiled. Perhaps we can protect the Turks in producing a new Khan sooner. Crawford. Hiss. Son, are you running a fever? Listen to yourself. Are those human words? You're helping the enemy. Chapter 569. If you can't beat them, join them, no problem. Dorian asked, Dad, this campaign against the Turks will surely defeat them and bring at least 20 years of peace to Tang. But what else? Finleaf. What did he mean? What does what else mean? Dorian added, during the Han Empire, Finwu defeated the Xiongnu, making it impossible for the Xiongnu to pasture south. Finleaf slapped him and angrily said, stop teasing me. Just speak clearly. Dorian was surprised. Dad, you actually hit me. This is the first time. Finleaf paused, looking at his hand, gradually smiling. Ow. Not to mention, I've never slapped you before. This sudden slap feels so good. PFF. Dorian was utterly astonished. Is that possible? You slapped me and feel comfortable inside? Indeed, only a real dad would say such things. Slap. Suddenly intrigued, Finleaf gave Dorian another slap. It didn't hurt much, but hitting made him feel good. Originally, Dorian wanted to continue discussing serious matters, but after the second slap, he cautiously stepped back, worriedly asking, Dad, are you sick or something? Pa. Finleaf spat at him, saying, nonsense. Anyone else suggesting he was ill, and their head would be gone. Dorian rolled his eyes. Fine. Acknowledged. As Finleaf's son, if the father hits the son, where can one appeal? Forget it. Let's get to the main topic. Dorian seriously asked, Dad, did the Han Dynasty completely eliminate the Xiongnu? Annoyed, Finleaf retorted, are you really that stupid? The Xiongnu are ancestors of the Turks. How could they be eradicated? Dorian then asked, can this war completely destroy the Turks? What nonsense. And what if in 20 or 50 years, the Turks recover? Would we need to fight them again? Isn't this obvious? Dorian smiled. Why not solve it once and for all? Finleaf shook his head. Son, I know what you're talking about. Isn't it your trade war plan? Dad, hold on. Let me show you this. Dorian interrupted him, taking out a small book and handing it over. Inside, it recorded the achievements Atli had made in the Turkic steppe. From impoverished tribes heavily exploited by the noble Turkish tribes, due to Atli's arrival, priority was given to buying their wool and what was most reasonable. Finleaf continued, don't worry, I won't rush. Let the Turks be chaotic for a while, giving us time to prepare. By then, our campaign against the Wa state should also have some success, and provisions for the army will be secured. Dorian thought for a moment and shrugged, whatever you decide. Finleaf. Listen, is this what a son should say? If people didn't know better, they'd think I'm your son. Pa. Khan. Finleaf's mind raced. Good son, I'm about to give you a surprise. Since there's no other way, might as well take a hard approach. Cough, something like that. Wa state. The Tang Navy had landed and set up camps. The victories were too smooth, causing complaints among the troops. Hendrix was both amused and exasperated. Do you really want to put your heads on the line? Isn't it enough already? These guys don't know a good thing when they see it. At this moment, the artillery corps surrounded a Wa army. Pedro was ready to order the red coat cannons to fire several rounds. Suddenly, a Wa soldier without armor or weapons, waving a white flag, ran out, chattering non-stop. Fortunately, a military interpreter clarified Pedro's confusion. Surrender. That's right. This Wa army wanted to surrender their weapons to the Tang army. Upon hearing this, Pedro ordered the Wa person closer. He started chattering again. Pedro almost slapped him to death. How unpleasant Wa language is. After translation, Captain Pedro, this man says their leader is Wa's General Xiaolin Jiro, who once visited Tang. Our battle summons were delivered back to Hua by this Xiaolinjiro. Pedro sternly replied, then allow you to surrender. Line up one by one, cough, for surrender. Thud. The Hua soldier immediately knelt down, babbling more and continuously bowing. The interpreter translated, Captain Pedro. He understood the word, death, thinking we wouldn't accept their surrender and requested that Tang just let them be. Pedro waved his hand. Okay. Tell him to have their men come out. Remember not to move around otherwise they'll die for nothing. Hearing the word, death, the Hua soldier began crying and bowing profusely. The interpreter repeated Pedro's words in Hua language, but the Hua soldier wouldn't believe it, because he heard the word, death, from the Sugarhawk general. Pedro. Legs. Half an incense sticks time, or you'll become cannon fodder. Finally, the terrified Hua soldier returned to report. Upon hearing the response, Xiaolinjiro felt a deep sadness. Fin. Not that I betray my brothers and clan, but the Tang army is invincible. As Tang says, those who adapt to the situation are wise. I agree with this wholeheartedly. We will always look up to Tang and learn its culture. Surely you've heard this proverb and agreed? So, my action isn't betrayal but preserving some remnants of Hua. Colmes. Even if no one understands, it doesn't matter. I act with integrity, conscience clear, and low-minded ones can't comprehend. Xiaolinjiro held a letter shamelessly. This letter was previously sent along with a surrender ultimatum by the Tang Artillery Corps' envoy. Initially, Xiaolinjiro struggled internally. Just as he decided to agree, the Tang cannons boomed, forcing him to flee with his men. Escaping like a dog for days, Xiaolinjiro realized this was the Tang army's deliberate strategy. The aim was simply to make him feel deep down that the Tang dynasty was invincible. Now, being completely cornered, this was the best time to surrender. Of course, he could choose not to surrender, but then he would surely die, with no chance of escape. Earlier, if the Tang army hadn't deliberately let him go, he would have already been blown to pieces by the red coat cannons. Xiaolinjiro sighed heavily. Since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't regret it. Perhaps, this decision might even elevate his position. After all, when you can't beat them, join them. There was nothing wrong with this logic anywhere. At this moment, in Pedro's camp, Hubert learned of Xiaolinjiro's decision and smiled with satisfaction. If this plan succeeded, his contribution would be enormous. Chapter 570. Elliot, Benny. Duncan and his group escorted Ron-Kan back to Chang'an after a long journey fraught with hardships and the constant fear of unforeseen events. Upon arrival, Helmut personally read out the Fin's decree. Duncan was promoted to the rank of General of Tranquilizing Distant Lands, a 5th rank position, and bestowed the title of Lord of Tranquilizing Distant Lands. Benny was also granted the title of Loyal Marshal General, securing an official post within the military bureaucracy, placing him in the upper tier of the 4th rank, a moderate yet respectable position. Indeed, Crawford had learned from Elliot that Benny personally captured Ron-Kan, and despite any questions about his luck, proper rewards were still due. The Emperor had other considerations, however, which led him not to bestow a noble title upon Benny at this time. After accepting his commission, Benny promptly returned to Peach Blossom Spring. He differed from Duncan, who received all the accolades for capturing Ron-Kan openly. Crawford even held a banquet in the palace to show his favor. As for the brothers from the artillery corps who accompanied Duncan to confront the Turkic army, they too received various honors. Besides Ron-Kan's brother being ennobled as a county lord, the others were promoted to military positions and awarded land and mansions. Feeling at ease, Benny made his way back to Peach Blossom Spring. Upon arriving, he first reported to Amadeo. Amadeo had already heard the news of Ron-Kan's capture and transport to Chang'an. Given that secret guards were one of his own assets, there was no surprise in the information. Moreover, Benny did not conceal anything from him. Though much of Amadeo's hair had turned white, his spirit was robust, his complexion bright. A stark contrast to the gloominess when he was imprisoned. With satisfaction, Amadeo remarked, Benny, you have indeed contributed greatly to the Tang Dynasty. The second son has already informed me of your appointment as Loyal Marshal General. He paused thoughtfully before asking, do you understand the implications? Benny lowered his head and respectfully replied, Benny is loyal only to Donnie. Amadeo smiled and waved his hand. There's no need for such formalities. Now that I have moved out of the palace, I am no longer your emperor. Call me Old Master from now on. Reserve the title Grand Fin Emeritus for others. Now, the few close people I have left include you, who have served me loyally for so long. Benny felt a pang of sorrow but could find no words to respond. Shaking his head with a laugh, Amadeo continued. To me, this is the best late life I could hope for. Imperial family ties are cold. I have experienced this and come to terms with it. Unexpectedly, in my old age, I have found a grandson who truly cares for me. I have built this nation and can now enjoy a peaceful retirement. My life is complete. From now on, you need not report to me anymore. The first Alvin will be your new master. Bam. Benny knelt and touched his forehead to the ground, replying solemnly, Benny obeys. Amadeo waved his hand. You may go. Rising, Benny bowed and left, heading for Elliot's courtyard. Meanwhile, Elliot was writing vigorously under a tree. Greetings, young master. Oh, you're back. Come have some ice to cool down. Thank you, young master. Noticing his expression, Elliot asked, is something troubling you? Benny responded, from now on, I will only take orders from you. Startled for a moment, Elliot quickly understood the implication. The Grand Fin Emeritus was fully retiring and had given Benny a safety net. Simultaneously, it posed a difficult dilemma. Transferring the secret guards into Elliot's hands was crucial to ensure their survival and future. Ultimately, it reflected the unspoken hopes of both father and grandfather for Elliot. Frustrated, Elliot muttered, this is getting too hard. Benny rolled his eyes internally. He knew what the young master was thinking. Among Crawford's sons, only this young master steadfastly refused the crown prince position. Seeing the troubled and sleepless nights of Jamar, this young master was, in his own words, a unique case. As the leader of the secret guards, Benny trusted his judgment. The young master genuinely had no desire for the throne. Perhaps non-contention might yield better results. Just then, Elliot handed him a manuscript and asked, "What do you think of this proposal for the secret guards?" Confused, Benny read through it. Postal service? Logistics? Courier? These terms baffled him despite his vast experience as the secret guard leader. Smiling, Elliot said, "Keep reading." On further reading, the detailed explanations began to make sense. Benny realized these concepts involved innovations in postal services and logistics. Was this feasible? Elliot explained, "I plan to submit a proposal to reform the Imperial relay stations. They can manage mail and item delivery, which should now be timely with our victory over the Japanese pirates. With continuous supplies of gold and silver, we can fund projects like cement roads and railroads across the Tang domains. The reforms would not only increase revenue but also benefit all citizens. The railroads can facilitate item transportation. I intend to partner with the government on this venture under my name, establishing a postal service. Would you manage it?" Benny's heart skipped a beat. Could this transform the secret guards into a more powerful force in operations against the Turks? How could he deserve such honor? In that moment, Benny pledged his full loyalty. Note: for character names, standard pinyin romanization is used, e.g., Benny, Elliot, etc. It's not that Benny would not be loyal to Elliot. However, there is a distinct difference between following an order from Amadeo and being personally won over by Elliot. The outcome might be the same, but the nature of the relationship feels different. Elliot casually remarked, "No need to make a fuss. Respect intellectual property rights. Let's set an example for others to follow. This is a good thing for the Tang Dynasty, and we should lead by example for those who come after us." After saying this, he added, "I've been busy for so long. Go and take a good rest with the Dark Guards. I'm going out for a bit." Elliot gathered up the papers on the postal service reforms and called out, "Linger, come with me." Selena immediately ran out. Elliot wasn't seeking any kind of private time with Selena. It was purely because he was accustomed to Li Junying always being around. Without Li Junying, he felt a little off. So, Selena filled the gap. Holmes, it was just a matter of habit. Note: for character names, standard pinyin romanization is used, e.g., Benny, Elliot, etc. Opportunities later. With Ron dead, can Li Flang remain calm? This is the best time to attack the Turks, and it could also be our chance. When the time comes, wait for my secret message in Chang'an. Once it arrives, act accordingly. This old man must return to Zhao Commandery to oversee things. Staying too long in Chang'an without significant matters might arouse Li Flang's suspicions. Kurt bowed respectfully and replied, "Holmes, I will follow your orders." At that moment, bang, the Jinwu guards broke through the door. Leading the Jinwu guards was a shadow guard. The Jinwu general coldly asked, "Who is the patriarch of the Zhao Commandery Li clan?" The bead's expression changed dramatically. Suddenly, he staggered, pointing at Kurt, unable to speak due to shock. Everything happened so suddenly, completely unforeseen. The Jinwu guards entered openly, and none of the guards in the residence made any move or resisted. Clearly, there was a traitor within. Otherwise, how could the Jinwu guards enter so easily? You traitor. You've betrayed the ancestors of the Zhao Commandery Li clan." Kurt humbly replied, "As you say, patriarch." Unflustered and unashamed, even without refuting it, without a single reason. "Bah, go to hell." The bead, agile as he was, grabbed Kurt's collar, roaring with anger, "Disgraceful. What a dog you are. How can you be Flang? No way. The power of the nobility exceeds your imagination. Want to kill this old man? Bah, dream on. As for this Kurt, no matter what Li Flang promises you, this old man will show you that Li Flang means nothing in this world. It's still ruled by the noble families. You will get nothing." Kurt opened his mouth, intending to say something, then decided otherwise. The patriarch has gone mad. Why bother talking to a madman? Take him away. The Jinwu guards followed the order and led the bead away. Exiting the residence, the Jinwu guards escorting the bead did not go to the Ministry of Justice but headed towards the palace. This did not surprise the bead. Since the Jinwu guards came personally rather than officials from the Ministry of Justice, it meant Li Flang wanted to see him personally. But so what? It doesn't matter. The bead was fearless. Though the nobility are currently weaker, they are not something Li Flang can manipulate easily. After all, the Zhao Commandery Li clan is not like the Fanyang Braden clan and the Taiyuan Wang clan, who are mere puppets. Han Hollison Hall. A grand banquet. All officials were present. After announcing Hollisel's rewards publicly, the officials were stunned. The imperial edict mentioned, captured alive. Only a few ministers like Nathan knew the inside story. Exterior reports claimed Ron was dead, and the court had not denied it. Thus, other officials naturally assumed nothing else. Unexpectedly, during this reception banquet for Hollisel et al., such significant changes occurred. Moreover, the number of imperial guards outside Han Hollison Hall was twice as much as usual. Immediately, some officials lost interest in the food, finding it tasteless. When the bead was brought into Han Hollison Hall, the officials began whispering among themselves. The large Han Hollison Hall was noisy, akin to the bustling West Market. The bead arrogantly greeted, "Your Majesty, this old man pays homage," slightly bowing his hands, which was not considered disrespectful in the Tang Dynasty. Unless for treason, kneeling before the emperor wasn't necessary. The bead's behavior couldn't be criticized. However, being brought here by the Jinwu guards added layers of complexity. Fin Li Flang remained calm, saying, "Bead, I've asked you here to meet someone. Do you recognize them?" The bead stroked his beard and shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Everyone." "Bah, something big is going to happen today. I shouldn't have come to this banquet. It would have been better to find a way out earlier. Bring Faxon forward." Boom. Even though some officials had suspected something from the captured alive, part of the imperial edict, seeing Ron enter the hall live shocked them immensely. The bead was thunderstruck, looking like an old man struck by lightning. In that instant, he felt panicky. Can this old man really be outwitted by you, Li Flang? Chapter 572. The so-called laughingstock. Nothing more than this. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Hanyuan Hall became even more bizarre. And amidst this strangeness, an wuxing de sa qi was quietly building. Edited. And amidst this strangeness, an intangible killing intent was quietly building. Some officials' legs were trembling. Fortunately, all officials were kneeling at the banquet. Otherwise, these people would have collapsed on the ground long ago. Troy smiled calmly and said loudly, "Congratulations to your majesty. Heartiest congratulations to your majesty for capturing Ron Khan, thus avenging the humiliation of the Treaty of Emmanuel Shui." As soon as these words were spoken, Nathan and others' faces changed dramatically. They wished they could slap Troy across the face so hard he'd spit blood. Currently, it was only a twist of fate that led to capturing Ron Khan and bringing him back to Chang'an. The Turks still loomed over the frontier, posing an unmitigated threat to the Tang Dynasty. Troy's congratulations were brief, weak, and perfunctory. Mentioning the Treaty of Emmanuel Shui and talking about revenge was no different from openly slapping Crawford's face. Arrogant. Very arrogant indeed. Crawford showed little reaction, with not a trace of change on his face. But what he thought internally was unknown. Andrew, with his straightforward nature, could not tolerate Troy's arrogance. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't be too presumptuous. It won't do any good." Crawford. Nathan and others. Why did those words sound so familiar? And that tone, it was exactly like Dorian's. Troy turned around, looking at Andrew, rebutting, "So, it's you, Sir Emmanuel. Is there anything wrong with me congratulating Donnie?" Andrew retorted, "Autumn grasshopper, just keep leaping." Troy's face turned cold. "Sir Emmanuel, I have endured much considering your position as a court official. Don't overstep your bounds." Andrew stood up, scratching his head. "Really?" Saying this, he walked toward Troy. Troy stared at him coldly. "Andrew? A loyal minister? Bah. To the aristocratic families, he was nothing but a joke. Does he really think he's someone important?" Just then, smack. A loud slap echoed through the entire Hanyuan Hall. Puff. Officials who didn't know what was happening were killed. Was this Andrew so fierce? Nonsense. That was the esteemed patriarch of the Zhao Commandery Li clan, yet you slapped him right away. This wasn't slapping one person's face. It was slapping the face of the entire Zhao Commandery Li clan. Troy was also stunned, stammering, You? Andrew replied with righteous indignation, "I did slap you. Did you dare slap me?" Smack. Holy crap. Another slap. When did Andrew become so arrogant? Or had he gone mad and decided not to live anymore? Troy was completely dumbfounded. Andrew seriously said, "I slapped your left cheek, and to maintain symmetry, I had to slap your right cheek." Troy, enraged, yelled, "Am I supposed to thank you for this?" Andrew waved his hand. "No need. I don't require gratitude for doing a good deed." Troy stumbled, nearly falling down. Everyone watched in shock. Is this still Andrew? Could someone else be masquerading as Andrew? Troy's expression turned severe as he faced Crawford and loudly said, "Your Majesty, how dare Andrew treat me like this? Will the court stand up for me?" Actually, his heart was pounding with fear. Andrew acting this crazy made everyone uneasy. Crawford said indifferently, "Don't worry, Troy. These 2 slaps will be noted, and I'll introduce you to someone else." Troy's heart skipped a beat. No, absolutely not. However, when that person arrived at the Hanyuan Hall, Troy looked like a deflated balloon, almost collapsing. It was the leader of the Flying Eagles, Elias. Elias respectfully bowed. "This humble subject greets your Majesty." Crawford raised both hands slightly and asked, "Have you seen Ron Khan?" Cold. In an instant, Troy's legs turned to jelly, almost kneeling. Fortunately, his stubborn pride stopped him. He hadn't lost. He wasn't done yet. So what if the leader of the Flying Eagles had allied with Leaf? So what if he had given a messenger a jade pendant passed down through generations of Zhao Commandery beads to gain Ron Khan's trust? He wouldn't admit it. As long as he didn't admit it, what could Leaf do? Crawford said indifferently, "This jade pendant should be the heirloom passed down by the Zhao Commandery beads. If Troy denies it, it's fine. Plenty of people in the Zhao Commandery Li clan recognize this pendant." Troy glared at Leaf with venom. To frame someone unfairly is easy. At that moment, all officials in the Hanyuan Hall held their breath. Duncan was even more confused. Initially, he thought his contributions were immense, warranting such special treatment from the court. After all, the emperor was his godfather. He and Dorian had acknowledged each other's fathers as godfathers. Even if it happened before the emperor's identity was revealed, as the Tang Fin, he couldn't acknowledge it. Being the only acknowledged godson of Crawford was unique in the entire Tang Dynasty. He thought he was receiving special attention from Crawford, but it turned out it was all a ploy targeting this old man from the Zhao Commandery Li clan. Phew. Duncan spat. A true descendant of the living bandit. Crawford nodded in satisfaction. Others were dumbfounded. This little bandit had guts. With this evidence, killing the patriarch of the Zhao Commandery Li clan wouldn't be hard, but the ensuing issues would be challenging. "Your Majesty, are you serious? Really? Really?" Crawford smiled and said, "Take Troy out of the palace." Snap. Everyone's jaws dropped. Take Troy out of the palace? Are you kidding? Everything was out in the open, and now you want to save face? What a spectacle. Troy was also incredulous. Honestly, he was prepared to be beheaded. But, just that? While everyone was still bewildered, Troy was escorted out of the palace. In the Hanyuan Hall, the banquet continued. Outside the palace, Troy couldn't fathom Crawford's actions. Regardless, he had to leave Chang'an. Who knew what schemes Leaf had cooked up? He didn't dare return to that courtyard. Instead, he had to find a carriage from one of the other chambers of commerce under the Zhao Commandery Li clan, equipped with enough personnel, before leaving Chang'an. As for Kurt, let him wait. Just wait until I get back to the Zhao Commandery Li clan. You'll be dead for sure. What good does it do to align with Li Flang? Without the Zhao Commandery Li clan backing you, your position as the head means nothing. Troy hadn't yet decided which chamber of commerce to go to. At this moment, a hot air balloon was flying in the sky. Coincidentally, Dorian and Selena had just arrived here. They saw countless pieces of white paper, like snowflakes, drifting down from the hot air balloon. Dorian picked one up and gasped in shock. Good heavens! The Zhao Commandery clan really knows no bounds. To commit such treason is truly beyond the pale. Selena tugged at his sleeve and exclaimed, Young master, look! Dorian looked up upon hearing her voice. They saw. A flood of people filled the entire street, continuously roaring in anger. The words used were not only furious but also, cough, cough, extremely colorful. Among them, a few words stood out prominently. Traitor, Zhao Commandery clan, Etienne. This was the patriarch's name. Soon after, Dorian and Selena retreated to the side of the road in horror, watching as this human flood surged over the old man standing in the middle of the road. However, Dorian didn't rush out to save him but instead seemed deep in thought. After the flood passed, the old man lay on the ground, covered in dirt, his face trampled beyond recognition. Needless to say, even a strong young man like Duncan would have met his maker if trampled by such a crowd. Troy, Etienne. To his dying day, he never imagined he would die so ridiculously. So-called ridicule couldn't be more apt. Wanting to become the new ruler of this land is an unrealistic fantasy. Every member of our Zhao Commandery clan must remember that our roots are in Tang. No matter what happens, we should not abandon our roots. Otherwise, the Zhao Commandery clan will completely disappear from history and be cursed for 1,000 years. We would disappoint our ancestors and future generations. That person worriedly said, but now the clan head is gone. Won't Leaf still not let us off? Kurt's face was solemn as he replied, no need to worry. The court needs to guard against us aristocratic families, yet they cannot do without us either. It's just that we have lost our past status. This might actually be fortunate for the Zhao Commandery clan. That young descendant did not understand and asked back, fortunate? Kurt chuckled bitterly, you still don't get it. Neither do many others. This realm has changed. You all don't understand what kind of emperor Leaf is. He is neither Amadeo nor Josh. This campaign against the Japanese pirates will result in a certain victory for Tang. And moreover, the government is only fighting for the gold and silver mines of the Japanese pirates. Fin Leaf is an ambitious emperor, but he isn't arrogant like Josh. Once the gold and silver mines are under control, with sufficient funds and resources, who could stop Leaf from achieving his ambitions? That young descendant felt extremely unwilling. Kurt smiled calmly, we should remember, from Wuan Flagbearer down to today, how has the Zhao Commandery clan survived? What by? Our survival depends on adapting to the times, do you understand? That young descendant was still clueless. Kurt smiled. One day you'll understand. Go, I am waiting. For what? A piece of news. Soon, the shadow guards arrived. Kurt greeted with clasped hands. Greetings, sir. The dignified leader of the Zhao Commandery clan and Chang'an bowed deeply. This was unheard of previously. However, everything had changed. The shadow guard said expressionlessly, Etienne betrayed the country for his own benefit, deserving the execution of all 9 kin. Considering your exposure and reporting, which offset the crime, anyone not part of Etienne's lineage will not be punished. But, the entire Etienne lineage deserves death. Even though Kurt expected this, hearing it chilled him to the bone. Bradonkly, Etienne's lineage was the eldest legitimate son line of the Zhao Commandery clan. Their disappearance wasn't necessarily a bad thing for the rest of the clan. The shadow guard added, Donnie said that concerning the Etienne lineage, the court will not intervene. Kurt laughed bitterly. I get it. Leaf wanted to eliminate the Zhao Commandery clan threat thoroughly without any bloodshed. To survive, the Zhao Commandery clan could only cut off its own arm or even turn to fratricide. For some, this was a path to death. For most, it was a path to life. Kurt respectfully said, please assure Donnie, your servant understands. The shadow guard immediately left. Next, Kurt returned to the Zhao Commandery clan. Under the pressure of public opinion fueled by the Tang Daily exposing Zhao Commandery clan head Etienne's betrayal, the people of Tang rejoiced at his demise. Moreover, Kurt expelled Etienne from the Zhao Commandery clan and confiscated all his assets. Some members of Etienne's lineage were left homeless, while others fled far away. Once again, one of the great 5 surnames and 7 prestigious clans fell. At this moment, Tang Daily, Dorian, sitting in the carriage with Selena, asked the gatekeeper after arriving. Where is Lao Gino? Do you mean Editor-in-Chief Gino? Colmes. To advisor Lee, Chief Editor entered the palace. He said something, cough, cough, about the bandit family. The gatekeeper started sweating. Dorian waved his hand indifferently. Never mind, carry on. Why did Lao Gino? Never mind. Dorian couldn't help but pat his forehead. Forgot. Father is holding a banquet in the palace to celebrate Hollisel's victory. Forget it. Let's find someone else. Before leaving, Dorian chuckled and told the gatekeeper, don't mention slips of the tongue in the future. You know Kevin is my adoptive father. The gatekeeper was speechless. Kevin, who cares? And you didn't even mention Finn is your real father? Everyone in Tang Daily knows this not-so-secret secret. Dorian continued, your little bandit just returned. If you continue speaking ill of him, I'll tell him. Thud. The gatekeeper kneeled down. Advisorly, Alvinly, stop playing me. Dorian walked away leisurely. Selena scolded, Master, aren't you being too naughty? Why tease him? Dorian said seriously, you wouldn't understand. Master is almost of age. Many people get married around my age in our dynasty. Selena teased, are you missing your fiancé? Miss lives with you. Dorian sternly said, listen, how can you say Miss lives with me? Nonsense. We're not in the same room. Selena, I didn't mean that way. Everyone lives in Peach Spring together, right? Doesn't it count as living together? Does it require the same room? Dorian cleared his throat and seriously said, also, I'm still young. I'm merely 192 months old, very innocent. Selena stuck her tongue out, trying too hard to cover up. Smack. Got slapped on the head. Dorian condescendingly said, what do you know, little girl? Selena held her head and pouted. Don't change the subject. Explain why you teased the Tang Daily Gate was worried. An old man like me should be enjoying my twilight years, but here I am, worrying myself sick and pulling out my hair. Pitiful. Furthermore, Donnie required the Ministry of Revenue to prepare sufficient supplies for future campaigns against the Turks. For this, Braddock, as the custodian of the Tang Empire's financial coffers, unusually refrained from bickering with Finkyle. The sword hanging over the Tang Empire's head needed to be addressed, especially since Faxon was captured alive. Clearly, Finkyle intended to use Faxon to his advantage. In any case, Braddock was very busy, stressed beyond belief. Fortunately, due to Dorian's strategic planning, the Tang Empire was far more prosperous than in its historical counterparts. Suddenly, the doorman came to report. Sir Tang, the Gaylord. Before he could finish his sentence, Braddock started. No good. Here comes trouble. It wasn't unfounded, given how every time Dorian had an ingenious idea, it benefited him personally while benefiting the world. And each time, the Ministry of Revenue hemorrhaged funds. Just thinking about it made him ache. Right then, they heard. Perry, long time no see, I've come to visit you. Dorian's voice preceded his arrival. Daddy. Selena's voice echoed at the same time. Braddock felt a headache coming on hearing Dorian, but Selena's voice brought a genuine smile to his face. Though Hawk did not make him particularly happy, he couldn't neglect the comfort and joy his daughter's voice brought him. Girl, why are you here? Braddock ignored Dorian completely. This moment, the doorman finally managed to complete his sentence. Seeing Dorian enter, he stopped mid-sentence, apologized to Braddock, and left. Well, reporting is a duty. As for why he didn't stop the Gaylord who was viewed as a flood by the Secretary of Revenue, is that something a human can do? I couldn't stop him because I'm only human. The doorman walked away contentedly. Dorian didn't seem displeased by Braddock's neglect and laughed. Perry, we're old friends. Don't be so distant. Braddock exclaimed, Oh, Hawk, why are you here? This old man's eyesight isn't too good these days. I didn't see you. Dorian. Fine. This young master won't stoop to your level. Eating a pastry, Dorian offered the wrapped pastries in his hand to Braddock. Here, Perry, have them. Eat up, don't be shy. Braddock took them, his face turning dark. To torment you. Could you get any stingier? Selena pouted. Young master. Dorian scratched his head. Fine. This girl always treats her foster father well. Give them back so as not to embarrass your foster father. Braddock grabbed the pastries stubbornly, retorting, Humph. After you've tormented us, you pretend to be nice? Dorian smiled. Keep reading. Braddock scowled. No need to read. I know this could boost the Tang Empire's revenue, but investment is needed first. And it's no small investment. Dorian replied, Perry, this is a comprehensive plan. We can start with pilot programs. Especially for freight. I propose cooperation with Imperial relay stations. Add to that the completion of railway infrastructure in Guangzhou and Turkestan, transporting livestock like cattle and sheep, and even horses, to our interior regions. Additionally, goods from Guangzhou can be conveniently transported to the Turkic steppes. Even as railways expand within the Tang Empire, the daily news can be distributed everywhere via railways without relying on merchant caravans. This has significant implications for the court. Braddock gritted his teeth repeatedly. For the daily news to reach every corner swiftly is a temptation the Finn cannot resist. Such control over public opinion would elevate imperial power immensely. This is the Finn's dream. Could he say no? Could Braddock say no? Finding Braddock instead of going directly to the Finn was already commendable. Dorian confessed, Perry, truthfully, I could have told my father directly, but I didn't. Why? Braddock snapped sarcastically. This old man isn't a worm in your belly. Why ask me? Dorian grandly declared. Because I treat you as a brother. This is a great opportunity to earn merit. How could I forget a good brother? Spit, but you want me to become your son-in-law? Oh my god. Perry, you're plotting against me. Plotting against me. Damn. Boys need to protect themselves too. See, you got targeted, didn't you? Sure enough, being as outstanding as me is also a sin. Just then, an official from the Ministry of Revenue passed by and overheard this, casting a surprised glance at him. Well, how shameless. The passage maintains its original tone and structure, continuing the humorous and slightly absurd dialogue between Dorian and Braddock. The translation preserves the conversational style and idiomatic expressions, ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. Hashtag chapter 575. Just one sentence, Donnie sent me. Braddock had just left the Ministry of Revenue when he was intercepted by Minister of Works Bowden. Tang Minister. Yin Minister. They greeted each other. Braddock asked in surprise, Minister Yin, why are you at the Ministry of Revenue? Bowden replied anxiously, Minister Tang, our navy lacks ships right now. Hearing this, Braddock's beard quivered. Oh no, another request for money. Among the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works was the most troublesome, always demanding hundreds of thousands, even millions of strings of cash. What could be done? Who could handle such a special department? Crawford wanted to build the Daming Palace, so the Ministry of Revenue had to pay for it. This wasn't negotiable, and Braddock hadn't objected either. Everyone knew the Emperor's intentions. Opposing this would have been foolish, and even Andrew, the first critic of Tang, hadn't spoken against it. For water conservancy projects, the Ministry of Revenue had to provide funds again, leaving no room for negotiation. However, after spending 50,000 strings on the construction of ocean-going vessels, the Ministry of Revenue couldn't remain silent anymore. More money? Braddock stroked his beard and said, Minister Yin, the Ministry of Revenue is poor. Hold it. Bowden opened his eyes wide. Perry, everyone in court knows what kind of person you are. I know your character too. You're stern and unyielding. With you in charge of the Ministry of Works, no one dares to mess around under your watch. At that moment, Bowden exuded an imposing aura. After all, how else could he get money from someone as frugal as Perry? He had to assert his dominance. But unexpectedly, Dorian appeared and, upon hearing this, asked, Hey, old Yin, who are you going to kill? Bowden. Wow, how perfectly timed. Bowden had to respectfully greet his master. Disciple greets master. You may rise. Thank you, master. You're welcome. The master and disciple showed mutual affection. However, the imposing momentum that Bowden had built up was completely ruined. Bradonk snorted and said, "As far as I know, the Ministry of Works has already built 5 treasure ships. That should be enough. Why continue building more? Why not use the existing ships? Are you planning to scrap the old-style seafaring vessels? With this, it's hard for me to agree." Humph. Who's afraid of imposing pressure? After all, while Bowden was the Minister of Works, Bradonk was still the Minister of Revenue. Who was the bigger boss here? Moreover, the appearance of the Crown Prince at this time was perfect. He had almost been intimidated. This Bowden might not involve himself in court politics, but he was certainly not an easy opponent. Almost fell for it. Bowden waved his hand and insisted, "No way. Absolutely not." Bradonk said calmly, "I am the Minister of Revenue, and I make the final decision here. Decide nothing." Bowden reasserted with an imposing aura, "You can block anyone, Bradonk, but not the Ministry of Works." Bradonk glared, "Am I blocking you? As Minister of Revenue, I control the treasury of Tang. We aren't wealthy yet. Do you think defeating the Japanese is the end?" Cough. Minister Yin should understand, right? Bowden smiled dismissively. "It's just the Turks? So what? I'm not asking for much, another 1,000,000 strings. Old Yin, what are you thinking? We've already given you 50,000 strings. Now you want another 1,000,000? How many ships do you plan to build? Do you think 50,000 strings is enough for those 5 ships? Our remaining budget is all spent. Just wait until our army captures their gold and silver mines. Once we extract the minerals and bring them back, won't everything be taken care of?" Bowden said sternly, "Perry, Donnie sent me." Bradonk retorted, "It doesn't matter who sent you. Using the fin to pressure me? That won't work. I, Bradonk, am as stubborn as Andrew." Bowden persisted, "Donnie sent me." "No go. Donnie sent me. We have no surplus money either. Donnie sent me." "You." "Well, Bowden, repeating that one sentence isn't being fair, is it?" Bradonk waved his sleeve and said, "Fine. Donnie sent you, did he? Good. I'm going to see the fin anyway. Let's go together." Bowden smiled. "Together then." Throughout the exchange, Dorian watched speechless. Wow. Direct confrontation. Caught in the middle like a sandwich cookie. Clearly, the shipbuilding task imposed pressure from different angles, forcing him into this situation. What good does it do? Bowden, this excellent disciple, cleverly shifted the responsibility back onto him. Sigh. Quite the drama. "You come too." Bradonk dragged Dorian away. Dorian resisted. "You're looking for my father. Why do I need to come?" Bradonk angrily said, "Wasn't the postal service idea yours?" Bowden added, "The treasure ships were designed by the master." Dorian. "Oh no, Old Yin, you've changed. Not honest anymore. Designing the ships means involving me in funding them? Unfair." Bradonk played the fool card. "Hawk, you can struggle, but with my old arms and legs, if I fall?" He gave Bowden a meaningful look. Bowden nodded hastily. Colmes. Dorian. Were they just fighting, now they're collaborating? Why does this feel off? Though confused, it was also curious. Thus, he stopped struggling and observed what these two were up to. This moment, Bradonk and Bowden exchanged knowing smiles. Recently, Crawford subtly expressed his wish regarding key ministers, allowing Dorian more access to the palace. This seemed like preparation for Dorian to become accustomed to family life. Bradonk was Dorian's lifelong friend and had adopted daughter Selena. Bowden even became his disciple. These two aimed to give Dorian a boost. Compared to Andrew, who often reminded everyone of his role as Dorian's caretaker, they had taken action first. All understood why Crawford wished for Dorian to join the family soon. The Turkic situation wouldn't last long. Once they started internal strife, it would be the best time for Tang to strike. Acting now would be premature. If the Turkic tribes faced a common threat from Tang, they might unite, complicating matters. It would be wiser to exploit Ron Khan to incite conflicts among the Turkic tribes first. Conquering the Turks was entirely different from defeating the Japanese. With fire weapons, victory over Japan was assured. The Turks, however, weren't an easy opponent. To erase the humiliation of the Treaty of Emmanuel Chouet, Crawford would personally lead the troops. This involved the Hawk assuming regency. Regardless of Crawford's love for Dorian, Hawk Jamar had no major faults, making his position secure. Forcing Dorian into power might upset the officials and common people. Therefore, Crawford began planning for his son, not necessarily guaranteeing the throne, but giving him a fair chance. At least, it would ease his guilt. Additionally, having survived the Xuanwu Gate incident, Crawford feared potential tragedies during regency while on campaign against the Turks. Translation ends, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as original. Once Dorian acknowledges his ancestral roots and solidifies his status as a prince, even Hawk Jamar, despite his audacity, would have to be wary. After all, a prince from the common folk returning to his roots will undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. For Dorian, this might not be a bad form of wuxing de Balhu could be translated more naturally as. For Dorian, this could very well serve as an invisible form of protection. This conveys the meaning more clearly and reads more fluently in English. In the Ganlu Palace, Crawford carefully reviewed the plan for the post-station reform presented by Bradonk. Bowden didn't clamor for money. Dorian stood idly at the entrance of the Ganlu Palace, yawning. Sigh. Don't think I can't see through you? Isn't this just a roundabout way to make me acknowledge my royal lineage? Why don't you just say it outright? Once Dorian confirms his royal lineage and solidifies his status as a prince, even Hawk Jamar, daring as he may be, would have to proceed with caution. After all, the return of a commoner-born prince to his ancestral roots would undoubtedly draw everyone's attention. For Dorian, this could very well serve as a form of intangible protection. In the Ganlu Palace, Crawford carefully reviewed the reform plan for the postal stations submitted by Bradonk. Dermot didn't demand any funds either. Dorian stood idly at the entrance of the Ganlu Palace, yawning. Sigh. Do you think I can't see through your scheme? Isn't it just a roundabout way to get me to acknowledge my royal heritage? Just say it straight. Once Dorian acknowledges his royal lineage and confirms his status as a prince, even Hawkjamar, despite his boldness, will have to be cautious. After all, the return of a prince from commoner life will certainly attract everyone's attention. This Wuxing de Balhu might be an intangible protection for Dorian. Ganlu Palace. Crawford carefully reviewed the plan for reforming the post stations presented by Braddock. Dayton did not demand any funds. Dorian stood at the entrance of Ganlu Palace, yawning out of boredom. Sigh. Do you think I can't see through your scheme? You're just trying to get me to acknowledge my royal lineage in a roundabout way. Why don't you just say it directly? Note, the phrase Wuxing de Balhu has been adjusted to intangible protection for better fluency in English while maintaining the original meaning. Hashtag chapter 576. Big brother, save me. Crawford finished reviewing the reform plan for the postal stations, but did not immediately express his opinion. Instead, he said, summon Nathane, Helmet, Bogdan, and Andrew here. Immediately, an eunuch was sent off. Then, inside the Ganu Palace, Crawford began questioning Dayton about the construction of seagoing vessels. Dayton started giving a detailed report. Braddock squinted his eyes, having already made up his mind. Want money? Not happening. On the other side, Dorian was nearly falling asleep from boredom, feeling very uncomfortable standing still. He walked out of the Ganu Palace and asked the Imperial guards outside, are there any chairs? Chairs were previously known as hudang. After the first tower opened and new-style seats became popular, they gradually spread throughout Chang'an, and their name shifted from hudang to chair. However, Dorian's words left the guards confused. Who is this guy? Which noble family's son dares to be so disrespectful in the palace? At that moment, the guards outside did not recognize Dorian. They had no idea he was the famous immortal exiled by heaven renowned across Chang'an and even the entire Tang Dynasty. Even more so, the campaign against the Japanese pirates was almost entirely orchestrated by him. The guards stood bewildered and silent. Dorian looked at them and muttered to himself, is guarding a door so strict that you can't even talk? The guards. Just who is this? You really can't talk? The guards kept their eyes forward. You won't even look at me? The guards turned red with frustration. What the hell? Why should I look at you? You came to the palace, yet you chat up us guards. This has never happened before. I wonder if Donnie will punish you as an example. All the guards thought the same thing. Bored and chatty, Dorian felt energetic again. Moreover, he was quite curious about the palace. Thus, he began chatting incessantly with the guards. This guard doesn't talk? Then I'll talk to the next one. The Imperial guards must be pretty impressive, right? How many people have you killed? Do you ever go to battle? You're not just decorative pillows, are you? At that moment, all the guards clenched their weapons, wishing they could stab Dorian through the mouth. If only we could make him mute. That would be peace. Of course, no one dared to take action against this bold young man without knowing his identity. No one dared to mess around recklessly. To enter the palace, especially the Ganu Palace, at such a young age was no simple feat. Donnie hasn't spoken. It's best to pretend to be deaf and mute. Let him yap away. We'll stay silent. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Donnie couldn't find fault with it. Dorian continued asking, oh, by the way, do you stand on duty all day long? I think there should be shifts. How often do you change shifts? Suck in a breath. Holy darkness. How dare you ask such taboo questions? So brave. Many guards broke out in cold sweat and exchanged glances, considering whether to apprehend this youth immediately. After all, asking about shifts was too provocative. If this got back to Donnie and he held it against them, who could bear the blame? In an instant, the guards made a decision. The two closest to Dorian pulled out their knives and placed them against his neck. Dorian's eyes lit up, pointing at the knives in their hands, boasting, let me tell you, the knife in your hand is called a Tang Dao. The two guards were speechless. Is this guy crazy? We know what our weapons are called. Dorian continued proudly, this Tang Dao was designed by me. Is it useful? The two guards. The guards were quite aware of the origins of the Tang Dao, especially the new forging methods, and Crawford secretly helped promote it. It was hard to remain unaware. Finally, one of the guards frowned and asked, did you really design the Tang Dao? Unfazed by the knife at his throat, Dorian rolled his eyes at the guard, retorting, or what? The guards. In an instant, the Tang Dao was put away. Thud. The two guards fell to their knees. Your Highness, we apologize. Dorian. Fine. Seems like father has been busy behind the scenes. Once the guards realized he was the designer of the Tang Dao, they knew his true identity. Stand up, I won't hold it against you, he reassured them. The guards sighed in relief. What bad luck. Donnie adores this illegitimate child. Thinking about how close they came to hurting the prince, both felt like they'd skirted death. What a scare. What are you doing? At that moment, a bright-eyed little girl suddenly appeared. She was probably around 10 years old, her eyes wide and sparkling. However, the guards around her seemed used to her presence. They all bowed together. Greetings. Sentences from the temple were not allowed. Thus, Monk Bianji's actions were illegal and would not go undetected for days. Additionally, later chosen as a translator for Master Xuanzang, Monk Bianji was esteemed in the Buddhist community and would not ignore temple rules without consequence. Compared to this scandalous story, the true lethal charge might have been a brief line overlooked in historical records. Adira ordered Chamberlain Qian Xianyun to serve her in the palace, seeking blessings from ghosts and spirits and interpreting star constellations. Shorter lines often carry more significant weight. Such witchcraft and peering into celestial phenomena were tantamount to high treason in ancient society, likely contributing to Adira's eventual execution. In the Han Dynasty, Fin Wu faced a similar tragedy with the accusations against Alvin Josie Ju. Unfortunately, witchcraft remained a taboo. Adira's final fate also involved internal struggles within the royal family. After all, ever since the Tang Dynasty began, princesses have never been the type to sit idly by. Tang Xuanzong's ascension to the throne was largely due to the support of Alvin's Taiping. Big brother. Adira skipped over with an adorable little face. Dorian asked, Alvin's, what do you need from me? Adira hastily denied, no, I wasn't looking for big brother, just Haha, a coincidence. Dorian gave a faint smile and started to walk away. If that's the case, I'll be on my way. See you later. Adira hurriedly stopped him. Oh no, big brother, don't go. Dorian turned back, smiling at the little girl. Haha, even at this young age, she was already full of tricks, trying to outsmart him? Not a chance. Not happening. Now, spill it. What's up? Adira hugged his leg dramatically, crying out, Big brother, save me. Dorian. Save her from what? He shook his head. With how much father dotes on you, who could possibly wrong you? In this palace, anyone else might call for help, but it definitely wouldn't be you. Adira blinked. Big brother, you're so smart. Dorian lifted his foot again. If you don't tell me now, I'm really leaving. Adira grabbed his clothes, pleading, Big brother, please wait. Come with me first. Dorian sighed. Alvins, while I am father's son, this is still the palace. I'm not a little kid anymore. I can't wander around here without purpose. Adira's round face turned pale with panic. What should we do? I'll go find father. She let go of Dorian and dashed towards the Ghana palace. The Imperial Guard stood by and did nothing. Dorian couldn't help but admire her. This little girl was quite capable indeed, deeply doted on by father. No, more like completely spoiled. Inside the Ghana palace, Crawford's voice rang out in anger. Coral, how did you get in here? This place is not for you. However, it sounded more like scolding a child than issuing a stern command. Who knew what Adira told Crawford? Moments later, Adira came running back, beaming with pride. All set. Big brother, follow me. Dorian was envious. Truly envious. How much favor does she have? Father's love for Adira wasn't ordinary. It was downright excessive. Please continue translating, or let me know if there is anything specific you would like translated next. Chapter 577. The Pauper Alvins of Coral. Zion arrived at the residence of Adira, who started chattering incessantly. Anwar, I live here. Look, this courtyard is so tiny. Oh, I don't even have enough dresses to change into? That sounds a bit too harsh, but it's really not much. Zion frowned. Why does it sound like you're complaining about poverty? Adira, doted upon by our father. No, pampered. How could you be this bad off? You're insulting my intelligence. At that moment, Adira sighed deeply. Brother, you know father dotes on me more than any other princess. They lead such frugal lives compared to those noble families. They're barely fit to be princesses. Zion smiled wryly. Coral, I have something to do. I'll come back another time to visit. Adira panicked and tugged his sleeve, pleading pitifully. Brother, we haven't seen each other for nearly 10 years. Now that we finally meet, let's chat a bit. Coral, I really have things to do. Brother, I won't beat around the bush. I'm broke. Brother, you're so successful. Help your royal sister get rich too. What in the world? She wasn't just complaining about being poor. She wanted to ride on Zion's coattails. Zion put on a serious face. Coral, I don't like family businesses. They aren't sustainable. Adira innocently asked. Why not? Family businesses are full of our own people. Isn't that better? You wouldn't understand, Zion replied dismissively. Then explain it in a way I can understand. Zion glanced far away, where shadows flickered among the flowers. The sudden attention made the flower beds tremble violently. Adira pulled on his hand, pouting, Elder brother, tell me something I can understand. Brother had been upgraded to elder brother, but it wasn't too forced considering their relationship. Zion realized that complaining about poverty wasn't limited to Adira. After all, they were all Fin's children. He coughed and continued, many noble girls lack entertainment, so I thought a publishing house would be a good idea. What's a publishing house? Publish short stories, novels, maybe even comics. Comics? Zion laughed. I'll buy you a courtyard and provide craftsmen. The Tang Academy has students willing to learn writing and useful skills to support their families. They can assist you. Adira nodded vigorously. Great. Without a hint of doubt. Do you have no questions? Zion asked. Adira extended her hand. Zion puzzled. What's this for? The booklet. Which booklet? Elder brother, officials say whenever you create something great, you jot it down. Your idea for a publishing house must have a booklet, right? Zion. What nonsense. I haven't written it yet. Let's test the waters first. If it works, then we can establish the publishing house. Do we have paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones? Colmes, yes and yes. If not, we'll get them. Zion sighed. Does she actually have them or not? Soon, everything was ready. Zion wrote swiftly, finishing the West Chamber within an hour. Adira watched quietly, frowning as he stopped. Elder brother, why did you stop? Zhang Shang is going to the capital for exams, while Cui Yingying will marry Pedro Hung soon. What happens next? Indeed, the West Chamber always captivated its audience. Zion grinned. Let's see the reaction in Chang'an before proceeding. Adira nodded reluctantly. The Tang Daily has nothing much to report except for court affairs. Let them print the West Chamber. Remember, 10 guan per book, not less. Adira gulped. 10 guan seems too expensive, elder brother. Zion shook his head. Noble girls in Chang'an have plenty of money. 10 guan is just a drop in the ocean. Besides, if you earn little, what can you do with it? Immediately, Adira signaled the flower bed, and several girls emerged, exclaiming, Thank you, elder brother. Zion glared at her. She was up to no good, making them thank him before anything was settled. Now he couldn't back out. Adira stuck out her tongue playfully. Zion sighed. Fine. In this second life, having a sister, or many sisters, isn't bad either. Just then, palace guards arrived. Alvin, Donnie requests your presence. And Adira, Donnie is hosting a banquet today. Alvin and Alvins are invited. An invitation meant there'd be Braydonk and others too, but Zion was clearly the focus. Translation ends here, maintaining the paragraph structure and tone of the original text. Chapter 578, Father, I must warn you. The banquet was held in the Unker Hall. This was the residence of Celeste. Indeed, among the guests were people like Nathan. However, among Crawford's children, only Adira and Elliot were present. Crawford smiled. No need to be reserved, just relax. Though it seemed he was speaking to his court ministers, he was actually addressing Elliot. Elliot unabashedly rolled her eyes. Crawford could only give an awkward laugh. This son of mine doesn't give me any face at all. But if you can be this relaxed, I'm reassured. Ugh. Suddenly, Celeste turned pale and started vomiting. Crawford asked anxiously, Guanine, are you unwell? Celeste shook her head. Crawford called out, fetch the imperial physician. The ministers also lost their appetite, showing genuine concern for Celeste. She was a virtuous and wise empress, providing steadfast support to Crawford. It was clear that behind every successful man stood a woman who gave selflessly and unwaveringly. Especially Andrew, who felt particularly concerned. If not for Celeste's repeated intercessions, Andrew might have been executed long ago for making Crawford furious time and again. Only Elliot wore a strange expression. Historically, Celeste passed away in June of the 10th year of the Zhongguan era. Her last child with Crawford was Alvince Jinyang, Rakongda, nicknamed Gracelyn. Alvince Jinyang tragically died at 12 years old. Thinking of this, Elliot blurted out, Auntie must be pregnant, right? With those words, everyone, from Crawford to the ministers, all stared at him in shock and embarrassment. You dare say anything? Even Adira's mouth dropped open in surprise. These thoughts could stay in one's mind. Did you have no regard for Celeste's dignity by voicing them? Celeste's cheeks flushed red, scolding softly, Reese, don't speak nonsense. But there was no real reprimand in her tone. Elliot, used to being casual with Celeste, only became more confident after being questioned. I'm almost certain. At that moment, everyone remembered how Elliot had once controlled the plague in Chang'an and invented smallpox inoculation, proving his medical prowess. Crawford beamed. Is it true, son? Another child. Ha ha ha. I am elated. Elliot said worriedly, it should be, but never mind for now. The imperial physician arrived, examined Celeste, and then bowed. Congratulations, your majesty. This is a happy pulse. Crawford waved grandly. Reward? The physician shouted. Thank you, your majesty. After prescribing medicine for fetal stability, he left. Nathan and others began congratulating Crawford and Celeste. Adira joyfully added, Congratulations, April. Elliot's managing your parents' business? Is never heard of such audacity. Still, Crawford took the advice seriously. Elliot continued, You and Annie needn't worry too much. She can exercise daily. I have a simplified version of Tai Chi that benefits her health greatly. Also, you should notice your growing belly. Start exercising too. Pfft. Always mocking me. Crawford was speechless. Elliot continued, Father, as a mounted emperor, this Tai Chi is simple. Let me demonstrate it, and you'll remember it right away. Immediately, Elliot began demonstrating Tai Chi. In moments, Crawford's jaw dropped. This is Tai Chi? Initially unimpressive, it gradually revealed profound principles. Tai Chi encompasses yin and yang, harmony between extremes. Later strikes come first, combining ultimate hardness and softness, capable of moving 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces. The first part made sense, but the last part, especially the 4 ounces moving 1,000 pounds, was met with skepticism. Crawford chuckled. Others laughed as well. Warriors, not weak scholars, scoffed at such claims. Comped, as Crawford watched, he began practicing along. Completing the set, he felt refreshed and revitalized. Indeed, this martial art truly benefits the body. Seeing the change in Crawford's complexion, Braydonk brightened up. Seizing Elliot's hand, Little Lee brother, teach this old man upon return, and pulled Dorian aside to discuss postal station reforms. At the time, Dorian wasn't in Ganula Palace, but several ministers and the emperor had unanimously approved it. Moreover, the Ministry of Revenue agreed to allocate 1 million strings of coins to the Ministry of Works. However, after the reform of postal stations, the post office must fall under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue. Ethan sure agreed as well. Dorian just said, I'll have someone else talk to you about the specific details of this matter. Braydonk was overjoyed upon hearing this. It's great without your meddling. Otherwise, wouldn't I be tricked again? Just at that moment, everyone had just exited the palace. Dorian suddenly saw a figure. Selena. Oh my goodness. How could I forget this girl? Braydonk brought Dorian into the palace, and Selena followed them. But she waited outside the palace. Who knew? Her godfather. And another Dorian. The two completely forgot about this person from the moment they entered the palace. Braydonk pointed at Dorian angrily. How dare you, calling me brotherly? You brought out my goddaughter and left her outside the palace, and you even forgot about her. Dorian was stunned. How did you know I forgot? Phew. You also forgot, right? But Braydonk continued to berate. That's utterly unreasonable. When I leave, remember to apologize to my daughter. Otherwise, I won't let you off tomorrow. After saying that, Braydonk climbed into his carriage and ran away, not giving Dorian or Selena any chance to speak. Ha ha ha. How clever of me. Daughter, you should take advantage of this opportunity and get close to Hawk. I can only do so much for you, my dear. Dorian walked over and scratched his head. Linger, sorry. Selena shook her head and asked in return, why are you apologizing? Moreover, her face showed no displeasure. Dorian thought about her past and sighed inwardly but smiled on the surface. Linger, let me tell you 2 stories. This story is called The West Chamber. They talked while walking. Selena listened intently, worrying about the future of Zhangshang and Cui Yingying. Dorian narrated the full version. Selena heard the perfect ending and smiled like a blooming flower. Dorian chuckled and added, Linger, let me tell you another story. Okay. The main character of this story is named Callie, who was a maid. It is said that Callie was very beautiful and had long black hair, but her mistress envied her beauty and scratched her face with a hairpin. Callie committed suicide by jumping into a well, but according to legend, when women comb their hair at night in front of a bronze mirror, Callie will crawl out of the mirror and scratch their faces with a hairpin. Selena screamed. Ah. She grabbed Dorian's arm tightly, her small. But, if I don't wrap myself up, I'll be very scared. Patty gently asked, Linger, did you have a nightmare? Selena shook her head. Patty curiously asked, then what happened? Selena vigorously shook her head. Miss, you'd better not ask. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep, and will also wrap yourself in a blanket. Patty didn't believe it and smiled. You make it sound interesting. What exactly happened? Tell me. You're Miss, not yielding to men. What can scare me? Selena thought about it and couldn't hold it in. Sharing it with someone might make her feel less scared. Maybe, talking about it makes us both scared, and I'll feel less scared. Right then, Selena slowly began. There was a lady named Callie, who was very beautiful. After finishing the story, Patty smirked. Not only is it scary, but it doesn't seem scary at all. Selena blankly asked, Miss, if you're not scared, why wrap yourself in a blanket? Patty laughed. I'm cold. Isn't wrapping in a blanket normal? Selena. Miss, why haven't you fallen asleep yet? I'm not sleepy. I just can't sleep. Isn't that reasonable? Selena. Miss, you're shaking. Aren't you really scared? Nonsense. I'm cold. If I'm not cold, why would I wrap myself in a blanket? You're still cold even with the blanket? Cold. Just cold. Aren't you cold too? I'm also cold. The next day, both came out with dark circles under their eyes. When Dorian saw them, he asked with concern, President Bradenlinger, what's wrong with you two? Patty clenched her fist and held it up, gritting her teeth. Young master, come here. I want to show you something. Dorian warily looked at her rosy fist and shook his head. No, I won't look. Look at it yourself. Saying this, he turned around and ran away. Patty felt deflated. How could the culprit not fall for it? Sure enough, this little girl's punch will give you a black eye. Since then, the story of Callie spread in Chang'an, causing countless people to sleep with blankets during the sweltering summer, almost baking themselves alive. Chapter 580. Tang Dynasty's Little Rich Girl? Your Majesty, are you here? Adira skipped into the Peach Blossom Spring, holding an account book. The story of West Wing was plagiarized by Dorian. He wrote it on behalf of others. The printing was done with the effort of the Tang Dynasty newspaper. In a few short days, as the story about Callie struck fear into everyone's hearts, the story of West Wing successfully rescued the young men and women from their boredom. Sales were pretty good. Adira had come to take credit for this success. Behind her trailed a plump little fatty, Finley. Upon seeing Dorian, Finley respectfully said, Your Majesty, if anyone else saw this, they would praise the prince for being polite. But Dorian knew the other side of this little fatty, who was so eager to become the heir apparent that he could even promise to pass the throne to his brother after killing his own son. What a cruel man. You don't need to be so formal, Brother Chinke, Dorian said with the demeanor of an elder brother. Finley's eyes flickered slightly. Adira happily reported, Brother, the story of West Wing has already sold 500 copies at 10 strings of cash each, making 500 strings in total. Whoa, 5,000 strings, so much money. I'm so happy. Dorian smiled gently and said, Coral, if you die of happiness, wouldn't this money have been earned for nothing? Adira rolled her eyes. Then she rubbed her small hands together and asked, Brother, what story will follow the story of West Wing, and when will you write it? Dorian waved his hand lightly and said with a smile, Don't worry, I've got a new story in mind. As for the ending of the story of West Wing, I'll release it when the time is right. Coral, if you want to be a little rich girl, you must understand the reader's psychology. Teasing them might be annoying, but it's the sweetest way to make money. Adira nodded in agreement but then asked eagerly, Brother, can you let me see the ending first? I just can't wait. Dorian spoke sternly, No way. What if it leaks out? Adira pouted, realizing he made a who was naturally solitary and had no friends. She kept a black cat. It only took a few moments to outline the story. Looking at Coral, one could see her run from the shady tree to the scorching sun, shivering all the while. Dorian mocked, You insisted on changing the protagonist's name to yours. Are you scared now? Adira stubbornly replied, Brother, you're making things up. Who's scared? I am just cold, that's all. Dorian said solemnly, Since I'm your brother, whatever you say, I believe. Look at Brother Chinke. He seems cold too. So it's not abnormal for you to feel cold. If you don't feel cold, maybe I'm not normal. Finley. What's wrong with standing in the sun? I'm not cold. I look too fair, wanting to get a tan. Do you have any objections? Adira pouted, Brother, why don't you just finish writing the story of West Wing? This new story. Will people actually read it? Scared to death. But not me. I'm brave, aren't I? But others definitely will. Look at Brother Chinke. Finley chuckled nervously. Coral, don't talk nonsense. How can I be scared? Impossible. No such thing. You don't know me. Adira gave him a sidelong glance. If you didn't also feel cold, sister would believe you. Finley. Stop talking nonsense. You've revealed yourself. At this moment, Dorian laughed and said, I think it will be very popular. Recently, the story of Callie is known to everyone in Chang'an. This proves that horror stories still have many potential readers. I believe Callie will catch fire in Chang'an, and the new story Coral will do the same. I'll leave Juan alone, or today's readers might find it too hard to understand. Being half a step ahead makes you a genius. Being 2 steps ahead makes you crazy. Besides, back then, the Tang Dynasty only had some simple strange tales. Such scary stories were unprecedented. For the Tang citizens who lacked entertainment options, it was thrilling, frightened yet curious. Novelty, thrilling, creating a different kind of excitement. Addictive. Upon hearing that the story of Callie was also written by Dorian, Adira felt bewildered. Was this the reason you're scared of your own reflection? Finley thought for a moment and asked, Brother, I also want to participate. Can you tell me what I can do? Dorian knew Finley's thoughts clearly. He wanted to use this opportunity to familiarize himself with Dorian. It seemed that besides Eldon, Dorian had another rival. Sigh. Having an emperor father isn't always good. Dorian didn't refuse and said, sure, let's set up a publishing house. You pay for it. Finley. Brother, you speak so bluntly. But he immediately agreed, okay. Adira exclaimed, Brother Chinke, why are you so generous? Finley put on a serious face and said, am I not usually generous? Are you? Don't I? Are you? Both became text repeaters. Finley. Finley wore a bitter expression. Damn it. I haven't succeeded in life yet. I'll change. For the heir position, can I change? Immediately, the plan for the publishing house was simply finalized. Moreover, craftsmen and workers needed to be arranged. They could no longer rely on the Tang Dynasty newspaper's craftsmen. Anyway, with Finley's purse around, why be so courteous? Suddenly, Dorian asked, Chinke, since you're financing the publishing house, how much equity do you want once it's established? Finley sincerely answered, brother, that's not right. If my sister and younger sister want to earn money, I'd be honored to help. Adira cheered, ha ha ha, all mine then. Dorian gave her a pat on the head. Rubbing her head, Adira didn't joke around. Getting a pat on the head from brother meant he had truly accepted her. Following brother, wouldn't she live luxuriously? Tang Dynasty's little rich girl? This princess will reluctantly achieve this small goal. I, Coral, am going to become a little rich girl of the Tang Dynasty. However, Dorian added, since I wrote the story, I should take 50% of the net profit from sales, right? Adira was stunned. Dorian spoke with righteous confidence. It's not about the money. I just want to set an example for the people of the Tang Dynasty, telling them what copyright law and intellectual property rights are. Adira. Finley. That sounded very impressive, even though they didn't fully understand it. But no one dared to object, so they reluctantly pretended to believe him. This emperor brother had interacted too much with that stingy old Braydonk and had become a bit stingy himself. In the next paragraph, Dorian's explanation on his share of profits might sound convincing, but it reveals his shrewdness in business dealings, aligning with the previous portrayal of his character. The reactions of Adira and Finley show their reluctance and disbelief yet submission to his logic. Chapter 581. Addison Alvins's ingenious wealth-building tricks. The publishing house was established, named the first publishing house of the Tang Dynasty. I, Alvins Addison. No change in name or identity, and my way of doing things is high profile. Something doesn't seem quite right. But it's not important. For this, Alvins Addison had to find Finleaf and act coy. Finleaf asked with a smile, little Addison, tell me, why have you come to see me? Alvins Addison playfully stuck out her tongue and said, I just feel that father works too hard on documents, so I've come to give you a shoulder rub. Finleaf laughed heartily, then directly called her bluff, saying, you also have other reasons, right? Alvins Addison raised a thumb and praised, Father, you're truly witty. Finleaf? Why did those words sound so much like what his son would say? Sure enough, only to hear Alvins Addison smilingly say, Father, I'm curious, but not complaining about anything. The Tang Dynasty isn't rich now, and we are facing many challenges. Even if my life is a bit hard, I won't make unreasonable requests to father. Finleaf couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Aren't you complaining right now? But among all the children, except for Lenore who often argues with him, only Alvins Addison acts freely before him. In this way, he can feel the joy of family. In the royal family, maintaining decorum as ruler and subject, father and son might be necessary. However, as an emperor, he has lost out on the joys of ordinary family life. Only these two children treat him genuinely as a father rather than the Fin of the Tang Dynasty. Alvins Addison continued, so, I went to Anwar for advice. Finleaf knew well, but still pretended to ask, what did your eldest brother say? Alvins Addison giggled, sticking out her tongue again. Anwar gave me an idea, similar to the Tang Dynasty Daily, to establish a book publishing house. The newspaper publishes newspapers, and my book publishing house will publish books. After saying this, she proudly added, I've just published the first part of the West Chamber, priced at 10 strings of coins each. Finleaf exclaimed in surprise, so much? Indeed, he hadn't caught up with this yet. Whether dealing with the Japanese battlefield or the Turkic issues, Finleaf had been very busy recently. Alvins Addison happily reported, already sold at least 500 copies, making a profit of over 4,000 strings of coins after deducting costs. Puff. Finleaf was astonished. The West Chamber had been brought by the Shadow Guard, but he hadn't read it yet. Who could have thought? So many people actually paid 10 strings of coins for it. They were crazy. Alvins Addison coquettishly said, Father, our book publishing house is about to open. Could you inscribe something for it? She didn't mention Finley at all. Once Finley finds out he missed out, and Addison made money easily without mentioning him to Finleaf, he would surely be furious. How immoral. Finleaf asked, what do you want written? Just the name of the publishing house. What name? The first publishing house of the Tang Dynasty. Who thought of this name? It was me. Isn't it impressive? Finleaf. His daughter wasn't good at naming. Conti falsely praised, not bad, not bad, good name. Saying this, he then brushed ink and wrote, the first publishing house of the Tang Dynasty. After drying, Alvins Addison carefully kept it and took out an invitation. Father, this is the invitation for the opening of the publishing house. All right, I will attend, but not as the emperor. I understand, but don't forget to give a red envelope. Red envelope? To congratulate the opening of the publishing house. What a clever daughter, getting him to write and even give a red envelope. Alvins Addison left contentedly. Her eldest brother really was clever, coming up with such a good idea. Right, one person wouldn't be enough. What else could be done? The next day, after court adjourned, outside Taiji Palace, Alvins Addison held a stack of invitations, handing them to the ministers as they came out, sweetly saying, Minister Greta, my publishing house is about to open. Here's an invitation. Oh, don't forget to bring a red envelope, all right? Nathane. What's going on? Alvins, what are you planning? Minister Gino, my publishing house is about to open. Here's an invitation. Don't forget to bring a red envelope, alright? Helmet. Minister Du, my publishing house is about to open. Here's an invitation. Don't forget to bring a red envelope, alright? Bogdan. Minister Tang, my publishing house is about to open. Here's an invitation. Don't forget to bring a red envelope, alright? Bradonk. Minister Yin, my publishing house. Bodenal. Oh, Emmanuel Pizai, spit. Alvin's Addison slipped up. Andrew. You said my name wrong, and why are you spitting? Alvin's Addison handed over the invitation, forgetting her mistake completely and without embarrassment. Minister Emmanuel, my publishing house is about to open, and it was Anwar's idea. Won't you come support it? Andrew took the invitation with a darkened face. Should he argue with a little girl? At least, Alvin's Addison didn't remind him about the red envelope. Alvin's Addison reiterated, don't forget to bring a red envelope. Andrew. Spit. This old man says nothing. Thoughts are thoughts, thinking is useless. Everyone who attended the court meeting was forced into the situation. Finn Leaf received a report from the Shadow Guards. Originally, the Shadow Guards shouldn't bother him with such matters. However, it was proper for the princess to issue invitations. But openly asking for red envelopes, that was too much. It's embarrassing. Finn Leaf listened and replied curtly, enough, dismissed. What could he do? His daughter has already made her move and embarrassed herself. If he goes out now, is that fitting? Better to pretend to be unaware. If I am unaware, there's no embarrassment. Colmes, just like that. Meanwhile, Alvin's Addison sweetly addressed the officials, gentlemen, you won't be disappointed with my publishing house. Recently, the West Chamber comes from our test publications. Also, there's another story. Cough? That name seems shameful, but it's definitely more thrilling. All. Seems someone was grinding their teeth. Great. Finally found the culprit. That ghost story frightened everyone. Even men got scared, and especially when the wives or concubines repeated the story, embellishing it even more. How could anyone withstand that? Long Dwight Wu-ji clenched his teeth and asked kindly, Alvin's, who's the author of this ghost story? Others perked up their ears. Thud. Alvin's Addison wasn't dumb. Sensing the trouble brewing, grabbed the red envelopes and ran off, shouting, too many invitations, haven't finished distributing. We'll find more people later. Gentlemen, don't forget the red envelopes. All. Does the Finn know the princess behaves like this? Are you going to do nothing about it? Chapter 582. Should this old man thank you or disown you? East Palace. Du Pedrelin, the attendant in ordinary and concurrently left counselor to the Hawk, had just offered Jamar a piece of advice. As the left that's right. Initially, he and his eldest brother worked together making Brotherhood ice lollies. But later, because of his enmity towards his eldest brother, it led to them parting ways. However, the ice lolly business still continued, and it was one of the few profitable ventures Jamar had. Wouldn't it be great if his other siblings joined in? This prince is truly brilliant. Immediately, Jamar chose his target. Adira. Finn loves her dearly, almost as much as he does his eldest son. If Coral were to speak well of him to Finn, it would be incredibly beneficial. Jamar immediately left the East Palace to find her. Unbeknownst to him, just as he stepped out, he encountered Adira. Imperial sister. Jamar's eyes lit up, and he walked over. Hawk brother? Adira's eyes sparkled even more. There's someone to invite now. Jamar couldn't wait to say, Imperial sister. Recently the court expenditures have been very high. April decreed that the royal family's living expenses should be halved. Your stipend is now half. How do you live? Adira sighed. Hawk brother, you don't know. My sisters and I have been having a tough time lately. We can't even afford makeup anymore. Jamar laughed. Therefore, elder brother wants to help you. How can you help? The Hawk sells. No, the Hawk heard that the current popularity of ice lollies in Chang'an. Fooling around? Do you think? This princess has poor taste. Adira forced a smile. Minister Emmanuel, are you serious? Andrew stood upright and smiled casually. Truthfully, old man doesn't shy away from embarrassment. My purse is indeed lacking. Adira immediately protested. Impossible. You're lying to me. Does elder brother give you shares? Andrew said helplessly. Old man did not take a single coin. Donated it all to the Tang's first charity society. Just as he finished speaking, other colleagues frowned. Goodness. First, Dorian owns the top restaurant in Tang Dynasty. Then, the first charity society is presided over by the retired emperor. Now this, the Tang Dynasty's first bookstore. The naming skills of the Li royal family are truly something. Moreover, no one would doubt Andrew's statement. After all, who would lie on a matter that involves facing off with Crawford? Adira felt slightly pained. Red envelope. Less one red envelope for this princess. Such a loss. Dorian laughed beside. Hi Yang. These characters are worth a lot. Andrew sneered inwardly. Am I like Hala Sherlin or Chu Swale-Yang, a master calligrapher, that my writing would be valuable? However, elder brother standing up for me makes my heart warm. No wonder I claim to be your family manager. Who knew? Dorian continued. Think about it. Humph. Nothing special. Not scary at all. Others. The adapted version of Ju-on featured the female protagonist dying in a well. Henceforth, every time citizens drew water from a well, thinking of the deceased princess in the story made them shudder. Pang. Finn slammed the book to the ground furiously. How outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. This Coral. Why name the woman in the story Coral? Eunuchs froze in silence. What's happening here? Finn added coldly. Pick it up. The eunuch picked it up and placed it on the desk again. Finn Kyle, with a cold expression, picked up the book again and continued to read. Goodness. It's just captivating. Finn Leaf turned back to his book with a cold expression and continued reading. Goodness. It's just perfect. Chapter 583. Cousin. My father has wronged me. In the land of Wa, Japan, the residence of the great general has been established. Under the support of Tang Dynasty, Miles has declared himself as the great general and formed a shogunate. The shogunate era in Wa has been ushered in earlier than scheduled thanks to Hubert's instigation. However, this is merely a puppet shogunate. After landing on the island, with sufficient logistical support, the Tang army quickly achieved self-sufficiency on the Wa Islands. Only gunpowder had to be transported over thousands of miles from the Tang Dynasty by treasure ships. Due to the threat posed by firearms, the entire Wa populace before the Tang army, they still had to show humility. Initially, figures like Hendrix, the commander-in-chief of the naval forces, had doubts about Hubert's policies. But after seeing Dorian's influence invoked, there was nothing they could do. Hubert laid out Dorian's plan to manage the Wa through divide and conquer. This allowed better control while the Tang army remained in the background, overseeing operations. The results were impressive within just a month. Hendrix became convinced, handing battlefield matters over entirely to his command, while Hubert took full charge of shogunate affairs. Miles reported, "Minister Du, the silver mines are being mined, and the extracted silver is stored in the treasury." Hubert nodded, saying, "Excellent. You haven't disappointed me." Miles gratefully replied, "All thanks to your patronage." Indeed, he owed everything to Hubert's support. Had he failed, he would face execution. Surrendering to the Tang army, becoming a shogun under their support, wasn't dishonorable. Miles, as the shogun, with Tang backing, could become the new ruler of Wa. Not surrender or betrayal but serving Tang as the paramount power. Crawford had already demoted the Wa emperor. Now, as the shogun, Miles was the true ruler. The shogunate was the legitimate government, a vassal state acknowledged by Tang. Hubert advised sternly, "Do not touch the silver from the mines." Seeing their unease, he added, "Rest assured, Tang will own the mining rights and pay annual leasing fees. We propose 50,000 guan per year for the smaller mines." His son Dexter had participated. At least he would have a claim to the spoils. Unfortunately, Nathan forbade Dexter from joining, fearing maritime dangers. Now, it was too late. In Teoyuan, Dexter lamented loudly before Dorian. "Please let me know if you need further details or any adjustments. Cousin, my father has wronged me." Dorian could only console him. "Don't say that. Your uncle is doing what he thinks is best for you." Dexter, envious to the point of having red eyes, remarked sourly, "Hubert has already accomplished great feats, and will undoubtedly be ennobled as a marquis upon his return." "I'm so envious, cousin." Dorian corrected him. "Isn't that more like jealousy?" Dexter retorted. "Shouldn't it be?" Dorian shrugged. "It's all good as long as you're happy." Dexter laughed bitterly. "But I'm not happy, not at all." Dorian patted his shoulder and said, "It's all right. Just vent your unhappiness to me. Making me happy would mean your frustration isn't wasted." "Dexter, if you weren't the Finn's son, believe me, I would have shown you what a fist as big as a sandbag feels like just now." Note: maintaining the informal and conversational tone from the original Chinese text. Chapter 584. The Turkic region sees change. The Turkic steppe, where undercurrents surged. Faxon was not dead. News of his capture by the Tang general Halasul spread across the Turkic steppe. However, the various Turkic tribes found even more reason to take action. A Khan captured alive by the Tang was a disgrace to the Turkic people. The Turks would select a new Khan to lead their steppe. Who would have thought? The tribes were engaged in open conflict and small-scale skirmishes. Marcos, son of Khan Bai, and also known as Khan Tulu, the lesser Khan of the Eastern Turks, had been lying low for years after Khan Tulu's death. He finally seized the opportunity to unite with other tribes and, with overwhelming advantage, waged war against the dissenting tribes. Meanwhile, secret agents scattered across the steppe, including Crawford's shadow guards and Shangye's elite squad, relayed this information back to the Tang Empire. In the Peach Blossom land, Dorian intended to comfort Dexter. After all, her uncle by marriage, Frederick, had sided with her. Whether or not he had interest in the position of crown prince, everyone in court knew that Frederick had abandoned his own nephew for a distant relative. By sentiment and logic, Dorian needed to console the disheartened Dexter. Suddenly, pang, Benny barged in, his face grim. Dorian felt her heart sink and said to Dexter, "Cousin, please wait a moment." Dexter could see that something serious must have happened, and was about to find an excuse to leave. But Benny interrupted, "Young master, the court has likely received this news as well." Dorian instantly understood, suppressing her anxiety. She smiled at Cousin Chong. "Brother, let's hear it together." Greta Gong nodded. Benny took a deep breath and recounted the recent situation on the Turkic steppe. Dexter didn't have much reaction, but for Dorian, the recent developments in Turkic region were quite surprising. She was fully aware of who Khan Tulu was. Originally, in history, during the third year of Crawford's reign, Khan Tulu secretly communicated with the Tang and broke ties with Faxon. In 630 AD, Tang defeated the Eastern Turks, and in May, Tulu was appointed as the governor of Shenzhou. In 631 AD, Khan Tulu visited the Tang court and fell ill and died in Bingzhou. What no one expected was that due to Etienne of the Zhao commandery clan, Faxon tried to breach the border but was blocked by Halasul's artillery camp and eventually captured by Benny and Halasul by sheer coincidence. Initially, Crawford had planned to use Faxon's name as a puppet to prepare for military action against the Turks. Then, they say a midwife arrives unexpectedly. Well, here comes Khan Tulu. The Turkic steppe, unlike Central Plains, has always had shifting rulers, and now Khan Tulu appeared set to become the new ruler of the Turkic steppe, becoming another thorn in Tang's side. At this moment, Dorian felt an extremely complex mood. Her existence as this little butterfly ultimately changed history, only to create new history. For instance, Khan Tulu's presence. Is this the butterfly effect? Dorian whispered to herself. Dexter, whose hearing was sharp, overheard and asked curiously, "What is the butterfly effect?" Dorian replied simply, "You wouldn't understand if I explained." "Dexter, do you think so little of me?" Dorian spoke earnestly. "Benny, prepare the horses. I need to." "Master, someone's here." Selena ran over, followed by someone else. The person respectfully said, "Your Highness, I come from Shang Atli." Dorian frowned and asked, "Is it about the Turkic steppe?" The person looked surprised. "Your Highness, how did you know?" Just tell me what happened. Colmes. Immediately, the person gave a report, which basically matched the intelligence Binny's secret agents gathered. However, there was an additional point. Khan Tulu indicated subtly that he would not be hostile towards Tang. It showed that Khan Tulu was also shrewd. First, Faxon's attack on Tang this time was incredibly unfortunate, resulting in his capture. Second, although Khan Tulu sought the Khan throne, the Turks had already suffered a blow from Tang and feared firearms. Finally, even if Khan Tulu unified the steppe, internal stability remained uncertain, making it impractical to confront Tang. Shang Majesty, I too believe we cannot allow the Turks any breathing room. But now our empire is waging war against Japan. Though the campaign against Japan is going well, according to General Braden's report, we aim to establish a shogunate under Miles and control Japan completely. Can't. Miles must eliminate the emperor and ensure the shogunate does not turn against us. Otherwise, if turmoil erupts within Japan, our troops far away would lack reinforcements, leaving us vulnerable. At this time, we should either campaign against the Turks or prepare in advance so that any Japanese rebellion can be swiftly dealt with. Silence. The ministers could never forget the humiliation of the Emmanuel Shui alliance. Hearing Arrigo, they immediately grasped the situation. Andrew stepped forward. Your Majesty, before campaigning against the Turks, our empire must be capable of fighting on two fronts. Otherwise, the current favorable situation could turn against us. Crawford fell into deep thought. No one anticipated that waging war against Japan would cause such significant issues for the Turks. They were prepared for Faxon's incursions. But who could have foreseen Holosil capturing Faxon? Thus, the Turks plunged into chaos, with Khan Tulu emerging anew. Crawford calmly stated, dismissed. Gentlemen, analyze the situation and decide later. The meeting concluded. Frederick and others, first Alvin can enter at any time. Unexpectedly, Dorian waved his hand, saying, no rush, I'm not in a hurry. This left the people inside the Ganlu Palace speechless. Not being in a hurry, yet riding into the palace, it wasn't something just anyone could do. Only those who had greatly contributed to Finn Leaf's ascension were allowed such liberties. Even the Crown Prince, Jamar, did not dare to ride within the palace. Comte, an illegitimate son? Nathan smiled inwardly. He hadn't misjudged the Emperor. For understanding Donnie, he truly was unmatched. However, Finn Leaf was cold. Summon him in. Dorian poked his head in, hesitantly saying, everyone's discussing state affairs with Dad. I'll stay out of it. Everyone was stunned, addressing the Emperor as Dad. Only he would dare to do so. Perhaps this was why he was favored. Finn Leaf replied tersely, come in, stand to the side, and listen. Suck in their breaths went many except for Nathan and his group. Military affairs were currently even beyond the Crown Prince's right to hear or participate in. Comte, the illegitimate son. Many ministers who had never interacted with Dorian became intrigued. They must gain his favor. All right, grudgingly Dorian walked in, standing at the very end. He wouldn't argue with his father today. Face it, with strangers around, they shouldn't embarrass the Emperor or get himself into trouble. Just then, the Imperial Guards entered. Your Majesty, Hawk seeks an audience. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised. Could this be a coincidence? Let him in, the Finn commanded. My lord, Jamar greeted, noticing his older brother without surprise, though startled by the crowd in Ganlu Palace. Finn Leaf asked emotionlessly, Highness, what brings you here? Instantly, Jamar sensed an opportunity. He glanced at Dorian before saying coyly, this? With everyone present, it might not be appropriate. The words hinted more than spoken. Indeed, the hawk came prepared. Finn Leaf's eyes flickered. If you find it inappropriate, don't speak. Stunned, Jamar blurted out. Speaking now would save your Majesty and the minister's time. Let's discuss other matters first, Finn Leaf said. Anxious, Jamar hurriedly added, I have just a few words. Immediately regretting his impulsiveness, yet pushed by circumstances, he decided to reveal Dorian's true colors before the senior ministers. Disappointment flashed in Finn Leaf's eyes. Jamar, catching it, steeled himself and said without waiting for permission, Father, I saw brother riding in the palace. Isn't this improper? Dorian sighed. Little brother, enjoy your moment. Just remember not to cry later. With these words, Jamar committed himself further, elaborating. Brother hasn't been officially acknowledged yet, but he is still your son and a prince. Should he ride freely within the palace? And riding to Ganlu Palace, exposing the royal family before the ministers? Everyone. Hawk, your bravado is unfounded. But, for someone so young, his cunning was indeed formidable. Finn Leaf shook his head. Have you thought why your brother can ride in the palace? Heavy emphasis on brother resonated deeply. A chill went through Jamar. Mistake. Long ago, I permitted him to ride within the palace, hoping he'd visit home often. Do you understand? Finn Leaf stated calmly. A sudden realization dawned upon Jamar, as if cast into ice. How could this be? He's an illegitimate son, and you announced this here? It didn't matter. Acknowledgement was inevitable. But this timing, what would they think? In Jamar's days, Finn Leaf continued, since you're here, you may listen. This warmed Jamar's heart. To be included in discussions meant he was finally partaking in governance. A prince's involvement in politics carried great significance. Tang Dynasty. What did this imply? It suggested that his position as the crown prince in his father's heart wasn't as precarious as he'd imagined. Although, with his elder brother present, it was likely that his father intended to test them. Nevertheless, this showed that his father was indeed giving him an opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. Show off. Outperform the elder brother. I can do this. Confidently, Jamar replied, Father, I believe that given the current strength of our great Tang, it would be unwise to wage a large-scale war against the Turks before achieving complete victory on the Japanese front. The Turks excel in cavalry and archery. Every man is a soldier. Although elder brother's firearms are formidable, how could the artillery division withstand the charge of tens of thousands of Turkic cavalry? His words were reasonable. Finleaf looked slightly surprised. Others also viewed Jamar's statement with newfound respect. It seemed this crown prince was not entirely ignorant. Dorian, on the other hand, didn't seem particularly concerned. Let it be. What does it matter to me? Play as you wish, just don't involve me. Anyway, with father's wisdom, dealing with Bram wouldn't be too much trouble. After all, he possessed knowledge and insights from a millennium later. Still, compared to his father or the court ministers, there was a visible gap in wisdom. The ancients were not fools. The prosperous era of Pedruin was the result of Finleaf and his ministers' efforts. The title Heavenly Khan was earned through strength, not just by spending money. At that moment, Jamar continued his eloquent speech, saying, Your Majesty, I believe we should prioritize finishing the war against the Japanese pirates and stabilize the situation completely before moving against the Turks. Finleaf made an indeterminate, sound without further comment. Jamar felt somewhat disappointed. This response was something he had learned from Du Pedrelin for unexpected situations. How could it receive no praise at all? Was it just a casual inquiry after all? Just then, Finleaf turned to Dorian and asked, What do you think? Dorian shrugged. I haven't thought about it. Finleaf. Everyone else. Jamar. A burst of laughter broke the silence. No one was more shocked than Jamar. Elder brother. What are you doing? What kind of answer is this? Faced with everyone's astonishment, Dorian rubbed his nose and said, These matters are for the court officials to deliberate. Why should I concern myself with them? Everyone stared at him in frustration. Hawk, couldn't you try harder? Dorian smiled. I'm still a child, and I don't understand state affairs. I just have some fanciful ideas. War matters should be left to the experts. I shouldn't show off my incompetence. His words sounded quite soothing. Unintentionally, he had paid compliments to the officials present in the Sweet Dew Palace. In contrast, Jamar lost points, feeling dejected and dispirited. Following this, Finleaf did not ask either Jamar or Dorian any more questions, but instead discussed strategies with other ministers and exchanged opinions. In the end, they agreed that it was not the right time to attack. Then they started to discuss the tactics after the invasion, especially in response to unexpected emergencies, even including contingency plans if the Japanese battlefield failed. No one wanted to miss this great opportunity to attack the Turks. Once the Turks became fully united, fighting on two fronts might not necessarily be easier. After some time, Dorian yawned from drowsiness. Finally, Finleaf and everyone else concluded their discussions and began to leave. Finleaf invited his two sons, Stay for dinner. Justino can join us too. In the main hall, Finleaf, Jerry, and brothers Jamar and Dorian had their meal together. The dishes were simple. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Finleaf chuckled bitterly. Reese, the palace isn't as luxurious as your peach blossom land. Nowadays, the imperial expenses are enormous, and I cannot afford extravagance. Dorian said indifferently, This is a family dinner, so it's better to have simple home-style dishes. Rich feasts like banquets lack the feel of home. Upon hearing this, Jamar felt a pang in his heart. Finleaf and Jerry exchanged glances. Seemed like this son was not opposed. Jerry also read the hidden meaning in Finleaf's eyes and asked casually, Reese, your identity in the court is no longer a secret. When do you plan to return? Jamar's expression stiffened further. Even the chopsticks in his hands slipped from his grip. Father has always wanted elder brother to acknowledge his ancestry, and he knew this. But April, you are my birth mother. Why are you asking elder brother this question? Who is your real son? Anger, indignation, confusion. Jamar's mind was in chaos. All he heard was Dorian scratching his head and saying, Am I not already back? I'll come visit often, especially since Auntie is expecting a baby. Due to her condition, her health is weaker. I know some medical principles, so I will check on you regularly. Jerry praised, How thoughtful you are. Jamar felt even more bitter. Me? Was I just conjured out of thin air? If I am redundant, should I leave? Finleaf, however, wouldn't let go of this son and sternly asked, I want to know when you plan to acknowledge your ancestry? How about after the new Colmar? What are you thinking? You said the same thing. Threat from the aristocratic clans will no longer be significant. Regardless of what Greta Mira or Jamar thought of Dorian's words, Finleaf was deeply moved. He who truly understands me is Reese. ####Chapter 587. Return to the ancestral clan. The family banquet had concluded. Elliot and Jamar had both departed. At this moment, Celeste hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Crawford chuckled and asked, Lexi, it's just the two of us here. Is there something you wish to say to me? Do you need to think it through so carefully? Celeste rolled her eyes at him and said, Your Majesty, how should we handle Reese's return to the ancestral clan? Upon hearing this, Crawford was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Soon, your son will be officially part of the clan. Then, you won't have anything negative to say about me anymore, right? In front of this son, I must also establish my authority as a father. Having been married to him for years, Celeste knew his thoughts all too well and covered her face, saying, Your Majesty, don't overdo it. Crawford paused after hearing this. Overdo what? Thinking further, he finally understood. He was quite familiar with his son's temperament. This son did not take pride in being an imperial prince. On the contrary, he seemed to reject this identity. If someone else found out that the emperor was their birth father, they would probably cling to him without letting go. But this son was the exact opposite, and even postponed the return to the ancestral clan repeatedly. As one might put it using the son's own words, quirky. Celeste added, Your Majesty, Reese agreed to the return because he guessed you wanted to lead the army yourself? Crawford glared and said, He has already agreed. How can he go back on it? We've waited so long for this opportunity. I absolutely cannot miss it. Celeste replied helplessly. I also believe we should finalize Reese's return to the clan and not let him wander outside. It wouldn't be good for Reese if this takes too long. She then casually remarked, especially since your majesty will be leading the army and leaving Chang'an. Reese's status must be registered in the genealogy office. Her last words were filled with deep meaning. Crawford understood. Precisely because of this, before leading the army personally this time, He would force Reese to return to the clan even if he refused. However, he didn't expect his son to suddenly be so obedient. Very well. If I am not in Chang'an and Reese's status remains undetermined, some vile creatures might act without any hesitation. This is the tragedy of the Li royal family. Celeste suggested, why not invite Pedro Guagong, Curtis, and others to bear witness? This way, Reese won't feel too uncomfortable. If all the officials were present, Reese would probably find it very annoying. Crawford was troubled. Not to mention his son's aversion, he also despised such but they feared that while Elliot was in Chang'an, he might be targeted by certain individuals. Once Elliot officially returned to the clan and his prince status was announced nationwide, unless those people wished to overthrow Crawford, they wouldn't dare to cause too much trouble. Crawford continued, you understand my son's character. I don't want to make things difficult for him either. The ancestral worship ceremony is necessary. As for the rest, let's just have a meal together. Everyone. What a surprise. Such casualness. It showed how much the emperor compromised to accommodate Elliot's feelings. If this were a grand event, even Andrew couldn't find fault. As the son of Crawford, no one could oppose such an occasion. Who would have thought? How much favoritism does this show? Still, Andrew said meaningfully, Your Majesty's frugality is a hallmark of a wise ruler. Crawford shuddered. Good grief. Is this the first time Andrew praised me so much? Using the term, wise ruler, made Crawford happy for the entire day. Others picked up on this as well. Indeed, Andrew continued, but your majesty showing such affection towards the eldest prince. He left it at that, though several people hoped for it. Being overly conspicuous might invite disaster, especially in the royal family. Crawford gravely stated, there are things that must be done. I do not wish for anyone to ever the Ministry of Ceremonies, formally returning to the ancestral clan. Chapter 588. What about the title? The ancestral worship ceremony concluded. Dorian officially became the eldest prince of the Li imperial family. As for whether he was legitimate or not, Finleaf made no mention of it, personally confirming his status as the eldest prince. Who would dare to object after that? Moreover, today was the day Dorian acknowledged his royal lineage. Anyone who caused trouble would surely face the emperor's wrath. Next came the family banquet. Though called a family banquet, all members of the Li imperial family were present, making it indistinguishable from a palace feast. However, considering potential criticism about extravagance, Finleaf kept it simple and unadorned for Dorian's sake. He had truly gone through great lengths for his son. During the celebration, Finleaf introduced Dorian to various members of the royal family, including uncles, aunts, and siblings. Dorian felt completely overwhelmed. Initially, he wondered if acknowledging his royal heritage would change his state of mind. Now, all he wanted was to escape. This was far too complicated for someone who preferred simplicity. Celeste whispered something to Finleaf, and subsequently, the introductions became much more concise. Finleaf quickly finished introducing Dorian's siblings, and then stopped. Dorian sighed in relief, feeling deeply grateful to his father. Phew. Almost exhausting. However, even Finleaf couldn't have predicted that some people might misinterpret the overly simplified acknowledgement ceremony, whispering amongst themselves during the feast. That's strange. The emperor wasn't supposed to be fond of this illegitimate son. Be careful what you say. Why is this recognition ceremony so simple? Didn't we hear that the emperor loves the eldest prince dearly? Exactly, why is it like this? This perpetual county lord should now be addressed as eldest prince. Is he losing favor? I heard that the eldest prince often leaves the emperor speechless. So it makes sense. Initially, it was out of guilt, but over time, the eldest prince has become too presumptuous, angering the emperor. It seems the position of crown prince won't go to him. Don't get ahead of yourself. Suddenly, someone remarked, isn't it odd? The eldest prince should have been given a princely title. Why hasn't the emperor mentioned anything? This comment left everyone baffled. At that moment, Finleaf casually but loudly said, Reese, you have now recognized your roots. The Peach Blossom Spring remains yours, and this is also your home. But you're not young anymore. The palace doesn't have a place for you, according to the rules. So, how about this? My former Qin mansion has been vacant. Move there. A thunderous silence followed. Everyone was stunned, especially Jamar, who felt a stab to the heart. Then Finleaf added, though the Qin mansion has been abandoned, someone maintains it. You'll need to tidy up the rest. Everyone. What did this mean? It sounded impromptu, and too casual for such an important decision. But it was the Qin mansion. Suddenly, some could no longer fathom Finleaf's intentions. Dorian didn't refuse either, as openly rejecting his father's arrangement with everyone present would be too disrespectful. For a moment, Dorian regretted agreeing so quickly. I shouldn't have accepted this so fast. But it was too late. Thank you, father. Thank you, your majesty, Dorian corrected himself awkwardly. Finleaf. Celeste. Others. In this setting, a prince from humble origins found it hard to change his address on the spot, though it was embarrassing. Many smiled slightly, unwittingly lowering their guard against Dorian. Dorian smirked inwardly. Does anyone really think I'm that clumsy with words? These cheerful faces at the banquet hid dangerous minds. Should he be arrogant, or even more arrogant from now on? It was giving him a headache. The banquet ended. Dorian bid farewell to Finleaf, saying, Father, April. Celeste laughed. Child, if you're uncomfortable, just use your old terms. She apologized to the emperor. Your majesty, my apology. The emperor waved it off. Dorian scratched his head. All right, Dad, Auntie, you've had a long day. Rest well. I'll return to Peach Blossom Spring. Now, these informal titles seemed acceptable, given Celeste's earlier comment. Leaving the palace, night had fallen. Finleaf dispatched several guards to escort Dorian back to Peach Blossom Spring due to the curfew. Unexpectedly, Andrew approached. Dorian exclaimed, Harris, you're entering the palace this late? Thinking of his father's workload, he pitted all emperors. It explained their short lifespans. Andrew bowed. Greetings to the eldest prince. Speechless, Dorian responded, Harris, do we need formalities? Andrew chuckled. Proper etiquette is necessary since you've acknowledged your roots today. Dorian rubbed his hands together. Where's my gift? Andrew was furious. A gift? You want a gift? He replied helplessly. Your gift will come tomorrow. Follow me, eldest prince. Intrigued, Dorian followed Andrew into a carriage. They soon arrived at Qin Mansion. Dorian stared at the sign. Qin Mansion. Of course. His father must have told Andrew beforehand. And no princely title yet, but living in Qin Mansion. Wasn't this subtly implying he deserved a title? Inside, the mansion was spotless, clearly prepared long ago. Finleaf simply didn't want his son to become a target. Andrew solemnly stated, eldest prince, Harris will always be your steward. Dorian groaned. Is this Dad's idea? Andrew smiled faintly. Dorian turned to leave. I'm not used to this. I'll stay at Peach Blossom Spring tonight. Chapter 589. A noble Qin king should not act like this. The next day, Dorian instructed Benny to gather the necessary people and head for Jericho Fu. No matter what happened in the future, they would stay at Jericho Fu for a couple of days for now. Otherwise, this old father would definitely explode. At the same time, Taiji Palace. As the top-ranking official, Nathan held the imperial edict and spoke passionately. Chancellery, Board of Supervisors, Colmar 8 of the Pedruan era. The Finn has a son who has presented sweet potatoes and potatoes. These crops sustain the lives of the people. Firearms are divine weapons. Only then did the civil and military officials understand that Finleaf was waiting for today. Finally, Nathan announced loudly, Alvin Dorian is bestowed with the title of Alvin and rewarded with the residence Jericho Fu. Thud. Everyone was profoundly shocked, instantly. 2 pairs of half-percentile vases. What a waste of emotion. Forget about being ageless friends. You're too stingy. Selena blushed and said, my father said you're richer than him. No valuable gift could impress you. Better to send something practical. Dorian. Practical? Vases? But it's true. Every noble residence has a few vases. However, this is too minimal. Just then, young master, Lord Greta is here. A gatekeeper reported. Next, Nathan arrived with the imperial edict. Dorian's heart leapt. A bad feeling hit him. He heard Nathan say calmly, Alvin, Donnie has conferred upon you the title of Alvin. Here is the imperial edict. I need not read it again. Handing over the edict to Dorian, he added. Dorian felt bitter inside. Dad, are you trying to force me into a corner? Not likely. I can't take it. Nathan smiled. Nephew, may we talk privately? As soon as he finished speaking, Benny and Selena left. Dorian chuckled bitterly. Uncle, this is my own father, right? Nathan stumbled, almost falling. What kind of talk is this? Still, he said seriously, Donnie will personally lead the campaign against the Turks and will depart within another month. Then, your situation will be the most complicated. Dorian smiled without agreeing. Nathan continued earnestly, so, Donnie is protecting you. Only through acknowledging you can no one question your identity. Anyone wanting to harm you must think thrice. Dorian listened quietly without rebuttal. This uncle, though excellent in many ways, harbored strong ambitions. But that came later. Currently, while known for his cunning, even earning the nickname, Old Sly Fox, few found appropriate words to praise him. Nonetheless, no one understood Finleaf better than he did. Nathan went on, you've made significant contributions to the Tang Dynasty, especially the new crops. This is your safeguard. Whoever slanders you will not be tolerated by the common people. Switching his tone, he warned, however, open attacks are easy to avoid, secret ones hard. Let's be frank, royal matters are always complex and bloody. Regardless of any achievements, once dead, nothing matters. Dorian understood. Enemies would destroy you physically and spiritually, rendering any accomplishments meaningless after death. Royal power struggles employed various means. Except in emergencies, no one would escalate. But eliminating an opponent was straightforward. Like Finleaf removing the new crown prince at Xuanwu Gate, clearing his path to the throne. Nathan smiled again. Nephew, just talking. You should get ready. Afternoon, expect people congratulating you on your new home. Your uncle will leave now. Just as he turned to go, Nathan whispered, talents stand out like tall trees, attracting winds, but not being envied makes you mediocre. Nephew, you should grasp how to handle it. With that, he left. Dorian narrowed his eyes and ordered, Feng, prepare well, someone is bringing gifts. Indeed. Afternoon. The court meeting ended. Many headed for Jericho Fu. No official dared undervalue the Finn's son, especially since Dorian was deeply favored by Finleaf. Moreover, Jericho Fu, an intriguing residence, caught everyone's attention. Upon arrival at Jericho Fu, Dorian, having been informed, stepped out and greeted them. Thanks for the gifts, your excellencies. To Feng, record the gift list and post it for 3 days. I'm hungry, going to find some food. Everyone. What's this about? We haven't spoken yet, and this Qin king jumps out and tries to slip away? Not even polite refusal? Can't handle human relations? Getting too cocky. Just ennobled as Qin king, he acts so haughty, completely missing subtlety. Pfft. Ultimately, an immature young master, posting the gift list for 3 days, forcing heavy gifts from us. A noble Qin king should not act like this, unheard of in the world. Subtly, many viewed the new Qin king poorly. Meanwhile, news of Qin king Dorian's actions spread quickly across Chang'an. Behind this, there seemed to be an invisible hand pushing events along. Chapter 590. The Hawk's Hunt. The Eastern Palace. The chief of the Eastern Palace immediately reported everything that had happened at the Qinhuangfu to Hawk Jamar. After hearing the report, the uneasy heart of Jamar instead became calm. This eldest brother of his really didn't take the court officials seriously at all. Such actions were no different from self-destruction. Although Donnie was in his prime, and even if he favored one of his sons, who knew what might happen in the future? Once this thought was clear, Jamar felt much better. He ordered, prepare the horse, I want to go hunting. The chief of the Eastern Palace, Blake, felt a wave of powerlessness. Hunting? With everything going on, the hawk still thought about hunting. Was this giving up on himself? However, he didn't dare to voice these thoughts. This hawk was likely doomed anyway. Go after it. Watch my archery skills. In the outskirts, amidst the woods, a wild deer ran out, straight towards the farmland. The crops were about to be harvested. The chief of the Eastern Palace, Blake, mustered his courage and stopped the hawk. Your Highness, you cannot go further. Ahead is farmland. Our empire prioritizes agriculture. We must not trample on crops. Get out of the way. Jamar was surprised that this usually obedient chief of the Eastern Palace would dare defy his order. The faces of other officers also changed. Trampling on crops could get them into deep trouble with Crawford. Blake advised sincerely, Your Highness, let's hunt elsewhere. Do not chase after that deer anymore. Jamar coldly replied, It's just a deer. I must kill it today. Move aside. Blake stood unmoved. Crack. Jamar whipped his horse fiercely. Blake's face was lashed open. Suck in. Others drew a breath sharply. The hawk was too harsh. This was General Blake, who remained loyal. He clearly tried to dissuade the hawk from doing something foolish. Now no one dared to speak. Yeah. Jamar spurred his horse into the fields, chasing the deer. Others followed helplessly, their duty to protect him leaving them with no choice. At this moment, Jamar focused entirely on the fleeing deer. He drew an arrow, aimed it. He was determined to hit this deer. Anwar, you probably can't even pull a bow, right? In this regard, I am far superior. Just then, Blake caught up from behind and noticed farmers rising from the field where the deer was running. Your Highness. Whoosh, an arrow flew. Ah, there came a scream. One farmer fell dead by the arrow. Jamar froze. None expected a farmer would appear. The arrow missed the deer but struck one of them. Jamar shuddered. It was over. If his father found out, he would be ruined. Not only would the officials not let him off, his eldest brother would seize this opportunity to dethrone him. At this point, the other farmer, hearing Blake calling Jamar, was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Jamar gritted his teeth and turned back saying, Kill. Blake's face turned pale. Before he could speak, Alonso took out his knife and slashed down the farmer. Blake clenched his jaw. At the same time, others gasped in shock. To follow the hawk's orders without hesitation like this, killing two farmers meant no one here would survive once the Finn knew. However, things were already beyond repair. Alonso heavily sighed. Brothers, the hawk has given orders. We have no choice but to obey. Quickly bury these two people. If this leaks, it will be very disadvantageous for His Highness. Blake shot him a stern glance. After disposing of the bodies, Jamar hastily returned to the Eastern Palace in panic. Knowing he had made a terrible mistake during a simple hunting trip, he hadn't expected two farmers to be there in the almost harvested field. What were they doing hidden in the fields? In haste, Jamar jumped off his horse abruptly. Snap, splash. His ankle hurt and he fell to the ground. Someone, call the royal physician. Eunuchs rushed to fetch the physician, while others helped Jamar back inside. This time, Blake left alone. Alonso called after him, General Chung, where are you going? Blake calmly replied, Do I need to report to you? Alonso whispered, General Chung, I advise you not to self-destruct. I don't know what you mean. Why be so stubborn? Since the hawk has already killed a farmer and can't turn back, if news spreads, the hawk will merely receive a reprimand from the Finn, but we will lose our heads. Blake clenched his fists, looked fiercely at Alonso but said nothing. Alonso smiled, General Chung, the bodies of those two farmers are properly disposed of, and news won't leak. Saying that, he left. Seeing nobody around, Blake quickly left as well. Ganlu Hall. Donnie, General Blake of the Eastern Palace wishes to see you. Admit. Blake entered Ganlu Hall, knelt down and shouted, Your Majesty, this subject sinned. I confess. Crawford calmly said, Speak. Hearing this single word, Blake felt relieved. As expected, the Finn was aware of everything. He then recounted everything including Alonso's peculiar behavior. After listening, the Finn simply said, Rise, General Chung. You've been in the Eastern Palace for long. Knowing that the court will soon launch military action against the Tujue, would you like to join the army? I will. Thank you, Your Majesty. Blake kowtowed. By betraying the hawk, he was no longer welcome in the Eastern Palace. Moreover, the hawk had damaged farmland, accidentally killed one farmer, and ordered another to be killed. As a witness, he faced death. Comte, by reporting this to Crawford and joining the Tujue campaign, the Finn gave him a chance to live. Was this fair? Fairness did not exist in this world. After listening, Jamar's anxious heart became calm instead. This eldest brother was utterly disregarding the entire court. Such behavior was no different from self-destruction. Donnie was in his prime. Even if he favored any of his sons now, who knew what changes might occur in the future? Realizing this, Jamar's mood greatly improved and he ordered, Prepare my horse. I am going hunting. Chief Chung of the Eastern Palace felt a wave of helplessness. Hunting? Was the esteemed hawk thinking about hunting at such a time? Was this self-destructive behavior? However, he did not dare say anything. It seemed that this hawk would likely fall from grace. Chase it. Watch my archery skills. On the outskirts, in the woods, a wild deer ran out into the farmland ahead. Harvest was imminent. Chief Chung of the Eastern Palace bravely stopped the hawk. Your Highness, absolutely not. Ahead is the farmland. Our great Tang values agriculture as its foundation. We cannot trample on the crops. Get out of the way. Jamar did not expect this usually behind. Seeing that just before Jamar released his arrow, two farmers rose from the field where the deer was running. Hawk. Whoosh. The arrow flew. Ah. A cry of agony rang out. One of the farmers was instantly killed by the arrow. Jamar froze in shock. No one expected a farmer to suddenly appear, causing the arrow to miss the deer and strike a man instead. Jamar's back turned cold with fear. It's over. If father learns of this, he will be ruined. Moreover, the entire court would never forgive him, especially his eldest brother, who would seize this opportunity to depose him as hawk. This moment, the other farmer, upon hearing Chief Chung call Jamar by title, realized this young murderer was the current hawk. Terrified, he fell trembling to the ground. Biting his lip, Jamar turned his horse around and, before leaving, said to the nearby chief, "Kill him." Chief Cheng's face turned pale. Before he could respond, Chief Alonso drew his sword and beheaded the farmer in one swift move. Chief Chung gritted his teeth. Simultaneously, it seemed like an illusion. He saw the Alonso smirking. Others were also shocked. Damn, ordered by the hawk to kill, but killing 2 farmers. No one would survive if Crawford found out. However, it was too late. Alonso sighed heavily. "Brothers, His Highness has given orders, which we must follow. Quickly bury these 2 men. If this leaks out, it would be disastrous for His Highness." Chief Chung gave him a hard look. Once the matter was settled, Jamar fled back to the Eastern Palace in panic. He knew he had made a huge mistake. Just for hunting, how could this happen? Moreover, this season, fields weren't cleared anymore, and crops were almost ripe. He never imagined 2 farmers would be in the field. 2 grown men lying in the field. How did anyone see them clearly? Besides, Jamar, in his haste, hastily dismounted. Unexpectedly, his legs gave out. Crack, splash. Pain shot through his ankle as he collapsed. Someone summoned the imperial physician. Eunuchs hurriedly went to fetch the doctor. Other Eastern Palace chiefs supported Jamar back inside. This moment, in the Eastern Palace, Chief Chung stepped out alone. Just then, Alonso caught up, calling, "General Chung. Where are you going?" Chief Chung replied coolly, "Why should I report to you?" Alonso whispered, "General Chung, don't self-destruct. The hawk already made a mistake and can't turn back. If this gets out, he'll face rebuke from Donnie, but we'll lose our heads." Chief Chung clenched his fists, staring fiercely at Alonso before turning away. Alonso laughed, "General Chung, I've handled the farmers' bodies properly. No word will leak." Then he left. That moment, seeing no one around, Chief Chung also quickly left. Ganlu before Alvin Jamar. They coldly stated, "Donnie has ordered that the hawk be under house arrest for a month and not leave the Eastern Palace." Boom. Jamar was stunned. Had his father already known what had happened? The next words of the Imperial Guard confirmed everything. "Take the Eastern Palace attendants who accompanied the hawk Jamar on the hunt outside and behead them." Ching. Tang knives were drawn. The attendants turned pale with fright, but discarded their weapons without a word. The guards dragged them away, and the sound of slicing could be heard from outside. At the same time, the guard in charge of relaying the order added, "Your Highness, Donnie also instructed me to inform you that your Eastern Palace attendant Alonso is missing. We found him outside the palace. He has been silenced." With that, the guards left. Jamar's face turned ashen. Alonso, whose side is he really on? Wasn't it Alonso who killed that farmer? Moreover, Alonso was the first to spot the wild deer. Also, the 2 farmers working in the fields should not have coincidentally stood up just in time to be struck by arrows. Hiss. Jamar felt a chill deep within his heart, slumping onto the soft couch. Realizing everything, even his anger dissipated. He, the hawk of the Tang Dynasty, Jamar, had been set up, and the perpetrator had achieved exactly what they wanted. Regardless, the killing of the other farmer was an order given directly by Jamar himself. What a deep trap. How despicable. Inside the Ganlu Hall, after the imperial physician examined Jamar, he came here to report the details. The hawk sprained his ankle when he jumped off the horse. It doesn't seem too severe at the moment. Seems. Crawford's expression turned icy. Unexpectedly, they hadn't acted against Dorian but instead directed their gaze toward Justino. Shooting the farmer would lead to impeachment by the officials tomorrow. This matter couldn't be covered up. Moreover, Justino had accidentally injured his ankle. He hoped it wasn't serious. Crawford waved his hand, dismissing the physician. Subsequently, Crawford left the palace and headed to Qin Wangfu. Correction. Subsequently, Crawford left the palace and headed to Qin Wangfu. Improvement. Then, Crawford left the palace and made his way to Qin Wangfu. Note. For better fluency and natural reading in English, subsequently can be changed to then and headed to can be adjusted to made his way to. Also, Qin Wangfu should be translated as Qin Wangfu, Jericho Fu, or adapted to a more suitable context in the narrative, such as Qin Palace, if Wangfu refers to a prince's residence. Final edit, considering the context. Then, Crawford left the palace and made his way to Qin Palace. Just as he reached the gates of Qin Wangfu, he saw the gift list posted on the outer wall. Note, Wangfu typically refers to a prince's mansion or residence. In this context, it should be translated as Qin Wangfu, to maintain consistency with prior translations, likely referring to the Qin Alvin's residence. However, for better fluency in English, we might need to adjust it to Qin Alvin's residence, or similar based on earlier parts of the text not provided here. Without full context, Qin Wangfu is kept for now. For a more natural read in English, you might consider. Just as he reached the gates of the Qin Alvin's residence, he saw the gift list posted on the outer wall. This son of his truly followed through on his words. Such self-tarnishing. Crawford nodded involuntarily. Entering the Qin Wangfu, he found it was not very crowded, with only Jerry's subordinates patrolling inside. Note, for better fluency, Qin Wangfu should be Qin Wangfu, Jericho Fu, or translated as Qin Alvin's mansion. Depending on previous context, you might want to use Qin Wangfu, or Qin Alvin's mansion. Improved translation. Upon entering the Qin Alvin's mansion, he noticed it was not very crowded, with only Jerry's subordinates patrolling inside. Self-tarnishing or not, Dorian wouldn't let his guard down. From now on, all of the hawk for destroying farmland and, especially, killing 2 farmers. Crawford declared, "I have placed the hawk under house arrest for a month. For the farmers who were mistakenly killed, the Eastern Palace will compensate all losses and exempt their relatives from taxes and corvée labor. In addition, the punishment for the hawk will be published in the Tang Daily News, informing all citizens. In my Tang Dynasty, anyone who violates our laws will not be spared." The ministers could only praise the emperor's wisdom. Fortunately, Lincoln had promptly executed all Eastern Palace attendants except Blake, who had joined the military. Regarding the order to shoot the second farmer, no one could find evidence. No one dared mention it. Would they really want the hawk to forfeit his life? Nevertheless, the mastermind behind the scheme had already achieved their goal. The hawk's crimes published in the Tang Daily News tarnished Jamar's reputation to an unprecedented low. Lincoln sighed inwardly. He hoped Justino would mature after this experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a qualified heir. Then, the director of the Ministry of Rights stepped forward and loudly announced, "Your Majesty, the Khan of Tujue sent an envoy to pay respects to the Fin of Tang." Lincoln had anticipated this. The Tujue envoy entered, performing due etiquette and showing respectful deference, which was unimaginable in the past. They expressed a desire for perpetual friendship and marriage ties with Tang. Lincoln politely low, "It would be better to translate Wangfu as palace, or remove it if not necessary for context. Here is the refined version." Braydonk didn't let him speak. "My goddaughter used to live in Peach Blossom Spring and now resides in the Qin Palace. Don't tell me you don't have an explanation for this?" Dorian. "Got it. I treat you as a brother, but you want to be my father-in-law?" Dorian changed the subject, asking, "Perry, I heard you used to frequently deal with the Tujue. What are you planning?" "I'm sending you a treasure and giving you one piece of advice. Return alive." Braydonk. "Does this mean I'll be dealing with the Tujue again?" Chapter 592. Campaign against the Turks, the Immortals' prediction proven true. Dorian left Braydonk's residence and headed for the house of Arrigo, the Minister of War. Arrigo had not anticipated that this newly ascended crown prince would come to visit him. For a moment, he was unsure whether to receive him or not. Initially, during the incident at Xuanwu Gate, Arrigo did not take sides, which left him in an awkward position. He avoided private gatherings with his colleagues, and especially members of the royal Li family. Unexpectedly, Dorian said to Arrigo's steward, "Please tell Master Li that Donnie will soon appoint him as the commander of Dingxiang Circuit. Please remember one place. Chico, remember this well." Then, he left. The steward went inside and reported to Arrigo. After hearing it, Arrigo mused aloud, "Chico, can Hawkley really foresee events with such precision?" Japan. Back without rest. "My purpose is to guard Chang'an while the Empire campaigns against the Turks." Before Chang could protest, Crawford seriously said, "I need you and Armando to protect both Chang'an and my son E." Chang's gaze hardened, and he fell silent. As the foster father of Crown Alex, his presence ensured certain people would not dare to make rash moves. Among all the generals in court, no one else was more suitable than him. In the 9th month of the 2nd year of Pedruin, summer harvest ended, filling the granaries. Usually, officials would have some downtime after the busy season. However, the officials of the Tang Empire became busier, harboring unspoken speculations. Even the common folk felt it. Zeus's firearm bureau also grew busier, working day and night. The success of the giant spinning cannon at Yinmen Pass spurred its production. Dorian also stayed busy training the second batch of new troops. This time, he did not slack off. Only Hawk Jamar, who rarely appeared in public since being confined for a month after hunting farmers, seemed distant. Dorian heard he had developed a limp following an injury. Upon learning this from Benny, Dorian sighed inwardly. Historically, the Tang Empire campaigned against the Turks in the 3rd year of Pedruin. This campaign was now advanced by an entire year, partly due to Dorian's efforts and partly because the Japanese issue was fully resolved, providing more funds. Currently, the court had prepared a 150,000-strong army. However, Dorian remained powerless regarding Jamar's limp. In October, autumn harvest concluded, and sweet potatoes and potatoes yielded bumper crops. The Tang Empire had never been richer. All hearts were set on battle. By mid-October, 70% of the firearms camp from Japan returned home, replaced by newly trained troops. The returning units joined the new military formations. For generals, Thompson, Amias, Galen, and Pedro now commanded expanded firearm armies, each numbering 5,000 men, half of whom were armed with firearms. These four, credited for their service in Japan, were promoted to 5th rank general of remote conquest. Firearm troops worked tirelessly, ready to deploy against the Turks. In November, General Seamus submitted a memorial to Crawford, outlining 6 reasons for attacking the Turks. Using the Turk invasion of Yinmen Pass as an excuse, Crawford decreed on the 23rd that 6 routes would be taken to eliminate the Eastern Turks. Arrigo, the Minister of War and Duke of Dai, would lead the Dingxiang Circuit, assisted by Seamus. Heston, Duke of Ing, would lead the Tongma Circuit. Alton, Duke of Hua, would command the Jinhe Circuit along the Kamlo River, supporting Arrigo and Heston. Li Daozong, Duke of Rancheng, would lead the Dadong Circuit, with Zhang Baoxiang assisting, advancing northwest from Lingzhou. Crawford would personally lead the campaign, accompanied by Civil Ministers Helmet and Braydonk. The remaining officials, led by Nathan and Bogdan, would stay in Chang'an. Hendricks would take command of all forces in Chang'an, assisting Hawk Jamar, whose nominal regency was largely symbolic. Since his banishment after accidentally killing a farmer, Jamar's reputation plummeted. Furthermore, suffering from a limp, he fell into despair, indulging in drinking and revelry. Only when necessary did he appear in court. Dark guards informed Dorian of a person named Chen Xian appearing in the Eastern Palace. Upon hearing this, Dorian sighed deeply. Events were becoming increasingly unpredictable. He then instructed Benny, run the post station well, and inform Xian to return. Tell him I have tasks for him. Benny simply replied, Benny obeys. By December of the 2nd year of Pedruin, equipped with firearms, the Tang army gained unprecedented strength. In that month, Arrigo led 3,000 cavalry from Mai to occupy Xiangqing by nightfall. Tuli Khan, realizing he could not match the Tang army, sent Jishir Silisai as an envoy to submit to Crawford, claiming to surrender his nation. In reality, he planned to relocate north of the desert once grass was abundant, awaiting a resurgence. Crawford dispatched Minister of Propriety Braydonk and General Inshuruan to soothe the Turks, ordering Arrigo to support them. Jin, receiving this command, thought to himself, so this is what Hawkley meant when he said he would deal with the Turks again. That bearded old man truly is an immortal. How much did the immortal reveal to the crown prince? The prediction proved true. The future unfolded as described. Chapter 593, Death? This old man has no intention of dying. In February, Arrigo led his troops to rendezvous with Heston at the White Path, preparing for a night raid on the Een Mountains. Amidst the Turks, Bradonk, concurrently serving as the Minister of Ritual, faced the Turkic people very arrogantly. General Kenneth, who accompanied him, felt extremely anxious. The purpose of this visit was to mislead the Turkic faction. However, if you are so arrogant, aren't you afraid that the Turks' barbaric temper will rise, and they'll chop you down? Moreover, since their arrival, they had been closely monitored by Turkic soldiers everywhere, and even Khan Ilium did not let them leave. Despite this, Bradonk ate when he should eat, drank when he should drink, and slept when he should sleep, showing no signs of worry. In private, Kenneth warned, Minister Tang, it seems Ilium intends to hold us as hostages. For these few days, don't be so arrogant. At night, I will find an opportunity to cover your escape. Bradonk asked, amidst the Turkic army, how do you expect to protect this old man? Kenneth's eyes flashed fiercely as he replied, even if it costs my life, I will do everything possible. Bradonk patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Alex anticipated this long ago. Therefore, this old man is well prepared. General, do not think death is inevitable. I have no intention of dying, nor will I die. Kenneth was dumbfounded. What does Alex have to do with it? Well prepared? In the midst of the Turkic army, no preparations would matter. You don't want to die? Neither do I. But in this situation, we must die unless we eliminate the Turks. Just then, a Turkic soldier came over and said, Chinese envoy, the Khan calls for you. Bradonk and Kenneth went to meet Khan Ilium. Inside the Khan's tent, Khan Ilium angrily drew his saber, saying with fury, your Tang Fin claims not to attack our Turkic tribes, yet your Tang army advances unceasingly, killing countless Turkic warriors. You insolent old man, daring to deceive me here, thinking I wouldn't dare to kill you? Kenneth stood in front of Bradonk, ready to seize a blade if necessary, even if it meant his death, to take one more with him. If he could kill Ilium, it would be even better. However, Bradonk strode forward, stretching his neck and calling out, come, cut off my head. Here is a good head. Do you dare take it? Kenneth was stunned. My esteemed Tang minister, this is too reckless. I'm in awe. Khan Ilium's eyes widened, about to strike, but was stopped by the Kalmu. Khan, you absolutely cannot. Holding them can serve as leverage to negotiate with the Tang Empire. Khan Ilium calmed down. Bradonk sneered, Khan Ilium, I only convey my emperor's orders. Your previous attacks on the Yinmen Pass mean facing the wrath of the Tang Empire. The majesty of our Tang Empire is untouchable. Once our anger subsides, we will withdraw. Khan Ilium gritted his teeth. When exactly will you Tang troops retreat? Bradonk stroked his beard. After calculating, it shouldn't be long. Khan Ilium. Calculating? Do you think you're a great shaman of the Turks? Guard them tightly, and strictly watch over them. Colmes. Bradonk and Kenneth were taken away. Back in the camp, all members of Bradonk's party were present. Kenneth laughed heartily. If we can destroy the Turks, my death will be worthwhile. But Bradonk said, death? This old man has no intention of dying. These past few days, Ilium's patience has worn thin. He doesn't believe we are just venting anger. Tomorrow, he might use us for a flag-raising ceremony. This evening is the time for our breakout. Kenneth thought he heard wrong, astonished. Minister Tang, there are only 10 of us. How can we break through? Bradonk chuckled. I told you before, I am well prepared. Kenneth. This moment, Bradonk unpacked his luggage, revealing all clothes inside. The Turkic soldiers had merely glanced through casually. With so many changes of clothes, Bradonk and his companions were even scolded for excessive luxury. Unsuspectedly, there were secret compartments in several boxes. Bradonk opened the compartments, pulling out a few metal objects, totaling around 12. What are these? Kenneth reached to grab them. Bradonk nervously whispered, don't touch them. Do you want to die? Seeing his serious demeanor, Kenneth didn't dare touch anymore. Rip. Bradonk began tearing his clothes, instructing, quick, tear some up, and we'll use them to cover our noses and mouths later. Colmes, soak them in water first. Whether we survive depends on our luck. Everyone. Water? There's no water in the tent. Thinking for a moment, Bradonk began to unfasten his belt. Splash. Everyone. No way. He isn't going to use this, is he? Bradonk calmly explained. I'm not afraid to tell you that the first Alvin's teacher is a celestial being. Otherwise, how do you think firearms came to be? Mortals can't master such power. Everyone's faces showed surprise, but clearly believed it. After all, Eliot's extraordinary abilities were inexplicable. A young boy with so many ingenious ideas. Especially firearms, which were seen as divine artifacts in the Tang Empire. Bradonk continued, these are poison gas bombs, given by the first Alvin for protection. Whatever happens tomorrow, we will use these to clear a path. The uncivilized Turks should be intimidated. To avoid poisoning ourselves, we need to cover our mouths and noses with wet cloth. Everyone, regardless of its authenticity, treat the dead as if they still live. Kenneth couldn't resist asking, Minister Tang, if we are breaking out tomorrow, why are you peeing now? Bradonk. This old man. Let's break out right now. Everyone. Puff. Isn't this sudden and casual? Quick, every moment of delay adds danger. Everyone. Are you sure it's not because you're worried about wasting your pee? Meanwhile, in the main camp of the Tang army, Crawford worriedly said, Brandon, do you think sending Secretary Tang to pacify Ilium? Helmet immediately responded, Your Majesty, to completely eliminate the Turkish threat, we must encircle and annihilate their entire army. To deceive Ilium, only Secretary Tang is suitable. Since the former dynasty, Perry has interacted with bombs were thrown out, releasing thick yellow smoke on the ground. As the fumes spread, Turkish soldiers began falling one by one, without even a chance to scream. Kenneth roared in Turkic, this smoke is poisonous. Protect the Khan. Instantly, chaos erupted within the Turkish army. Attack. Bradonk picked up a sword from a fallen Turk soldier, and, while trying not to breathe, let out a fierce roar. Nauseating. He couldn't dare to breathe now. What did he mean? Covering your mouth and nose with wet cloth won't get you poisoned. Don't make me laugh. What nonsense. Who dares to fight like this? Not just Braydonk, but everyone who witnessed the devastating power of the poison also held their breath and charged forward with their swords drawn. They seized horses as they continued to throw gas bombs and broke through the military camp. Braydonk led the charge, shouting in Turkic, "The eternal sky is enraged. Face its wrath." The gas bombs exploded everywhere. Turk soldiers died in large numbers. When the other Turks heard Braydonk's cries, they subconsciously believed the deadly smoke to be the wrath of the eternal sky. Chaos in the Turkish camp deepened. Braydonk and his men fought their way out, managing to escape without losing a single man despite everyone being wounded. Fortunately, the Tang reinforcements, including the artillery unit, met them. The pursuing Turkish generals fled at the sight of the unstoppable artillery chariots. Who would fight anymore? That deadly smoke was too lethal. If it weren't for their duty and fear of Nick's anger, they wouldn't have pursued. Now that they had encountered Tang reinforcements, they had a perfect excuse to stop. When Braydonk and his group returned to the Tang main force, Ethan Shimin greeted him excitedly. "Perry, Your Majesty." "Perry, Your Majesty." Just as the Emperor and Minister were having a moment, Helmet sniffed and was confused. Kenneth noticed Helmet's reaction and finally touched the cloth on his face. Damn, they were so focused on fighting that they forgot to remove the cloth. After all, it was said to prevent poisoning. No one dared to take it off easily. He quickly pulled it off and threw it to the ground. Others did the same. Only Braydonk, still holding hands with Ethan Shimin, hadn't realized yet. Finally, Ethan Shimin frowned. "What's that smell?" Braydonk changed his expression and hurriedly removed the cloth. Ugh. Before this, when life and death were uncertain, there was no time to care about nausea. Now, having survived, Braydonk couldn't hold back anymore. And this reaction was contagious. Ugh. Kenneth also vomited. Tui. Others vomited until bile came out. Everyone was seasoned in battle, unfazed by blood and gore. But this, it. Initially, Braydonk and his men just wanted to escape, not to die with Nick. Otherwise, they might have perished together with him. Of course, entering the Khan's tent required strict searches, making it impossible to bring gas bombs inside. Nick immediately decided, ordering, "Advance the entire army to Chico." If he didn't retreat now, they would all perish. By retreating to Chico and relying on geographical advantages, even if the Tang artillery unit was formidable, as long as he stayed put, they could wear each other down. The Tang army of 150,000 consumed an astonishing amount of supplies daily. Even if they couldn't defeat them, if they could endure, the final victory would belong to the Turks. However, a few days later, night fell as the Turkish army approached Chico. Nick's heart skipped a beat. Something wasn't right. On the way here, they hadn't encountered a single Tang soldier. Wasn't that strange? After Tang envoys used poison to kill many Turks, such chaos shouldn't go unanswered. Just then, boom, boom, boom. The familiar, deafening explosions lit up the night sky. Nick's face turned pale. It was the sound of red-coated cannons. It's over. The Tang army had anticipated his move and was lying in wait, ready to ambush him. Worst of all, the Turkish army arrived during the night, almost as if inviting disaster. Nick cried out in despair. Heaven intends to destroy by the Tang army. "Brother Shang, you will always be our friend among the Turks." Atli corrected them without changing expression. "Remember, it's not I who saved your lives, but my young master." Someone asked, "May I ask, Brother Shang, what is your young master's name?" Atli replied, "There will be an opportunity to meet later." He then unfolded a map, circled an area with his finger, and said with a faint smile, "Here, I plan to build a city. Who among you agrees or opposes this?" None dared to object. Comte, someone couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Brother Shang, building a city on the steppes, isn't that improper?" "I didn't mean anything bad. It's just that cities have never been built on the steppes." Atli waved his hand to stop him and laughed. "Since everyone has no objections, then it's decided. Spread the word. I, Atli, will build a city here. From now on, there will be one more city here, unlike any other city within the Tang territory." Just then, "Manager Shang, someone named Thompson wishes to see you." Atli nodded and said to the tribal chiefs, "Chiefs, please feel at ease." Saying this, he stepped out of the tent first. Outside, it was the Tang army. The exiting Turkic tribal chiefs thought the Tang army had changed its mind and planned to capture them all, causing each of them to panic. Only to see Thompson bowing, saying, "Manager Shang, this is Thompson, under Hampton's command. These 5,000 troops armed with fire weapons are left behind to ensure the safety of city construction." Atli politely responded, "Then I must trouble Brother Wang." Thompson added, "Moreover, Donnie said the soldiers' salaries, accommodations, and food shall be managed by you, Manager Shang." Atli almost fainted from shock. "What? My Finn, Hampton is your son. Building this city is also for the sake of Tang, and as an emperor father, how could you be so stingy?" Unknown to Atli, it wasn't Finn Leaf being stingy. Someone else was truly the miser. During the Tang army's return journey, they set up camp to rest. Anyway, regardless of how quickly they traveled, they wouldn't be back before the new Kolmar. However, being able to destroy the Turks brought tremendous excitement throughout the Tang army. This achievement meant commendations and rewards for both high-ranking officers and common soldiers alike. In the tent, Finn Leaf was deeply troubled, saying, "Duke of Jew, how can I possibly explain this to Hampton? Can a king say such things? Who is really the emperor here? You, an emperor, having to explain to your own son?" Braydonk chuckled, "Your Majesty, Hampton is wealthy." Dorian had long discussed with Finn Leaf about building a city on the steppes and got approval. A Tang military presence was necessary to ensure smooth construction. Additionally, the city would use steel-reinforced concrete structures, providing unprecedented defensive capabilities. Houses within the city would be multi-story. Once completed, the city would permanently garrison Tang troops and, coupled with the firepower of fire weapons, act as a thorn in the side of the Turks. Firstly, it would make it difficult for the Turks to reunite and challenge the Tang. Secondly, the trade war driven by the Ministry of Revenue and Atli showed promising results. Starting from small tribes, binding them into the trade war wagon, the habit of raiding Tang was gradually fading. After all, a peaceful and secure life was better than risking one's neck fighting the Tang army every now and then. With Tang fire weapons, the traditional Turkish advantage in archery and cavalry combat was no longer significant. How to choose was clear in the hearts of the remaining Turks. Look, Faxan was captured while invading Yemen Pass. The Tang army then struck preemptively, defeated Rolf, and bound him back to Tang. If not to appease surrounding barbarians, Tang would have executed them already. But Fin Leaf remembered Dorian's words. Today's Turks are merely yesterday's Xiongnu. Han Wudi's military prowess did not permanently solve the Xiongnu threat. Even with immense national strength and campaigns like Fenglangjutsu, enemies couldn't be eradicated completely. Within 100 years, they would rise again. An unsolvable knot. Fin Leaf wanted to unravel it. One man alone couldn't do it, but with his son's innovative ideas, perhaps it was possible. Chang'an. Imperial Palace. Court Banquet. New Kolmar's Eve. Reports of the Tang army's victory had already reached Chang'an, and officials and civilians were jubilant, eagerly awaiting the triumphant return. Today, Celeste presided over the feast, accompanied by Hawk Eldon. Dorian, Bogdan, and others were responsible for arrangements. The Li imperial clan and civil and military officials, along with their families, rejoiced in the Hall of Containment. Officials and family members entered the banquet first. Then, Celeste and Hawk Eldon appeared. Supporting Celeste was Hampton Dorian. As Dorian and Eldon walked together, some officials' expressions visibly changed. Eldon, even without looking, knew what these people were thinking. Because the esteemed Hawk of Tang suffered from a foot ailment and limped. What would everyone think? How could a cripple become the future heir? Such whispers haven't started yet, but are close. Some might even claim the crown prince's killing of farmers was divine retribution. This statement alone was damning. It seemed in the not-so-distant future, turbulent times awaited him. Meanwhile, Celeste saw her son walking unsteadily and her brows furrowed subtly, her heart filled with pain and worry. Fortunately, the banquet ended joyfully. Celeste returned to the Liza Hall, calculating the Tang army's return date, easing her heavy heart. At this moment, Turkic steps. The Tang army received intelligence that Tuyuhan was stirring up trouble. Chapter 596, The Crisis of Tuyuhan. All the Tang army's generals had gathered together, reviewing intelligence concerning Tuyuhan. Initially, the Tang army was planning to return triumphantly to the capital. Unexpectedly, Tuyuhan chose this moment to provoke the borders of the Tang Empire. It was impossible that this was not a premeditated move. The Tang had just conquered the Turks with relatively minor losses, but supplies had been substantially used up. Presently, Tang military provisions would last them only until they could return home. If an engagement against Tuyuhan was initiated mid-journey, their resources wouldn't be enough to sustain another war. Reinforcements bringing new supplies would be too late. Moreover, after the victory, and with the new Kolmar barely passed, most soldiers wanted nothing more than to reunite with their families. If forced into action against Tuyuhan, although all would remain united in duty, morale might wane. Despite objections, some warriors insisted on defeating Tuyuhan as well. After all, if the mighty Turks were already defeated, what could little Tuyuhan do? Arrigo, as the commander-in-chief of Dingxiangdao, did not express any opinion. His position was awkward. While Finkyle had personally led the campaign, he mostly let Arrigo make independent strategic decisions. After the success against the Turks, Arrigo's prowess in battle was evident, raising concerns about his rising influence over the court. Sensing this tension, Ethan asked, Emmanuel Gong, what do you think? Arrigo responded solemnly, Your Majesty, I believe now is not the best time. Our provisions aren't enough to subdue Tuyuhan. An unsuccessful operation could jeopardize our Tang forces. He left the rest unsaid. Other officers voiced their dissent. With redcoat cannons, we have nothing to fear. Let's fight them. I'm itching for a good fight after taking down just one Turk. Suddenly, Bradonk interjected, sternly silencing the others. You old fools. Quiet. Fight indeed. With what and how? Talk about cannons. Do you even know how many are left? Do you know what one cannon equals thousands of gold means? Exterminating the Turks nearly drained the treasury. Although the Japanese gold mines provide support, we need respite. War is no trivial matter. The crowd sobered instantly, realizing they had been momentarily blinded by victory. Helmet also advised, Your Majesty, it's not the best time for war with Tuyuhan, but ignoring their provocations undermines the significance of conquering the Turks. It would be laughed at, agreed many. A conflict seemed necessary to assert authority. However, without replenished provisions, a full-scale battle was unwise. Ignoring the challenge risked losing face and emboldening surrounding small states, eroding Tang prestige among its people. Helmet proposed a measured approach. Strike Tuyuhan hard, yet control the situation. Amused, the Finn said, Brandon, you've a plan. Gino modestly credited Hawkeye's foresight, noting the prince predicted Tuyuhan would capitalize on Tang's victory against the Turks. Thus, Li suggested using firepower to weaken Tuyuhan and splitting their leadership by granting titles to Tuyuhan princes through an imperial decree. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped. A strategy akin to Fin Wu of Han's policy of extending grace. Combined with firepower, this would intimidate Tuyuhan. Anticipating internal power struggles, Tuyuhan princes would surely prioritize self-interest. The Finn nodded in approval. Immediately, the Tang army split. One faction under Arrigo remained to counter Tuyuhan, while the other returned home with the Finn. In days, a decisive victory unfolded. Tuyuhan troops were decimated by relentless cannon fire and cavalry charges, then further destabilized by receiving an imperial decree granting princely titles to several sons of the Tuyuhan king. Realizing the Tang weren't pursuing, Tuyuhan began retreating in phases. Meanwhile, envoys carried decrees confirming titles to each prince. By this maneuver, the threat from Tuyuhan was dismantled. Arrigo breathed a sigh of relief. On their way back, Tang troops encountered a Turkish tribe and ransacked it before continuing. Simultaneously, a memorial documenting this event was dispatched back to the capital. Back in Chang'an, Ethan and the returning army were greeted enthusiastically by citizens celebrating their victory. Officials, led by the Hawk Eldon, Helmet, and Bogdan, met the Finn 30 miles outside the city. Celeste, 6 months pregnant and unwell, did not attend but sent Dorian to welcome her father back home. Chapter 597. Winning the hearts of 10,000 people with one word. In the first month of Pedruan third year, the entire Tang dynasty celebrated together. Tang had defeated the Tujue and swiftly neutralized the threat from the Tuoba Han. Japan was also under the control of the Tang dynasty. All subjects of the Tang dynasty felt proud. A sense of deep-rooted pride was forming in everyone's hearts. When the Tang army received a warm welcome from the people, and after Finn Leaf's passionate speech, the crowd went into an uproar. Long live the great Tang! Long live Donnie! Dorian casually moved closer to his father and whispered a few words. Finn Leaf's eyes widened in shock. Phew, that was too intense. Dorian hadn't expected that his father would actually say those words. After all, for this era, such a statement was almost heretical. But Dorian decided to take a chance, aiming for his father's peace of mind in the future. Now it all came down to whether his father had the courage. Suddenly, Finn Leaf's expression became very serious. Despite his heart pounding, he remained calm as he declared, "Long live the people of Tang." At that moment, under the watchful eyes of thousands, Finn Leaf seemed overwhelmed by the countless heated gazes below. There were also expressions of great surprise among some. In contrast, the common people were moved to tears, shouting, "Long live Donnie." Their cheers rose like waves, one after another. Meanwhile, the victorious civil officials and military officers beside Finn Leaf nearly fell off their horses. What in the world? Donnie actually said, "Long live the people of Tang." Throughout history, no one but the emperor dared to use the term, "long live." Calling oneself "long live" was tantamount to treason. Come here, Donnie spoke boldly, saying, "Long live the people of Tang." Phew, their hearts couldn't bear it, scaring them half to death. But looking at the reactions of every person present, everyone could not help but admire Finn Leaf's wisdom as an emperor. The words, "long live," weren't valuable on their own. Yet Finn Leaf used just these two words to win the hearts of the people. This dedication would never waver. With these words spreading across the Tang dynasty, it was clear that Finn Leaf's popularity among the masses would reach unprecedented heights. Con. What did Finn Leaf really do? Not much. Just 6 words achieved what no amount of money ever could. Compared to how water can both carry and capsize a boat, these 6 words were like a mantra. What kind of magnanimity was this? What kind of courage? The art of imperial rule was being exercised to its extreme. Meanwhile, the aristocratic family's influence over centuries crumbled against this unexpected and unconventional move. The incident at Xuanwu Gate remained a blemish used by the nobility to attack Finn Leaf, even with Finn Jameson acknowledging him as heir. But from today onward, while the stain remains, no one cares anymore. Facing the excited and even tearful crowds, Finn Leaf felt a mix of emotions. Good son. You are truly my good son. Not only avenging the humiliation at Emmanuel Shuai, but also achieving an unexpected gain. It's all because of your cleverness. Dorian saw through his father's thoughts and smiled faintly. Dad, if you didn't have this courage, nothing I said would have mattered. Finn Leaf patted his son's shoulder, speaking solemnly. No, he needed to maintain appearances in front of others. Upon reporting, Dorian entered the hall. By then, Finn Leaf had been reviewing documents for hours without rest. Dorian approached silently. Seeing the emperor's favorite elder son, the eunuch bowed hurriedly. How could anyone dare to slight Dorian? Dorian gestured and whispered, "Prepare some kanji." The eunuch immediately complied. Soon, he returned with the kanji. Dorian took it, gently walking over, smiling. Dad, have some kanji first. Finn Leaf chuckled, raising his head. Why are you so filial today? Rolling his eyes, Dorian retorted. When was I ever unfilial? Speechless, Finn Leaf grunted and accepted the bowl. Enjoying this rare warmth, he finished the kanji. Finally, Dorian began. Dad, I came today because there's something I need to discuss. Finn Leaf interjected. Wait, let me speak first. Thanks to the firearms, our soldiers triumphed in this battle against the Tujue. On the way back, the Tang army learned of the Tuoba Han invasion and thanks to your plan, the crisis was easily resolved. Otherwise, it would have been tough to decide whether to fight them. Dorian solemnly replied, Dad, our victory over the Tujue relied on the bravery and patriotism of our soldiers. Firearms merely provided additional support. Finn Leaf smiled. You're uncharacteristically humble. Now tell me what you came here for. Dorian calmly responded, the compensation for the fallen soldiers. Chapter 598. Such flattery, how awkward. Finn Leaf asked, why? Dorian sighed, Dad, a disabled soldier of the Tang Dynasty can only receive 5 guan as settlement money, but they lose their ability to work and will probably end up wandering the streets. The life of a fallen soldier is only worth 10 guan? When did the lives of our Tang people become so cheap? Previously, the Ministry of Revenue was short on money and grain. The annual tax revenue did not exceed 30 million guan. After all kinds of expenditures for running the entire Tang Dynasty, it has always been barely enough. But now, we'll have come under the control of our Tang Dynasty, with abundant gold and silver mines. Now is the perfect time to increase the compensation. Finn Leaf nodded and then asked, how much do you think it should be increased to? Dorian solemnly said, for disabled soldiers, 5 guan per month until they pass away. For fallen soldiers, besides a one-time subsidy of 50 guan, their families should also receive 5 guan per month. Finn Leaf's eyes twitched. Goodness, this son is truly generous. But the Tang Dynasty indeed has this capability now. The occupation of Hua also contributed. With trade surpluses benefiting Tang merchants, what about the participating soldiers? People gather for profit, and everyone scurries for gain. Preaching righteousness is acceptable, but one can't just make empty promises. As an emperor, Leaf understood this well. Dorian saluted and said, "Father, I'll take my leave." "Hold on." Leaf did not let him leave. Immediately, Leaf summoned Nathan and others into the palace. In front of these virtuous ministers, he announced the increased benefits for disabled and fallen soldiers. Everyone was stunned, especially the military officials, who were moved to tears. "Your Majesty is wise. I agree. I support." Even Braddock, the famous miser from the Ministry of Revenue, agreed. "I have no objections. This move by your Majesty will be a blessing for our Tang soldiers." No one explicitly mentioned another layer. This move would further consolidate Leaf's prestige in the army. Henceforth, his reputation could be described as at its zenith. Thus, it was unanimously approved and would be passed in tomorrow's council meeting. At this moment, Bogdan reported on the recent progress concerning what during the Tang campaign against the Turks and some implemented measures. During the Tang's conquest of the Turks, civil ministers led by Nathan and Bogdan also initiated trade relations between the two countries. What they called trade was essentially a dumping ground for Tang goods. To the Wa people, Tang products were all premium and reasonably priced. Compared to goods brought from Tang by Wa merchants, these were far cheaper. The arrival of Tang merchants also increased Wa taxes. Initially, Burnell, the general of the shogunate, along with some newly surrendered Wa nobles, felt regretful. Increased taxes made Wa visibly prosperous, quickly solidifying the shogunate's rule. Moreover, the new nobles and Tang merchants cooperated successfully, firmly respecting Tang as their suzerain. Good. Leaf, upon hearing this, excitedly slapped the desk. He had already read relevant reports. Now, after Bogdan explained it again, he realized the substantial gains from subjugating Wa. All present were amazed by the old man in Dorian's dreams. Indeed, he is a sage. As everyone was about to leave, Leaf gently said, "Reese, your concern for our Tang soldiers brings great comfort to me." Nathan timely asked, "Is increasing the soldiers' compensation proposed by Alex?" Leaf nodded. Colmes. Others also praised him repeatedly. "Alex is righteous. He lives up to his title. We feel ashamed compared to him." Braddock added, "Although Alex has put me in a bind, this old man is very happy." Dorian. Enough. Don't you find such flattery awkward? Or is there no awkwardness if you aren't embarrassed? Facing Dorian's strange look, everyone ignored it. So what if you're being flattered? Listen to the Emperor. Isn't he telling us to praise you? Who dares not give face? Besides, Alex really deserves it. Just then, report. Everyone was startled. The messenger came from the military. Most Tang troops had returned, except for the 8,000 under General Arrigo. Immediately, everyone felt uneasy. Isn't Tu Yuhan too insignificant for them to handle? The messenger entered the hall of Sweet Dew, holding the report above his head, breathlessly saying, "Your Majesty, bad news. General Arrigo allowed his private army to resolve a Turkic tribe." "What? He's crazy. How does Arrigo manage his own men?" "Unacceptable. Absolutely disrespectful." Reactions varied. Civil ministers like Nathan shouted fiercely, but had peculiar expressions. Leaf gave a slight indifferent smile. Dorian glanced around and smiled subtly. Ridiculous. What does he think he's doing? Leaf grew angry immediately. However, observing his son's reaction, he felt reassured. His son was indeed extraordinarily clever. Arrigo's actions were seen through by him. Thinking of Arrigo, Leaf sighed slightly. "Am I the kind of emperor worried? His Highness Jericho, the Tang Dynasty Institute of Physical Science was established because of you. You also personally wrote the textbooks. It's been more than half a year now, and this is the first time I've seen you come." Dorian awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Can this be blamed on me? Back then, I was still a free-spirited marquis of Wanyin County. Now, I've become Jericho. How many eyes are watching me closely? Can I just wander around aimlessly? Please don't blame me." Donald humphed and turned away. "The old man doesn't want to talk to you. Dorian. This elderly man is quite the proud one." Just then, Benny walked over and said, "Young master, someone from the palace has arrived." Dorian asked, "Is Dad looking for me?" "They said Donnie wants you to go to the Dali temple to meet Arrigo." Dorian understood. Although Arrigo did defile himself, there were procedures for releasing him. It was all about imperial strategy. Whoever went, that person would reap the benefits. Dorian immediately thought of making an excuse. The title of Jericho was already enough to attract attention. If he got Arrigo in debt to him, wouldn't everyone else watch him even more closely? Benny added, "Donnie said only you can do it." "Fine. Let's go." Who's afraid of whom? Dorian headed to the Dali temple. At this moment, Donald turned back and saw that Dorian didn't chase after him but instead left. He huffed, "Jericho, are you looking down on the old man?" Dorian turned around, bewildered, and asked, "Rector Kong, what do you mean?" "I have some business to attend to." My cough. "Father Finn gave me a task." Donald coughed and tactfully said, "Your Highness Jericho need not rush. I want to tell you that I plan to resign from office." Dorian responded nonchalantly, "Oh." He refused to say another word. Donald glared, "Is that all you have to say?" Dorian scratched his head and tried to persuade, "Rector Kong, with your esteemed reputation as a model for all scholars, you don't need to resign so early, do you?" Donald stroked his beard calmly. "The atmosphere here is really nice." Dorian nodded. "Indeed it is." Donald. "Phew. I spoke for so long, and you didn't understand a single word. Everyone says you're exceptionally intelligent. Why can't I see it? You're unreliable at crucial moments." Donald could only confess openly, "Your Highness Jericho, truthfully, after I resign, I wish to do something meaningful." Dorian gave him a thumbs up. Rector Kong speaks well. Retirement doesn't mean waiting for death. Continuing to contribute and fulfilling one's ambitions is indeed excellent. Donald, after hearing this, felt completely numbed. Why did I beat around the bush? Donald confessed directly, "Your Highness Jericho, I hope to remain permanently at the Tang Dynasty Institute of Physical Science. I don't mean anything else. I only want to teach those young children to read and write." Dorian was stunned and asked, "Young children?" Donald nodded. "Children have pure hearts. I will only teach them to read and write, nothing else. Dorian understood the reason, without needing further explanation. Donald was a pure scholar. As the rector of the Imperial Academy, many scholars approached him with ulterior motives. For a pure scholar, this was simply unbearable. Donald sighed. I'm tired. I just want a peaceful and meaningful retirement. Dorian immediately agreed. If so, let's establish an enlightenment department within the Tang Dynasty Institute of Physical Science and have you oversee it. How about that? Such a useful tool can't be wasted. Donald laughed heartily. Thank you very much, Your Highness Jericho. Dorian then left. On his way to the Dali Temple, he also came up with another good idea. Since Donald loved teaching so much, why not lure him away? What a great idea. So, Dorian made the decision. Not long after, they arrived at the Dali Temple. Ira, the president of the Dali Temple, clearly received instructions from Finleaf beforehand. Seeing Dorian arrive, he greeted him first and led him into the prison, bringing him to where Arrigo was held. Dorian was dumbfounded. It stank terribly. He expected Arrigo to be treated well inside, but it was far worse than any ordinary cell. Looking at Arrigo's front, there was a bowl of pitch-black porridge and 2 shriveled cornbreads. Arrigo stood up and clasped his hands. Meeting Your Highness Jericho. Dorian immediately ordered the nearby jailer to open the cell door. Meanwhile, Ira brought in wine and water, set it down, and then left. Dorian. Dad, you planned this out thoroughly. Dorian smiled and asked, Generally, how have you been here? Arrigo's lips twitched. Honestly, when he saw Dorian, he knew who arranged this. Previously, he did not side with Finleaf, leading to his current awkward situation. Now, Finleaf was giving him a chance to choose sides. Regardless of his thoughts, he no longer had a choice. Once Dorian visited the Dali Temple, Arrigo would be released. Naturally, others would think Arrigo had aligned himself with the new Jericho Dorian. This label would forever accompany Arrigo. However, as Jericho, shouldn't you put on a show? Instead, seeing the prison scene and asking such a question, you are really asking for a punch, aren't you? Arrigo could only dryly reply, it's good. Dorian nodded. Alright, goodbye then. After saying that, he turned to leave. Arrigo. Are you playing? Playing. Didn't you come to release me? Beside him, Benny was equally stunned. What Ronnie used to experience regularly had finally come to him. Arrigo coughed. Your Highness Jericho really plans to leave like this? Even if he would be released soon, others would think he chose sides with Jericho. But didn't Jericho fear that Arrigo might bear resentment? Dorian replied coolly, Generally, once I get out, I'll see my father, coughed the Finn, and ask him to keep you here a few more days. Arrigo. Damn, what grudge do we have? Dorian smiled. If Generally wants to sully himself, I won't interfere. For the Tang Dynasty, I hope to see a Arrigo who can defend its peace and prosperity at any time, regardless of alliances. Arrigo was deeply moved. Looking up, Dorian was already gone, having left the cell. Galnu Palace. Finleaf had already been informed of his son's actions. While troubled, he felt rather pleased. He instructed the Shadow Guard, tell Jericho that I'll keep Arrigo locked up for a few more days. Tell him not to come here. Just seeing him makes me annoyed. Understood, Your Majesty. The Shadow Guard left as commanded. Chapter 600, Little Graceland. Are you here to compete for my affection? 15 days later, Arrigo came out of the Dali Temple. After all, it was Helmut who read the imperial decree, appointing Arrigo as the deputy chief secretary and granting him the title of Duke of Dai. After accepting the decree, Arrigo went to the palace to pay his respects to Crawford. Then, he returned home, shutting himself in and refusing to meet any of his colleagues. Most court officials understood that while Arrigo had tarnished his own reputation, Crawford had also warned him subtly. The unspoken understanding between them resulted in mutual benefits. Arrigo's concerns were thus resolved. In the 4th month of the 3rd year of the Zhongguan era, Queen Greta gave birth to a baby girl. Crawford named her Graceland, meaning Little Rhinoceros, and bestowed upon her the title of Alvince Jinyang. Jinyang was where the Li clan had risen to power, clearly showing how much Crawford loved this princess. Queen Greta had always been in poor health due to asthma, but with Dorian's prescriptions and prolonged care, she improved significantly. Moreover, Dorian advised her to take care of herself during pregnancy. Just then, the wandering Dr. Lonnie returned to Chang'an and prescribed an herbal formula to ensure a smooth pregnancy. Fortunately, Queen Greta's condition was not too serious. However, Lonnie solemnly told Crawford, who held little Graceland with delight, Your Majesty, the Mira suffers from asthma, and my medical skills cannot completely cure it. Giving birth severely drains a woman's vital energy. Hence, the Mira must never bear children again. Crawford felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and his joy quickly faded. A chill ran down his spine. In his heart, no one surpassed Lonnie in medicine. Although Dorian had treated a plague before, Crawford knew his son was not a miraculous healer. Initially, when Dorian mentioned that Queen Greta's pregnancy could be life-threatening, he did not take it too seriously. But hearing Lonnie say the same thing today, Crawford felt a wave of fear. Lonnie added, Your Majesty, the princess is frail and needs extra care. Confused, Crawford asked, What do you mean by that, Master Dwight? After some thought, Lonnie bluntly replied, The Mira suffers from asthma and has a weak constitution, which affects the princess. If not taken care of properly, the princess might die young. Crawford's heart tightened. Dying young. These words were like a terrifying curse for parents in this era. Too many children died before adulthood, whether they were commoners or royals. At that moment, Dorian, having heard about little Graceland's birth, hurried into the palace and overheard the conversation between Lonnie and Crawford. Immediately, Dorian laughed. Father, don't be overly worried. I have a method. Since my sister is frail, we can strengthen her through supplements. Crawford eagerly asked, How? Milk. Milk. Colmes. Milk is highly nourishing and gentle, unlike medicinal supplements. It's suitable for infants. I'll bring a few dairy cows from the grasslands to the palace, ensuring my sister drinks a cup of milk daily to keep her healthy. Crawford. It sounded so casual. Father, trust me. Dorian sincerely said, "Have I ever disappointed you?" Crawford grimaced. Not that he didn't believe him, but expertise varied, and it was hard to believe such unconventional methods. Dorian whispered, "The old white-bearded man told me that every food contains different essential trace elements for the human body. Milk provides protein and calcium, which strengthens bones." Crawford was thoroughly baffled. Trace elements? Protein? Calcium? He couldn't understand a word, but it didn't matter. If the old white-bearded man said so, it must be right. How would his son joke about his own sister? Believe, he must. Crawford waved his hand. "Bring more dairy cows here quickly." Dorian sighed in relief. Thank the old white-bearded man. Then, Dorian suddenly asked, "Father, are the windows in concubine's room open?" "No, why should they be? She lost much chi after childbirth." Dorian snapped his fingers. "That's a big mistake. Ventilation is crucial. Otherwise, bacteria will breed. Unseen evil energies." Lonnie's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Alex, what's the rationale behind this?" Dorian stammered, finding it hard to explain succinctly. He had no choice but to divert attention. "Dr. Dwight, isn't it true that our Tang Dynasty women easily get sick after childbirth?" "Colmes. And isn't it because they close all windows and doors, blocking any air?" "Exactly." Dorian strained his brain. "This, so-called evil energy includes invisible things that sunlight can kill. Women postpartum need hygiene and proper ventilation. Otherwise, it promotes the breeding of evil energy. Consider tofu under a bowl. Doesn't it rot quickly in a sealed environment?" Lonnie pondered deeply. If Dorian's theory was correct, it was groundbreaking knowledge for doctors. Subsequently, Lonnie agreed on the importance of ventilation. Dorian could only do so much with the concept of bacteria. "Got it." Dorian smiled. "Dr. Dwight, I'll have someone make a microscope based on a 1,000-mile mirror, and you'll see." Lonnie, intrigued, responded, "I look forward to it." Crawford waved him away. "Off you go. Today your sister was born, and you come empty-handed? How dare you?" Dorian. "Crap, did I lose favor?" Sigh. Dorian sighed, "Little Gracelyn, are you here to compete for my affection?" Crawford almost burst out laughing, grumbling, "You?" Looking down at the baby in his arms, self-go, or giving up completely. However, outsiders understood this upon reflection. After all, Finleaf personally led the army to defeat the Turks, rewarding all Tang military personnel based on their contributions. Dorian's several disciples were also in theft as marquises. Nathan and Bogdan, who oversaw the court, received rewards as well. But Hawk Jamar, nominally the regent, received nothing. It was no wonder he began to neglect himself. People who had no hope for the crown prince position were secretly rejoicing. Hildred, the Shu king, once only sought survival and now a friend of women in Chang'an, didn't dare dream of the crown prince position at all. Besides, he was about to leave for his feudal territory. He truly remained unperturbed by it all. Internally, he hoped Dorian would replace Jamar as the crown prince. Thus, he felt safest. Finley lowered his head, clenching his teeth with anger. Though Finleaf still favored him, he was no longer the most favored, but instead this newly emerged older brother, now a prince. No prospects for the crown prince anymore. And as the Hollis king, even less for him. Never his turn. So infuriating. Dorian faintly sensed all this, sighing helplessly. He just wanted to live carefree until death, but somehow became the son of the Tang Fin, receiving such attention, unnecessarily gaining many enemies. Baby feels so frustrated, but Baby can't say anything. A few days later, in the Ganlu Palace, Finleaf received another report from the Shadow Guards. "Your Majesty, within the Eastern Palace, it has become stricter recently, making it less convenient for us to conduct our inspections." Finleaf showed no change in expression. The Shadow Guard continued, "The hawk indulges in entertainment daily and has lost interest in studying and..." Finleaf calmly ordered, "Continue." The Shadow Guard reported, "The hawk brought in a few Turks, showing great interest in Turk customs." Upon hearing this, Finleaf did not think much further. "This hawk, really giving me worries. Both you and Reese are my sons. I cannot bear losing either of you. You lack virtue for your position, leading to disaster. I do not wish for you to suffer the same fate as my elder brother. This is the royal family, not a noble family or common household. Understand this principle. Perhaps in a few years, when you grow up, you'll comprehend." But Finleaf knew it was wishful thinking. Royal princes, growing with age, would become increasingly power-hungry. Who wouldn't want supreme power? Forget the crown prince. Even as a father, I am the same. Reese, do you truly dislike power? At that moment, Peach Blossom Source, Tang College of Natural Science, Laboratory. This was a new department established by Dorian. An elementary microscope had been completed. Mac, as his disciple, found the finest craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to grind high-quality, natural transparent crystal, wasting over a dozen pieces before completing it. The cost was staggering. At this moment, Lonnie was invited. Dorian placed a drop of water under the microscope, adjusted the distance, and asked, "Divine Dr. Dwight, this water is colorless and odorless. Do you think there might be something else inside?" Lonnie hesitated, replying, "There should be, right?" "Of course. You asked like this, I could guess." Dorian smiled, "Divine Dr. Dwight, please look." Lonnie peered through the eyepiece, closing the other eye as Dorian did, and exclaimed in surprise, "Heaven! It's true. What's in such a tiny drop of water?" Dorian explained, "Paramecium." To prepare for this experiment, he spent considerable time and effort. Technology being limited in this era, he merely wanted to get Lonnie to accept the existence of microorganisms and then research bacteria, indirectly advancing medical science. Dorian added, "If water contains these invisible elements, could air contain them too? What about dust-like particles? What about plague toxins?" Lonnie listened intently. Dorian continued, "I believe Divine Dr. Dwight will unravel many mysteries." Beside him, Benny almost burst out laughing. "Young master, you spoke so much, Li Moching thought you knew the answer. Instead, You threw the question back to divine Dr. Dwight, simply asking for a beating. Lonnie, however, replied seriously, now many things are clear. Why wounds fester? Perhaps due to contamination. So-called evil spirits might take various forms. Then, blushing slightly, he requested, Alex, may I borrow this microscope for a few days? Dorian waved his hand smilingly. Divine Dr. Dwight, why speak thusly? This was prepared for you. Given to me, I'd not use it anyway. Lonnie gratefully responded. Old Taoist thanks Alex for the gift. Dorian rubbed his hands. Divine Dr. Dwight, I have a request. Should I voice it? Benny rolled his eyes. Why speak so eerily? If you're unsure whether to say it, then don't. Lonnie stroked his beard and laughed. Alex, please speak. Dorian seriously said, Divine Dr. Dwight, I've heard you travel around the Tang Empire, treating the people for free, even giving medicine. But how many can you help in a lifetime? Why not teach more? Lonnie sighed. Not quite so simple. Medicine can heal but also harm easily. Medicine's path, easy to learn but hard to master, varies person by person. Colmars of research and experience are needed. It's not a simple matter. Dorian smiled, then record cases meticulously, controlling dosages by age, gender, and constitution. Teach apprentices, not claiming cure-all but treat common illnesses. They spread across the Tang Empire, sparing many from suffering. Then the court can issue certificates, setting treatment boundaries based on ability, preventing mishaps. Also, reevaluate every 3 years, issuing new certificates. What do you think, Divine Dr. Dwight? Lonnie's eyes lit up. True. Everyone says Alex is exceptionally intelligent. Indeed. Dorian added, let's call this certificate the physician's license. Chapter 602. Bogdan collapses. Dorian wrote a memorial proposing the idea of a physician certification system and handed it over to Andrew to present on her behalf to the court. Andrew, after reading the content, agreed without hesitation. For Dorian, securing more blessings for the common people meant not only strengthening her position in the future struggle for the crown prince role, but also adding layers of protection for herself. The next day, during the Imperial Council, Andrew presented the memorial to Crawford, who was deeply pleased. The fact that his son could have Andrew present this proposal in court marked an excellent start, indicating that he was adapting well to his new identity. Could this mean the position of Hawk was up for discussion? Regardless, the emperor believed that the people would surely remember all that his son had done for them. After all official business was concluded, the council adjourned. Bogdan began coughing violently, with no signs of stopping. Crawford, concerned for his old friend, asked, Armando, shall I call the imperial physician? Everyone knew Bogdan had always been in poor health. Despite this, Bogdan replied between coughs, Thank you, your majesty, this old minister is fine. Ignoring him, Crawford called out, Someone, bring the imperial physician. Quickly. Witnessing this exchange, the other officials couldn't help but feel envious. These ministers close to the emperor were deeply cared for and trusted by him, something the rest of the officials could not compare to. Shortly after, the imperial physician arrived and examined Bogdan, diagnosing him with just a common cold. He then provided a prescription. Despite feeling chilly and coughing, Bogdan thanked the emperor for his concern and prepared to leave the Taiji Palace, revised for fluency and natural reading. Shortly thereafter, the imperial physician arrived and examined Bogdan, diagnosing him with a common cold. A prescription was provided. Despite shivering and coughing, Bogdan thanked the Finn for his concern and prepared to leave the Taiji Palace. Note, I have replaced Taiji Palace with Taiji Palace to maintain consistency and readability in English. If Taiji has an official English name, it should be used instead of a direct transliteration. However, Crawford insisted, Armando, take a few days off and let someone else cover your duties. Cough, cough. No need. Bogdan's face was pale, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Unmoved, Crawford ordered the imperial physician to prepare medicine, insisting Bogdan take it before leaving. Thank you. Thud. Before he could finish speaking, Bogdan collapsed. Armando. Ismael. Crawford grabbed the imperial physician and demanded, Tell me what's happening. The physician stammered. Perhaps the cold is very severe? Enraged, Crawford roared, Hurry up and prepare the medicine. Comte. Despite the medicine being ready, Bogdan remained unconscious and unable to take it. Panicking, the emperor asked, Where is Master Dwight? Summon him quickly. Meanwhile, Hubert, having returned from Japan, arrived in Chang'an and came directly to the palace instead of returning home first. During his year in Japan, he underwent profound changes, understanding the importance of priorities. Previously, he would have gone straight home to see his father or visit his master. But now, upon hearing that his master had been bestowed the title of Jericho while in Japan, he felt an overwhelming excitement. The title once belonged to the emperor, and giving it to Dorian now clearly carried deep significance. Bowen was also relieved. Although staying in Japan had frustrated him and caused him to miss opportunities to defeat the Turks and gain merit, learning that his son Fred had been taken as a disciple by Jericho Dorian filled him with joy. However, he knew little about what his son was doing in Peach Blossom Land, especially since he had been in Japan. Upon entering the palace, Hubert was shocked to find his father unconscious. He fell to his knees immediately. Master Lonnie, having examined Bogdan, shook his head. Crawford, feeling his heart sink, asked, Is it not a cold? Lonnie pondered and replied, It appears to be a cold, but based on his pulse, it differs from a typical one. This old Taoist cannot pinpoint the cause. Hubert almost fainted at these words. If even Lonnie couldn't identify the illness, it didn't bode well. Crawford's face darkened, while Helmet looked pained. Their feelings for Bogdan were genuine. Lonnie then suggested, perhaps His Highness Jericho has some methods. It was a last-ditch effort. While everyone knew Dorian had eradicated a plague, there were no reports of exceptional medical skills. Still, Lonnie... Chapter 603, Triple Cropping Rice. The Imperial Palace. Dorian had arrived, but Bogdan remained unconscious. However, he was shivering with cold while in this state. Dorian touched Bogdan's forehead and found it burning hot. He then turned to Lonnie and asked, "Divine Dr. Dwight, what do you think is wrong with Lord Du?" Lonnie frowned. "It seems like typhoid, but there are some differences." Dorian felt a pang of concern. No need for further discussion. Viral flu. Very likely. Typhoid was a severe condition that could easily be fatal to the ancients. Without modern understanding of viruses, they were virtually helpless against viral infections. Moreover, Bogdan's health had always been frail. Getting infected with such a virus was akin to a death sentence. No wonder historical records didn't mention the cause of Bogdan's death. They simply weren't aware of viral illnesses. Hubert's face was pale with worry. He anxiously asked, "Master, what's wrong with my father?" Crawford and others also appeared uneasy. Dorian smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I've seen this illness before. I guarantee Lord Du will be fine." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lonnie wanted to ask more but decided it wasn't the time for detailed discussions. Dorian secretly retrieved a few ibuprofen tablets from his system. Seeing Bogdan still unconscious, he sought Lonnie's help. "Divine Dr. Dwight, can you make Lord Du regain some consciousness? Otherwise, we can't give him these medicines." Lonnie's eyes gleamed at the mention of medicine. Without questioning further, he took out silver needles from his medical kit and applied them to Bogdan's head. Soon after, Bogdan's eyelids fluttered but couldn't fully open. He regained a bit of awareness, though blurred. Immediately, Dorian had someone fetch a bowl of water and gave Bogdan 2 ibuprofen tablets. Lonnie proceeded to apply physical cooling methods as if treating typhoid. With no better options, everyone waited anxiously for Bogdan to regain consciousness. Meanwhile, Dorian called for pen, ink, and paper, wrote down the formula for isatis root granules, and handed it to Lonnie. Lonnie was astounded upon seeing it. Does this Alex really not understand medicine? Or is he hiding his true abilities? At this moment, Bogdan woke up. Hubert burst into tears of joy. Crawford and others also relaxed. Lonnie immediately began boiling herbs made from isatis root for Bogdan to drink. By now, Bogdan's fever had significantly subsided. He looked at Hubert, puzzled. "Am I hallucinating?" Hubert, tears streaming down his face, replied, "Father, it's me. I'm back." Others left the room to allow the father and son some private time. Lonnie approached Dorian. "Alex, what were those white pills you gave to Lord Du?" Dorian didn't know how to answer. It was easy to bluff with others, but here, attributing it to the old bearded man might be best. After all, they considered him an immortal. Suddenly, Crawford intervened, smiling. "Taoist Dwight, you should know my son received guidance from a wise old bearded man in a dream." This defused the situation. Lonnie's eyes were fixed on Dorian. As both a physician and a Taoist, he sought immortality. Hearing this, he couldn't remain calm. Dorian touched his nose. Perhaps it was a dream like Zhuangzi's butterfly, spanning 1,000 years. Lonnie said nothing, but Crawford shook his head. 1,000-year dream? Nonsense. Can such a master really teach you through dreams? Dorian sighed. He regretted mentioning the old bearded man. His father seemed overly fixated on this idea, possibly pushing him to become the heir apparent. He needed to leave. Dorian hesitated, looking at his father. Lonnie wisely left them alone. Crawford smiled. "What do you want to say?" "I want to leave Chang'an and go to Lingnan," Dorian said bluntly. "Why?" Crawford frowned. "That place is remote and full of venomous insects. What's your purpose?" "If I tell you that rice in Lingnan can have 2 crops per year, or even 3 crops in Chongzhou, would you believe me?" Dorian grinned. Crawford squinted, disbelieving. "Are you making excuses to leave?" "Father, why would I willingly?" The chapter ends with a cliffhanger, setting up further intrigue and developments regarding Dorian's plans and the unfolding events in Lingnan. Chapter 604. The Hawk tries to win over Reuben. Not long ago, at the southwestern great military governor's residence, Sammy was indulging in carnal pleasures with a beautiful concubine during the day when his subordinate reported that Hal, the chieftain of the Liao people, requested an audience. Swearing and grumbling, Sammy crawled out of bed. Just then, there was a sound from outside. Bang! Several men barged in. Enraged, Sammy roared, "Hal, did I give you permission to enter?" Hal clasped his fists and said, "Sir, our tribe has suffered from drought this year, resulting in almost no harvest. We humbly request that you waive the taxes for this year." Sammy slapped the side of the bed and shouted fiercely, "Nonsense! Can taxes be waived at will?" Hal's voice turned cold, saying, "Sir, if we still have to pay taxes this year, countless of my tribe's people will starve to death." Sammy replied indifferently, "What does it have to do with me if your tribe's people starve to death?" "Sir, you shut up. My treatment of you all has been exceedingly generous. Don't be ungrateful." Hal's face darkened as he pulled out the knife hidden behind his back. Sammy's expression changed. Pointing at the tall man leading the group, he yelled, "Hal, are you trying to rebel?" Hal grinned wickedly, saying, "Great governor, you're right. This is what you forced us to do." Startled, Sammy fell off the couch, screaming in terror. Why you? Don't joke around." Hal waved the bloodied knife, looking ferocious. "Do you think I'm joking?" A flash of the blade. Sammy's head rolled onto the ground, his eyes nearly bulging out in fear. Thus, Hal, the Grand Chieftain of the Southwest 6 tribes, killed the southwestern great military governor Sammy and declared himself king. The Jianan region, under Hal's control, saw indiscriminate killings of Han Chinese, turning into a living hell. In Taiji Palace, all the court officials were present. News of the Southwestern Rebellion had been made public. The only solution, suppressing the rebellion. However, Hal already controlled all critical points in Jianan, making an invasion likely to cause massive casualties. Thud. Reuben, Minister of Central Secretariat, stepped forward, hitting the ground with his head, crying out, "Your Majesty, my brother was killed by the Liao tribal leader. The court must do justice for him." Andrew stepped forward without hesitation, saying, "Your Majesty, Sammy was Minister Hollis's younger brother. He was initially recommended for the position of Southwestern Great Military Governor. Thoroughly investigated, things could turn dire. With the ongoing rebellion, even with Sammy dead, the matter wouldn't end here. Trying to fight back, Reuben said, "Your Majesty," Finleaf ordered, "Someone, please escort Minister Hollis back home." Reuben felt utterly despondent. No one dared speak for him. With heavy hearts, he left Taiji Palace, but unexpectedly bumped into a eunuch. The eunuch said, "Minister Hollis, I serve the hawk in the Eastern Palace. His Highness has heard of your great talents and wishes to invite you for a conversation." Initially dismissive, Reuben thought a conversation with the incompetent hawk was beneath him, but this invitation seemed fortuitous, so he accepted. Arriving at the Eastern Palace, Hawk Eldon wore Turkish attire, wrestling with guards who were also dressed in Turkish clothing. Reuben frowned, but given his situation, he remained silent. Eldon noticed his arrival and paused the match, guiding Reuben to sit down. He said, "Minister Hollis, I've heard about the misfortune of your brother. I believe this has nothing to do with you. Your brother died for the country and shouldn't be maligned. I will ensure justice for you." Reuben bowed. "Thank you, Your Highness." Despite the words, he showed little gratitude. Can a useless crown prince really help him? Laughable. Eldon grew irritated inside but maintained composure, saying, "Minister Hollis, rest assured, wait for the good news." Reuben didn't respond, merely bowing to take his leave. After a few steps, he turned back. "Your Highness, I have something to say, though unsure if appropriate." "Please proceed, Minister Hollis. The Turks are our enemies. Wrestling in Turkish attire isn't necessary." Eldon grew angrier. "You dare criticize me?" But remembering why he invited Reuben, he refrained from lashing out. Reuben didn't linger further and left immediately. No point in dealing with such an inept prince. Eldon then wrote a letter to Bowen in Japan, hoping he could help clear Reuben's name. No one in the court knew Bowen secretly supported Hawk Eldon. Meanwhile, the court had decided on commanders to quell the rebellion. Hendrix and Amadeus were appointed to lead the campaign in Jianan. Missing the Turk campaign pained Hendrix deeply. This time, he was determined to crush Hal decisively. Old Chang had crushed the Japanese. What was a mere Hal? Additionally, Finleaf privately summoned Hendrix. Note: names are transliterated into pinyin, preserving original character names. Translation aims for natural fluency while maintaining tone and structure. Chapter 605. The Qin King leaves Chang'an. Your godson wants to go out and study that place where rice can be harvested 3 times a year. He also wants to research hybrid rice. You should all go together. Hendrix stared in disbelief. "Why are you so happy?" Benny dryly replied, "Long time no see. Even missed you." Ronnie smirked. "Kalma, right?" At that moment, Dorian came over and asked, "Sien, did you lose anything valuable while in Japan?" Ronnie puzzled. "No." Dorian sternly followed up, "Are you sure?" Ronnie scratched his head uncertainly. "I guess, yes." Dorian scolded, "You can't just say I guess. It looks like you've definitely lost something precious." Ronnie sighed, "Young master, apart from this sword, what else do I have to lose?" Dorian remarked oddly, "You don't understand. Women from Japan like to seduce men from Tang when they come here. After being in Japan for so long, how could they not target you?" "Ronnie." Dorian patted his shoulder seriously. "Sien, losing your seed is fine, but don't lose your legacy. Bring it back and nurture it yourself." Spit. Benny burst out laughing. So, the precious thing was Ronnie's seed. My goodness, has young master grown up? Ronnie glowered. "Young master, you treat me like this right after I return?" Dorian calmly responded, "Enough jokes. Did you bring back the bark of the cinchona tree as I asked?" Ronnie had initially traveled with Hendrix, but turned south to fetch the bark because of this request. The cinchona tree was revered by the Liao people as a sacred tree. "Selena, I don't know." "Patty." Hyder pouted before Dorian. "Master, can I stay behind?" Dorian shook his head. "Not a chance. All the basics I taught you are for this purpose. How can you stay behind?" Hyder paled. "But I heard there are many poisonous insects there. I'll die from the poison." Dorian waved his hand. "Don't worry, with me around, you won't be poisoned easily. We have mosquito repellent ready. No need to fear insect bites. Planning ahead, remember?" Hyder felt hopeless. Living under someone else's roof, she had to bow her head. Humph. Hyder coldly huffed, turning to find Selena and entering the carriage with her. Beside them, Hollisel cried out loudly, "Brother, your little disciple is going too far." A real man pouting? Disgusting. And she went into the ladies' carriage. How improper. Indeed, using the idiom correctly after learning it, applying knowledge in practice, Dorian whispered softly, "My heavens." Hollisel gaped in shock. "Gi girl." Dorian shrugged. "Colmes." Hollisel inhaled sharply, surprised. "This little disciple has depth. I didn't realize she was a girl." Dorian face-bombed. Ronnie noticed early but didn't say anything. Regardless of the Tang army's firearms, with our small number of troops and equipment, directly confronting the Tang army would be extremely unwise. We should retreat into the mountains. The Tang army doesn't know about the danger of miasma. Watch how I, without deploying a single soldier, will heavily damage the Tang army. Hal had significant prestige. Anyone who disobeyed him was killed. Now, no one dared to question his decision. Immediately, not only did the native soldiers withdraw from the Grand Governor's office, but they also evacuated the city. Meanwhile, the Tang army scouts relayed Hal's mysterious actions back to the Tang Central Army. The Tang army generals were baffled. Hendrix, looking calm as if he expected this, felt something deep inside. Amadeus stared in disbelief and asked, "What's going on?" "The native soldiers have successfully occupied the city. Why are they withdrawing? What are they plotting?" Dorian calmly replied, "Hal is cunning and not as foolish as we assume. Among the native people, there are also smart individuals. He wants us to pursue them, but they are very familiar with the mountain environment while our Tang army has no clue. The forest miasma will severely affect us. Moreover, before long, I fear everyone in the Tang army will contract malaria. Amadeus turned pale. Malaria wasn't unfamiliar to him. Many of his brothers in arms died from bouts. Dorian suggested, Father, this battle must be fought carefully. First, find reliable guides, then proceed into the mountains. Do not conserve ammunition. Prioritize the lives of our soldiers. As long as we advance steadily, hell will be trapped like a rat in a jar. Hendricks followed Dorian's advice. Seeing too many massacred civilians recently, he feared that his anger might lead him to rashly charge into the mountains. Historically, due to the Tang army's underestimation, they suffered heavy losses. Combined with malaria, tens of thousands of Tang soldiers perished in Lingnan. However, with Dorian present, everything changed. In the mountains, Hal was planning tactics. You all must follow my orders for this battle. Remember, pretend to lose against the Tang army and run. The Tang army underestimates us and will surely become careless. This is the key to our victory. In less than 2 weeks, most of the Tang army will fall ill. Those outsiders entering Lingnan rarely avoid illness. When the Tang army's combat ability plummets, it will be our best chance to counterattack. Follow me, and we'll win a great victory. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Victory! 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 Originally, Hal instigated rebellion, coercing others into joining besides his core followers. As a native, he killed the Southwest Grand Governor and rebelled. He told other natives that once the Tang army arrived, they would massacre the natives out of vengeance. Then, he deliberately let his men slaughter Han people to force other tribes to oppose the court. Who killed the Han people? Hal wouldn't say it was him but spread rumors that the natives did it, putting all the blame on them. This allowed him to rally the natives. Getting on board was easy, getting off wasn't. By the time the tribal chiefs realized, it was too late. There was no opposition to Hal's tactical plan. However, in the next few days, native soldiers ambushed the Tang army camp. The Tang army never emerged. Red cannons bombarded mercilessly. More than 100 native soldiers died without even seeing the Tang army. Later, the Tang army began entering the mountains, with Divine Fire Crow camp leading the way. Divine Fire Crow was a rocket. Compared to bulky cannons, anyone skilled with a bow could use it. Following were flintlock muskets. Instantly, native soldiers who intended to pretend to flee genuinely couldn't fight back and scattered chaotically. Reports sent back to Hal didn't tell the truth, but claimed the plan was successful. Meanwhile, several tribal leaders received a Tang army envoy. The envoy's message was clear. The Tang army knew that the various native tribes were coerced by Hal. If they abandoned him and handed over the murderers of Han people, the Tang army would not persecute them. Additionally, regarding the current drought and crop failure among natives, the court would reduce taxes based on severity. This left several chiefs uncertain. While the steady Tang army advance proved its superiority, what if the Tang army broke their promise? A younger chief coldly asked, what can we do if you break your promise? Behind the Tang envoy stood someone. You shouldn't trust just any Tang soldier, but all these promises come from me. Who are you? I am Qin King Dorian. Chapter 607. The Defeat of Zahir. In the mountains, Zahir's forces. Over the past half-month, the actions of the Tang army have completely defied his expectations. What talk about the Tang army being arrogant? They were meticulously cautious. Even when facing 20 to 30 squads of Liao soldiers, the Tang army would mobilize at least 300 men for a joint attack. And among these 300, there were Shinhua Fia, Divine Fire-Flying Crows, flintlock guns, and shield bearers. It was an incredibly well-coordinated team. A squad of Liao soldiers could easily be wiped out if they weren't careful. If the squads were smarter, the Tang army would rest on the spot and not chase them at all. How could he lure the enemy into a trap? Facing the stable tactics of the Tang army, Zahir could only hope that diseases like malaria would spread among them. However, more than half of the mountain ranges had been occupied by the Tang army. Gathered strength, he would lead them through a breakthrough and then return to annex their tribes. When the time comes, my forces would be unified and surely ready to make a comeback. With this decision made, Zahir calmly told the tribal leaders, there's no need to panic. I have prepared everything. Once we face defeat, we'll break through via a secret passage. In some time, we will come back stronger. The tribal leaders exchanged bitter glances. We follow your majesty. As long as we can break through, my men will belong to you from now on. Me too. And me. To save their lives, these tribal leaders were willing to go all out. Their remaining manpower was limited, and they feared Zahir might abandon them. Hearing this, Zahir smiled inwardly. Their words matched his intentions perfectly. Good. Let's break through. The Tang army wouldn't expect us to use the secret passage. Follow me. Zahir led the way. After all, in matters of life and death, he didn't want to lag behind anyone else. If the Tang army suddenly launched a total attack, he would be in trouble. The group followed in a line, with Zahir leading, the tribal leaders behind him, and the other Liao soldiers trailing. They entered the dark secret passage, lit by torches. Suddenly, don't move. A Liao soldier quietly approached Zahir and pulled out the mystical artifact Dorian had given him. Who else but Ronnie? Ha ha ha. Ronnie, indeed a prodigy, now had perfect marksmanship. But Zahir ignored him, and the other Liao guards drew their swords to slash. At the same time, Zahir stared at the tribal leaders, his face turning pale. Traitors! You traitors! Nothing else could explain this. The tribal leaders' faces turned white. It happened too suddenly. Without any warning, they had attacked. Ronnie showed no mercy, immediately activating the mechanism. Bang bang bang. Several Liao guards fell dead on the spot. Not only that, Ronnie roared, get down if you don't want to die. The tribal leaders reacted quickly, diving to the ground. The Liao soldiers at the back were still unaware of what was happening. Then, Ronnie threw out a fist-sized metal object, lit the fuse with a match, and tossed it away. Boom. A thunder-like explosion tore through the secret passage. Instant chaos ensued. Other Tang soldiers disguised as Liao troops began slashing. The tribal leaders stayed flat on the ground, afraid of getting injured. Almost instantly, cries echoed in the secret passage. The sound of the explosions alerted the Tang army, who launched an attack, breaking into Zahir's camp. Shield bearers were in front. Flintlock gunners followed behind. Bang bang bang. Wherever they went, Liao soldiers fell. Tang soldiers shot with divine fire flying crows, causing continuous explosions. The wooden camp caught fire, flames growing larger. From then on, the rebels lost momentum. Zahir was captured alive. He intended to commit suicide, but fearing it, he hesitated and was then kicked by Rani. His jaw shattered and bound tightly. Within an hour, rebels either died or were injured. The Tang army cleaned out Zahir's warehouses, exposing all his recent loot. The cooperating tribal leaders trembled, fearing the Tang army might not keep its promise and execute them. Duncan, deputy commander of this operation, walked into the camp and assured the tribal leaders, "Rest easy. My Lord Qin has given his word. These items will not be taken by the court. Some will be used to compensate Han civilians, while the rest will be left for drought relief in the Liao region." The court solved the drought issue in the Liao region without spending a penny. Furthermore, Hendricks had several copies of the imperial edict dispatched across Lingnan, proclaiming Zahir's rebellion and its suppression. Other Liao people forced into Zahir's service would be executed 5 days later in front of the Southwest Grand Protectorate for slaughtering Han civilians. That day, Zahir was publicly beheaded. The court would show no mercy to those who rebelled. Also, Samig, Southwest Grand Protector, showed no concern for the people despite his assassination. His crimes were declared, and Reuben faced demotion due to his connection with Samig. Fortunately, Bowen wrote a letter exonerating Reuben upon receiving a message from the Hawk. Otherwise, Reuben might have faced harsher punishment. From then on, Reuben frequented the Eastern Palace, aligning himself with the Hawk. However, the more he visited, the more he saw. The Hawk Eldon's fondness for Turkic customs worried Reuben. Moreover, there was the handsome man named Qingshin, whose ambiguous relationship with Eldon disturbed him. Reuben gritted his teeth, holding back his advice temporarily. He owed his pardon to Bowen and didn't want to appear ungrateful by forcefully advising now. Meanwhile, Hendricks remained in the Jianan region to stabilize the situation until the new Southwest Grand Protector took office. Dorian and others set off for Cheongzhou. Chapter 608. The 3 objectives of Alex. Cheongzhou. The prefect Dalen was leading a delegation to welcome Dorian and his entourage. The Finn had already informed Cheongzhou about Dorian's visit. Even before the ship carrying Dorian had reached the shore, Dalen had prepared everything meticulously. Frankly speaking, the entire region of Cheongzhou was extremely nervous about Dorian's arrival. In this era, officials stationed in Cheongzhou were either long-time residents, or those who were shunned by their families, demoted due to political failures, or exiled here after making mistakes. Located at the extreme southern end of Lingnan, the Central Plains still considered this place as a wilderness. Despite the fact that rice cultivation here could be done twice, even thrice a year, the productivity was low, and technology lagged behind. Though the climate was suitable, life for the locals was quite hard. The official robes worn by the local government officers were mostly kept at the bottom of trunks, only brought out during important festivals. Originally, life continued like this without much disturbance. But now, the arrival of Alex made everything different. As the former Alex, Finn Kyle transferred the title to Dorian. It was clear that this carried significant implications. Could anyone really believe there was no purpose behind this? Everyone wondered how approachable the new Alex was, what he intended to achieve here, and felt uncertain. At this moment, Dorian and his entourage landed on the beach. The modern sea vessel they arrived in was awe-inspiring. Dalen's face turned slightly green with worry. Good heavens! To arrive on such a grand ship, what would satisfy this Alex? Losing one's post would be a lucky outcome if things went poorly. Offending him might bring unrest to the whole of Cheongzhou. Your Highness, we pay our respects. There's no need for so much formality. Initially, everything seemed calm, but the unease in the hearts of the officials did not escape Dorian's notice. He remained silent, though. The arrival of Alex meant big trouble, and it didn't disappoint. Indeed, triple cropping was possible, but the area was sparsely populated with limited farmland. Developing a granary would require tremendous human and material resources, something Cheongzhou couldn't afford. For Dalen and others, the idea of a granary was lofty, yet impractical. Regardless of whether it succeeded, the burden on the local people would be immense, causing hardship especially for local officials who were already breaking out in cold sweat. The previous rebellion caused by Azai was significant, but it was swiftly quelled by Tang forces within a month. Now, the court planned to turn Cheongzhou into a granary. Would opposition cost them their heads? Dalen, as the prefect, felt compelled to speak up, at least make an effort. Fortunately, Dorian nodded. Please go ahead, Prefect Su. Dalen sighed. Your Highness, Cheongzhou can indeed produce 3 crops per year, but the yield isn't high. Perhaps we should consider planting sweet potatoes and potatoes instead? He cautiously observed Dorian's expression, seeing no displeasure, and continued. Additionally, Cheongzhou has a sparse population. Creating a granary requires extensive land development, but there aren't enough hands, and daily labor is already challenging. Finally, he added bravely, it's not that we're unwilling. It's simply beyond our capacity. The room held its breath awaiting Dorian's response. He smiled. I have considered all aspects beforehand. Participation in land development will be entirely voluntary, and compensation will be provided from my personal funds. With that statement, objections faded. Dorian continued, my second objective is to conduct hybrid rice experiments here. A designated plot of land will be set aside. Rest assured, no existing farmland will be used. I will purchase this experimental land at market price, he added. Officials whispered among themselves, recognizing this as beneficial to the poor Cheongzhou government, increasing revenue. Dorian then shared his third objective. Thirdly, I've learned that Cheongzhou lacks skilled craftsmen, and water wheels and curved plowshares haven't been fully implemented. The craftsmen I've brought will help manufacture these tools, distributing them free of charge to the locals, with materials provided by the government. Dalen immediately agreed, Your Highness, rest assured, I will ensure this is handled. Dorian grinned. Not so fast, Prefect Su. We will also teach the locals advanced farming techniques to boost productivity. The officials cheered inwardly. Dorian, dubbed the smartest fool, was credited with bringing new crop varieties to Tang. His promise of improving farming methods and yields was indeed promising. Lastly, Dorian mentioned, I have a personal request. The notice also promised daily settlement of wages. This sparked interest among many who decided to try their luck. After all, working for a day wouldn't hurt much if things turned out poorly, but would bring significant joy if they were true. People began to sign up immediately. Former Shadow Guard leader Ronnie took charge of registration and issued each person a work card. Workers would receive their wages based on these cards after each day's work, with construction set to start in 3 days. Additionally, laborers were hired to unload items from the treasure ships, including cement and steel prepared beforehand. On the first day, every hired laborer received 20 coins. Seeing this, the people of Cheongzhou grew excited about starting work on Alex's residence in 3 days. When the actual construction began, the workers followed Dorian's design, with the most challenging part being laying the foundation. Dorian ordered that workers be provided with 2 free meals a day, and lunch included meat. Suddenly, the construction site was filled with voices, cheers echoing across the sky. What a good prince. At the end of each day, workers indeed received their full pay of 20 coins. Many who hadn't joined initially regretted their decision bitterly. The next day, Dorian announced the recruitment of 300 more workers. Observing these scenes, the officials in Cheongzhou were amazed by Alex's generosity and reliability, thus strengthening trust between him and the locals. After completing the foundation, construction moved on to the upper structure. The building adopted a reinforced concrete frame structure, which was both efficient and novel, leaving the officials in awe. Within less than a month, the main framework was completed, a speed unheard of in Cheongzhou. Without planning any gardens or lakes, this simplicity earned further praise from the people. Dorian held a grand banquet lasting 3 days to thank the residents upon completion. Every worker also received an additional reward of 1 string of cash. People couldn't stop talking about how generous Alex was, calling him a money-spreading child, rather than a god of wealth. Duncan was astonished, saying, Brother, I know you're wealthy, but not extravagant like this. Dorian smiled mysteriously. Second brother, this money is well spent. By the way, where's Fred? As if on cue, Fred approached. Master, you called? Colmes, Dorian not only brought his elite firearm unit, but also Fred, son of Abdullahi. Dorian instructed, Ailiang. Other disciples have contributed significantly and earned titles. You will take charge of cultivating farmland here. Grateful, Fred said. Thank you, master. He then asked curiously, why do you want me to gain merit? Dorian replied, if it doesn't succeed, what credit will you get? Think about it. Fred left with a troubled mind. Why did I ask? Next, Dorian summoned Price. Take charge of the technical department. Pouting, she said, Master, I'm a girl. Startled, Dorian thought, what is this, flirting? Chapter 610, Jericho as a tour guide. Cheongzhou. A seagoing vessel arrived at the port. In just over 2 months, with the high labor costs for the people of Lingnan and the availability of steel-reinforced concrete, a small port had been completed. Dexter was dispatched on orders. The long journey, by both land and sea, nearly cost him half his life. He didn't want to come to this impoverished region of Lingnan at all. Knowing oneself is a virtue. Dexter knew well how much hardship he could endure. Unfortunately, his father tricked him. Nathan personally recommended him. The imperial decree was issued. It was settled. He couldn't help but come. However, near the port, there was an air of vigor and vitality. Although the attire of the Lingnan people couldn't compare to that of Chang'an, the capital of Tang Dynasty, their inherent confidence was not something easily seen elsewhere. Along the way, Dexter saw many fertile fields that had been cultivated, which greatly surprised him. Surely, these were due to his cousin's efforts. One must know that the poverty in Lingnan made the locals very rugged. Even for a prince, persuading the local residents to follow orders would be nearly impossible when they first arrived. Moreover, many people were still enthusiastically cultivating wasteland. Truly worthy of his cousin. Dexter didn't know what methods Dorian used, but he admired Josie for it. If it were him, even if he had 100 cells tied together, he wouldn't have managed. Arriving at Jericho's residence, Dexter's jaw dropped. Steel-reinforced concrete structures. There were 3. Have you ever driven an ox cart? Dexter froze and stopped trying to grab the reins. Well, I really don't know how to. Along the way, while driving, Dorian encountered locals who greeted him warmly, not with the respect usually accorded to a prince, but from genuine gratitude. Dexter was bewildered. For years in Chang'an, where nobles were everywhere, commoners avoided them like the plague. When had the locals here become so bold? Dorian excitedly introduced everything to him. Do you see that factory? It's a salt works. We're by the sea, perfect for producing sea salt. As the saying goes, live off the land you're on. The efficiency of sun-drying salt is low, so I have you guys boil it instead. By the way, boiling salt consumes a lot of iron pots. See that iron workshop? They mainly forge iron pots and will soon be making curved plows. Do you see those patches of land? That's only the beginning. Some are used to plant triple crop rice, while others are for hybrid rice trials. Dexter was speechless. Hybrid rice? He had no idea what that was. Rice, sure, everyone knows rice. But what on earth is hybrid rice? Seeing his baffled look, Dorian explained with a smile. It's rice that yields 2,000 caddies per acre. Hybrid rice has good yield and strong resistance to diseases. With this climate and my recent research on intensive farming, the yield shouldn't be a grilled oysters with garlic. It was a feast of fresh flavors. Swallowing involuntarily, Dexter's mouth watered. Dorian chuckled. Ryder, add some abalone too? Little cousin. I'm not kidding. Oysters and abalone are men's fuel stations and women's beauty salons. You can't miss these delicacies here. Slurp. The meal went on delightfully. Chapter 611. Dragging Dexter in. Dexter felt indignant. Calling who a young cousin? Am I young? I am not young at all. But, Dexter asked curiously, what is meant by a man's refueling station and a woman's beauty salon? Dorian smirked. Little cousin, You're trying to act like an innocent little boy here, huh? Dexter was even more confused as he asked, how do you mean that? Beside them, Ronnie was holding back laughter. Great. After being here for 2 months, Alex has really let his guard down. Now, everyone in Cheongjo knows the phrase, a man's refueling station and a woman's beauty salon. Because of this, the local people no longer view Alex as untouchable. Especially with Dorian's invented barbecue method, the taste was simply exquisite. It turns out seafood could be eaten this way. After they were full, Dorian asked, cousin, how do you feel about this place? Dexter spoke candidly, to be honest, before coming, I thought this place was barren and desolate. I never imagined cousin would live here so comfortably. Moreover, this place has undergone such a dramatic transformation because of cousin. Truly astonishing. Dorian bluntly asked, so, are you willing to stay? Dexter laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Well, cousin, your younger cousin has no special skills, and I wouldn't be much use here. Maybe it's better not to cause trouble for you. Dorian slapped his thigh. Dexter winced in pain. He slapped my leg. And so hard. Are you indirectly threatening me? This was truly unsettling. Dorian said with heartfelt concern, cousin, do you know what's most important for a person? After saying that, he stared straight into Dexter's eyes, as if ready to keep staring until he got an answer. Dexter had no choice but to cooperate. What is it? Dorian slapped his thigh again. Dexter winced once more. Still his leg. Dorian declared spiritedly, a person must constantly challenge oneself. Only then can one elevate and transform internally and externally. This is the path every successful person takes. He continued, listing off examples, like my father, your father, Dev's father, Bogdan's father. Dexter, what are you implying? The Emperor underwent a transformation when he for me, and I'll ensure it gets done. Dorian nodded approvingly. As they say, to become wealthy, build roads first. The roads in Cheongjo aren't good, so I've decided to entrust you with overseeing road construction. Dexter's face turned green. Cousin, you're really kind to me. Dorian waved his hand. We're family, right? As the saying goes, kinship isn't always close. No, the closer you get, the more we're connected. You understand, right? Dexter felt utterly helpless. I get it. I totally get it. What a great proverb. Even if you give me the task of reclaiming land, it's hard but significant. Building roads, such tough work, you assign it to me. You're really my loving cousin. Dorian smiled again. Just kidding about the threat earlier. Building the granary is a rare opportunity. If you don't want to stay, I'll ask Hubert. Dexter nodded heavily. Cousin, I've decided to stay. To tell the truth, in Chang'an, when people mention Dexter, they think of my father. When the court defeated the Turks, I missed out because father was worried about any harm coming to me. I also want others to think of me when mentioning my father. I am not just a wastrel. I am capable. These words came from deep within him. Dev and Hubert were in similar situations. If Dorian hadn't taken them under his wing, they'd still be mere wastrels. Their future prospects might not be good either. A few days later, Dexter left carrying Dorian's letter, but planned to return. Cheongjo needed roads and cement, but for rail construction, steel had to be transported from elsewhere. Dexter returned to transport these essential supplies. Upon reaching Chang'an, he didn't go home or to the palace but instead went to the peach blossom source, found Patty, and handed her Dorian's letter. Patty read the letter and understood Dorian's plan. Dorian wanted to select students from the Tang Academy of Natural Sciences to go to Cheongjo. Since the people in Cheongjo were struggling, literacy rates were low. Dorian aimed to send a batch of students there to establish schools. If feasible, he also wanted to create a branch of the Tang Academy of Natural Sciences. Although conditions in Cheongjo were harsh, they stemmed from technological backwardness, which could be improved. Moreover, locals were less resistant to new ideas compared to those in central China. However, Patty had other plans. She wanted to go to Cheongjo. Chapter 612. Ida regrets. Gonglu Palace. Bang. Crawford slammed his hand on the table. This angers me. Andrew had just finished reporting about the 2 Yuhan envoys' request to the Tang Dynasty. The Giovanni had sent an envoy, and Andrew had taken charge of receiving him directly, bypassing the Ministry of Rights. Unexpectedly, after reading a letter, the Emperor erupted in fury. Or at least, it appeared so. Andrew asked, Your Majesty, who sent the letter? Crawford replied with obvious displeasure. You already know. Why ask? Andrew smirked. He knew it must be Alex's letter. Andrew sighed wistfully. I wonder if Alex is well in Cheongjo. Crawford gave a cold snort. Him. He's doing splendidly. Clearing farmland, building roads, probably even constructing bridges. For all I know, he might be planning to go out to sea. Andrew nodded. Alex must be thinking of benefiting the people again. Crawford. Is this something you, Andrew, should say? You start praising before even knowing the specifics. Even as a father, I feel embarrassed by such praise. Where is your integrity? Crawford huffed angrily. Xin Cheng, since you act like my son's steward, I will send you to Cheongjo to be Reese's steward. How does that sound? Andrew bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Crawford, even more agitated, said, Go with Atlee from the Secretariat and Hayward as well. Andrew looked surprised. Atlee is Alex's student, and it makes sense for him to go. But I remember Hayward from the earthquake in Hudong. He now serves as a minister in the Ministry of Personnel. Why are you sending such a talented person to the barren land of Cheongjo? Crawford stood up and left with a wave of his sleeve. Just go. Stop asking so many awkward questions. Get to work as his steward. Andrew smiled slightly. The Emperor's words were filled with false pride, but deep down, he was worried about Alex. Sending him as a steward? It was actually to send him to Cheongjo to witness everything Alex was doing firsthand. Then, no matter what happened, any minister who tried to impeach Alex on the grounds of wasting resources would not easily succeed with him, Andrew, the censorate chief, around. The next day, at court assembly, Crawford appointed Andrew as the inspectorate censor of the Lingnan circuit, ordering him to depart soon. Additionally, Minister Hayward of the Ministry of Personnel was also to accompany him, supposedly to gain experience under Andrew. The officials truly believed this. After all, a former clerk from Jinyang entering the imperial court after the Hudong earthquake and rising swiftly to become a minister in the Ministry of Personnel clearly showed Crawford's intention to cultivate him. Meanwhile, Atlee from the Secretariat received a summons from his teacher. How happy he was. Learning from a mentor with unparalleled talent must be better than staying in the Secretariat. Between serving Dorian or remaining in the Secretariat, Atlee chose the former without hesitation. Finishing his duties joyfully, Atlee bid farewell to his colleagues and left cheerfully. His colleagues were bewildered. What was wrong with this young man? Choosing a place where one could frequently meet the emperor and have a bright future. Who would have thought this Atlee could be so cheerful while being exiled to Cheongzhou? He must be mentally stimulated. The poor child. Atlee arrived at Tao Hollison, meeting Patty. Next, he listened to Patty's instructions and prepared the necessary items required by Dorian. Hubert also came. However, he stayed in Chang'an to coordinate supplies for Cheongzhou. Among everyone, only Donald's actions were peculiar. He went to the Imperial Academy and returned within an hour. That afternoon, the doctors from the Imperial Academy volunteered to teach at the Tang College in Tao Hollison, solely focusing on teaching children to read and write. Patty, originally overwhelmed, was delighted by this unexpected help. She guessed what Donald did. Perhaps the old man wanted to retire and enjoy his golden years. He couldn't bear leaving the children at the college and thus personally intervened, leveraging his status to ensure cooperation from the doctors. Patty then visited Helmet at the Tang Daily and later Bogdan. Meanwhile, Eastern Palace. Recently, many more people gathered at the Eastern Palace. First was Bowen's son-in-law, Matthias. Matthias served as a guard in the Eastern Palace, responsible for gathering intelligence about Chang'an, especially regarding Dorian. Matthias reported, Alvin Jamar. Rumors say Alex or 16. It was regrettable. Right, here's a letter from Alex for you. I forgot before. Patty pulled out a letter. Ider felt numb. Truly my sister. Reading the letter, Dorian wanted him involved in trade between Tang and the Turkic steppes, instructing him to consult someone named Atlee. Ider was moved to tears. Finally, after so long, Alex remembered him. End of chapter 612. Chapter 613. The Hawk's position, solid as a rock. The group was about to set off. Wait. Lonnie, carrying his medicine box, hurried after them on foot. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Did His Highness Cheen also invite Dr. Dwight? Dexter, the leader of the group, approached and said with admiration, Dr. Dwight, Cousin Cheen also wrote to you? Lonnie shook his head. No. Dexter was bewildered. Then why are you here? Lonnie smiled. Lingnan has many herbs that I've long wanted to explore, but lately, I've been busy with matters concerning the Tang Dynasty Medical College and haven't had any free time. Now, these past few days, I've finished all my tasks and arrangements. Bradonkly, I managed to catch up. If you had left already, I would have gone alone. Dexter, thinking about the hardships of Lingnan and the risk of falling ill, he felt better knowing Dr. Dwight was coming along. Among the onlookers, Matthias observed everything from the crowd. Meanwhile, the group began their journey, and Matthias returned to the Eastern Palace to report to Hawk Jamar. Reuben was also present. Since Reuben had pledged his loyalty to Jamar, he felt it was his duty to advise him. He discussed state affairs with Jamar, but the prince was more concerned about matters related to Dorian. After Matthias finished his report, Jamar's face darkened. How frustrating. Why does everyone like Anwar so much? Reuben noticed Jamar's change in demeanor. Jericho wants to turn Cheongzhou into a granary. If successful, it would be quite an achievement. Sweet potatoes and potatoes, though highly nutritious, lack the taste for staple foods. I've heard that rice can yield 2 or even 3 harvests a year in Lingnan. I believe Jericho could indeed achieve his goal of building an indispensable granary for our empire. Why not recommend yourself to the Finn to assist Jericho in this project? If it fails, the blame lies with Jericho. If it succeeds, you gain credit. Jamar frowned. Anwar has finally left Chang'an, giving me every advantage. Why should I leave easily? Reuben advised, Your Highness, this mission may seem minor for others, but as the crown prince, it is more than just merit. This signifies what? Since ancient times, food has been paramount to the people. Your act would show your concern for the people. Jamar still furrowed his brow. Reuben added bluntly, only 2 people in this world can truly care for the people without hesitation. The Finn and the crown prince. This is a rare chance to earn public support. Even if it fails, showing dedication to the people will portray you as a future virtuous ruler. Jamar struggled internally but shook his head. No, I shall not leave Chang'an. I must serve my parents faithfully. Matthias sighed in relief. He feared the crown prince might agree, which would mean he'd have to go too. That desolate place wasn't fit for human life. Reuben had anticipated this outcome but was deeply disappointed. Hawk, you're disappointing. Claiming to serve your parents while avoiding hardship. In the following days, Jamar frequented Crawford and Celeste more often. A few days later, after paying respects to the emperor at the Ganaloo Palace, Jamar prepared to leave. Without looking up, Crawford said, Justino, you needn't visit daily. Spend more time with your mother. My duties are pressing, leaving no time to converse. You're old enough, learn other things. I hear Reuben is in the Eastern Palace. Therefore, I appoint him as your advisor. As the crown prince, consult him on all matters. Jamar bowed respectfully. Thank you, father. Internally, he was elated. Being close to court officials as the crown prince was taboo. Father appointed Reuben directly. This showed father still cared. All his efforts weren't wasted. Staying in Chang'an clearly had its advantages. Good thing I didn't listen to Reuben's bad advice to go to Cheongzhou. The longer Anwar stays there, the more time I have to win father's favor. When that happens, the position of crown prince will be solid as a rock. Jamar left with satisfaction. Crawford put down his documents and sighed. Justino, I don't need flattery, I want genuine filial piety. But what are you doing now? Dexter and the group arrived in Cheongzhou. Dorian personally greeted them. After all, Andrew was among them, and his father sent Hayward, a remarkable talent. Hayward would shine brightly after Helmut and Bogdan. As for Atli, his disciple, there was no need for formalities. Unexpectedly, Lonnie appeared. Dorian was both surprised and delighted. Indeed, Cheongzhou lacked skilled doctors, and Dorian feared falling ill. Although he could gather medicines, accurate diagnosis was crucial. Moreover, he harbored a bold idea. Being in the far south, oversight was limited. He could do anything. Penicillin could be developed soon. To expedite progress, he provided basic formulas and let the great Dr. Lonnie perfect them. In a few years, Tang citizens would suffer less from illnesses and many lives would be saved. Excited by this thought, Dorian greeted Lonnie eagerly. Ignoring Dexter, Andrew, and Atli. Holding Lonnie's hands, he noticed another figure behind him. Patty, Dorian. What about my Tang Academy of Natural Philosophy? Chapter 614. Changes in Cheongzhou, Colmar's End approaches. In the third year of the Pedruan era, for some people, most of this year has been a time of agony. For instance, Bowen far away in Japan and the several princes vying for power in Tuyuan. However, for the people of Cheongzhou, these past few months were not only busy and tiring but also filled with hope and significant changes. A truly unforgettable period. The branch of the Tang Empire College of Natural Studies was established and successfully began operating. Many local residents in Cheongzhou were illiterate, so the college specifically set up a literacy program to teach them how to read and write, understand principles, and study natural sciences. Those children or teenagers who were at the right age or showed talent could enter the branch after passing their literacy test. Compared to the main college in Chang'an, which emphasized Confucian classics like the 4 books and 5 classics, this place focused solely on literacy and genuine studies of natural phenomena. Dorian didn't need to worry about others' disapproving gazes. Only Donald had a bit of trouble adapting, but Dorian made a bet with him. And extensive trials were underway. Dorian proposed extracting medicinal essences, akin to modern traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, formulations, to eliminate the need for boiling herbs constantly. This idea greatly simplified things, and Lonnie enthusiastically experimented, achieving remarkable results. Dexter, after initially feeling out of place, became an expert in road construction. Major roads were completed, and tram tracks were added to the main routes. Hayward took over the governor's position, managing Cheongzhou efficiently, while Atli learned under him. Andrew, serving as an imperial censor, stayed in Cheongzhou after touring Lingnan, acting as the manager of Jericho's palace. People grew accustomed to the changes. Hubert was fascinated by cement houses and implemented a plan to improve living conditions, replacing thatched cottages with concrete houses. Half the cost was prepaid, and the remaining half paid through labor at Dorian's various enterprises. This idea was Hubert's own, surprising Dorian immensely. If this kid isn't in money lending, he's wasting his talent, thought Dorian. Hiroshi and Benny secretly developed shadow guards and merged them into shadow guards without Dorian knowing. Hiroshi wanted to name it Shadow Dark Guard, but Benny argued that since Evandy founded the Dark Guard and Ethan Sherman the Shadow Guard, they should merge as Dark Shadow Guard. A perfect name. Selena was responsible for Dorian's daily care. Being neither fussy nor indifferent, Dorian enjoyed delicious meals she prepared. Selena's culinary skill. Andrew froze. 1 step late. 1 year missed? Nodding solemnly, he said, Your Highness, as the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. But if your abilities don't provoke jealousy, you're mediocre. Do not hide Cheongzhou's achievements upon returning. This view mirrored Dorian's astonishingly. Soon after, Dorian, accompanied by Selena and Hiroshi, was about to board a treasure ship. Wait for me. A voice called behind them. Patty chased after, lifting her skirt. Dorian. Doesn't this seem like you're chasing after me? Reaching them, Patty coughed and said, I want to go home for the new Colmar. Selena exclaimed, Miss, you said you wouldn't return to Fanyang Braden clan. Patty, I'm returning to Peach Blossom Spring. Selena saying, Oh. Translation ends here. Chapter 615. The return of Alex to Chang'an, Ganlu Palace. Mira Talia requested an audience. Ethan's expression was unusually grim as he said indifferently, Mira consorta, if you have something to say, it need not be here. This is Ganlu Palace, the place where the emperor conducts official business. The involvement of the harem in this area could suggest interference in state affairs. Mira Talia sobbed and pleaded, Your Majesty, I beg you to allow me to let Hollis return for the new Colmar. Upon hearing this, Ethan's expression turned even darker. This reckless son of his, truly a little devil, whose methods were extremely cruel towards those around him. Even now, while in Chizhou, he has caused much suffering to the locals there. Fine, let him come back this year, decided Ethan with careful consideration in mind. Mira Talia mistook his intent and immediately left after expressing her gratitude, informing her brother Dan of the Fint's approval. Dan, however, seemed distracted. Currently, his standing within the imperial court had changed. After Hayward left, he became the Minister of Personnel, but under Nathan, this position held more titles than power. He decided that Jude should find an excuse to return to Chang'an and then stay indefinitely under the pretense of being ill. Only with Jude here might the Fin remember that he, Dan, was Jude's maternal uncle and wouldn't sideline him further. Dan promptly made up his mind, I will personally go to Chizhou. Meanwhile, Dorian and his party also arrived at Chang'an. However, he didn't enter the palace first, but instead returned to the Peach Blossom Land to pay respects to Amadeo. Amadeo scolded, You young rascal. I've raised you like a cherished grandson, but you simply leave without a word. Do you know how I've managed here on my own? Half a year had passed, and his wrinkles had deepened. His white hair multiplied. Dorian felt a pang of sorrow. Indeed, apart from pushing him into power, this old man treated him like a grandfather would treat a grandson. Considering the history, the old man hadn't many years left. But now, perhaps he could live a few more years. Before Dorian could respond, Amadeo declared sternly, That's settled. It's too cold here in Chang'an, and I'm nearly frozen to death. Next year, I'll go to Cheongzhou. I've heard it never gets cold there. Dorian understood his thoughts. Ethan was building Daming Palace for Amadeo out of filial piety. Rather than being confined again, Amadeo planned to follow his eldest grandson. Dorian couldn't help but laugh and cry at once. Amadeo huffed, "Grandson, I'm telling you outright, if you don't agree, I'll tell your father to make you crown prince." Dorian. Oh God. Using this as a threat, you're unparalleled. Amadeo sighed. Alvin Justino injured his ankle by falling, and now walks with a limp. Comte. He remains undisciplined, mingling frequently with unsavory characters at the Eastern Palace. He even emulates Turkic customs. This boy is ruined. Being his grandson still pained him deeply. Dorian was shocked. History was indeed unchanging, certain events happening no matter what. Jamar began losing control, his nature becoming rebellious, laying the groundwork for future rebellion. Comte. Dorian was powerless. If only Jamar hadn't been injured, he could have reprimanded him as the elder brother. Now though, any advice would be seen as taking the same tone, challenging the Finn, challenging him any time. Unlike others who feigned boldness, it all felt so false. Dorian met Celeste, and adeptly picked up little Gracelyn. The little girl pinched his nose tightly. Ethan applauded. "Well done, little Gracelyn. Get revenge for me." Celeste gave him a disapproving look. That evening, Ethan invited a few others to dine with Dorian, hoping to foster closer ties among the Lee clan members. While the princes had their hidden intentions, Alvin Ku had abandoned his ambitions, and Adira was harmless. However, upon notification, Jamar excused himself saying he was studying with Reuben. Ethan's expression slightly darkened but said nothing. The family dinner atmosphere was pleasant. Adira chattered nonstop. "Big brother, how's Cheongzhou? Big brother, is it really warm in winter there? Big brother, can I do business in Cheongzhou? Just earn a bit, alright? Dorian. Little money grubber." Chapter 616. You hear me talking by the wall. Qi Prefecture. Qi State Mansion. Please note that Qi Wangfu should be translated as Qi State Mansion or Qi Wangfu, if you prefer to keep the Chinese characters, but with an English explanation provided. The term Wangfu refers to a prince's mansion or residence in feudal China. For consistency and clarity in English, it's better to use Qi State Mansion throughout the text. As the chief secretary of Qi Wangfu, Clay had been feeling extremely uneasy lately. Note, Qi Wangfu should be Qi Wangfu, or translated as Qi Wangfu, which refers to Qi Alvin's mansion, or Qi Wangfu. For consistency and context, it should be clarified if Qi Wangfu needs to be transliterated or translated. Here I assume it is a specific name and kept as Qi Wangfu. If you want it to be fully translated, please specify. For a smoother and more natural read in English, here is the adjusted version. As the chief secretary of the Qi Alvin's mansion, Clay had been feeling extremely uneasy lately. Alvin Qi was known for his wayward nature and love for hunting, frequently associating with wicked people. Recently, he had befriended two skilled horsemen and archers, Dunk and Alistair. Clay stormed in to see Alvin Qi drinking and reveling with these two men, holding a bow and arrow while a target stood in the distance. Enraged, Clay shouted, "You two dogs! Alvin Qi is still young. You are misleading him into drinking and practicing archery. What if something goes wrong? Out! Both of you, get out!" Dunk and Alistair's faces darkened but, during the banquet, Haiyang, the clever one, understood that the emperor wanted everyone to be at ease. This was Dorian's first time attending the Lee royal family's banquet. Therefore, Haiyang used her smooth talk to convince other princesses to join in the festivities. With the promise of earning big money, the princesses were enticed. Fortunately, with Haiyang around, who always acted without regard for rules, and Hildred there as well, grateful for his elder brother's help, he truly treated Dorian as his third elder brother. Other siblings remained somewhat distant from Dorian. Overall, the banquet ended perfectly. That night, Dorian rushed back to Peach Blossom Spring. He found, in the courtyard, Patty sitting alone on a stone bench. Selena was staying at her godfather Braydon's residence. Dorian asked, "Miss Braydon, aren't you related to the Fanyang Braydon clan? I heard your elder brother is also in Chang'an. Would you like me to take you to him?" Patty replied resentfully, "You always treat me like a tiger, wanting to send me away, don't you?" Dorian scratched his head. "Miss Braydon, why should I fear you? Are you implying that you look down on me?" Patty shot him another resentful look without saying anything. Dorian became even more puzzled. What was going on? Her gaze was unnerving. However, since it's like this, let me keep you company for the whole round. Patty raised her glass again. Dorian kept pace. "Come on. Another round. Happy new Colmar. Drink. To making Cheongzhou better next year. Must drink. Thank you for hosting me. Have to drink." Plunk. Patty's glass fell to the ground. Thud. She slumped over the table. Dorian. Well then, I never expected her to fall asleep so quickly. It seemed she could hold her liquor initially, but was actually quite vulnerable. Night fell deeply. The courtyard was cold. Reluctantly, Dorian carried Patty to her room, accidentally brushing against something soft. He muttered, "Never thought this girl has quite a lot." Patty's ears turned red. Is this Jericho finally grown up? But calling her a girl? Pfft. She was older than him. Unbeknownst to her, Dorian was indeed older than Patty in his past life, having lived here for several years, putting his true age close to 40. Due to his younger body, he preferred to act like an innocent youth. Only in this way did he appear harmless. After placing Patty in bed and covering her with blankets, Dorian turned to leave. Don't doubt, he was a normal man. Remaining unmoved amidst such a situation only proved his good character. Bang! The door shut. Patty grumpily pulled off the blanket, yelling, "Dorian, you're no man." "Who says so?" A voice came from outside. "Ah!" Patty shrieked. "Oh no, how did he hear? Good grief. Eavesdropping on me." Dorian, standing outside the door solemnly, said, "Girl, if you like me, just pursue me. I'll wait for you." Braden Juan, me pursuing you? You're not a man. Dream on. Pursue I shall. Not out of fear, but to prove myself. Old maid, so what? Not bad. Mature. Charming. Can't you little boy handle me? Chapter 616. You were eavesdropping on me. Qizhou. Qin Wangfu. Qin Wangfu is not properly translated. Let's use Qi Wangfu instead as per the context. Changshe Clay, as the chief secretary of Qi Wangfu, had been restless lately. Alvin Qi was wayward, fond of hunting, and associating with unsavory individuals. Recently, he befriended two skilled archers, Dunk and Alistair. When Clay entered, he saw Alvin Qi drinking and entertaining these two people, holding a bow and arrow while a target stood in the distance. Clay was enraged. You two scoundrels. Alvin Qi is still young. You mislead him into drinking and shooting arrows. What if something happens? Get out, all of you. Dunk and Alistair's faces darkened but dared not say a word due to his official position, so they quickly left Alvin Qi. Jude's face twisted nastily. This old dog actually yelled at me in my territory. Subtly, he fiddled with his bow. Clay felt a chill. At this moment, the servant announced, Your Highness, Undersecretary Ian from the Ministry of Personnel has arrived. What does my uncle want? Asked Jude. Immediately, Jude had Dan enter, thus sparing Clay's life for now. But Clay remained oblivious. After a private conversation between uncle and nephew, Alvin Qi declared that he would spend the new Kolmar in Chang'an with Dan. Several days later, Alvin Qi arrived in Chang'an and met Hawk Eldon upon Dan's instruction, treating him very respectfully. Eldon joked, Fifth brother, you've changed? Jude laughed. After being assigned to my feudal state, I should grow up. Eldon was pleased. Perhaps only this fifth brother regarded him as the Hawk. On New Kolmar's Eve, the entirely royal family gathered. The banquet was more familial this year, featuring many specialties from Cheongzhou brought by Dorian. Crawford instructed the princesses like Coral to relax during the feast. Coral, clever as ever, understood her emperor brother's intention to make everyone comfortable. It was Dorian's first royal family gathering. Therefore, she encouraged other princesses to be more relaxed. Moreover, Coral promised them a good profit from setting up entertainment at the banquet, luring them with financial incentives. Fortunately, Coral and Hildred were present, both of whom felt deeply grateful to their elder brother. However, the other siblings remained somewhat distant. Overall, the banquet concluded perfectly. That night, Dorian hurried back to replied Patty. Dorian hesitated but still got a bottle of ergo too, setting up 2 cups. To celebrate properly, they drank heartily. Cheers. Another one. To better construction in Cheongzhou next year. Thanks for providing shelter. Finally, Patty's glass slipped, and she fell onto the table. Amazed, Dorian carried her to her room, accidentally touching something soft. Didn't think this girl had it in her, he muttered. Patty blushed deeply, wondering if the Qin King had finally matured. But calling her girl? Annoyed, she retorted internally. Little did Dorian know, he was older than Patty, considering his past life and current years lived. After putting Patty to bed, he turned to leave, proving his gentlemanly nature. Upon closing the door, he heard Patty grumble, Dorian, you're not a real man. Outside, he responded, who says? Braden E. Huan gasped in shock, realizing he had overheard her. He was eavesdropping, she exclaimed inwardly. Facing the door, Dorian said seriously, if you like me, just chase after me. I'll wait. Inside, Braden E. Huan seethed. Me chasing you? You're no man. Dream on. But maybe. Determined, she resolved to prove herself. Just because she was an old maid didn't mean she couldn't handle a young punk. She wasn't lacking in charm or maturity and vowed to win him over. Chapter 617, Dorian. This Kolmar, I will try. In the 4th year of the Pedruan era, before the Lantern Festival in January, Dorian and his entourage left Chang'an once again. This time, apart from Selena hovering around him, there was also an additional Patty. Everyone had their suspicions, but pretended not to notice. After all, Alex was getting on in years. Even if he wasn't taking a principal consort, he should at least take secondary consorts. At the same time, in the Taiji Palace, during a court session, Helmet was reporting on Dorian's achievements in Cheongzhou over the past half year. Notably mentioned were the cultivated good farmlands. Only 1,000 acres. For the Guangzhou region, this quantity was practically laughable. However, Dorian requested an imperial edict from the court to designate the newly cultivated fields in Cheongzhou as experimental plots. These so-called experimental plots were specifically for cultivating hybrid rice. In the court, the officials nearly laughed out loud when they heard this. But then they remembered that the astonishingly high-yielding new crop sweet potatoes and potatoes also came from Dorian's hands, and no one could laugh anymore after hearing that the hybrid rice could yield 2,000 gene per mu. The court session ended. Zoe suddenly petitioned for an audience, crying and pleading that Jude was ill and probably couldn't leave Chang'an on time. If forced to travel again, her only son might lose his life. Crawford did not know whether Jude was truly ill. Seeing Zoe's tear-streaked face, he eventually softened and allowed Jude to stay in Chang'an to recuperate temporarily. Moreover, Clay, the Grand Secretary of Qi Wangfu, worried that Jude's misbehavior would implicate him, meticulously documented all of Jude's actions in Qizhou and reported them to Crawford. For better fluency and accuracy, I have made slight adjustments. 1. Replaced implicating him with would implicate him to maintain consistency in tense and improve clarity. 2. Used Crawford instead of Finleaf, as it is the more formal and commonly used title for this emperor in English texts. The term Qi Wangfu seems to be a place name or official title, which might need to be fully translated or kept as is based on context. For now, I've left it untranslated but enclosed in parentheses to show it is a specific name or title. Lincoln was both angry and helpless. Ultimately, as his own son, he decided to educate Jude properly in Chang'an. He did not demand Jude reform completely, but hoped he would restrain himself. Because of this, Lincoln allowed Jude to stay in Chang'an. Zoe happily left and informed her son. Privately, Dan advised his nephew that since Crawford had many sons, Jude shouldn't aim for the crown prince position, but instead strive to have the strength to protect himself by recruiting loyal warriors. Jude listened. A month later, citing recovery from illness, Jude petitioned Lincoln to leave. Citing old age, Dan requested to resign and return home. Lincoln, wanting someone to supervise Jude, deemed Uncle Dan most suitable and appointed him Grand Secretary. Dan became the left Grand Secretary. Clay became the right Grand Secretary. Dan did not expect such an easy success, but harbored deeper resentment due to Lincoln's quick agreement. Uncle and nephew left Chang'an. This time, Jude felt as if the vast sea was now open for fish to leap and the sky for birds to fly. Thereafter, with Dan around, Jude indeed behaved much better. Kant, his inherent cruelty could not be entirely changed. Meanwhile, in August, in Cheongjo, the experimental rice paddies were harvested. Yanni, while researching hybrid rice, also invented a new manual rice harvester. Dorian casually allowed him to try, not expecting it to actually work. Moreover, the hybrid rice yielded up to 1800 gene per mu, though slightly short of 2000 gene. Rounding off, it was effectively 2000 gene. Thus, Andrew and others looked at Dorian as if he were a monster. Regarding Yanni's research on hybrid rice, everyone knew who wrote the procedures. No one expected Dorian to have such ingenious ideas about grain cultivation. Immediately, Andrew planned to submit a memorial to the court. Dorian, however, said, Harris, due to Cheongjo's environment, rice can be planted 3 times a year, but the land is limited. It's more suitable as a breeding ground. Andrew countered, why keep breeding? We can store enough seeds this year and use them next year. Yanni explained, Sir Emmanuel may not know. Master said although hybrid rice yields are high, the seeds will degenerate and are unsuitable for retention. We must continue breeding. It was inevitable. Honestly, Dorian hadn't expected hybrid rice to succeed and already found it challenging. Regarding seed degeneration, there was no solution. After deliberation, Andrew submitted a petition to promote hybrid rice in the Lingnan region. At least, here the rice grows twice a year, sometimes thrice elsewhere. The manually operated harvester, improved by Yanni, could also harvest wheat. This invention was reported to the court by Andrew. Special personnel were sent to Chang'an with samples. 2 months later, the court chose appropriate locations to plant hybrid rice. Currently, insufficient seeds and rapid promotion of new crops required gradual implementation. This year, construction in Cheongjo continued vigorously. Dexter completed the rail tracks. Additionally, the loans for rent paid by Cheongjo residents through labor under Alex were fully repaid. Annual evaluation. Magistrate Hayward received high praise for his achievements. Others were summoned back to Chang'an for awards. Fortunately, he observed no significant progress between her and Alex. What a headache. Pulling Dorian aside, Eider said bitterly, Your Highness, my sister is 23 this year. Thoroughly a spinster. You can't neglect her. Dorian awkwardly touched his nose. Last year, he was too busy, with Patty determined to pursue him. However, upon arriving in Cheongjo, Dorian, being laid back, was always busy, and they never had any alone time. Patty made no progress for a year. Dorian could only cough and say, This year, I'll try. Eider. What did he mean by trying? What was he trying to do? With a grim expression, Eider said, Your Highness, don't you dare. The Fanyang Braden clan can lose face, but this is my own sister. Don't cross the line. At the very least, marry her properly? Chapter 618. I will not give him the chance. In the 4th year of the Zhongguan era, Dorian did not return to Chang'an for the new Kolmar celebrations. This left Finkyle feeling quite disheartened throughout the holiday. At the same time, a treasure ship set sail from Cheongjo, passing through Fuzhou and on to Ryukyu. Ryukyu was still a vassal state of the Tang Empire at that time. Previously, Duncan and Herb had already visited here once. They had here, the Tang Empire's Black Dragon flag has flown ever since General Cheng's first visit. Now, I hope someone can stay here to guard our Diaoyudai. Also, after 3 years, there will be a rotation. After returning to Chang'an, their military rank will be elevated by 3 grades. As for monthly pay, it will be 10 times the usual. Whispers erupted among the group. No one had expected Alex to declare this place Tang territory. Some astute individuals understood that Ryukyu was part of Dorian's grand plan. Whether it was expanding Tang territory or the promise of promotions and raises, many were enticed. Ultimately, 30 men agreed to stay. 10 would rotate every 10 days, while the remaining 20 lived in Ryukyu, coming over only when it was time for duty changes. With everything ready, Dorian left this place and stayed in Ryukyu for an extended period, not even returning to Cheongjo, focusing solely on its commercial development. He also helped Ryukyu construct transportation routes and even ports. Dorian assured the Ryukyu king that all constructions would not cost the kingdom a single copper coin. However, ships passing through the port would need to pay navigation fees, which Dorian would split 70-30 with the Ryukyu king, effective for 30 years. Within 30 years, Dorian believed that everything without a viable solution, another threat could arise decades later, challenging the Tang again. Now, the city was nearly completed. While already large, Dorian planned further expansion, but it was almost time to depart. One day, after disappearing for less than half a month, Ronnie reappeared at Jericho Palace in Ryukyu. Dorian listened intently to his briefing, which was concise yet chilling. It concerned Alvin Chi, Jude. Jude continued to act poorly in Chizhou. Finkyle worried about his unrepentant behavior and frequently sent letters reprimanding him. Worried about being implicated, the left Chancellor Clay advised Jude to mend his ways and personally went to Chang'an to plead for him. Jude was glad to see him go. Thus, he submitted a repentance petition. Clay assured the court that Jude would change. Only then did Finkyle ease his anger, rewarding Clay but still criticizing Jude for past faults. When Jude heard Clay was rewarded while he faced criticism, he suspected betrayal and angrily declared, Clay betrayed me. I will kill him. Finkyle appointed Emmanuel Wonjin, known for his integrity, to monitor Jude. Emmanuel Wonjin frequently advised Jude, earning his disdain. Meanwhile, Clay grew more stringent, exiling Dunk and Alistair. Jude and Dunk harbored deep resentment and plotted to kill Clay. However, their plan was exposed. Clay imprisoned them and reported to the court. The memorial was en route to Chang'an. Subsequently, Finkyle ordered Wayne, the Minister of Justice, to investigate in Chizhou. Upon confirming the facts, Wayne requested Jude and Clay to report back to Chang'an. Clay complied. Terrified, Jude sent Yin Hongliang to ambush and dismember Clay. Dunk then urged Jude to rebel. The result was inevitable: his capture, demotion to commoner status, and death sentence within the palace. For a father, this was undoubtedly heartbreaking. Thinking of his own father, Dorian sternly instructed, "Have Herb's firearms corps prepare. We leave for Chizhou tomorrow morning." Startled, Ronnie tried to dissuade him. "Young master, this is too dangerous. With Alvin Chi's nature, things might..." Thump. Dorian slammed the table, his face grim. "I will not give him the chance." Chapter 619. Alvin Chi's Rebellion. Chizhou. Alvin Chi's mansion. Jude felt that there was only one way out now: to wait for Crawford's envoy to come and investigate. If they investigated, his plot to murder the chief secretary left could not be concealed. Moreover, his father didn't like him at all. At that time, he might be put under house arrest, and it would be hard for him to see the light of day again. Chizhou? Surely, it would be house arrest in Chang'an. Right at this moment, "Your Highness, Minister of Justice Wayne requests an audience. He says he is here by imperial order." A gatekeeper reported. Jude had no choice but to let Wayne in. Unexpectedly, Wayne cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness, I have already investigated and confirmed your involvement with Emil and Alistair in attempting to murder Clay. Please return to Chang'an with Secretary Clay and explain everything to Donnie." After saying that, he left. Damn, anyone involved in this would not fare well. Wayne only wanted to quickly report back to Chang'an. Everything else, let Alvin Chi and Clay sort it out in Chang'an. "I need to get away from this." At this time, in Clay's residence, he also received Wayne's orders to return to Chang'an with Alvin Chi. "Huh? No way. Go back with Alvin Chi? Do you want me dead?" "No. I'd rather go ahead first by imperial decree. Prepare a horse." Clay hastily packed and set off. Meanwhile, back at Alvin Chi's mansion, Dan arrived, accompanied by Emil and Alistair. Dan had just fetched these two men, though under certain conditions. Now, with a grim face, Dan said, "You've made a huge mistake this time, young master you." Jude spat venomously. "It's Clay who should die. Why must I suffer?" Emil and Alistair exchanged terrified glances. "Your Highness, if you return to Chang'an, it's possible." Resolve to rebel became firmer upon hearing this. "No, I refuse to resign myself to fate." Dan chuckled smugly. This nephew is indeed stupid. A few words were enough to push him down the path of no return. In fact, unless absolutely necessary, Dan wouldn't encourage rebellion. There seemed to be no way out. At the time, the Wang family of Taiyuan had rebelled and allied with the Turkish Khagan Ron. Dan had gotten involved and leaked information about court affairs to the Wang family. Crawford needed him less and less, and this cruel nephew was disliked. Dan saw himself being discarded like rotten meat by Crawford. He couldn't stand it. Thus, he hatched a desperate plan. Unexpectedly, the Wang family failed and the court had yet to trace back to him. Initially, he felt extremely relieved. However, recently, strangers began loitering outside his residence. Dan feared exposure and hadn't slept well in years, remaining vigilant. It appeared Crawford had caught wind of something and might be coming for him. So why not take the risk? If he coerced Jude into rebellion and created unforeseen chaos in the Tang Dynasty, lasting several months, and the government army couldn't breach Chizhou, noble families would seize the opportunity to revolt. The whole country would be engulfed in war. And perhaps, Dan would have a chance to usurp power. Just then, bang bang bang. Outside came screams. Suddenly, before Jude and others could react, Pedro Chong and his men burst in, followed by Elliot, whose face was stern, striding in with Ronnie and Benny guarding him. "How dare you?" Jude screamed in shock. Dan and others were equally startled. What's going on? Actually, despite his efforts, Elliot didn't arrive before Jude sent assassins to kill Clay. However, Elliot and his team were already outside Chizhou City and had learned of Clay's assassination through shadow guards. Elliot insisted on entering the city. Waiting wasn't an option. Before Jude openly rebelled, he had to be stopped. Through various channels, Elliot and his men entered the city in disguise, bringing flintlocks and cannons. Their first destination was Alvin Chi's mansion. Facing everyone's astonishment and the guards, Elliot ordered, "Whoever moves dies." Bang bang bang. Another wave of guards died. Others dared not move. Move? To what end? They clearly faced battle-hardened musketeers who wouldn't hesitate to kill. Elliot barked, "Capture everyone except Alvin Chi." Dan couldn't believe this bastard arrived and stormed the mansion without warning. In an instant, his world collapsed. Rebellion over before it started? Madly, Dan shouted, "You bastard! You!" Smack. Elliot stepped forward and slapped him hard. Dan's hair flew wildly from the blow. Slap slap slap. 3 more slaps followed. Eyes rolling, Dan fainted. Elliot smirked, "Can't take a hit, huh?" Finally reacting, Jude yelled hysterically, "You mongrel, who let you barge into my mansion?" Elliot calmly replied, "I didn't come to save you." Terrified, Jude stumbled backward, falling accidentally. Feeling fear, he bluffed, "Dare you harm me? My father won't spare you. My mother is Talia da. You're just a bastard. You can't touch a single hair on my head." Then he realized, "You want to eliminate me because you fear competition." Coldly, Elliot responded, "You?" He laughed derisively. "Do you think you mean anything to me? You are nothing but a complete fool." Translation notes. Character names are romanized in pinyin as per request. The tone and style of the original text have been preserved. Paragraph structure and line breaks are consistent with the original. Chapter 620. I am not in the game. Slap, slap, slap. Dorian abruptly stepped forward and started smacking Jude's face fiercely. Dan finally snapped out of his shock and roared, "Alex, you are attempting murder." Bang. Dorian suddenly turned around, pointing at Dan with a swift hand gesture. A bloodied hole appeared on Dan's head, his face filled with terror as he fell backward. Uncle, Uncle. Jude collapsed to the ground, wetting his pants. He actually killed him. Dorian declared conclusively, Dan conspired with others to accuse Alvin Chi of treason. He was struck down on the spot by this prince. He then glanced at the others coldly, adding, arrest Emil and Alistair. Escort them to Chang'an along with Alvin Chi for the Fin's judgment. Thump. Emil and Alistair also collapsed in fear, their bowels and bladders letting go simultaneously. These cowards, besides harboring delusions, showed not an ounce of courage in the face of failure. The grand plan of Alvin Chi Ju to rebel came to nothing. Meanwhile, Dorian had already dispatched troops from outside to replace the city guards in Chizhou, confining other soldiers to their barracks. Ronnie escorted Alvin Chi and his associates to Chang'an. Dorian remained on site to prevent any further disturbances. Chang'an. Inner palace office. Jude was confined here, not even allowed to step out of the room. Your Highness, you. Mira-in arrived suddenly. Crawford followed behind her. The Fin waved his hand. The Imperial guards did not stop Mira-in from entering. Originally trembling and sleepless, upon seeing Mira-in, Jude became animated, pleading excitedly, April, I was framed. All by Alex. It's all his doing. He killed Uncle. He really killed Uncle. Mira-in held Jude, her body trembling with sobs. She dared not say anything. The Fin had shown her all the evidence. At that moment, Crawford, utterly disappointed, said, You still do not understand your mistakes, or who is harming you and who is saving you. You are truly beyond help. Jude tried to argue. Mira-in hugged him tightly, tears streaming, don't say anything more. The Fin showing mercy to you this time is already a great grace. Jude felt a glimmer of hope and asked, April, when can I return to Chizhou? Crawford sneered coldly, Jude, if it weren't for your elder brother acting swiftly to stop you, if you had proceeded further, I would not have forgiven you. Do not dream of returning to Chizhou. I will not let you harm the people there. From now on, you will remain in the inner palace office. Struck by a bolt of lightning, Jude asked in disbelief. What do you mean? Was he being imprisoned? From the sound of it, permanently. This realization drove him mad. No. Mira-in, trembling, said, don't speak anymore. Your mother will visit you every 3 months. Thump. Jude slumped to the ground. Alvin Chi. No. There would be no more Alvin Chi. Eastern Palace. Usually referred to himself as Dorian's steward and called Dorian Young Master. This time, however, he addressed him as Your Highness. Dorian replied with a faint smile. I am going to the Turks. There, I will find my place. As long as I am not part of this game, I won't lose myself. Andrew nodded. This Alex was too extraordinary, just like the original Finn who was once Alex. And, just like then, there was a Hawk involved. Moreover, Crawford was in his prime. Now, to antagonize the Hawk and get embroiled in the mire of vying for the position of heir would likely lead to neither he nor the Hawk ever attaining it. Not to mention young Marlin and the chubby Finley, whose status among the princes was second only to Dorian. This was not someone who would stay content. Just as ancient wisdom suggests, when the clam and the oyster fight, the fisherman benefits. Chang'an. Dorian and Andrew finally arrived together. Andrew did not immediately seek an audience with Crawford since he had no urgent matters to report. Attending tomorrow's court session would suffice. Dorian, however, entered the palace. Naturally, he brought gifts for everyone, including Crawford, Celeste, his siblings, and even the Hawk Jamar. Dorian handed all the gifts to Crawford to distribute, except for Jamar's share. In the evening, Dorian dined with Crawford and Celeste. Crawford invited Hawk Jamar to join the family dinner. Jamar cited studying as an excuse to decline. Celeste's expression changed slightly, but she said nothing. She knew better than anyone how her children were behaving. After the dinner, Dorian played with little Graceland for a while. The little girl was 2 years old and could talk, especially clinging to Dorian. Initially frail, under Dorian's suggestion to drink at least a cup of milk daily, the little girl grew strong and healthy. Relieved, Dorian hoped this princess wouldn't meet her untimely death as recorded in history. Later, Dorian left Lizeagong Palace, personally driving a cart laden with gifts for Jamar to the Eastern Palace entrance. Who goes there? Halt. Chapter 621. I will surpass the Finn of all ages. The guards of the Eastern Palace stopped him. Dorian halted the ox cart and said calmly, I am Alex, the eldest brother of the Hawk. Quickly report this to him. Who among the guards of the Eastern Palace didn't know the attitude of His Highness Hawk towards this Alex? However, they dared not personally provoke Dorian and could only go in to report. Moments later, the guard came out and allowed Dorian to enter. This time, Alvin Jamar did not come out to greet him. Dorian smiled, driving the ox cart inside, and just happened to see Jamar in the pavilion. Third brother, I've come to bid you farewell. Anwar, you've just returned and are already leaving? My schedule is set for tomorrow morning. However, I'm not returning to Cheongzhou but heading to the Turkic territories. Jamar was greatly startled. You, Alex, have operated in Cheongzhou for 2 years. Haven't you made it as solid as iron? Comte, you are abandoning Cheongzhou to go to the Turks? This doesn't seem right. There must be some ulterior motive here. Dorian sighed. In the future, I may only return once a year at most. Our chances of meeting will decrease over time. Jamar's expression remained composed as he said with false sincerity, Brother, I will miss you. Dorian shook his head and laughed. Third brother, I just want to tell you that as long as you don't make mistakes, this position of Hawk will always be yours. Jamar's heart skipped a beat, coldly asking, Brother, what do you mean by that? After saying this, he added with a half smile, If you want to be Hawk, I can tell Father Finn that I no longer wish to be Hawk. He has grown up somewhat over these 2 years. Dorian was slightly surprised by Jamar's words. Unfortunately, this foolish child never understood the crux of the matter. The next morning, Dorian did not say goodbye to Crawford and prepared to leave Chang'an. Accompanying him was only Ronnie from the firearm regiment. Who would have thought? Just as Dorian left Peach Spring, he saw a familiar figure standing outside. Father! Oh boy! Dorian exclaimed in surprise. Father! How did you guess? Crawford bitterly smiled. It's my fault. Chang'an is after all a place filled with controversies. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Dorian's heart softened, nearly deciding not to go. He quickly pinched himself, stopping those thoughts from spilling out. Crawford noticed his actions, but didn't expect his emotional appeal to fail. Forget it. Children grow up and eventually leave their parents. No, even as a child, you weren't nurtured by me. Thinking this, Crawford felt a lump in his throat and sighed. If I hadn't forced you to return to the Lee royal family, perhaps you wouldn't need to leave. To be honest, he regretted it. This rare bond between father and son was the greatest fortune of his reign as Fin of the Tang Dynasty. Now, he had destroyed it himself. Being an emperor, if an exceptionally talented son becomes too exceptional, it isn't necessarily a good thing. Like himself, the former Alex. Or like this son, the young Alex. A sin indeed. Dorian grinned and said, Father, my goal is the stars and the sea. The Adrian told me many things. This world is much larger than we imagine. For example, Xiongzhou is at the southernmost point of our great Tang. Have you ever considered what lies beyond? An endless ocean, or perhaps another land comparable to the Tang, hosting a powerful empire. Might its emperor also be looking towards us? What will happen when our paths cross? Can two mighty empires become friends? Between us, who will emerge stronger? This world operates on survival of the fittest. When our paths finally cross, who will be eliminated? Initially captivated, Crawford's heart suddenly leaped at these last words. Indeed, your master must have told you about that powerful emperor. He must exist. Crawford asked earnestly, so, you plan ahead? For some reason, this feeling was overwhelming. Dorian nodded heavily. Precisely. Despite the vast sea separating us, since there is indeed a powerful empire or more across it, our Tang will ultimately meet them. I hope within my lifetime to do everything I can to secure blessings and strength for our Tang. When all the barbarians submit to our Tang, joining under one banner, that might be the moment we take a significant step into the world. You may not witness this day, nor might I, but I hope our descendants will. Crawford remarked emotionally, Justino, pales in comparison to you. Dorian chuckled. Not everyone in Tang knows about the outside world, but now that I know, I can't stay forever. My steps should not remain confined here. The threat of the Turkic steppes needs to be resolved first, unlike the Huns evolving into the Turks, which in turn evolved into other tribes threatening our borders. Currently, Xiongzhou's experimental fields have been replanned for hybrid rice seed cultivation, enough seeds for the entire Lingnan region. With additional gold and silver mines from Japan, Tang's resources are plentiful. Both the northern steppes and the western regions will kneel before you, father. Here, Dorian smirked, I hear the various steppe tribes and the kingdoms of the western regions revere you as the Heavenly Khan? Ridiculous. Beside them, Ronnie burst out laughing. Respected as the Heavenly Khan, and you call it ridiculous? This. Crawford's eyes widened, clearly affected by this statement. Is this son crazy? What have I done wrong? You're dissing me right before you leave? Hearing this, Dorian spoke passionately. With our advanced firearms, the age of cold weapons will soon fade into history. From now on, within our range, every inch is Tang territory. Every shot carries truth. Heavenly Khan? Do you still hold that title in high regard? SSS, shudder. A violent shudder. Crawford was brimming with passion, almost unable to resist bursting into wild laughter due to imperial dignity. Hold it together. Must hold it together. But, your son's words were electrifying. A mere Heavenly Khan. Why would I be satisfied? I aspire to be the Fin of all ages. No, I will surpass the Fin of all ages. Previously, Crawford lacked confidence, using this lofty goal merely to motivate himself. But with Dorian's appearance and bringing along numerous innovations, Crawford's ambition swelled. The title of Fin of all ages was no longer enough. Father, I'm just talking casually. Don't take it too seriously. One must remain grounded and proceed step by step. Big strides can easily backfire. Dorian suddenly dampened the mood. Crawford. Miscreant. Just as I was brimming with passion, you froze my heart. Indeed, aren't you? That day, Alex left Chang'an. In the following months, Holosul and others began to systematically leave Xiongzhou for the Turkic steppes. There, a grand city now stood tall. Chapter 622. Everything for retirement. Hampton City. This is the name of a towering fortress on the Turkic steppe. Ever since the construction of Hampton City began, every person on the Turkic steppe knew of a Qin king named Dorian from the Tang Dynasty. The firearms that sent shivers down the spines of the Turks were all devised by this Qin king. Moreover, he introduced high-yield new varieties of grain to the Tang Dynasty. Originally, the tribal peoples of the steppe had always thought of the Central Plains as a land of abundant resources. The Han people in the Central Plains never needed to struggle for survival by herding on the harsh steppes. Especially during winter, it was a territories. They conducted trade with Shangya and others. Many Turks benefited from trading with Tang merchants. Gradually, many Turks changed their thinking. Acquiring Tang goods didn't necessarily mean risking their lives. Facing firearms, it was guaranteed that heads would bloom into flowers. Thus, they could only use their livestock or participate in the construction of Hampton City to earn wages, in exchange for fine cloth, tea, and spices. Unconsciously, a significant number of Turks became accustomed to the wealth brought by fair trade. Winter. Cold winds raged. The cotton coats from the Tang Dynasty were far warmer than sheepskin coats. Furthermore, within the massive Hampton City, besides accommodating merchants from the Tang Dynasty, Turks were also allowed to reside. The buildings inside had reinforced concrete structures. Additionally, the city provided heating. It was said that burning coal to heat water allowed warm air to be supplied through iron pipes. Turks who experienced this returned to herd their flocks energetically, striving to move into Hampton City next year. At least, they wouldn't fear snowstorms in winter. A firearm battalion was stationed in Hampton City, so no one dared cause trouble. Also, impoverished scholars from the Tang Dynasty were hired at high salaries to maintain order in Hampton City, just like in Chang'an. Furthermore, Hampton City announced that the safety and property of its residents were protected. On the steppe, survival followed the law of the jungle. But not everyone enjoyed this bloody survival rule. Who could live without peace of mind, knowing today might be the last day? In no time, countless people moved into Hampton City. Those who couldn't afford to move yet started herding fiercely or earning money through labor. Nearby shops recruited workers, where working inside was much more comfortable than herding, and incomes were higher. During this period, Fin Kyle dispatched officials to assist in the management of Hampton City. For this, Dorian hadn't paid attention for the past few years. His imperial father took care of everything. Thus, Shangya managed to break away from being swamped and founded the Hampton Weekly based on the Tang Daily. All that was missing was writing Dorian's name. This newspaper primarily detailed Dorian's various inventions. What if the Turks were illiterate? Then they found people to read it to them. Under this onslaught, plus enjoying the conveniences brought by Dorian's creations, especially the railway transporting their livestock to various parts of the Tang Dynasty for substantial income, Qin King became unique in the hearts of the Turks. A miraculous prince of the Tang Dynasty. Many Turks couldn't help but marvel. After 3 years of strategic moves, a considerable portion of the steppe population admired the mysterious Qin Alvin. When the timing was ripe, Dorian came to Hampton City. That day, countless herders watched from afar. Some even approached, kneeling and shouting, "Qin King." Dorian's mouth twitched. Goodness gracious. Shangya wasn't just a genius in business. His influence on public opinion was impressive. He was a real catch. Meanwhile, Duncan and others also came from Cheongzhou to the steppe. However, Dorian saw two familiar strangers. In Hampton City, in the Qin King's palace, main hall, Alex and his servant Hassan looked grievously at Dorian. Dorian scratched his nose, feeling awkward. Honestly, he had forgotten about these two. After establishing the railway and dispatching them to Turkic territory, later, they even went to Japan. Hadn't they been wandering around? During this time, Dorian suggested to Fin Kyle to relocate Josh's remains to the Sui Imperial Mausoleum. With this heart not resolved, Alex continued to wander with the shadow guards. Hearing that Dorian had come north to the Turks and built a royal city, he and Hassan came. Dorian smiled. "Yang." Alex waved his hand. "Don't call me uncle. Just call me Master Yang." Dorian rolled his eyes. Might as well recognize this free uncle. "Uncle Yang, I've just arrived and am not too familiar here. Besides, the administration of Hampton City is somewhat chaotic. Can you take a position and help me?" Alex grinned. "I came to retire. Given my awkward status in the Tang Dynasty, you want to commandeer me?" Dorian spread his hands. "Uncle Yang, the foundation of Hampton City." Bogdan resigned citing illness, and Crawford approved. Braydonk also resigned, citing old age and poor health, which Crawford also approved. A few days later, Bogdan and Braydonk left Chang'an. In the same month, Hubert submitted his resignation as well. Though he held a nominal position at the Ministry of Rights, it carried no real power. So many people paid little attention. However, when Hubert left Chang'an, half of the Peach Blossom Village residents accompanied him, and Crawford agreed. With an imperial edict in hand, Hubert proceeded without hindrance. Half a month later, everyone arrived at Hampton City. Additionally, Arrigo, who had been in seclusion since his conquest of the Tujue, unexpectedly petitioned to retire due to a strange illness said to be exacerbated by the environment of Chang'an. He preferred the grasslands for recuperation. The court was astounded, but Crawford permitted it. Now, with Arrigo as the commander, Hendricks as the military general, Bogdan as the civil advisor, Braydonk managing finances, and the 4 artillery generals reunited with their teacher, even Donald had come. Moreover, countless others had entered the grasslands under various pretexts from the Tang Empire. This momentum suggested an intention to establish a new state under Alex on the grasslands. In the 12th month of the same year, Tuyuhun began testing the waters around Hampton City, eventually realizing that those arriving from Tang were no ordinary folk. Consequently, Tuyuhun launched an attack on Hampton City. They hoped this might buy them more time or leverage against the Tang. However, Tuyuhun underestimated the situation. The Tang Empire was now far different, and Eliot was not an easy adversary. After suffering a crushing defeat by the artillery forces, Tuyuhun never dared challenge Hampton City again. The Tang dispatched envoys to denounce the Tuyuhun king's disregard for lives lost in war, and he conceded, ending the conflict. In the 3rd month of Pedruan Kolmar VI, Eliot completed consolidating Hampton City. The Tang established the Northern Great Desert Governorate, with Alex as its governor, overseeing the northern grasslands. Bogdan, Braydonk, and others assumed key positions in the governorate. By the end of the month, Hampton City had prepared its 10,000-strong army, including artillery camps, cavalry units, and heavy infantry. Eliot led as Grand Commander of the Northern Expedition, Arrigo as Deputy Commander, and Halasul as Vanguard, to subdue Tuyuhun. Unbeknownst to Tuyuhun, the Northern Great Desert Governorate had just been established and was already planning their destruction. By mid-April, Tuyuhun was annihilated, and its king and children were sent to Chang'an. News spread across the Tang Empire, and people rejoiced. Meanwhile, Hawk Jamar felt pressured by Eliot's absence and the news of Tuyuhun's defeat. Primary and secondary consorts. In Hampton City, we don't have such rigid customs. Translation note. Names are kept in pinyin as per the original text for consistency. The tone and structure of the original passage are preserved to ensure a natural flow. Chapter 624. The Disgrace of the Qin King? In October of Pedruan Kolmar VI, Qin King Dorian held his wedding in Qin City. The entire city rejoiced. Alvin Wu Hildred, Alvin Hollis Finley, along with Alvins Vonda and Adira, represented the Li royal family at the banquet. Jake took leave from the court and rushed over from Chang'an. Celeste presided over the wedding. However, the wedding ceremonies diverged from tradition, even incorporating customs from the nomadic tribes. Celeste did not object to this, revealing Qin King's aspirations. Crawford could only sigh from afar in Chang'an, reprimanding his son for being unfilial in front of Frederick. Frederick shrugged. "You're tough on the outside, but secretly thrilled. Isn't that hypocrisy?" This time, in the Eastern Palace, Jamar was discussing Dorian's marriage with his advisors. Was there some hidden agenda behind it all? For example, why didn't the wedding take place in Chang'an, And why was Crawford absent while Celeste was present? Was there friction between his elder brother and the emperor? Jamar couldn't help but think naively. Matthias frowned and said, "Probable interest group. Compared to the father's achievements against the Turks, this might overshadow them." Added to the changes in Xiongzhou and the promotion of hybrid rice in Lingnan, every Tang citizen knew of Qin King. The accumulation of his contributions was dazzling, repeatedly safeguarding the Tang people with high crop yields. Dorian's prestige among commoners grew immensely. For the royal family, familial ties meant little compared to imperial power. Jamar understood this deeply, taking a deep breath. Excitement filled him. Let his brother cause trouble elsewhere. Far from Chang'an, the more accomplishments he accumulated, the more wary father would be, thus solidifying his position as heir apparent. Not only that, the prestigious 5 surnames and 7 families were now halved, and the remaining few cowered. His brother's actions must have irked them as well. Jamar formed a plan. Contact. Matthias was elated. The more he aided the crown prince, the greater his future contributions. When the crown prince ascended the throne, it would be his day too. Jamar added, "Regarding your father-in-law?" Matthias assured, "Rest assured, your highness. Everything will be handled impeccably." At Damien's residence, Lord Bowen's mansion, Matthias was holding a secret meeting with Bowen. After Matthias's long monologue, Bowen simply responded, "Just stay close to the crown prince." Matthias suddenly said, "The crown prince wishes to meet your lordship." Bowen shook his head, "No rush. It doesn't matter if I see the crown prince or not. Aren't you serving the council session?" Bang! Crawford was furious. With Tang's growing influence, Gaochang disrupted trade relations with the western region. This act infuriated both the emperor and the court. Tang, now prosperous, could not tolerate such provocation from a small kingdom like Gaochang. Hearing ministers condemn Gaochang, Bowen was shocked. "Liang, you were right. My son has become insightful." Cough, cough. Not that I doubted him, but it's astonishing. Following this, the court unanimously agreed to wage war on Gaochang. Crawford appointed Bowen as the general in charge of the expeditionary force. Bowen accepted the order with vigor. Using advanced weaponry, he vowed to conquer Gaochang and surpass Arrigo. Meanwhile, in Gaochang, King Chu Wentai laughed amidst ministerial concerns. Tang is over 7,000 miles away with 2,000 miles of desert in between. Winter is cold, summer is hot, water and pasture are scarce. An army can't advance easily. Even if Tang forces reach Gaochang within 20 days, supplies would run out, ensuring our victory. But when Bowen's army reached Chico, Chu Wentai fell seriously ill and died. Note: for consistency, please ensure the translation aligns with previous content, maintaining style and tone as specified. Chapter 625. Bowen imprisoned. Bowen set out with his army in December, and by the time they reached Liugu, it was already early January of the 7th year of the Zhongguan era. At this moment, scouts reported that the Gaochang kingdom was mourning a letter from the new king of Gaochang, Conan. In the letter, Conan acknowledged that his predecessor had disrespected the Tang emperor, but insisted he himself was blameless after assuming the throne, hoping for leniency from Bowen. Bowen replied, instructing him to surrender if he truly wished to repent. The envoy left. The next day, Conan still did not appear. The artillery division launched an assault, and seeing no other options, Conan opened the city gates and surrendered. Bowen continued to deploy troops to subdue the rest of Gaochang, leading to its downfall. The Tang army captured Conan and his officials. Bowen then ordered a stone to be inscribed, "The Conqueror of Gaochang, Commander-in-Chief of the Tang Jiawa military campaign, Bowen." Guards found craftsmen to engrave it. Meanwhile, Bowen ordered the resettlement of innocent Gaochang citizens. His guards ransacked the royal treasures of the palace. Seeing this, other soldiers began looting the valuables of the local populace. By the time Bowen heard of it, many civilians had already been stripped of everything. Those who violate military discipline must be punished. Bowen raged. However, his personal guard whispered, "Commander, when we opened the royal treasury, others saw us." Realizing he had been caught, Bowen remained silent, feeling furious yet powerless. Reports soon reached Chang'an. In the imperial court, officials rejoiced. Kolmars ago, the Emmanuel River Alliance had shamed the Tang Empire. Now, with the conquest of the mighty Turks and tiny Gaochang, the might of Tang resonated across the seas. Officials and commoners alike now witnessed the growing strength and future prosperity of the Tang dynasty. Prosperity meant inviolable national dignity. Any who challenged the Tang would be destroyed no matter how far they fled. Peace and prosperity for all. The Tang had almost achieved it. Officials were more inspired, dreaming of glory and historical remembrance. Suddenly, amidst the celebration, "Report. Your Majesty, the Chief Justice wishes to report." Crawford allowed the Chief Justice into the hall. Unbeknownst to everyone, the Chief Justice publicly reported on Bowen's violations of military discipline. Instantly, the court fell silent. "Such folly, Bowen," murmured the courtiers. "With great achievements came great arrogance, apparently." Lincoln listened impassively. A eunuch announced the end of court. While Lincoln did not speak on punishing Bowen, neither did he arrange a grand reception for the returning general, a telling sign. Unaware of these events, Bowen was en route back to Chang'an. 2 days away from the capital, Matthias intercepted him, requesting an audience. "Why have you come?" asked Bowen. "Sire," replied Matthias nervously, "the hawk sent me to inform you. Someone has reported your violation of military discipline." "What?" Bowen fumed. After conquering Gaochang, to be accused of minor crimes? Ridiculous. He dismissed it, believing Lincoln would not take such trivial matters seriously. A few days later, reaching the outskirts of Chang'an, there was no welcome committee of officials. Bowen's face darkened. Suddenly, Harold and a group approached. He greeted Bowen formally. "Damien, please come with us." Bowen blushed with anger. To be met by judicial officials in front of the army and citizens was humiliating. But what could he do? Dwight represented the emperor. Bowen was imprisoned in the Supreme Court. News spread through Chang'an, sparking discussions among the public. Some believed he had become too powerful for his own good. At the recent court sessions, Crawford rewarded those involved in the Gaochang conquest, excluding Bowen. No one even mentioned him. 10 days later, in Taiji Palace, Chancellor Terrence stepped forward, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, I humbly request the release of Bowen. Though he violated military discipline, it has not been thoroughly investigated. His contribution to defeating Gao Chong cannot be underestimated. Lincoln immediately agreed. Simultaneously, Bowen was released from prison. Comte, a heavy weight lay upon his heart. Just then, a guard outside the door called out anxiously. Reuben entered and immediately focused on the enchanting figure of Sunny. Hawk. Reuben was furious. Enough. Duke couldn't tolerate it anymore. For so long, the Hawk had deteriorated. Even worse, Eldon now loathed the very man he once personally recruited, Reuben. Additionally, whenever anything significant was discussed in the East Palace, Reuben was always deliberately avoided. Reuben had known this all along. Initially, he only wanted to repay Eldon's kindness. Now, with a dispirited heart, Reuben said, Your Highness, you are the Hawk. Eldon looked at Sunny, who was terrified, and tenderly glanced at her. Then, he told Reuben, Sir Hollis, you are too impolite. Reuben laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Everyone was bewildered. What was wrong with Reuben? Eldon, do you deserve your position? You, unworthy scoundrel. Reuben finally exploded. You good for nothing. Mud cannot be made into a wall. I am done playing with you. Plank. Eldon, enraged, drew a saber from one of the guards and glared fiercely at Reuben. Reuben swallowed hard and stepped back, saying, WH, what do you want to do? Eldon darkly said, You dare address me by my name. I won't waste words with you. Reuben turned and ran. Almost consumed him. Although Finleaf didn't doubt Reuben's words, he had no reason to suspect treachery. Though Eldon had gradually replaced East Palace personnel with his own men, even the Imperial Guards found it difficult to infiltrate the palace. But previously, Finleaf hadn't been angry, because this was something a crown prince should have been responsible for. Who knew that this son would dote on a favorite youth? Court officials. Execute Sunny of the East Palace by cudgeling. Kill the East Palace guards on the spot. In secret, the Imperial Guards were dispatched. East Palace. Bustle. Imperial Guards stormed in. Edict from Donnie. Chug. The guards slaughtered the East Palace guards savagely. Matthias, 1,000 cattle guard, was terrified, falling limp to the ground. The guards bypassed him and approached the Hawk coldly, saying, Donnie orders Sunny to be executed. Who is Sunny? Eldon was overwhelmed with anxiety, his limbs trembling, unable to speak a word. Beside him, Sunny was petrified with fear. The guards glanced at Sunny, then raised their hand. Sunny screamed, Your Highness. Eldon's gaze flickered, avoiding eye contact. This is an order from my father, Your Majesty. Smack. Sunny fell like a kite cut loose. Thud. Thud. Several more blows followed, then the guards vanished swiftly. It seemed as if nothing had happened, save for the bloodied smell and Sunny, dead after a few blows. The Imperial Guards returned and reported. Thereafter, Finleaf didn't mention Eldon. Unexpectedly, Eldon arranged a mourning hall for Sunny in the East Palace that night. If Jerry were still in Chang'an, she wouldn't have tolerated this. But she had gone to Jericho City. Soon, news of Eldon's actions spread throughout Chang'an. Instantly, the Li royal family became the topic of daily gossip among the commoners. When Finleaf learned that Eldon had set up a mourning hall for Sunny and ordered everyone in the East Palace to mourn, he shook with anger. Immediately, Finleaf came to the East Palace. All within the palace fell to their knees in silence. Eldon trembled with fear, but lifted his head to meet Finleaf's eyes. Finleaf coldly ordered, Destroy it. His accompanying guards understood and destroyed the mourning hall. Finleaf, disappointed, said, Eldon, you disappoint me. He swept out. Eldon collapsed on the ground, his inner fears erupting. Father, I am sorry. Father. Eldon now regretted deeply. He couldn't hold on to his position as Hawk. Though his elder brother wasn't in Chang'an, how did it come to this? Colmes. Father favors unfairly. I hate all of you. The officials weren't scared of the people's displeasure. The problem was that opposing wouldn't do any good and might even anger the emperor. Currently, Fin Kyle enjoyed unmatched prestige within the Tang Dynasty, having defeated the Turks. Then Gao Chong. His military achievements were extraordinary, a true emperor born on horseback. Suddenly, Fin Kyle coldly asked, My dear ministers, since the early years of Pedruin, Goguryeo has never paid tribute to our great Tang. What are your thoughts on this? Spit. The ministers were baffled. Not again? Surely not. Was Donnie planning to attack Goguryeo? This was the place where Fin Yong of Sui launched 4 invasions, all ending in failure. Initially, Jessup laid a solid foundation. However, due to these campaigns against Goguryeo, he squandered everything. Moreover, the repeated failures broke the once ambitious Fin Yong. Afterwards, chaos spread across the Sui dynasty, eventually leading to the rise of the Tang. Nevertheless, they believed Fin Kyle would certainly conquer Goguryeo. If what the former dynasty failed to achieve was accomplished by the Tang, the Li imperial clan would legitimize its rule even more. Fin Kyle's prestige would reach its zenith. Even if the 5 clans and 7 noble families remained intact, they would have to bow down to Fin Kyle. However, Your Majesty, we absolutely cannot. I believe it is not the right time. This old minister thinks we should take gradual measures. I agree. We should consider. Almost everyone objected. Josh's 4 failures still loomed large in their minds. No one wanted the current Tang to follow the old path. The memory of past wars and hardships was still fresh. Fin Kyle sternly said, In the previous dynasty's campaign against Goguryeo, countless soldiers lost their lives. Their remains are still left unattended abroad. Hearing this, the ministers fell silent. Since ancient times, the Central Plains valued proper burials. If the Tang could retrieve the remains of those fallen soldiers from the previous dynasty, it would mark a significant chapter in history. Everyone present had a chance to be immortalized in history. Fin Kyle continued softly, Over the past 2 years, I often think about the loyal companions who fought alongside me and dedicated their lives to the Tang Dynasty. You have sacrificed your entire lives for the Tang. Titles and offices cannot adequately honor your contributions. I've been thinking, why not build a Lingyan pavilion? We can place portraits of each of you there for future generations to honor. How does that sound? Gasp. The ministers were caught off guard. Your Majesty, that's quite a move. It's a brilliant way to win loyalty. But who could refuse such an offer? However, Finkail sighed. The defeat in Goguryeo during the previous dynasty and the lingering threats around our borders have left much unfinished business. Our nation now stands strong, but only Goguryeo remains a challenge. Chester boldly refused to pay tribute to us. Whenever I think about it, constructing the Lingyan pavilion, I feel unworthy. The ministers. Your Majesty, please don't say that. You deserve it. You really do. If you don't, what will happen to us? Those seated represented the core members of the Tang Dynasty. Material wealth was already insignificant to them. If there was a chance for historical acclaim, who would turn it down? Cough. Your Majesty, I believe Goguryeo's insolence must be addressed. Correct. For defying your Majesty, they deserve punishment. To honor the fallen soldiers, we must invade Goguryeo. Our righteous army must eliminate the evil of Goguryeo. Suddenly, the minister's stance shifted dramatically. Finkail secretly smiled. His son's strategy was excellent. But, Finkail added, ministers, calm down. There is another matter before we can deal with Goguryeo. In the western frontier, Tubo is still unstable. In Pedro Colmar 5, Caleb sent envoys for marriage alliances, which I rejected. For several years, Tubo has repeatedly invaded our western borders. The turmoil in Tubo must be resolved before we can invade Goguryeo. Upon hearing this, the minister's renewed enthusiasm was doused once more. Cruel. Heartless. Your Majesty, you're too much. Lingyan Pavilion. Historical fame. How can we wait? Unbeknownst to them, Finkail smiled openly. They had been played. Finkail declared firmly, Tubo's invasion of our borders cannot go unpunished. Boom. The ministers were stunned. Not again. Invading Tubo. The harsh environment there was unsuitable for Tang soldiers. Before engaging, they'd be gasping for breath. How could they fight? Before anyone could raise this issue, Finkail proudly announced, Alex has been sending soldiers to adapt to the western regions over the years. Now, there are 50,000 soldiers ready for battle in Tubo. Among them, 20,000 are equipped with firearms. Snap. The ministers were shocked beyond words. Alex had quietly done so much? Clearly, his northern expedition into the grasslands had long been part of a grand plan. First, unite the tribes of the steppes, then conquer Tubo. Next, invade Goguryeo. If successful, the Tangs might would rival the mighty Han. The blood of the officials, volunteers joining the military. Tang Dynasty's formidable military power had suppressed surrounding empires, and the dynasty now emphasized military achievements. Now, serving in the military was the path to advancement for common people. With the establishment of the Protectorate General to pacify the northern desert, the grassland enemies were integrated by Alex Dorian, becoming a formidable force in Qin City. Previously, many members of the Tang Dynasty's army that destroyed the Tubo came from the Turks, Tuoba, Bohanianchuo, and Xianbei tribes. Dorian used economic means to win the hearts of ordinary herdsmen from various tribes. Due to isolation, the old aristocracy faced an especially difficult situation now. One could say the grasslands had become Alex's territory, especially because Dorian continued developing major transportation routes on the Datong grasslands. To get rich, one must first build roads. Though the grasslands were not as prosperous as central China, what the grassland people owned was precisely what central China lacked. After the destruction of Tubo, the court prepared the army to conquer Goguryeo. Meanwhile, Qin City also stood ready, targeting Lo Minya. Among different ethnic groups, Dorian promoted another message via newspapers. Return to the ancestral land. Lo Minya is the term used by the Chinese Empire to refer to the far north. In later generations, this place would be known as Siberia. In ancient Turkic language, it means peaceful land. Among the Xianbei tribe, it means Xianbilia. Only Dorian knew about the abundant resources hidden underground in this place. Under current conditions, it wasn't feasible to exploit these resources. However, nothing prevented him from planning to include this land in the Tang Dynasty's territory first. The tribes of the grasslands responded enthusiastically to Dorian's call. To settle in Qin City, one needed sufficient wealth or military merit. In Qin City, Dorian established schools where anyone, whether from central China or other tribes of the grasslands, who pledged allegiance to Qin City, could study for free. For any ethnic group, being able to read and write was an extraordinary feat. In the past, only nobles could learn how to read and write. After arriving on the grasslands, Dorian not only improved the living standards of all tribes, but also made their future better. This was Dorian's method to integrate various tribes and make use of them. Indeed, within his lifetime, he might not achieve cultural unity among all tribes like the Han Dynasty did. However, Dorian had laid a solid foundation for the integration of various tribes and ethnic groups. December of the 8th year of the Pedruan era, training of Qin City's army was completed. Dorian laughed awkwardly. Since resolving their differences, the retired emperor had become increasingly candid and spoke without reserve. Otherwise, how could he decide to go to the grasslands on a whim? Regardless, as a former emperor forced to abdicate, he should consider Lincoln's feelings. But Amadeo simply didn't care. Dorian rolled his eyes at the old man's straightforwardness. Coughing, Amadeo continued, I know you plan to conquer Goguryeo next year. It's been a sore point for our predecessors and the Tang Dynasty alike. Little brother, if you wish to be a remarkable emperor, you must make all barbarians submit to the Tang Dynasty. However, don't follow Josh's disastrous footsteps. Crawford replied solemnly, Father, I understand. Amadeo paused for a moment and then suddenly muttered, a brilliant son can also be a trouble. In an instant, the air felt heavy. Clearly, Amadeo thought of his eldest son. If little brother hadn't been so capable, causing the elder brother to fear, the two sons wouldn't have turned against each other. Crawford's face darkened. This topic had always been forbidden to him. Why did Amadeo bring it up again? Dorian, feeling somewhat helpless, understood why Amadeo mentioned this. He blurted out, "Grandfather, let's be honest. The third day of the 9th year of the Pedruan era, retired Fin Amadeo passed away in Teoyuan. Chapter 629. Your Majesty, General Chang requests an audience." Dorian felt a bitter taste in his heart. Historically, Amadeo was supposed to pass away in May of the 9th year of the Zhongguan era. Now, it had been moved up by 5 months. Probably, the time spent on the grasslands hastened Amadeo's frail health. However, his final years were not as lonely and painful as they were in the original history. Especially that last New Colmar's Eve when Crawford mentioned everything he did was for the sake of this good grandson. Dorian had stayed away from Chang'an for so long. No matter how much credit he had earned before, it would inevitably be forgotten. Both Jamar and Finley were restless. After the former Fin's passing and the completion of the mourning period, Dorian's family left Chang'an again. In Hampton City, with its mixture of ethnic groups, without him sitting firmly on his seat, it was hard to command respect. Crawford watched as his son's family departed, and then turned his attention to the matters at hand. 3 months later, the Tang Dynasty officially issued an edict to wage war against Goguryeo. Crawford wished to use victory to console the spirit of the former emperor. Although he wasn't the eldest legitimate son, and had committed the great transgression during the Xuanwu Gate incident, he was still the more suitable emperor. He intended to stabilize the Li royal family's position with countless achievements, proving himself to be a wise outcome could be disastrous. However, instead of staying in the palace, Dorian reviewed memorials in the Peach Blossom Spring. Running Hampton City gave him extensive experience in handling state affairs, especially mastering the overall control necessary for a ruler. Even being a hands-off leader required such skill. In the Peach Blossom Spring, "Your Highness, you can't keep doing this." Nathan looked utterly exasperated. He liked power, yes, but not all the burdens dumped on him. He just wanted to live a few more years. Dorian sincerely replied, "Uncle, I'm still young and inexperienced in government affairs. You have to work harder." Nathan. "Phew. Your kids are already 2 years old, and you tell me you're still young?" This face. Thinking of the children, Nathan gritted his teeth. No way. Xiuanzhong and Zhonglu were already betrothed. The wedding must be rushed. He needed grandchildren, or at least granddaughters. Nathan stomped off angrily, leaving Dorian bewildered. Why was he acting this way? I haven't upset you, have I? May arrived, and the Tang army reached Goguryeo. The battles commenced. With the firepower camp's intervention, Goguryeo stood no chance. For a whole month, most cities fell to the Tang. But in early July, the situation changed. The humid, rainy environment posed a significant challenge for the firepower camp. Moisture affected the gunpowder, reducing the impact of matchlock guns and explosives. Redcoat cannons also faced transport difficulties due to poor road conditions worsened by rain. But the Tang army couldn't wait for artillery support. Crawford sternly declared, "Our soldiers conquer barbarians through bravery, not weapons. Even without redcoat cannons, we will conquer Goguryeo." Other generals nodded, knowing delays were not an option. Supporting 40,000 civilians, alongside 20,000 troops, consumed resources quickly. Any delay meant dwindling supplies, which threatened the campaign. Forced to assault directly, casualties started increasing visibly. Torrential rains forced the Tang army to retreat, leading to rumors comparing their situation to the failures of previous dynasties. Morale plummeted. Crawford bitterly laughed upon hearing this news. He realized he had underestimated Goguryeo's environmental challenges. Even advanced weaponry has limitations. Victory relied on favorable weather, terrain, and human harmony. Without these, the campaign risked stagnation. War is inherently perilous. Failure could plunge them into chaos or worse, risking national survival. With frustration bubbling inside, Crawford slashed a corner of his tint in anger. Other officers were equally vexed. Initially driven by ambition to crush Goguryeo and inscribe their names in history, they now faced potential failure and eternal disgrace. Suddenly, an urgent report interrupted their gloomy thoughts. "Your Majesty, General Chang requests an audience." Everyone was baffled. Wasn't Hendricks supposed to be in Hampton City? Why was he here? Crawford waved for him to enter. "The gentleman reports, Your Majesty, it's not Lord Braden, but his son, Duncan." Everyone froze. Even the guards struggled to deliver the message clearly. Translation notes. The chapter maintains the original structure and tone, focusing on the tension between historical changes and political machinations, blending military strategy with personal dynamics. Chapter 630. Donnie is ill. Duncan arrived, bringing with him the formidable weapon he had mentioned. The formidable weapon of the Tang Dynasty. Wasn't it firearms? Could there be something new about this firearm? Everyone stepped outside and saw that the items were being unloaded from the carriage. They were all pitch-black cylinders as thick as a strong man's waist. Besides these, there were square objects that looked like stacked quilts. However, Duncan grinned, showing his white teeth, and said, "My elder brother said this is called the Heartless Cannon. You put an explosive package inside, boom. It's incredibly powerful." Everyone. Crawford's face darkened. "You little rascal, don't think you can toy around just because you're my godson. Do you want a beating?" "Oh no." Duncan covered his behind and ran off. Crawford chased after him, kicking occasionally. Duncan was almost in tears. "Big brother, save me. Donnie kicked me. In front of so many people." Duncan experienced what it was to lose all social dignity. Before, he was shameless, a small bandit without a care. But now, engaged to Alvin's Whitney Chonglu, facing both his godfather and future father-in-law, he felt he should maintain some decency. But Donnie wasn't giving him the chance. Duncan could only shout, "Your Majesty, my brother sent me to help you with this heartless cannon. You have no idea how powerful it is." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. As subjects, they were professionals who wouldn't laugh easily unless it was irresistible. Crawford stopped chasing Duncan, his face blacker than ever. This little scoundrel might look like he was disgracing himself, but had actually inherited a third of the old bandit's cunning essence. Damn, I regret arranging this marriage. Fine, this heartless cannon. Everyone else has seen it, but only you know how to use it, right? Duncan, Your Majesty, the siege operation from now on is up to you. Crawford walked away without looking back. Duncan, seriously? I just came to deliver the secret weapon, not to go to war. When I return, I plan to stay in Chang'an for a month to spend time with my future mother-in-law. Foiled. Tears welled up in his eyes. Duncan's face fell as he thought otherwise. Father-in-law is good. Obviously sending me here to claim credit. What my brother sends, can it ever be bad? Rain? The explosive packages are waterproof. The fuses are waterproof too. Anyone using this heartless cannon, even if they were a fool, could blow the Goguryeo city into bits. It may be rudimentary, but its power is undeniably immense. Early next morning, all the heartless cannons were set up. The men escorting them all came from the firearms corps, and they operated the cannons with great proficiency. On the Goguryeo city wall, the soldiers gaped. Was the Tang army crazy? It was raining, yet they still attacked. And these pitch-black, super-thick objects, were they oversized red-coated cannons? However, they seemed so shabby. Their power couldn't be significant, could it? Boom boom boom. Unexpectedly, Duncan hadn't given orders yet. The heartless cannons started firing on their own as per the prearranged plan. To be honest, their range was somewhat embarrassing. But inside those cannons were explosive packages packed with gunpowder, which equated to several bombs worth. The result was predictable. Goguryeo's fortifications were bombed flat. With waterproof explosives and fuses, rain was useless. Many Goguryeo soldiers either died or were terrified senseless. After the walls were flattened, the remaining Goguryeo people lost all courage to resist. The Tang army was astonished. They had expected a joke, but instead found these heartless cannons were unbelievably powerful, with shocking sound and terrifying damage. Most importantly, the explosives and fuses were waterproof. Suddenly, everyone realized the waterproof gunpowder technology had been mastered by Jericho. Moreover, anticipating the weather issues faced by the Tang army during their campaign against Goguryeo, Jericho immediately arranged for Duncan to deliver the gunpowder. Only, they didn't expect the glory that belonged to everyone would be taken by Duncan, so helpless, who had a future father-in-law who was the emperor. Before this, Duncan had already acknowledged the emperor as his godfather. Allegedly, because Jericho recognized Hendrix as his godfather. This was Finn's way of returning the favor. Admiration was all they could do. With the arrival of waterproof gunpowder, the Tang army could launch attacks even in rainy weather, unless it was a torrential downpour. September. The Tang army surrounded Goguryeo's capital. They encircled but did not attack. Half a month later, mid-September, Chester led his ministers out of the city to surrender. Thus, Goguryeo was which emperor was physically impaired or suffered hidden ailments. How could a limping Tang Finn maintain the dynasty's dignity? This was why Eldon let go and acted recklessly. Since his disability, his position as crown prince became nominal. Even if Crawford insisted he be the prince, who among the officials would agree? Jericho was outstanding and deserved credit. He, the prince, could only stay out of the way. Led by Marcel, the Eastern Palace faction earnestly advised, "Your Highness, do not hesitate any longer. Time is fleeting. Otherwise, we will miss our chance." Eldon's mind was chaotic. Fear of Crawford prevented him from taking this step. Marcel gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness, the returning troops do not have much grain left. I've confirmed that Donnie. He is ill." Eldon's head shot up, looking at Marcel like a famished wolf. Chapter 631. Finn Leaf's illness worsens. Matthias swallowed hard. He had never imagined the hawk to be so terrifying. That frightening gaze was almost exactly like Finn Leaf's. Alvin Jamar calmly asked, "What's going on?" Matthias's heart raced wildly. The fact that the hawk was asking indicated an opportunity had arisen. Since ancient times, wealth and honor came from daring ventures. Back then, Nathan and others followed Finleaf in the Xuanwu Gate incident, thereby attaining the highest positions. If those old fellows could do it, why couldn't he? At this moment, everyone present felt intensely passionate. Though it was clearly dangerous, such a good opportunity was too precious to miss. Should the hawk be dethroned in the future, their futures would have no future at all. Matthias clasped his hands and said, "In truth, my father-in-law sent word that after returning from Goguryeo, Donnie left the main army to visit Cheongzhou, intending to see its changes, then head back to Chang'an via Lingnan. My father-in-law accompanied him. Unexpectedly, not long after arriving at Cheongzhou, Donnie fell ill. Just as they entered Lingnan after leaving Cheongzhou, Donnie suddenly became very sick. But Donnie feared chaos might arise due to his illness. He refused to seek treatment in Lingnan and insisted on hurrying back to Chang'an. Jamar's resentment surged upon hearing Cheongzhou. Isn't Donnie visiting Cheongzhou just to see Anwar's achievements? Father, your eyes only see Anwar. You overlook this nominal hawk of mine. Suddenly falling ill yet insisting on rushing back. It's because I am the hawk. You fear if you die, this realm will fall into my hands instead of Anwar's. Right? It must be. Jamar gritted his teeth and said, I've trained a group of loyalists over these years. Now, I entrust them to you. His gaze fell on Matthias, whose legs quivered slightly. This was regicide. However, considering what his father-in-law did before the Xuanwu Gate incident, hadn't he also controlled Amadeo at Tay Pool, paving Finleaf's path to victory? Thinking this, Matthias clenched his teeth. As Bowen's son-in-law, he must emulate his father-in-law. Your Highness, if I fail, let it be death. The conspiracy continued to evolve. Meanwhile, at Peach Blossom Source, Nathan looked grim. Helmet was anxious, with a tall man wearing a hat following behind. Seeing this, Dorian felt unease in his heart. When the tall man approached and removed his hat, it was Amadeus. Dorian sprang up, asking, General Nyo, the army is still en route. How did you return? Amadeus had been the vanguard in Tang's campaign against Goguryeo, and shouldn't have returned so quickly unless. Amadeus explained worriedly, Your Highness Jericho, while returning, Donnie wanted to visit Cheongzhou. I, along with General Emmanuel Chi and General Ho, accompanied him. After leaving Xiongzhou and entering Lingnan, Donnie suddenly fell ill. Boom. Dorian felt as if struck by lightning, nearly losing his balance. His face turned as pale as paper. Nathan steadied him immediately, while Helmet grabbed his shoulders firmly. Your Highness, you cannot falter. Biting his tongue, Dorian calmed down. Hearing this news terrified him deeply. Because the previous emperor passed away 5 months early, everything had already quietly changed. Historical events might unfold differently now. Upon learning of Finleaf's illness and Amadeus's return, it was clear this wasn't a minor issue. Originally, Finleaf passed away on May 26th of Pedroan 23rd year, aged 52, having reigned for 23 years. But what if, like the previous emperor, this sudden illness led to an untimely demise? Taking a deep breath, Dorian declared, Uncle, Chancellor Gino, I must go meet my father. No. Impossible. Your Highness, don't be reckless. Not only did Nathan and Helmet oppose him, but even Amadeus firmly rejected it. Amadeus added, Your Highness, Donnie secretly dispatched me to inform you, hoping you'd stabilize Chang'an. If Donnie falls ill, chaos may ensue. Nathan and Helmet's expressions grew darker. The unexpected event overshadowed the joy of defeating Goguryeo. Unyieldingly, Dorian insisted, To me, he's not just my emperor but my father. I cannot let my father face danger alone. But, Nathan, Helmet, and Amadeus tried to dissuade him further. Growing obstinate, Dorian stated, You know my style well. No one can stop me if I decide to go. They fell silent, feeling threatened. Was this coercion? Did they think? Amadeus stepped forward, saying, This servant will join you. Helmet followed suit. So will this old man. Nathan retorted, Old man here wants to come too. If your Highness wishes to receive Donnie, you must leave Chang'an discreetly without anyone knowing, especially the hawk. Helmet and Amadeus exchanged uneasy glances. Nathan's warning was crucial. Although being the hawk's uncle yet aiding Dorian was truly fitting of an old fox who knew the hawk was ruined. Dorian thought, then said, Wait. I'll move into the palace and manipulate the Imperial guards to exit from there. While I'm away, tell everyone I prefer to avoid daily affairs. All matters should be handled by Uncle and Chancellor Gino first. For anything major, consult me through them. Others' requests, I ignore. Nathan and Helmet nodded in agreement, preventing any potential discovery of Dorian's absence. Dorian continued, Since General Nyo has returned, don't go back. More people mean more suspicion. Also, please stay at Peach Blossom Source until I return. Amadeus agreed, understanding the caution required. That night, Benny and part of the Shadow Guard prepared to escort Dorian out of the city, while Dorian returned loudly to the palace under Xavier's protection. Given the situation with Finleaf, Queen April Greta needed to be informed in case of emergencies to maintain order within the palace. After all arrangements were made, Dorian left the palace discreetly, meeting Benny outside the city, then raced day and night towards Lingnan. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Palace, an Imperial Guard reported, Your Highness, Jericho has left Chang'an. Jamar smirked chillingly, Brother, since you wish to see father, I will fulfill your desire. Chapter 632. Defeated? Accomplished. Inside the Guanyi route, Sebastian led the way, with 100 riders closely guarding. The entire party numbered less than 300 people. Among them was Bowen, who repeatedly wanted to enter the carriage to confirm if Finleaf was truly ill. However, he dared not do so. In the past, he might have even dared to barge in forcefully. Now, he feared confirmation. Finleaf had decreed that no one was to approach the carriage, not even Sebastian. Indeed, Sebastian did not come close to the carriage at all. Therefore, Bowen certainly did not dare approach either. Comparatively speaking, Sebastian was the person Finleaf trusted most. If even Sebastian could not see the Emperor, what about him? On the journey, they rode without rest. Seizing an opportunity, Bowen approached the carriage and gently advised, Your Majesty is unwell. Such constant travel may worsen your condition. I suggest slowing down for the sake of your health. A coughing sound came from within the carriage. I am fine, continue forward, replied Finleaf. Bowen's heart skipped a beat. Listening to Finleaf's voice, it didn't seem too problematic. But was such urgent travel really necessary? It wasn't as if they had just been defeated with enemies pursuing them. Why the rush? They traveled through the Guanyi route for 2 days. Ahead lay a mountain, not particularly steep but situated between 2 peaks, with treacherous terrain. Once the carriage entered this area, falling rocks would be unavoidable. Sebastian ordered everyone to stop. Riders were dispatched to investigate the surroundings, while others climbed the mountains to ensure there were no threats. Only after triple-checking did they proceed. For the safety of Finleaf, Sebastian took the lead, with Bowen at the rear. As they reached the middle, suddenly, boom, boom, boom. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. It was the sound of firearms, coming from both sides of the mountain. They looked up to see explosions on the ridges, sending countless boulders tumbling down. Panic ensued among the travelers. Sebastian rushed towards the carriage. Bowen followed suit. Boom. A massive rock blocked Sebastian's path. Your Majesty. Sebastian clenched his teeth, while Bowen let out a roar. Your Majesty. The carriage was shattered into pieces by several boulders, covered by a pile of rocks. The falling rocks finally ceased. Sebastian maneuvered around the stones, rushing over only to feel a dark spell come over him, almost fainting at the sight. Thud. Bowen collapsed to his knees, mumbling deliriously. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Sebastian erupted in fury. I don't believe it. Donnie is the Emperor of Tang. Nothing can harm him. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Remove these rocks. In panic, they cleared the rocks from the carriage, revealing its complete destruction. A man lay amidst the blood, crushed beyond recognition, identifiable only by his clothes. There were 3 bodies. One from the cavalry, one from the doctors, and another belonged to Finleaf. Spit. Sebastian spat blood, clutching his weapon tightly, swaying yet refusing to fall. Thud. Thud. Everyone fell to their knees. I should die. Sebastian's face turned pale. That moment, clatter clatter clatter, hoofbeats approached. Everyone, enraged, drew their weapons, aiming at the source of the noise. Over 100 men with firearms aimed at the riders approaching. About 20 riders approached, led by Dorian. However, Dorian almost fell off his horse at the scene before him. Thanks to Jacques and Benny's quick reflexes, one pulling the reins, the other steadying him, Dorian managed to stay on his mount. Sebastian and the others put away their weapons. Dorian stumbled off his horse, lips trembling, asking, Where's my father? Thud. Sebastian knelt on both knees. Others followed suit. Dorian, with a grotesque expression, grabbed Sebastian, coldly demanding, Where is my father? Sebastian struggled to speak, but remained silent. Ah! Dorian screamed like a madman, drawing a gun from his sleeve and firing at Sebastian's head. Bang! Jacques' face turned pale as he deflected Dorian's arm. Sebastian's scalp was grazed. Dorian, undeterred, fired more shots at Sebastian. Bang bang bang. Benny held onto Dorian, sternly saying, Your Highness, calm down. Dorian finally calmed, though Sebastian had taken 2 bullets, one in the chest, one in the abdomen. Sebastian trembled, nearly dying right there. Bowen watched in horror, thinking, Oh God, is Sebastian done for? Suddenly, a cold gaze fixed on him. Dorian stared at Bowen, who gulped, bowing and weeping. We failed to protect the Emperor. We deserve death. Dorian, emotionless, said, All of you deserve death. Follow me back to Chang'an. The court will decide your fates. Everyone showed no emotion. What emotions are left? Jacques drew his sword, shouting, The culprits haven't gone far. Dark Shadow Guards, follow me. The rest gathered the remains of Fin Leaf and the others. Considering the casualties, the rebels had succeeded too well. Half an hour later, Jacques returned with severed heads, stating grimly, Your Highness, they were all fanatics, no survivors, and others fled. Dorian, like a walking dead, remained silent. Bowen stepped forward, Your Highness, our failure to protect the Emperor cannot be pardoned. To prevent chaos in Tang, we must return to Chang'an immediately. Otherwise, Tang might descend into turmoil. After a long pause, Dorian rose, Horse, you shall follow me back to Chang'an. Bloodshed is inevitable. Whether you live or die depends on your performance. If you serve diligently, I will spare your clans. Immediately, they packed up and sped towards Chang'an night and day. Chang'an, Eastern Palace. Matthias burst in, disheveled and pale. Alvin Jamar dismissed his attendants, trembling, defeated. Matthias's eyes read, accomplished. Jericho almost caught up, otherwise it would have been a permanent solution. Jamar responded calmly, good. Contact the Zhaoyongli clan, Bowling Chui clan, Qingji Chui clan, and Xingyang Pedro clan. It's time. Matthias interrupted, Your Highness, the Xingyang Pedro clan refused earlier. Forget them. Hope they don't regret it. They will, Your Highness. Chapter 633. Your Highness, the advantage is mine. In mid-November of Pedruan Kolmar 9, the Tang army returning from the campaign against Goguryeo arrived in Chang'an. However, there was no sign of Finkyle. Long before the army neared Chang'an, Dorian and others had already spread the news that Finkyle was traveling incognito elsewhere in the Tang Empire. After being promoted by the Tang Daily News, Finkyle's popularity among the people reached a new peak. At this moment, Dorian and Helmet heaved a slight sigh of relief. They had managed to get past the absence of the Emperor in the army without any suspicion. It was unknown whether Alex had already joined forces with Finkyle. On that day, Dorian and Helmet could only ask Hawk Jamar to welcome the triumphant return of the Tang army on their behalf. As for Alex Dorian, they claimed that after supervising the state for such a long time, he had suddenly fallen ill from overwork. This information, however, wasn't announced while the Tang Empire was engaged in the campaign against Goguryeo. Only now did they inform the officials and citizens of Chang'an. For a moment, Dorian's prestige also rose. Jamar sneered inwardly. My own maternal uncle, I didn't expect you to fully commit to supporting my eldest brother. With no one welcoming the returning Tang army, it appeared disorganized. Furthermore, some of the remains of the soldiers who fell earlier were also brought back. If no one welcomed them, it would truly be inappropriate. Now you remember me? Before, in your eyes, I am only someone who cleans up messes when no one else can do it. I should be grateful to you and your ancestors for all eternity. After entering Chang'an, the Tang army returned to their camps, awaiting Finkyle's arrival to reward their contributions. Everyone dispersed. However, Dorian and Helmet didn't have time to relax. They pretended to enter the palace to meet Dorian. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, Jamar smiled and said, Uncle Lord Gino, please. Dorian shook his head and replied, Justino, I still need to see Alex. Helmet added, I need to as well. Jamar laughed and asked, Really? Dorian and Helmet frowned. Suddenly, the guards of the Eastern Palace stepped forward and forcibly restrained both of them. Dorian frowned and asked, What are you doing, Justino? Helmet's heart skipped a beat. Jamar calmly stated, I will wait here in Chang'an for Father and Anwar to return. The two men froze. Had news of the Emperor's severe illness leaked? As participants of the incident at Xuanwu Gate, both immediately understood Jamar's intentions. Dorian remained composed and said, Justino, no one can replicate another success. You cannot. Looking exhausted and covered in dirt. They were Dorian's party. The city guards allowed them entry, unaware of the unusual atmosphere inside the city. They directly headed toward the palace. As they reached Xuanwu Gate, Dorian frowned and halted everyone. Just then, Jamar rode out accompanied by Eastern Palace guards and Marcel. Surrounding guards drew their weapons and surrounded Dorian's group. Halisiki Jingda angrily shouted, Alvin, what do you intend? Looking at Dorian, Jamar felt as if he were dreaming. Everything went smoothly, almost unrealistically so. Originally, he expected Dorian to sense the tension and avoid falling into the trap. Instead, overwhelmed by news of the Emperor's death, Dorian came straight to the palace. Divine help? Am I really destined to be the true Emperor? Jamar looked at the enraged Halisiki Jingda and calmly declared, Alex plotted against the Emperor. I will execute him here. Did you not realize how father treated you? Brother, you couldn't wait to become emperor. I am deeply disappointed, and father must be too. At this moment, a single command would result in Jamar's men slaying Dorian and his followers. The hundreds of men with firearms weren't enough to pose a threat to Jamar's forces. Archers on the walls stood ready. Despite Dorian's isolation, it was only a matter of time before they perished. Chapter 634. The sin of treason cannot be forgiven. In the 9th year of Pedruin, on the 21st day of the 11th month, Hawk Jamar's plot to rebel ended in failure. Those involved, including Bowen and others, were escorted to the Dali Temple. Additionally, 3 major aristocratic families were implicated. The Zhao Junli family, the Bowling Chui family, the Qinghe Chui family. At this time, Crawford had just conquered Goguryeo, completing what previous dynasties had failed to achieve, and his prestige was at its zenith. To demonstrate his benevolence, the heads of the 3 major families and their direct descendants were executed, while the collateral branches were spared from further punishment. No one in court dared to raise any objections. As a result, the common people praised Crawford as a benevolent ruler. The 3 major families, having lost their main lineages, would henceforth fall into decline. In contrast, the Xingyang Pedro family, which had not been involved, remained intact as one of the 5 great clans and 7 prestigious families. Thus, the era of the aristocratic families came to an end. Crawford achieved complete control over the entire Tang Dynasty. At a court meeting, the topic of Bowen, who was imprisoned in the Dali Temple, was brought up. Your Majesty, Duke Chun plotted rebellion. His crime deserves death. He should be executed. I agree. In the Dali Temple prison, Bowen opened his eyes to see Crawford enter. Bowen, I have treated you well. Why did you follow the crown prince in rebellion? Crawford asked. Bowen replied calmly, Your Majesty, I conquered Gaochang, my proudest moment. I thought upon returning, you would reward me. But instead, I was imprisoned. Crawford angrily responded. You plundered the treasures of the Gaochang palace, but I can overlook that. However, you should not have allowed your soldiers to raid the people of Gaochang. Bowen retorted indignantly, Your Majesty, they are not citizens of the Tang Dynasty. Crawford shook his head. Bowen, do you not understand my intentions? I am not merely seeking to conquer the Turks, Gaochang and Goguryeo. I want all barbarians to join the Tang Dynasty. When barbarians assimilate into China, they become Chinese. Do you understand the unprecedented act I am undertaking? Bowen smiled coldly. Your Majesty, my crime of rebellion warrants death. As for your ambitions, it is already too late for me to comprehend them. With that, he sighed deeply, kneeling down to plead for mercy. I am unworthy of forgiveness, and my entire clan should be punished. But, please spare my wife, who is innocent. Crawford did not reply but ordered, Bring wine. The jailer brought wine. Crawford, expressionless, said, Let us drink until we are drunk. Bowen sat cross-legged on the ground without another word. The 2 of them sat silent in the hot, distant land, while their families remain in Chang'an. If they can plant the black dragon flag of the Tang Dynasty in that land, I will pardon their families. Thunderstruck, the ministers were speechless. They dared not object. Even if the emperor had stated clearly he would not execute the crown prince, who would dare oppose this decision, effectively urging him to kill his own son? Wouldn't that be signing their own death warrant? In the inner palace, Hawk Jamar was imprisoned here. Dorian entered the room. Jamar, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, sneered when he saw Dorian. Father does not wish to see me, so you've come to bid farewell? Dorian nodded. Jamar sighed deeply. Take care of April. She has always been good to you, better than me. Smack. Without warning, Dorian slapped him. You betrayed Aunt, doing whatever you wanted, even sending assassins after me. Throughout history, the struggle for succession leaves no survivors. But you should not have betrayed father. Jamar roared, victory or defeat. It was my loss. Wasn't the hidden crown prince killed by father to become emperor? To follow in father's footsteps is to be a true son. Slap. Slap slap. Slap slap slap. Dorian kept slapping him until Jamar spat blood, and his face swelled up. Finally, Dorian stopped, snorting coldly. If father hadn't done what he did, you wouldn't be alive today. Did you think he did it for himself? Look at you. You only acted for yourself. Jamar screamed. What I wanted to do, you will never understand. Dorian scoffed. Nonsense. You're just a spoilt brat trying to prove yourself. You knew you would fail, so you dragged the aristocrats into it, giving father an excuse to crush them. Stunned, Jamar stammered. No, I truly wanted to rebel and become emperor. Dorian mocked. You're lying. If you truly wanted to be emperor, even being as stupid as you are, you wouldn't have relied on fools like Matthias. Jamar, though defiant, was speechless. Dorian took out a small booklet. This is a map and some information. Remember to expand the territory of the Tang Dynasty. If you're Sobu Fuqi, unwilling to accept defeat, then prove yourself. By the way, the desolate lands in the far north are almost under my control. The Zhao Commandery Li clan, the Bowling Chui clan, the Qinghe Chui clan. At this time, Finkail had just conquered Goguryeo, completing a feat that had not been achieved in previous dynasties, which greatly enhanced his reputation. To show mercy, the heads of the 3 major clans and their direct descendants were all executed. Their illegitimate branches would never be held accountable for the crime. No official dared to protest against this decision. For a while, if he doesn't die, how can we maintain order in the dynasty? Your Majesty, Bowen is but a subject. His achievements are due to your grace and opportunities provided by you. If Bowen does not die, people will not be convinced. If Bowen does not die, future offenders. They spoke implicitly, almost as if finding reasons for Bowen's inevitable execution. Thus, the emperor wouldn't seem cruel or ungrateful. History books wouldn't record him as killing his loyal generals. Rather, a former meritorious general committed treason and must face death. Seeing the unified stance of the ministers, Finkail closed his eyes in anguish. In the Dali Temple prison, Bowen opened his eyes to see Finkail enter. The emperor asked, Bowen, I have treated you well. Why did you join the crown prince in treason? Bowen replied calmly, Your Majesty, conquering Gaochang was my proudest achievement. I expected rewards upon return, but instead, I was imprisoned. The emperor angrily retorted, That's because you looted treasures from the Gaochang palace, which I could forgive, but you let your troops raid the common people. Bowen retorted, Those weren't subjects of our Tang Dynasty. Kyle shook his head. Bowen, do you understand my heart? I don't seek to destroy the Turks, Gaochang and Goguryeo. I want to unite all barbarians under the Tang Empire, and spoke of a land overseas where people have dark skin and endure extreme heat like a furnace. There, treasures like gold, diamonds, and oil abound. The hawk and Bowen both committed treason, which cannot be forgiven. But I do not wish to kill my son or my comrade in arms. Treason cannot be forgiven. They shall be exiled to the hot overseas territory, leaving their families here. If they can plant the black dragon flag of Tang in that place, I will pardon their families. The announcement stunned everyone. No one dared to oppose. Killing generals was debatable, but sparing the prince was explicitly stated. In the inner service department, Hawk Jamar was imprisoned. Dorian entered, pushing open the door. Jamar sat cross-legged, meditating. Upon seeing Dorian, Jamar sneered, Father won't see me, so he sent you to bid farewell? Dorian nodded. Jamar sighed. Take care of April. She was kinder to you than me. Suddenly, Dorian slapped him. You betrayed her. You could have assassinated me or anyone else, but you shouldn't have tried to harm Father. Jamar roared, Winners and losers. I lost. Didn't the former crown prince fall to Father's hands before becoming emperor? I just followed his example. Slap. Slap slap. Slap slap slap. Dorian continuously struck Jamar, reducing him to a bloodied mess. Dorian stopped, scoffing. If Father hadn't done what he did, you wouldn't be alive today. Do you think he did it for himself? Look at you. You did this all for yourself. Jamar screamed. You'll never understand what I wanted to do. Nonsense, Dorian spat. You just wanted to prove yourself, knowing you'd lose, dragging the aristocracy down to give Father a reason to crush them. Jamar retorted. No, I genuinely sought rebellion and throne. Dorian mocked. Bullshit. If you truly wanted the throne, even being incompetent, you wouldn't rely on worthless men like Matthias. Defeated, Jamar remained speechless. Dorian produced a small booklet. This is a map and some information. Remember to expand the Tang territory. Prove yourself. Oh, and soon, I will incorporate Breeden-no-Huanji in the far north into our territory. I even gave it a new, beautiful name, Siberia. The Hawks plot to rebel. Ultimately, it ended with exile to a land of extreme heat. However, what this extremely hot land was, and whether it was truly as scorching as a furnace remained unknown to the common people of the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 635. Not past the sun. The 9th year of the Pedruan era. New Colmar's Eve. Dorian brought his family back to Chang'an to spend the new Colmar with Crawford. At the same time, he gave a detailed account of the situation on the grass, so angry he pounded the table. March of the 11th year of the Pedruan era. The Peksh kingdom sought aid from the Tang Empire against the invasion by Silla. Crawford was extremely infuriated. In April, Tang forces mobilized to aid Peksh. Silla held on for only half a month before being utterly defeated and driven into its own territory by the combined forces of the Tang and Peksh. Silla fell. Peksh, devastated by war, received extensive assistance from the Tang in manpower, resources, and material to rebuild their homeland. 2 years later, the king of Peksh announced his abdication and did not designate a new king, instead declaring the inadequacy of all previous rulers who failed to protect their people or provide them with peace and prosperity. Peksh declared its incorporation into the Tang territory. From then on, the state of Peksh ceased to exist. Over the next 2 years, all the small barbarian states surrounding the Tang gradually submitted and were annexed into the Tang Empire. At the same time, the imperial examination system was truly reformed. Selection criteria now included not only literary excellence but also mathematics and innovative practical sciences. In previous years, even top scorers might not find an official post immediately as positions were limited. Now, with newly conquered territories in need of competent officials, the court expanded the number of scholars selected through the exams and ensured appointed positions. Scholars across the realm praised Crawford as a wise ruler, comparing him almost to the greatest emperors of ancient times. The latter remark made Crawford visibly annoyed. After working so hard, this is what I get. A comparison to the first great emperor? How unjust. Additionally, the crown prince was exiled to a remote area. Alex remained in the northern desert. Alvin Hollis, Finley, became a frequent guest in the palace. Since Crawford had not sent him to his fiefdom, Finley saw a glimmer of hope and became even more diligent. By the 12th year of the Pedruan era, Dorian indeed did not return to Chang'an for the new Colmar. Crawford realized that the northern desert and Siberia had become increasingly reliant on his treasured son. Moreover, if Dorian returned to Chang'an to ascend the throne after Crawford's passing, the northern regions might lose control without his presence. Combined with Dorian's attitude towards the crown prince position, this caused Crawford much worry and prematurely gray hair. Observing Finley's eagerness, his eyes burning with desire, almost craving the title of crown prince, Crawford, having experienced Jamar's betrayal, understood many things. He should give Alvin Hollis no hint of hope. Comte. He wished to enjoy the pleasures of family. With Dorian absent, even the pretense of affection with Alvin Hollis felt somewhat comforting. In June of the 12th year of the Pedruan era, Crawford, fearing others might govern during his absence, not yet broken. Master, Alvin Shao is missing. Ronnie was pounding on the door. Dorian nearly jumped out of his skin. Ronnie gasped for breath. Donnie, kidnapped Alvin Shao and fled? Dorian's jaw dropped. Father, what are you doing? Kidnapping your grandson, my son? Stop fooling around. Ronnie handed over a letter. Reading it, Dorian was completely stunned. It simply said, Reese, since you don't want to be emperor, I won't force you. Fortunately, I have a grandson. This throne, neither of you can get. I'll cultivate Tanger well. If you miss your son, visit often. Choked with laughter, Dorian couldn't believe it. Not passed to a son, but directly to a grandchild? Father, you sure are sly. In the 12th year of the Pedruan era, July, Crawford, who had been away for a month, finally returned, bringing a 5-year-old child to court. All the officials thought they were seeing things. Result, the son of Alex, Alvin Tang. This, impossible. Oh my god, your majesty, too clever. Truthfully, most officials considered Alex Dorian the ideal crown prince. However, rumors spread that Alex didn't wish to be emperor, leading to a big argument on New Colmar's Eve with Donnie. Amazing. Alex wasn't human, cough, normal, from his son. It seemed only natural. Jean Guan Colmar 16. On January 22nd, a huge iron contraption appeared in northern desert. Hyder named it the steam engine. This invention came about because Elliot wanted to see his son more easily, thus providing the technical data to Hyder, treating the matter as if anything was possible. Unexpectedly, they actually succeeded. Elliot gave her the right to name it, but she chose steam engine anyway. In March, construction of the actual tracks for the steam engine began. The first phase of the project linked northern desert to Chang'an, completing in 8 months. Jean Guan Colmar 17. February. The steam engine undertook its first long-distance trial run, personally overseen by Elliot. The test was flawless, leaving the entire nation in awe. After years of development, the Tang Academy of Natural Philosophy gradually gained acceptance. As a result, most people no longer viewed the steam engine as a divine object, but rather as a product of natural philosophy. When the steam engine arrived in Chang'an, surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd, Elliot turned to Hyder and promised, "What reward do you want?" Hyder rolled her eyes and replied, "Would you dare give me what I asked for?" Elliot waved grandly and said, "At least I am Alex and the Governor General of Northern Desert. My father even plans to bestow the title of Siberian King on Glaciers." Finleaf, now elderly, sat with Jerry in a luxurious carriage, gazing at the unique landscape, feeling immense pride. Cough. Before he could say anything, he started coughing. Jerry remarked dryly, "You're already retired emperor. No need to exert your imperial aura anymore." Embarrassed, Finleaf scratched his nose. Elliot laughed secretly nearby. "Brad, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I just think father remains majestic and valiant as ever." "Pish. Since when did you start flattering me?" Cough. "Flattery isn't used like this." Finleaf blushed and retorted, "I can if I want to. Do you have a problem?" Quickly pleading for mercy, Elliot responded, No, I wouldn't dare." Finleaf huffed indignantly while Jerry burst into laughter. Feeling embarrassed, Finleaf chuckled awkwardly, glancing reprovingly at his son. Elliot could only smile apologetically. Suddenly, Finleaf sighed wistfully, "Ehan, you always argued with me before, but I thought that was how fathers and sons interact. Now you pamper me, and I'm not used to it." "Bah, am I a scoundrel?" Elliot blurted out. "As they say, old people act like kids." "What did you say?" Not exactly. I meant returning to simplicity in old age. Still means being old." Well, their lost brotherly bond. After the playful brawl ended, Elliot took out a small booklet. Jamar remarked with deep emotion, "This is a treasure." Elliot smiled. "You want to expand the empire for Great Tang? I've chosen a place for you. It's called America." Finley nearly wet himself with excitement. "Now that's what I call a divine artifact. This is the real deal. Firearms are nothing compared to this. If second brother could become king overseas with just a small booklet, I can do no less." The blackened man coughed, explaining, "It's really hot in the extremely hot region. The sun is brutal." Finley burst out laughing uncontrollably. "Second brother? Ha ha ha. Can't stop ha ha. What happened? How did you become a charcoal ball?" "Older brother. I'll beat you up." The brothers, after years of estrangement over the succession dispute, finally reclaimed their brotherly bond. After the merriment subsided, Elliot pulled out a small book. Jamar remarked nostalgically, "This is a treasure." Elliot grinned. "Since you wish to expand Tang's territory, I've selected a place for you, America." Finley nearly wet himself from excitement. This was truly invaluable. Firearms were nothing compared to this. His younger brother had become king overseas with this book. So could he. The Great Tang embarked on an unprecedented developmental trajectory. Historians often pointed to the day Alex Elliot met Crawford as a pivotal moment, setting the stage for Tang's rapid rise. Especially after Crawford became known as Heavenly Khan. Most historians agree that the true Heavenly Khan was Alex Elliot. From the Tang conquest of the Turks, Tang ceased to satisfy the mere title of Heavenly Khan, instead becoming the emperor of all barbarians across the seas. Even more surprisingly, the current system of constitutional monarchy bears traces of Jericho Elliot. How could Jericho Elliot, who never left the Great Tang's territory, possess seeds of overseas grains and establish the study of physical objects, becoming the founder of such a discipline? And how did he have the foresight to surpass his time, setting the stage for future generations to transition from feudalism to a constitutional monarchy just as it was about to exit the historical stage? Historians often refer to these as historical mysteries. To unravel this mystery, archaeologists petitioned the descendants of the Li family to allow excavation of Jericho's tomb. Finally, after much persuasion, the Li descendants reluctantly agreed to the seemingly unreasonable request of the archaeologists. When the tomb of Jericho was opened, inside were ordinary burial artifacts,